The sky was pitch black, rain poured down in torrents and thunder roared with lightning flashing. Under the lamp, the handsome, world-weary young man was still glued to his computer screen. Lu Sun was a professional gamer, grinding daily for a living. This was the third consecutive day he had stayed up all night to grind. After all, the account was being sold. Making quick money was what mattered. Just as he was excitedly grinding away, his fingers suddenly went numb, losing all strength. Lu Sun's body felt as if someone had controlled it, rendering him unable to move. Then he slumped onto desk without realizing it. His little sister screamed in panic, having no idea what had happened to her brother. In another world, a man had just placed a chess piece on the board. Waking up with a start, Lu Sun looked around in confusion. Where was this? Clothes on him were not his own, and beside him was a clear lake. Looking at his reflection in the lake, his face was still unreasonably handsome. What the hell was going on? Wait a minute. System panel displayed his information, and his voice was his own. Could this be the newly created alt account of Tiantian Realm? That was strange. And he even had a mouth. Could he truly have transmigrated into the game? This was too surreal. Was he dreaming? A shrill scream echoed through the forest. Not yet believing the truth, Lu Sun kept pinching his cheeks to wake up. Wake up quickly, he still had a little sister to support. Oh heavens, it hurt. He almost tore his face off. What the hell was this? Once he created an alt account, he immediately transmigrated. This was truly a unique account. As he stood dazed, a peerless beauty appeared in the distance, flying past with a saber and sword on her back. Upon seeing his handsome face with immense charm, the girl was instantly attracted. Lu Sun's face darkened. She could fly. This game was an immortal cultivation world. He had to stay alive. Surely she wouldn't attack a commoner, right? Things were not as Lu Sun thought. The girl approached, and she was indeed a top-tier cultivation furnace. Hearing the words cultivation furnace, his face flushed red, his mind filled with dirty thoughts. He kept chuckling, unable to close his mouth. Some things people do not know to cherish, like discarded wrapping paper, yet they are incredibly important. He was imagining being surrounded by beautiful women, their lipstick prints all over his body. But wait, this was Tiantian. Being a cultivation furnace was enjoyable, but the limit was low. Others could reach level 999, but he could only reach 230. In the end, he would just become a stepping stone for others to level up. Thinking of that, Lu Sun grew angry at himself. He could not become a stepping stone for others just for pleasure. Moreover, practicing this kind of demonic technique, there were plenty of people who would want to kill him. The girl was dazed, not understanding what Lu Sun was thinking about for so long. Lu Sun was still chuckling. Showing off was his true nature. He would take a risk. He could do it next time. He thought it would be something else. Truly a lecherous guy. The girl's face was as red as a tomato. Even though she saw him change expressions constantly, she was still charmed by his handsome face. Dual cultivation with him would be a gain, not a loss. The fate of the chef was truly ironic. His parents obtained an immortal family sword technique, but were annihilated by covetous eyes. He carried a blood feud alone. The urgent task was to increase his strength and avenge his parents. Dual cultivation of the demonic technique and the sacred family intent sword was his only support. At this moment, he had to find someone handsome to avoid a loss. After thinking it over, she also descended. Never mind, she would just capture him and figure things out later. The pursuers were about to arrive. Lu Sun was scared stiff, only praying to heaven that she would not come near. Oh heavens, no sooner had he thought wildly than disaster struck. She was about to act. Now this level 1 alt account had nothing but a handsome face. He was just bluffing about a kidnapping. Geely came from a wealthy family. What did she know about kidnapping? Seeing Lu Sun scared, she asked gently, may I ask, can you come with me? Lu Sun was terrified, sweat pouring out, and he bashfully refused, no. He was incredibly infatuated with his looks, and her favorability suddenly skyrocketed. Even his bitter smile was handsome. Who could resist that? Oh heavens, was being handsome a crime? He remembered back when he used to grind games, he had to run until his legs broke to gain NPC favorability. He could not understand it. Truly, everywhere required good looks. The infatuated girl did not stop. Her eyes grew even more sparkling, her face more stunned by his beauty. Oh, that jawline, that profile was so beautiful. While mesmerized by Lu Sun's looks, the chef suddenly sensed a murderous aura. Oh heavens, that group of people had caught up. Lu Sun was still thinking. Could he reason with her? He just needed to reach a nearby city to apprentice under a true sect master. She could not hesitate any longer, so she hoisted Lu Sun up. Damn it, he had run into an expert. That group of people finally arrived. A half-veiled girl along with a few burly men had caught his scent. They were hunting down that little girl. They had to kill her. Only then would the pricey immortal sword and immortal cultivation mystery manual belong to them. They were determined to kill her no matter what. Ji Li carried Lu Sun, flying back and forth several times as if scouting the situation. Lu Sun was still full of questions, not understanding what she was doing. Could she be lost? Lu Sun's sweat and snot flowed continuously, and he still had no chance to speak. She just kept carrying him like an object. Lu Xun's face showed obvious exhaustion. She could do whatever she wanted. Lu Xun did not know the current situation, only relying on his experience to analyze. The pricey sword she carried was at the yellow martial level. Yellow martial equipment in Tiantian was already a treasure for commoners. A girl carrying a treasure, lost and running this fast. Lu Xun's whole face changed color, frozen stiff for 10 seconds. He was done for. Wasn't this chef being hunted? In the Tiantian continent, equipment was divided into mortal iron, magic tool, spirit tool, immortal tool, and divine tool. People distinguished them by color: white, yellow, blue, purple, and orange. Pricey robe was yellow equipment, meaning a magic tool. At the start of the game, yellow equipment was a treasure everyone dreamed of. In this world, who could not love the color yellow? She was already exhausted from carrying this guy. He kept jumping around and asking, "What's wrong? Are you lost?" The chef could not keep her calm. She wanted to slap this nosy guy. Seeing her draw her sword, Lu Xun thought his time was up and asked, "What do you want? Killing an innocent person won't help you find your way." He was always imagining wildly. She had no intention of killing him. If she wanted to kill him, she would have done it long ago. Why drag him along? She simply wanted to draw her sword to have it point the way. Instantly, the sword fell to the ground. With intelligent eyes, Lu Xun appeared very understanding, as if he had grasped the issue, his sword pointing wherever he went. But the result was not like that. Before the girl could finish her jump, she saw the familiar river. Lu Xun followed the direction of his sword, muttering to himself that there really was a difference. Whatever, no matter how she left, the main point was to enter the city. His hand was still raising its middle finger, probably cursing at life. The wind whipped his face. No matter how handsome he was, the discomfort could not be described. His dark soul and eyes were clearly looking at nothing in particular. The girl was focused on finding the way, while Lu Xun was lost in wild thoughts. He simply pretended he was riding on the back of a beautiful mount. Dusk had fallen. The scene was enchantingly beautiful. How peaceful could it be? She seemed to have grown tired, carrying him all the way, with nothing useful besides his handsome face. On top of that, this guy is lying right in her neck. What is this? Get down already. He used his only strength to calm that anger. With this extremely peak appearance, she felt enchanted, carefully putting him down bit by bit. Enough running, time to rest a bit. They had temporarily shaken off their pursuers. The girl was still worried. If they can track us, that would be truly terrifying. She turned to look at the guy she had been carrying all this way. Who was he really? He clearly had no aura, yet he wasn't panicked. She had brought him along this whole way, and he showed no fear at all. Strange. Before they even knew each other's names, he introduced himself. "I am Lu Xun." Not yet sure how to address him, Lu Xun continued, "If you are on the run, I need to know where this female demon came from." Her face turned completely red, and she shyly answered, "Ji Lai." She was truly blinded by his handsome face. What kind of power did Lu Xun's beauty hold? She had clearly thought of a fake name, yet ended up telling her real one. Ji Lai. This name was completely off Lu Xun's main storyline. Could she be some insignificant minor character? She would probably get chopped down by enemies soon. After all, she was young but had already started training cauldron disciples, carrying a giant golden greatsword on her shoulder. Gathering all the elements of an early death in Go wasn't easy. In the truly immortal atmosphere, before he could take a puff, Lu Xun's stomach started growling with hunger. Lu Xun was dazed, not knowing what the beautiful girl intended to do. Seeing her place her hand on his chest, he let his imagination run wild. In the end, it was just wishful thinking. Seeing Lu Xun's stomach growl, the girl pulled out a cake she had wrapped up and brought from home. With that fiercely adorable face, turned out she wasn't really a female demon. With such a gentle, cute, and shy personality, how could she ever harm anyone? There was only this one piece of cake left. Lu Xun couldn't bear to eat it alone, so he broke it in half and shared it with Ji Li. Seeing this, her heart raced and hearts practically shot out from her eyes. They hadn't enjoyed the space for long when those men had tracked their scent. She's definitely nearby. Find her quickly and kill her. Kill her. Completely exterminate the noble mansion. The treasures and divine techniques will all be ours. Too sudden. The girl didn't hesitate, stuffing the entire cake into Lu Xun's mouth. And then, just like that, the two of them lay on top of each other behind the bushes. This scene was no different from some intimate situation. The cake was still stuffed in Lu Xun's mouth. He didn't care about anything else, only asking if she had any water. What time was this to be eating cake and drinking tea? With his darkly imaginative mind, if the 22nd century female hooligan had heard him, she would have shot back a question. She took the water stored in the gourd bottle and handed it to him. Surely he would be polite and not put his mouth directly on the bottle, right? Polite. At this point he was dying of thirst. Lu Xun didn't care at all. He chugged the entire bottle of water as if he hadn't had a drink in ages. The girl was stunned. Wasn't this an indirect kiss? Seeing him drink like that, she felt a little disappointed. The female fiend with a keen sense of smell detected a very strong body scent. While her teammates smelled nothing, she insisted the little girl was here, immediately trying to find her, kill her, and snatch the treasure. Lu Xun's face went completely blank. This was bad. If they were discovered, his first day of rebirth would end right here, and he would naturally be seen as her man, having the reputation of a man, yet he was afraid of ghosts. The slightest breeze passing by made him scared out of his wits. Could this account not only be a decoy but also haunted? He immediately sent out an SOS signal. Before things even got started, it seemed they had already found Ji Lai's hiding spot. He didn't know who that woman was, but her nose was as sharp as a bloodhound's. He immediately advanced towards the bushes. The girl's tears flowed in streams. Die, then die, but I have to kill at least one of them. Father, mother, Lear, will... Lu Sun covered her mouth with his hand. The whole world seemed to turn pink before her eyes at his beauty. Don't breathe. You gave me half a cake, I'll repay you with one life. As a professional mercenary top player of the Celestial Dust realm, Lu Sun had at least 80 or 100 unused accounts lying around. Moreover, this ghostly wind valley was something Lu Sun knew like the back of his hand. Those people seemed distracted. What's that strange smell? I caught it again. Never mind, if it dares to come here, we'll destroy it. What is this thing? A strange purple creature that didn't look remotely scary appeared, sticking out its tongue to threaten. I am a ghost. With that expression, it must be really scary, right? Who was it trying to scare? Might as well just destroy it. Its appearance didn't seem to bother them much. They ignored it and continued their main mission of killing little Ji Lai. Seeing that, the poor creature got terribly sulky. It stuck out its tongue once and instantly pierced through all those people. This thing was indeed just like at the start. Its nickname, Newbie Destroyer, was well deserved. Having dealt with those people, it left. The girl was truly surprised. What the heck was that thing that helped us? Interesting. It was a good thing. As long as one knew the right method, even a 3-year-old could destroy it. Lu Sun stood up, intending to walk out. The girl was still panicked, tears streaming. What are you going to do? That thing hasn't gone far yet. In Lu Sun's extremely experienced eyes, that thing was a mobile experience pack. The purple thing heard the noise and turned back. The girl was terrified out of her wits, unable to think anymore. My heart is pounding. I'm definitely dead this time. Boo-hoo. Lu Sun straightened up like a proud rooster. It was time to show his heroic presence. He immediately stood up, his expression calm. You hide, hold your breath, and then watch my performance. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Sun's demeanor was heroic. The girl was worried. Could it be that he would rather die than become my cauldron disciple? I won't force you to be a cauldron disciple. You run quickly. That is a demon. She was worried for his safety, but he turned around to scare her. Don't be afraid, that is not a demon. It is a demon. Heavens above, I'm just a weak girl. Scaring me like that is going to be the death of me. The girl, scared out of her wits, foamed at the mouth and fainted. Lu Sun was helpless, so he showed his hand and stopped playing. This was a true beginner's grand gift pack. He chuckled slyly, having killed nearly 1,000 of them. That demon face looked very pleased. Lu Sun used his 2 middle fingers to stab straight into the head of the screaming ghost. The system announced the kill of a mountain ghost, granting 6666 experience points. Lu Sun checked the interface. Level 1 low stats. He urgently needed to find a sect and a cultivation technique. He turned to the girl who had fainted from fear of the ghost. Though young, her figure had curves. He poked her gently to wake her up, telling her it was all right. Lu Sun dreamed of a pink world, thinking improper thoughts, even getting a nosebleed. The girl woke up, asking if he was okay and where the ghost had gone. Under the sunset, Lu Sun appeared stronger than ever. Her eyes lit up with admiration and her fondness skyrocketed. Lu Sun was like a hypnotic drug. Whatever he said, she obeyed. He went to pick up miscellaneous equipment, totaling 97 coins, then gave it all to her. She thanked him repeatedly, her eyes lighting up again, which Lu Sun found strange. Among the items was a secret manual, the Eagle Claw, a common finger technique. Lu Sun thought the name sounded weird, telling her to put away and sell it for money. The system asked if he wanted to learn it, and he immediately chose to learn. Lu Sun's face tensed. He looked at her with a strange gaze, feeling it wasn't enough for self-defense. His expression changed again. The more he thought wildly, the more curious he made her. The girl was still naive, not understanding the meaning of that glance. The romantic scene amidst the mountains and forests, the two chatting, he didn't ask why she was being hunted. Lu Sun's answer made her break into a sweat, but she didn't feel awkward because she had once kidnapped people to be cauldrons. The girl seemed to go crazy, her body burning, demanding he be her only cauldron. She was about to say more when his good looks saved him. How could he be so handsome? Fine, she wouldn't quibble anymore, for the sake of his handsome face. They both stopped before a county city. The girl claimed she had a good sense of direction, and they had arrived at Kingmu County. Lu Sun was speechless, being dragged along by her, stopping before the city gate. This was a beginner village county he was very familiar with. On the way, she told him the current year was 3997, 3 years earlier than his beta test. He shyly wanted to find an inn to rest and wash up. 10 minutes later, they found a cheap inn with good quality. He imagined Lu Sun cared about her, and her favorability increased again. The innkeeper invited them in. Lu Sun answered decisively, staying over, give us the good room. The innkeeper asked if they wanted 1 room or 2. He turned around and asked the girl for her opinion. She replied that she wanted 1 room. He then settled on 2 rooms, making her blush, not understanding why. Lu Sun explained, taking 1 room would be disrespectful. Don't covet my body. After the long journey, he lay down thinking about his transmigration, and that his sister had insurance and would live well. He imagined his sister crying and missing her brother. His heart fluttered, feeling guilty. He told himself his sister had to be strong, and he also had to be resilient. While thinking, the girl peeked in the doorway, inviting him to sell weapons. Could it be she was afraid he would run away? He told her to rest assured he had nowhere to go anyway. She answered naively that she had been seen through, afraid of being cheated when selling goods. She pleaded with him to come along, promising to split the money half and half. Lu Sun didn't need the money, but he agreed on one condition. She panicked, not knowing what dangerous thing he planned to do. He said it was physically dangerous, demanding she take off her veil. She shyly said she would go wash her face first, thinking he was joking. That thin piece of veil couldn't hide anything anyway. Women's thoughts were hard to understand. After a moment, she washed her face clean, tidied up, and stood confidently before him. She coyly told him not to regret it. The sunlight shining on her made her even more beautiful. Lu Sun was almost moved to the point of sitting in jail because of her appearance. He told her she was still young not to learn about being a cauldron. There were still many chances to get stronger. Lu Sun felt embarrassed by his own thoughts, seeing she had a schoolgirl face but a grown woman's figure. But wouldn't that be like being in prison? Truly, those young girls never admit they are children, always insisting they are grown up. Hands on hips, looking quite imposing too. Suddenly someone appeared outside the door. She immediately went on guard. The newcomer's lightness skill was superb, completely undetected. If it were an enemy, I'm afraid she could not withstand it. The system indicated the person was not hostile, named Rong Yen but level unknown. Rong Yen did not know why she came. Lu Sun, still with his usual calm demeanor, stood up and opened the door. That same handsome face that captivates people's hearts made her freeze for a few seconds. Ah, nothing, I just came to the wrong place. Turning her back, she thought to herself that the kid opening the door up close actually shook her soul a bit. Could it be her mental state was not steady enough? She left, but Lu Sun keenly knew for sure she did not come by mistake. No one knocks on a door by mistake. She definitely had another purpose. Earlier before leaving, she glanced at that little girl from the other room. Could she have bad intentions? Seeing that, the girl also blamed herself. Indeed, she could not take off the veil. Lu Sun's face was really stupid like that. Then she asked, "Did you cover your face?" "My veil is so thick, I can't see anything." Huh. Looking at the sword she carried on her, it had a yellow wooden scabbard. This sword had a low-level appraisal eye spell cast on it. Oh, indeed, this was still the familiar Tianxuan world of Lu Sun. The Heavenly Dust Realm was a world dominated by cultivation immortals. Logically, killing for treasure, stealing fortune, and the conflict between good and evil were the norms of the cultivation world. Surely they existed everywhere. But the reality was not so. Cultivators in this world liked to do good deeds. Many acted chivalrously. However, in this world, there were immortal artifacts willing to sacrifice themselves for the lives of commoners. The knights here had chivalrous spirit. They would act righteously whenever they saw injustice. Overall, this world made one feel very comfortable. Adding this layer of appraisal eye, those with a lower level than Rong Yen would not be able to see through it. This was a natural Dharma artifact that would not incite greed for murder and treasure theft. He should stop overthinking. She had no idea what he was thinking. She pulled Lu Sun's arm to drag him to sell things. She spoke willfully. Seeing Lu Sun had not replied, she defaulted to him agreeing. In fact, actively taking action to protect the weak was a trait of cultivators from the heavenly god realm. But fortunately, if Rong Yen was here, one of the three most perfect starting points would be ready. Lu Sun did not resist, letting her drag him wherever. He was still thinking, as long as he seized the opportunity, he could carve out his own path in this world. The scene here was quite bustling, with people coming and going. Her face was full of pride after selling, not expecting to get so much money, finally not afraid of starving to death. Seeing her joy, Lu Sun said, "With that much money, won't you treat me to a good meal?" She replied, "With this much money, of course. What do you want to eat? Don't be polite." God, thinking she was so generous, turns out she only freely gave coins of 1 unit or less. Thinking it over and over, Lu Sun still felt suspicious, but she did not notice anything strange. She seemed to have no doubts at all. But Lu still found the woman who knocked on the door today suspicious. The little girl seemed very understanding. "Oh right, I originally meant to say, but forgot." But then again, what was suspicious about her? Lu Sun was completely helpless, not knowing how to explain, and thought to himself, "Those breasts must be big, right? It's using brains to exchange for them." According to Lu Sun, the woman earlier was a cultivator. This shocked the little girl, her mouth hanging open. Heaven and earth, this mouth. Why talk so loud? Might as well take a loudspeaker and shout on the street. Besides, this is a great opportunity. One must know humility. Her face was gleeful. Right, but how did you know? Lu Sun remained composed. Analyzing slowly, pointing at the sword on the table, he said, "Look and see if there is any problem." She squinted her eyes, hands supporting her chin, looking deeply thoughtful. But no one knew if that brain of hers would figure out the problem. Sure enough, her eyes sparkled. Is there a problem? Lu Sun was helpless for the 100th time. Is there a problem? No problem. The problem is not big. Lu Sun looked very annoyed, but still tried to explain. It had an appraisal eye spell added to it. Now in the eyes of Jianghu people, it is just an ordinary weapon. She seemed to discover something interesting. I understand now. If I take her as my master, who in this world would dare bully me anymore? I could also avenge my parents. That person is really amazing, even noticing such small details. Her favorability towards the guy from the other room increased again. He was truly beyond words. Basically, those things don't matter. What matters is whether that cultivator is watching us or not. In the quiet late night, the view from the window seemed romantic, but this pair only discussed irrelevant things. From outside came someone's voice. On the night of the full moon of July, don't go out, the gates of myriad ghosts are open. Ask not about life or death. So today was the full moon of July. Isn't that the ghost month? Suddenly her face darkened, eyes reddening. She said, do you think my parents can be reincarnated? It seemed the guy in the other room was missing his parents, missing his family a lot. Lu Sun also knew how to comfort. Good people will be rewarded. The two naturally fell into deep thought. Nighttime was when people were most vulnerable. Would good people truly be rewarded? Lu Sun looked outside. The sky was pouring rain. Everyone was bustling to find shelter. Suddenly Lu Sun remembered his little sister at home alone. At least she had the insurance money and would not have to worry until she graduated from college. Lost in thought, something suddenly happened. The sword on the table started to glow. Dharma artifact vibrating, a spiritual object was contending. It was a danger warning. If not mistaken, it seemed the opportunity had arrived. Lu Sun turned back, tightly grabbed the little girl's hand. Follow me, there's something interesting outside the window. A great opportunity. I wonder what interesting thing there is. Heavens, this guy. Something interesting in the middle of the night. Is it ghosts or what? My God, it seemed the girl was sending a distress signal. Out there were indeed many ghosts, but every one of them was as tattered as this. They did not seem scary. The ghosts of the heavenly dust realm differed from Blue Star. They were formed from gathered resentment, not a single resentful spirit. The activity during the ghost month was exactly a demon-killing convention. First time seeing a world where seeing ghosts made one so happy. Lu Sun's eyes were full of greed. So many ghosts, truly magnificent. This must be how much experience. Thus, the person with rich experience in killing ghosts surprised everyone. The girl was scared green in the face, almost frothing at the mouth. But that guy still dragged her hand, saying, come on, let's go down, brother dear. Be considerate, you're scaring me to death. The man looked resolute. Why was she so timid? Today was a great opportunity. She had to go even if she did not want to. So Lu Sun carried the still unconscious girl on his back. Before setting off, he wanted to confirm once more if she was really there. Outside, many ghosts were playing and laughing loudly, looking very cheerful. The demons in this world were truly adorable and lively. Lu Sun was overjoyed. She was indeed there. It seemed his prediction was correct. As long as Rongyan appeared, she would appear too. This opportunity was one of the three most wonderful beginnings in Tianzhuan, and he absolutely could not miss it. After the fright that caused her to faint and foam at the mouth, the girl finally regained consciousness. Before she could even collect herself, she saw Lu Sun carrying her somewhere, leaving her no time to react. He was taking her to find a cultivator to become her master. This made the girl seem determined to see it through. Finding a cultivator to take you as a disciple is your only chance, Ji Lei. No matter what you see, you must stay awake, do not faint again. Absolutely not. It seemed they had arrived and she was over there. As expected of a cultivator during a time like this when ghosts walked in droves, she could still sit calmly at the main gate to protect the people's safety. Seeing the two of them suddenly come looking for her, she still sat there leisurely cracking sunflower seeds and asked, do you two have business here? Really? Amidst a crowd of ghosts, a girl was jumping and playing happily with them. She caught sight of Lu Sun's dashing good looks. She was just like any other girl, frozen in place for 5 seconds. His beauty seemed to brighten up the entire dark sky. While she was still dazed, a ghost standing right behind her startled her, and her heart nearly jumped out of her chest. That made her extremely angry, and she immediately started yelling at those ghosts. But none of them dared to stand before her. They all cowered. Who was this girl that even ghosts were afraid of her? She was truly fierce and arrogant, not like that other girl who fainted at the sight of a ghost. This girl looked ferocious and shouted, I'll chop you all to death, die. Then she rushed to fight with the ghosts. Lu Sun watched the scene and could only sigh, so much experience, but none for me. Those ghosts were all level 40 or above. Even a level 30 could not handle them. Who was she? Just who was she? After dealing with the ghosts, she looked towards Lu Sun, who was half hidden behind a pillar. Hey, you have been standing there watching all day. Do not think I did not notice. Having said that, she walked over and pointed her finger right at him. The atmosphere suddenly became eerily quiet. Suddenly she flew up and said, "Criminal, my seat is short one handsome mount. Are you willing?" In this world, were creatures that had awakened spiritual intelligence. Like in the legends, after accidentally awakening their spiritual intelligence, they absorbed the essence of the sun and moon to cultivate into human form. However, the essence of the sun and moon was not easy to absorb, so they often woke up earlier than roosters, slept later than dogs, and worked more than oxen. After 100 years, their path of cultivation became even more arduous. The years spent were very long, consuming several decades, or even 100 years, to yield results. Through the long, endless years, they continuously strengthened and perfected themselves, making themselves increasingly perfect. And in the end, they became the mounts of the immortals. While his mind was still dazed, a mount. Taking a person as a mount was indeed rare. Thinking about it again, it was not quite right. After all, there were mounts costing a few hundred, a few thousand, or even tens of thousands of coins. His imagination had reached a high level already, do not misunderstand. It was a mount, surprised old woman? She introduced herself. "My name is Nan Bei. Becoming my mount is the honor of your lifetime." She was a Yao named Nan Bei. From Lu Xun's understanding, she was a unique great Yao that appeared in the mid-game. The image of the cat-eared girl was deeply etched in people's hearts, and countless fools pursued her. Although countless people wanted to be her mount, this brother here had no intention of writing a stupid power fantasy, where the protagonist became a cat-eared girl's mount right from the start. That woman stepped forward and clasped her hands in front of the cat-eared girl, showing great respect. "Little Grandmaster Uncle, doing this is against the rules." Good heavens, little Grandmaster Uncle? This little girl really was surprising. Upon hearing this, she seemed a bit stubborn. What is wrong with the rules? Are rules not meant to be broken? The woman still gently advised, while carrying her on one shoulder. "Little Grandmaster Uncle, it is fine to say that outside, but do not let the law enforcement elder hear it." Hearing that, she still sounded very childish. "Ah, I am his uncle, master. Am I supposed to be afraid of him? Besides, I did not say that. Second senior sister did. If he has the guts, let him go pick a fight with second senior sister." Having said that, she turned around to ask Luke Sun's opinion. "Have you thought it over? Be my handsome mount. I lack no cultivation techniques, magic treasures, or spiritual pills and wondrous medicines. How about it?" Over there, the girl heard that tempting offer and feared Luke Sun might abandon her and go. The smile seemed to be a chuckle, but on Lu Sun's face it usually signaled that he was starting to scheme. No one knew what Lu Sun was plotting, but he immediately flattered her, surprising everyone. "How can there be someone so beautiful? You are truly powerful, sir." Cat-eared girl was pleased to hear that. "Of course, I came here to eliminate a ghost king nearby. Those few hundred fierce ghosts you saw just now, I slashed them all clean with one blade." Luke Sun continued his sweet talk. "Then your sect must be very formidable too, right?" "Thanks, I want to go to your sect to take a look first before I decide. Is that okay?" This guy was acting deep. He already had another scheme in mind. As long as he got to her sect, this perfect beginning would be secured. Seeing this, the cat-eared girl acted cold and disdainful. Why so many questions? I do not like people asking too many questions." It was that familiar tactic of showing off his good looks again. Lu Sun knew exactly how to charm people at the right moment. Lu Sun's handsome looks had tamed many difficult girls. His face was as if it could control others. Of course, it was fine. Having said that, he did not forget to remind the other girl, "I have said my part, now it is your turn. Hurry up and speak, hurry up and sell your sob story, so they will accept you as a disciple." The girl was too embarrassed to say it easily. There was no choice. Matters of eloquence still had to be handled by Lu Sun. His face tightened. Luckily, when he was selling accounts, he often haggled with buyers, or else it would have been a mess. Lu Sun took over again. "This young lady's background is very tragic, truly shocking to the present age, a real scene of human misery. Her parents, blah blah blah, in order to take revenge." This guy started telling a story to gain sympathy. He acted deeply, crying and everything. They should quickly give him the Hollywood Acting Award. He had successfully gained sympathy. Even the cat-eared girl's eyes were glistening. So that is it. This little girl has indeed suffered a lot. He acted so deeply and was so smooth talking that even the silly girl herself felt sorry for herself, as if she had just heard someone else's story. Wah wah wah, I am really that miserable? She was so foolish that Luke Sun could only curse inwardly. "Please be serious for a moment. I am helping you sell your sob story here. What are you crying for?" But on the surface, he remained very calm. Now only the final step was needed for success. Push her head down and let them accept her as a disciple. He had to comfort himself, saying he did well, almost dying of embarrassment here. "She finally agreed to take me as a disciple. This senior sister even helped me attach a certification mark to my spiritual sword and eliminated the wandering ghost." Thinking they were all from the righteous immortal sect, Ji Lai requested to join. Having followed Lu Sun for a long time, he had learned to speak cleverly and had already known to steal the conversation. Well, give him a like, but wait, Ji Li just said these two were from the righteous immortal sect. The cattered girl upon hearing that laughed with delight, tears streaming down her face. Ji Li looked confused, not understanding what was happening, or had he said something wrong. She called herself a woman from the demon sect. What was this? The demon sect sounded dangerous just by name, but this chubby sister secretly helped. It did not match the title at all. After thinking it over, he had to turn to Lu Sun for help, wondering what he would let him do. Lu Sun quickly nodded to signal. He had already nodded. At this point there was no other choice. The girl immediately knelt and kowtowed, requesting to join the sect. Cattered girl was stunned for a moment. She sneered, "Fine, do not cry or regret it later. Now I will test your cultivation aptitude." The atmosphere became solemn. "Miss Ji Li, please stand up." The girl obeyed, standing up straight. She still held the cattered girl in her arms and did not forget to tell Ji Li to relax his mind, not to think of anything, and prepare for the aptitude test. The girl closed her eyes tightly, letting her use some magic technique to test him. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. It was 8 rings. Cattered girl was smug. "Only 1 ring less than me, truly a fine gem." Lu Sun was full of question marks. This girl just wanted to show off. 8 rings and 8 rings bone structure was indeed a decent talent. Li was overjoyed, so he had passed. She passed easily, but the path of cultivation ahead would require much more effort. Now all curiosity turned to Lu Sun. That girl's bone structure was 8, so how many was his? Exciting. He was also nervous inside, curious about his own number. Then it was done. This time it was truly surprising, perfectly surprising. Lu Sun only had 1 ring, truly speechless. He almost had a blood pressure drop, truly embarrassing. Almost forgot he had dumped all his points into charisma. So it turned out he only had a pretty face with no talent. Lu Sun was just a useless pretty boy, so disappointing. Now they went shopping for some items to prepare for the departure back to the sect. This time Ji Li was determined to cultivate properly. He tugged at Lu Sun's sleeve in various ways. Lu Sun also cleverly encouraged him. Yes, that is good. Many thoughts emerged. The girl had more motivation. Entering the demon sect was unknown. What if the strong bullied the weak? With poor bone structure, he would definitely be bullied. But I will definitely cultivate hard to protect him. In this world, the sects of the Tian Chen continent were countless, among which the righteous path had 4 leading great sects. First was 10,000 Sword Mountain, next was One Sword Mountain, Asura Sky Sect, and finally was Nether Sky Sect. The names of the 4 great sects read separately were fine, but arranged in pairs, the first 2 seemed to oppose each other. The latter 2 looked like lovers. 10,000 Sword Mountain believed 10,000 swords were the essence, learning many sword techniques to comprehend the way of the sword. One Sword Mountain believed one sword breaking 10,000 techniques was the essence, practicing only one sword for a lifetime. In reality, 10,000 Sword Mountain and One Sword Mountain both originated from the same Sword Mountain, but split due to 2 differing cultivation philosophies. As for Azure Sky Sect and Nether Sky Sect, they purely had ancestors who liked the word sky, and had no relation. On the demonic and heretical side, there were 3 great sects: Spring, Autumn, Forest, Boundless Mountain, and the Demon Sect. Finally, everyone finished shopping and set off for the sect. The Demon Sect disciples were waiting to take in new members. Ji Li wondered how could such a big bag be carried. All items, many items. Could she lift them onto her shoulder so lightly? It was all thanks to the ring she wore. It had a strange magic. Truly miraculous. The girl gaped in astonishment. Truly speechless. He had never even seen a backpack. She was truly a pitiful child. Now it should be called a storage bag. She announced they would depart by flying sword. Her body was too large, so how was the flying sword? It must also be very large, flying a sword like an immortal. She tossed her sword up and lightly stood on the flying sword. Then it was everyone's turn to follow. The girl threw a purple gem, which transformed into a super huge giant bird. "Ji Li, this is my mount. All of you follow me up." The bird had a helpless face. Ji Li and the cat-eared girl climbed up. Lu Sun frantically climbed a ladder just to get on. Extremely humiliating. He sounded like he had used all his strength to climb up in misery. Everyone's eyes were on her. Standing on such a small sword, was it stable? Would she fall? A cultivator cannot be thought of with common sense. Rong Yan's flying sword named Red Peak carried a good wish. The cat-eared girl handed Ji Li an item. "Take it. This is the entry technique of the demon sect." After saying that, she looked at Lu Sun, saying he was getting green but the person was not. "Before becoming my mount, you have nothing to do with the demon sect. Do not secretly learn." Lu Sun's face was full of disappointment. Why be so harsh? Well, fate had decreed it. He had to accept it. Regardless, Lu Sun still coveted that technique. Even if he could not learn it, could he at least touch it for a moment? He really did look pitiful. That little cat girl knew how to hit a sore spot well. No ambition, go ahead and try. The name sounded useless, but Lu Sun's craving made him abandon his pride. Though her name was Nan Bai the cat, there was still a kind of venomous person called Gudongxi. Before deciding whether to learn it or not, once a cultivation technique was confirmed, it could not be changed. He hesitated too, but who would refuse a free technique? He absorbed it right away. The system notified him that he had learned the reality Kai art, with the current progress at 0 level. It was a pity he had no experience yet because he had to complete the perfect opening, so he could not choose any technique. However, he had to admit the touch felt good. The little cat girl was still obsessed with making Lu Sun her mount, constantly tempting him. If he agreed, she would let him feel an even better sensation. Becoming my mount would grant you access to the holy land of the wise sect, the little study hall. On normal days, intersect disciples, deacons, and regular elders could not enter either. Ji asked curiously, even at the sect, did he still have to go to school? As if he had grasped Lu Sun's intention. That was right, the place he wanted to go was precisely that little study hall. The Tianchen continent had 3 openings that were almost impossible to achieve, and entering the little study hall of the sect was one of them. This was the sect, the little study hall. Getting in here was just the beginning. The hardest part was becoming a disciple of the little study hall's master. In the past, hundreds of thousands of players had tried, but only one had been accepted as a disciple. However, that man died suddenly from exhaustion. Lu Sun had envied him when he read that news, and now he unexpectedly found himself in a similar situation. Rong Yen stood at a distance and instructed that if he wanted to become a Masek disciple, he must remember the rules and not be defiant. Absolutely do not imitate little martial uncle grandmaster. The little cat girl was annoyed when she heard that. I just forget the rules easily, so what? A straight tree is not afraid of standing crooked. She was still angry. Rong Yen continued, our third sect rule is chi-chi-cha. The Masect strictly adhered to rules, and these rules all came from the master of the little study hall. Though small in stature, she clasped her hands and listened with great authority. The sect rules were enough. Next, to talk about important matters, the Ma sect was divided into 3 areas: the outer sect, the inner sect's main peak, and the little study hall behind the mountain. So Ji Li was an outer sect disciple. Rong Yan was an inner sect disciple. As for the little cat girl, she was a direct disciple of the little study hall's master. Even as a mount, she held the seniority of martial uncle grandmaster compared to the inner sect. Lu Sun broke out in a sweat. She was clearly saying this for him to hear. Wasn't the meaning too obvious? Listening made his heart weak. He accepted his place. Why speak such hurtful words? Ji Li asked, Master, do we also have to go to school in our Ma sect? What master? Calling him that was because he liked it, not because he was a real teacher. The more that cat girl spoke, the more arrogant she became. Only Lu Sun was constantly drenched in sweat. Outer sect disciples could not attend lectures, only someone as refined as myself. That lovely cat girl was truly incurable. Her mouth was too sharp. Speaking of the master in the Tianchen world, no one knew how strong he truly was. Some said if he was not the final boss, this place would be a joke. Hearing that was terrifying. The master's talent for showing off was truly formidable. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the sect. Ji Li stared blankly but could not see the sect anywhere. This place very mysterious? Ordinary people could not see it. The cat girl even scared him, saying that by the time he saw it, he would be dead. He was completely stunned. Only that little martial uncle grandmaster could lead them in. Rong Yan's token only allowed her to enter alone. That girl was relentless in her teasing, mentioning that this grand formation was set up by her master. After saying that, she used a red token. So it turned out she had been talking all along just to persuade Lu Sun to become her mount. She kept talking, but Lu Sun stubbornly remained silent, even asking for more time to think. Lu Sun thought to himself having a high charm stat was not good either. He felt every woman in this world coveted his body. He had to quickly become a disciple under the master, or he would sooner or later become a dried up corpse. Just thinking about it was terrifying. One wanted to catch him as a cauldron, another want him as a mount. Even a steel waist could not withstand that. It was truly wondrous. Before his eyes appeared the Ma sect, beautiful and mysterious. For Lu Sun, seeing the Ma sect for the first time was unbelievable. Where was the dense demonic energy? Where were the mountains of swords and seas of blood? No need to worry about the Ma sect's rules. Just remember one phrase: roam the heavens and earth, have no shame in your heart. That phrase was taught to that little cat girl by the master. He was truly too profound. After thinking a long time, Lu Sun still could not understand the Ma sect's guiding principle. In this place, those several mountains looked very strange. It was indeed bizarre. Other famous mountains were shaped like swords. Why did this one look like a sword sheath? The inside looked like a sword sheath, but the origin of this mountain was by no means small. He was truly curious. He wondered how extraordinary that mountain was. According to Rong Yan, the origin of this mountain was huge. It was not small. A not small origin meant it was very big. That woman spoke as if it was nothing. She started babbling nonsense. She talked too much nonsense, and that little girl got angry and immediately gave her a rap on the head. The last time she heard such rambling was probably last time, truly moving to tears. For the crime of rambling, she received a large bone-like lump on her head. Do not provoke this little cat girl. She corrected him, saying the origin of this mountain was unknown, but it was the mountain for welcoming newcomers. Do not listen to her nonsense. Heavens, even an honest senior was capable of fabricating a story. Before the bird had even landed, the crowd below was shouting thunderously, "We welcome little Marshal Uncle Grandmaster back to the sect." Everyone descended easily, but only Lu Sun had to awkwardly climb down a ladder. He even fell and bruised his rear. The cat girl ordered a subordinate to summon Elder Chun Shui, saying she had brought back a good seed. Upon hearing the little cat girl say she had brought a good seed back, Elder Chun Shui rushed over immediately, looking eager. As soon as she arrived, she was stunned by Lu Sun's beauty. 10 women, all 10 would be fooled by a handsome man. One more was stunned for 5 seconds. The man was too handsome. Seemed to glow in the sunlight. She ran over and shyly asked Luke's son, was the disciple little Marshal Uncle had brought back this person. Before he could answer, that little girl started taunting, "What do you want to do with my mount?" Oh heavens, so he was a mount, a human? Her little Grandmaster Uncle really knows how to have fun. Actually, the person brought in for introduction today was Ji Lai. She wasn't even noticed by Mazong Elder Chun Shui. She was the good seed he wanted to introduce, a talent with 8 rings. Oh my, 8 rings and 2 stars, a treasure, my apologies. My name is Chun Shui. You can find me for any matter, big or small, in Mazong, and you can even take me as your master. His eyes were still fixed on the handsome Lu Sun, our Lu Sun. Good heavens, of all things to ask, he had to ask how many rings Lu Sun had. The cat-eared girl helplessly raised one finger, and everyone thought it was 10 rings. Unbelievable, aside from ancient great powers, no one has ever had 10 rings. Who exactly is this number 1 peerless genius? With talent like this, could he be an immortal descended to the mortal world? Before he could even show off, he already had his pants over his head. He only has 1 ring, where would 10 come from? He looks so bright, yet no one thought he would act like this. Everyone was embarrassed for him, even the cat-eared girl's subordinates. Everyone pretended to be deaf, arms around each other's shoulders, walking away. Oh my, what a waste of that fair and handsome face. Lu Sun was still optimistic, turning to ask the cat-eared girl if passing the outer sect trial would let him join Mazong. Of course, it would, but would you rather be an outer sect disciple than be my mount? His face went stupid, and he even put on a shy act, scratching his head in all sorts of ways. It's not that, I just asked casually. I also have another question. Then what if I want to become the master's disciple? This guy is crazy. All eyes turned to him again, everyone looking with speechless expressions, surely joking. The space was filled with contempt. That guy with a pretty shell, but comprehension of only 1 ring was being serious. Oh my, with 1 ring wanting to become the master's disciple, truly a pipe dream. The cat-eared girl was helpless. Oh well, no wonder you're the mount I fancy. You have spirit, you have ambition. Master takes disciples on a whim, with a different reason each time. When he took me, the reason was he liked cats and wanted a cat demon as a disciple. This time the reason is simple too. Are you sure you want to know? Of course, this time Lu Sun had meticulously studied the art of becoming a disciple for 3 days. As long as the conditions matched, there was absolutely no failure. To become the master's disciple, there are 3 conditions. First, be a mortal with no cultivation. Second, be under 30 years of age. Lu Sun felt all factors were suitable. There is a third condition. Jump from this position to the ground and not die. Oh my, what is this? Even with cultivation, jumping down would kill you, let alone someone without cultivation. That height is 18,000 miles. Without using spells, even an elder would surely die. System displayed a question. Activate special hidden mission. Join the rear mountain little master's studio. Just as Lu Sun thought. Indeed, becoming the master's disciple was not easy. Lu Sun began to move as if executing a challenge. Seeing this, Ji Li was scared out of her wits. Lu Sun, what do you think you're doing? Don't be impulsive. The cat-eared girl was also surprised. Becoming my mount counts as joining the master's sect, with seniority equal to Chun Shui. Lu Sun was too reckless. What was he trying to do? Everyone worriedly ran after him to stop him. What is happening? The body is so heavy, everyone seemed immobile. He just jumped up to execute the challenge. No one could stop him. He stood on the mountain and jumped down. Everyone was already mourning him. It would be such a pity for someone so handsome to die. Ji Li was crying so much she almost fainted. The cat-eared girl was stunned. Could it be he would rather die than be my mount? But during the fall into the abyss, an invisible force pressed heavily on his body. What was that? The cat-eared girl ordered someone to go down and check immediately. Alive, they must see the person. Dead, they must see the corpse. She couldn't let her mount be left out in the wild. What was that force? Shocking, the peak lords and even the sect master had arrived. Seeing him lying flat on the ground, the cat-eared girl was also moved. Brat, you never cause small trouble. But the master has gone traveling. He is not at the rear mountain. Your jump was in vain. Everyone felt sorry for him. Such a good appearance was such a waste. As they were lost in thought, a group of unfamiliar people suddenly appeared. He was the Mazong sect master Shen Yan. Due to practicing fire attribute techniques, he didn't have a single strand of hair left on his body. He curiously asked if that was the kid who jumped from the guiding mountain. It turned out they were attracted by the invisible force generated when Lu Sun jumped down. With his strength of the 8th realm, he still couldn't trace what that power was. The cat-eared girl held him back. No way. Picking a mount on a whim, and it had a mysterious identity. Could this be causing trouble again? He lay motionless, his backside covered in blood, his face bruised purple like a dried iron ingot. But his meridians were still pulsing. He wasn't dead. Life force 100%. Resurrection count 2 out of 3. He truly was still alive. Then didn't that mean he had accomplished what the master left behind? But unfortunately, the master was not here. No one could decide in his place. If the master took him in, Luke's son would be their grandmaster uncle. The cat-eared girl had an excited face, probably thinking the senior sister already knew about this. She'll probably say something soon. The master did say it was fine. Activate special hidden mission. Join the Rear Mountain Little Master's studio. Completed. This place was the Forbidden Hall of Mazong at the Rear Mountain. After joining, Ji Li had completely changed her attire. She eagerly looked forward to seeing Luke's son's condition today, hoping he was better than yesterday. Stopping before a lake, indeed it was here. Pay respects to Grandmaster Uncle. That person was the master's second disciple, the second senior sister of the cat Grandmaster Uncle. Very strange. When she arrived, she sat cross-legged. When she left, she still sat cross-legged. Cat Grandmaster Uncle said she didn't like being disturbed. No one knew when she would stop sitting cross-legged. When they returned home, the cat-eared girl was still sleeping soundly, snoring. It seemed it wasn't even dawn yet. She yawned until tears flowed. The disciple's report was done. She collapsed and went back to sleep. Truly a sleepy cat. He looked like just a child, but he hated being called a kid. Whoever called him that, he would argue fiercely. Had Ji Li finally met the person she wanted to see? She just wanted to go back quickly to see Luke's son's expression. He was still lying motionless on the bed. Indeed, the sect elder's spiritual medicine was miraculous. He was recovering quickly and no one knew when he would wake. This head seemed most worried about Luke's son, harboring a special affection for him. But when he recovered, she could no longer stay by his side, and would not see him for a long time. In this world, the only person she knew and had left was him. He played an important role for Ji Li, being her only family. But now he was a legend in the sect. Many people spread rumors about him, about the beautiful, lucky youngest martial uncle, or about him leaping into the abyss in pursuit of the great Tao, without changing his expression. Similar to A, the lovesickness condition seemed to have taken root somewhere. She gently fed Luke's son a pill. To her at this moment, compared to not being able to see him, she preferred to see him healthy. Exactly the type to wish to sacrifice everything for her love. Oh my, that little cat just woke up now. So there was a guest. Greetings, Master Uncle. I came to see how little martial uncle's injuries are recovering. This little girl was still sleepy, answering curtly, seeming not too bothered with worldly affairs, only wanting to sleep. Well then, the annoying guy was willing to stay here a bit longer so she could wake up. Hearing that, she ran off quickly. Well then, this place is yours now, bye-bye. Seemed like she was tired of being here too long. She just wanted to go play. This personality was indeed hopelessly childish. This guy seemed to have another agenda. Now no one could stop him. Faced with Luke's son's peerless beauty, Ji Li still couldn't pull herself away. How could someone be so beautiful down to the finest detail? What taste would those beautiful lips have, she wondered. While still dazed, she noticed someone standing outside. The annoying guy walked in. He replied that he came to visit the little martial uncle. But in his heart, there was still much hatred and anger because when saving Luke's son, the rare spiritual pill he had hidden for years was used up. Moreover, it was the legendary divine many-fleshed white bone. Such good treasure, even if Luke's son were his disciple, he would be reluctant to give it. He seemed to have come today for revenge. Having taken out such a good treasure, today he would have to reclaim something. What did this famously stingy sect master intend to do to Luke's son? Could it be that, because Luke's son used his immortal pill, he planned to lay hands on him? Ji Li was truly panicked and scared. He grabbed her hand. Oh heavens, her whole body froze stiff. What was his intention? Sect master, you wouldn't be threatening me into doing something heinous, would you? No matter how much that man used affectionate eyes or a kind smile, he could not hide his apparent cunning. Ji Li, your talent is not bad. If you had a famous master on the path of immortality, your future would be bright. That pill was pitifully small. He gave the head a flame essence, saying her physique was suited to cultivating fire techniques and carrying it would be beneficial. She was still wondering why he gave her the essence. Could he be this kind today? Then he turned to leave, actually just waiting for Ji Li to call him back, fulfilling his objective. Sect master, why would you give me such a valuable item? She finally asked. He had achieved his goal. The reason sounded so absurd, because this seat cherishes talent. And then he left. Having received such a treasure, she felt the sect master might not be so scary after all. As for him, he was still smug. After this move, when the girl entered the inner sect to choose a master, she would definitely choose him. A stingy high-level master, so stingy that the disciples under him had almost no training resources. It had been decades. It had truly been a long time since he had any intelligent disciple choose him. It sounded pitiful, but it would be strange if anyone chose him. He did not realize that his own stinginess caused him to have no disciples, and instead confidently declared, "This time, this seat will absolutely not let go." The cattered little girl was still daydreaming about running and jumping. She felt happy to have a fool take her place. It had probably been a long time since she last ran so freely. Now it was time to go to second senior sister. Bamboo Forest transformed into a cat flying very fast to that place. As soon as she arrived, she was grabbed by the back of the neck by second senior sister. She turned back into a cat in her arms. It also confided its feelings. Senior sister, this trip down the mountain had many interesting things. The most interesting was little junior brother, who was originally my mount. This made her freeze. This cat only saw him as handsome and lusted after his body. She didn't do anything heinous. She was just talking nonsense. Now she got tapped on the head. It also acted angry and pouted at the senior sister, but its childish nature never faded. No longer angry, senior sister, this trip down the mountain had many toys. Let me tell you all about them. It was already dark, and the cattered girl returned to her old spot in the mountain sect. Dee Lee was still there, not stopping marveling at Luke Sun's radiant appearance. He truly was always this handsome. Suddenly, Luke Sun's body stirred, as if awakening from a long period of unconsciousness. Luke Sun wanted water. Hearing this, the cattered girl rushed in from somewhere, stuffed an entire water bottle into him until it was full, let him drink as much as he wanted. Stuffing him like that would choke him to death. Though it turned out she was pretending to sleep. Opening his eyes, Luke Sun had no idea how long he had been unconscious. He thought he would be resurrected on the spot, but the resurrection point only kept a single drop of blood. This brat must be poisonous. Seeing Luke Sun recover, the cattered girl was overjoyed. Such a physique was wasted if not used as a mount. His injuries were severe, but he only slept for 3 or 4 days. Even he didn't think he would recover so fast. HP was full. He felt he had gained a few more attributes. The annoying guy seemed to have successfully won over the girl Ji Lei. She was still praising him. It was the sect master. The sect master gave him the immortal pill. The sect master was very generous. Calling her foolish was an understatement. She was truly knave. Saying that, Lu Sun struggled to sit up with all his strength. If he had the chance, he must thank him. Good heavens, barely awake, he was performing all these strange actions. His whole body was still bandaged. Moving like that would surely break his bones again. But it was indeed hard to explain. How could a mortal without cultivation like him hold on to a single breath and not die? This was extremely strange. That strange strength and good looks of his were taking effect again. That face made people unable to trust him. The cattered girl shook her head a few times to sober up and break free from the charm. Wait, don't think you can use looks to get past me. Lu Sun naturally had a family heirloom. The system had a set number of revival chances, and he considered it a treasure in this world. The two family heads' mouths hung wide open, truly too formidable. They must be from a prestigious clan. Phew, Luke Sun managed to cover it up. If he had spoken out, the demon sect would have been revealed to have an unclaimed treasure. Luke Sun was just waiting for a higher level to go pick up a big glowing treasure. That was a good item. He was still dazed, lost in random thoughts, not forgetting something. Was he? The cattered girl shrieked, realizing he hadn't addressed her as senior sister. What a brat. The Ji Li family head over there covered her mouth, silently laughing, relieved that Luke Sun was awake after a fall that nearly killed him. Just awake and already raising his voice at people. Did you know how worried we were while you were lying flat? And then pointing at me asking what I'm laughing at. Did you forget something too? That innocent look truly showed he didn't understand anything. It turned out Luke Sun was demanding that she call him Grandmaster Uncle. Well, he had just returned from the dead, so she reluctantly agreed. What a waste of worry for him while he was playing tricks. Perfunctory greeting to the senior sister made the cattered girl furious. You're being perfunctory with me. Believe me, I'll bite you. So wicked, truly only good at using good looks to lure people. Fine, I'll let it slide for your handsome face. I don't know how long I'll be stuck standing here when he uses that face. Get dressed and follow me. The second senior sister wants to see you. Indeed, being handsome means you can do whatever you want. The second senior sister sat motionless there, not distinguishing day from night. Now the cattered girl brought Lu Sun to meet her. Greetings, second senior sister. I have brought the junior brother. Luke Sun respectfully paid his respects to the second senior sister. Calling, Luke Sun had heard that no one had ever seen the real face of the second senior sister Xiao Man, only that she stuttered. As for how those others knew, Luke Sun was also unclear. She tossed out a book, and Luke Sun quickly caught it firmly. This manual was a practical energy technique, but thicker than usual. It turned out to be an annotated version, a treasure within a treasure for newcomers. But for Luke Sun, in the end, it was of no use. Well then, he also gave a polite thanks for the second senior sister's welcome gift. Luke Sun also turned around and demanded a gift from the cattered girl. His gaze was so strange that the meal kitten fell silent. His eyes were shining brightly. Just looking at him was enough to understand what he wanted to say. Was this a strategy of expression through eyes? Second senior sister gave a gift, aren't you giving one? So shameless, how could this brat's eyes contain so much information? It really upset the cat. Well, since he asked for it, she gave him the only ring she had left. Lu Sun thanked her perfunctorily, nothing faster than receiving the gift. Received equipment, if worn, the backpack space would increase by 30. The little cat, despite her appearance, was afraid her gift wasn't valuable enough, afraid he would despise it. Well, she had to be arrogant to the end. Don't despise it, I seriously thought about it. You can't use anything higher level right now. Lu Sun acted very appreciatively. How would he dare to despise it? And it was a gift from the fourth senior sister. Unexpected, he was actually satisfied with just a ring. Good thing he was pleased. The Ji Li family head also appeared, and the second senior sister made a sign only the cat-eared girl understood. She wanted everyone to leave first. Even Lu Sun didn't know much about her, only that she seemed to dislike talking. Many fireflies appeared around, and the Ji Li family head happily caught one. She was as delighted as if she had found something precious. Why are you so happy? Because you woke up. She was truly happy, truly joyful for our Lu Sun. Come a little closer to me, thinking a romantic scene would unfold in this peaceful, picturesque place. Lu Sun flicked the girl's forehead and then laughed with delight. So confusing, he just happily jumped up and ran away. The Grandmaster Uncle wanted to flick so he could flick. Why so many? This guy is evil upon waking up, touching the cat-eared girl and playing the old game. Then it shouldn't be a problem if I, the senior sister, flick you one too, right? Truly, the wicked never live peacefully. Payback for payback, Lu Sun. Back home, Lu Sun was still hyperactive. But wait, the Ji Li family head was only allowed into the junior disciple quarters to take care of Lu Sun. Now that he was recovered, wouldn't she have to leave? So sad, looking at his silhouette from behind, she felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, but he had no idea. Lu Sun asked, fourth senior sister. The second senior sister gave me the practical energy technique manual. Can I let Ji Li borrow it to study? Since it was the second senior sister's gift, he now had full authority to arrange it. So that meant the Ji Li family head and Lu Sun were now alone. Every action of Lu Sun was slowly twisting her heart. Follow me into the room. Look, Ji Li was blushing all over, her pretty face filled with shyness and embarrassment. Lu Sun gave her the book the second senior sister had given him, full of notes useful for cultivation. That was a thank you gift for her efforts these past few days. Actually, such a valuable item. No family head would dare accept it. He was also clever. I've already memorized it. Newly received book, when did he memorize it? He had memorized it immediately upon receiving it from the second senior sister. Truly unbelievable, he memorized it right upon receiving it. Wasn't that too unreasonable? But Lu Sun was full of confidence, even challenging to open any page to test him. Lu Sun wanted to increase the difficulty even further. She had to ask for the notes of the second senior sister instead of the original, to test if he could be trusted, the third note on page 2. This step could not be rushed, it had to be done slowly. The seventh note on page 15. Use acupoints to guide the energy flow, do not resist too much. No matter what she asked, he recited it fluently, as if he had memorized the entire thing. Lu Sun felt proud. Just by skimming the book, the system would automatically store it. This skill was truly heaven-defying. In Ji Li's eyes, Lu Sun was like a great man. She looked at him with admiration, thinking to herself that he was talented, handsome, and considerate. If he was going to be chivalrous, he might as well go all the way, but Lu Sun was only half chivalrous. He told her to sleep on the bed while he slept on the floor. The love-struck girl then wanted to sleep with the handsome man, saying the bed was big enough for two. It was unclear what he was thinking, but he insisted on cultivating. Outside the door, the little cat-eared girl was eavesdropping, hoping to catch some gossip about the couple. She wondered why humans were in heat all year round, or if her little junior brother's brain was made of salted fish. Eavesdropping yielded nothing. Inside the room, Ji Li was dazed, admiring Lu Sun, who was both talented and hard-working. She told herself she also had to work hard to be a worthy match. Her determination didn't last long before she fell asleep drooling. Lu Sun sat calmly cultivating. Even though he could level up through the system, he still wanted to experience the real feeling. In novels, cultivation was such a pleasurable thing. That was why all sorts of dual cultivation practices existed. The main purpose was to achieve double the joy. Lu Sun came here to try the pleasure of cultivation. But life was not a dream. It turned out cultivation was not pleasurable at all. What was this? Oh heavens. It hurts so much. It felt like countless needles were madly stabbing into his body. Lu Sun thought he was going to die. The little cat-eared girl was still eavesdropping, thinking he was cultivating, but was cultivation so easy? With such pain, could he endure it? According to the second senior sister, the first cultivation session was extremely important, but Lu Sun wondered if cultivation was truly pleasurable. Why was it so difficult? Could it be that because it wasn't pleasurable, cultivation was hard? He tensed up even more, determined to persevere. The feeling of pain still tormented him as if he were at death's door. On arrival, Ji Li had fallen asleep on the books. waking up startled to see Lu Sun had been cultivating all night. His face was drenched in blood, yet she still increased her affection, truly a love-struck fool to the bone. Everyone was surprised by Lu Sun's endurance. The little cat-eared girl who stood guard all night also couldn't understand how he could resist it. The second senior sister seemed satisfied, sensing the good temperament of this person. She asked if he was all right, because cultivating all night seemed to leave one exhausted. Lu Sun replied that only those who experienced it would understand. Wait until she cultivated and she would know. Pain was indescribable. It had to be said it was extreme pain, to the point of numbing the scalp. It felt like a mama was taking turns pricking him with needles. Hearing that, Ji Li was not afraid at all. In fact, she had already endured a pain 100,000 times greater. In this world, nothing was more painful than losing one's parents. Lu Sun was moved. He stepped closer, not knowing what to say besides an apology for fear of hurting her. The girl was strong-willed, determined to live well and cultivate diligently. Since things had come to this, she had to take leave from this place to cultivate in the outer sect. Ji Li said her goodbyes, but in her heart she did not want to leave this special person. This farewell she did not know when they would meet again. Lu Sun could not stand the gloomy atmosphere, so he pinched Ji Li's cheek hard, making her cry. His actions were truly strange, but with such a captivating appearance, who would not feel reluctant to leave? He also teased her gently, saying, "Silly girl, if she couldn't come up here, he could go visit her. She was his only friend in this world, so how could her affection not skyrocket?" But she was truly talented. Her affection increased regardless of the moment. She ruined that tender moment. Finally having to leave, she reminded Lu Sun to take care of himself. Lu Sun told himself he would definitely take good care of himself. After all, everything was just beginning. If lucky, before the players appeared, he might even meet the girl playing Celestial Dust. He had to level up immediately, no delay. Even if Lu Sun could not return, he would not let himself be bullied. Yesterday, before cultivation, his experience was 6666, and all night he only gained 20 points. Was this the charm of an insight stat of 1? Hopeless, truly hopeless. Since it had come to this, there was no other choice. He would just have to find a way to increase his insight stat later. His stomach growled with hunger, so he decided to go find some food for himself. Over there, that blockhead appeared, congratulating the little junior uncle on beginning cultivation. He said a wise new disciple was a blessing for the demon sect. It was unclear what he still planned to do. Was he here to demand the golden core? But Lu Sun knew him best. This guy was famously stingy in the previous life, not a single coin to spare. He continued his flattery, saying he was relieved to see the little junior uncle recovering quickly. He would hold a grand ceremony for the junior uncle tomorrow, asking if he would participate. What was a grand ceremony? A sect rotation quest. Receive 10,000 experience points and a special attribute, yes or no. Oh heavens, he thought it was something serious. It turned out to be a freebie grand ceremony. Since it was free, why not accept it? That blockhead seemed worried that Lu Sun would still be thinking. But this opportunity could not be missed. Lu Sun would definitely attend the grand ceremony. Lu Sun calculated silently 10,000 experience points and precious special attribute points, and he could also show off his power in front of all the disciples of the demon sect. Anyone could do this, but it seemed he had forgotten something. His hungry stomach was still growling for food. He had to find food immediately. Lu Sun had successfully accepted the mission, and the current mission progress was 900 out of 2,000 reputation points. Lu Sun had no idea what trouble he had just caused to make the little cat girl so furious. It turned out he had asked her to catch a chicken. He was so naive that he did not know his own status. Handsome as he was, he used his charm, no cheating allowed. Senior sister, I dare not hide it. My appetite has been bland these past few days, so I want to cook some good food myself. After all, before coming to the mountain, I was a personal disciple of a top 5-star chef. Hearing this, the cat girl's eyes sparkled. How could she deny her love for food? She disappeared instantly, threatening that if the food was not delicious, she would eat the person who made it. Thinking back, Lu Sun really had not lied at all. Swift as the wind, the little cat girl dashed off and returned with a pile of fish and chickens. True to her feline nature, she looked as proud as a toad. Just before the finished product, "Senior sister, who are you?" "I am a kind-hearted senior sister." His face showed admiration, but in his heart, he thought this cat was truly the best tool for gathering ingredients. He might as well praise her a few words to make her happy. She led Lu Sun to the kitchen of third senior brother, a man who cooked terribly but often forced the little cat girl to taste his dishes. This time, if Lu Sun's cooking was not good, she would eat him right then and there. His hands moved quickly and skillfully, every motion looking extremely practiced. He truly looked no different from a seasoned chef, his body filled with rich cooking experience. The aroma wafting from the kitchen made the cat girl drool. Unable to bear it any longer, she had to rush into the kitchen immediately to see what he was doing. She was so impatient that she could not wait, insisting on eating her fill. She also knew to restrain herself, because Lu Sun planned to bring the food to share with second senior sister. Truly, only second senior sister could tame her, making her so obedient. Mention her once, and the cat girl would wait patiently. Second senior sister was still sitting in her usual spot, the food's aroma so strong that even she could smell it. Little cat girl carried the entire box of food and ran at top speed, eager to taste her little junior brother's skill. The food smelled so good, but how were they to divide 2 fish and 1 chicken? The greedy, impatient cat girl quickly set the table, presenting the fish and chicken to second senior sister. 10,000 questions popped into Luke Sun's mind. Did immortal being like this senior sister even need to eat? Gosh, had she already eaten? The cat could not delay another second. It was time to concentrate all her energy on devouring that delicious fish. She did not even intend to leave a single piece for Lu Sun. Her greediness was simply unmatched. The smell of mortal life soothed the soul the most. Finally, his stomach was full. She had eaten everything, even licked the plate clean. Luke Sun, staying here, still had no idea when the master would return. Why did the master go down the mountain? Could it be for something important, like fighting another demon sect, or causing trouble for the righteous path? Little cat girl looked at the main character like he was an idiot. Why do such boring things? Going down the mountain was obviously to have fun. What else could it be? Staying cooped up on the mountain all day was so dull. If not for you, I would have run down the mountain long ago. This situation did not seem like what Lu Sun knew. Shouldn't a character of that level from the demon sect be causing havoc in the world, seducing women, and plotting to usurp the throne? Could it really be that going down the mountain was just for fun? System announced that the game forum was now open. Wasn't that too fast? The number had already increased by over 3,000 people in just 1 minute. The forum was open, but internal testing was still 3 years away. There was no need for it to be this early. Could it be that the time in the Tiantian world and the Blue Star world were different? Lu Sun seemed to understand the issue. Since it was confirmed that players would come, he had to perform well tomorrow. After all, foolish players were always passionate about pursuing those who looked cool. At this moment, Lu Sun sat on the bed, blood already flowing from his eyes and mouth. He said, this true key art was truly miraculous. Practicing it once every night would shorten his life by 20 years. The system panel appeared again, announcing experience points at 600-500. Seeing this, Lu Sun continued, but it was still lucky that experience points were added. If not, that would have been a huge loss. At this moment, Nanbei burst straight into the room. As soon as she entered, she yelled loudly, "Get up quickly," which startled Lu Sun. Nanbei strode quickly into the room, and she shouted again, "Little junior brother, let's go quickly." Then she grabbed Lu Sun's hand, wanting to drag him away. Pulled along, Lu Sun asked, "Why are you so excited today?" Nanbei pulled him as she replied, "Today is the grand initiation ceremony. It will be very lively, very crowded, and very fun." Hearing this, Lu Sun said, "You meant to say fun is the important thing, right?" Nanbei kept tugging at Lu Sun, urging him incessantly, "That doesn't matter. Let's go." Lu Sun pointed in a certain direction and said, "Going is fine, but I must first change into the set of clothes the sect leader sent over." Hearing this, Nanbei paused. She said, "That's right. Now you are the master's disciple, the little grandmaster uncle of the demon sect. You have to change into a proper demon sect uniform." Then she turned around, closed her eyes and said with a smug expression, "Now start changing. I promise I absolutely won't peek." Seeing this, Lu Sun simply picked up Nanbei like a wild animal. Lu Sun kicked once and said, "Get out." The kick left Nanbei dazed, not understanding what was happening. Lu Sun looked at Nanbei with a puzzled expression, and he said, "Wait for me outside." The kick made Nanbei angry. She pointed her finger at his face and said, "What kind of look is that? Do you think I would actually peek at your body?" Lu Sun ignored her and slammed the door shut, leaving Nanbei fuming outside. Nanbei looked at the door with a disdainful expression. She thought to herself, although she could not watch her little junior brother change clothes, what would he look like wearing the demon sect uniform? With that handsome face, it would probably be. Before Nanbei could think further, Lu Sun had already finished changing and stepped out. His eyes had changed, becoming more captivating and spirited. Lu Sun wore a black suit with a few accessories. Combined with his long, dark hair, he stood out even more. Witnessing the sight before her, Nanbei was so shocked that she blurted out, "You handsome." Hearing this, Lu Sun replied, "What is it, senior sister?" Unable to believe it, Nanbei was so embarrassed that she screamed and ran straight down the mountain. The outfit Lu Sun wore made Nanbei imagine a scene so embarrassing she wanted to die of shame. She covered her face shyly, silently telling herself to restrain herself. But inside she was maniacally wanting him to be her mount, regardless of him being her junior disciple. Lu Sun stood there dumbfounded and confused, asking if she got scratched by a cat. He had no idea that his own looks were also a kind of trouble. Lu Sun looked at himself and realized the demon heart outfit seemed to be a magic artifact. He immediately ordered the system to probe it. The system displayed a notification that this was an external treasure material, precious, but without attributes, only at the yellow rank. He imagined a fashionable chicken holding a talisman, thinking fashion was useless. Those stupid gamers all buy this stuff to become a trendy Chinese chicken. Mao Nanbei suddenly appeared, startling Lu Sun as he asked how she ended up in such a state. She replied curtly that she had just fought a wild cat and won. Lu Sun looked confused and instinctively asked back if it was a fight. His eyes seemed to question back, "Do you think I believe that?" Nanbei waved her hand, turned her face away and urged him to go or they would be late for the grand ceremony. Actually, she had just punched herself to calm down, which was why she looked so tattered. Lu Sun walked behind Nanbei and asked if her grand ceremony involved going on stage to give a lecture. She replied curtly, of course it did. Lu Sun broke into a smile and asked, "What did you just say?" That sentence ignited Nanbei's dangerous streak. She raised her hand to her throat in a threatening gesture, saying, "Do not provoke me, or I will chop your head off with one slash." Lu Sun imagined the scene of her standing on stage. He thought to himself he could picture the expressions of the demon sect disciples back then. Nanbei pulled something from her sleeve, saying the grand ceremony required maintaining status and image. Seeing this, Lu Sun waved his hand and told her not to do anything strange. The scene shifted, and the two were standing on the back of a giant immortal crane. Nanbei looked smug as she spoke. She said it was a mount, and every expert needed to have their own mount. Nanbei folded her arms looking serious and told him to look down there. That was the demon sect disciple. One person below asked if that was the little senior uncle ancestor, if he really looked like that. Another person shouted in admiration, saying he was truly a living immortal. Lu Sun's image was incredibly handsome, his looks extraordinary. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Someone yelled that he was so handsome it made their legs go weak. A female disciple said loudly, "That one look at the little senior uncle ancestor and your whole life is set." Lu Sun had no clue what was happening, still wondering why it was so noisy down there. He was completely oblivious. The system panel displayed a notification that his reputation score was increasing, mainly from the female side. A warning stated that his favorability with women was rising too high, which could easily lead to danger. Lu Sun was startled and asked himself, what the hell was the second half of that sentence? Nanbei turned and said it was time to lecture the demon sect disciples. Hearing this, Lu Sun replied. Nanbei suddenly kicked him and yelled loudly, "Go!" She stood proudly on the crane's back and said, "You get down there yourself." Lu Sun was kicked off, his face full of fear as he yelled loudly, "Hey!" On the crane's back, Nanbei chuckled to herself, thinking she wanted to test the results of his cultivation. If he could not land steadily, he would be even more humiliated than she was back then. The sect leader Shen Yan strolled over briskly, his demeanor arrogant and narcissistic. The disciples below saw the little senior uncle ancestor descending and screamed in worry, asking if he could withstand that height. Lu Sun fell like a speeding arrow. He turned his head to look at Nanbei, gritting his teeth and cursing. Lu Sun broke into a triumphant smile, thinking it was not easy to make me lose face. He bared his teeth in a grin that shone in the morning sun, his hair flowing in the wind. Even though he was only at the first layer of the food absorption art, he was a top gamer, and as long as he showed his face, he could not lose. From below, they saw an object hurtling straight down with tremendous speed. When it hit the ground, it created a loud noise and thick clouds of dust. Everyone in the sect was stunned, their mouths forming an O and their eyes an A, completely speechless. The dust settled, revealing Lu Sun in a cool pose, supporting himself with one hand. He smugly thought that controlling his body was as simple as drinking water. Male and female disciples' eyes lit up like spotlights, cheering happily that it was so cool and handsome. The system displayed a notification that his reputation score was increasing rapidly. A warning stated that his favorability with men was rising faster than with women. He must be careful with his body. Lu Sun read it and stood there dumbfounded, unable to understand. Sect leader Shen Yan, who had his spotlight stolen, coughed a few times in pretense. He stepped out from the center, making everyone turn their heads to look. The disciples all bowed before Lu Sun, chanting in unison that they pay respects to the little senior uncle ancestor. Lu Sun scanned the crowd, searching for someone, wondering where she was. In the crowd, Ji Li, with her blue eyes and two braids, waved at him. He finally found her. He curled his lips into a meaningful smile. Some girls followed his gaze and suddenly trembled, their hearts racing wildly, screaming uncontrollably. Every girl in the crowd fantasized that he was paying attention to her. Ji Li also looked at him with infatuation from the crowd. Yu Ban stepped forward, cupped her hands, and respectfully bowed, saying she pays respects to the little senior uncle. Lu Sun did not reply, only nodded dismissively. He thought his seniority was as high as the sky. Nanbei teased from above, shouting that he was daring. Looking at her, Lu Sun maintained a dignified demeanor on the outside, but inside he was seething with resentment. Considering she was the emperor's good cat, he would not settle the score. The sect leader Shen Yan bowed and invited the little senior uncle to give his lecture. Lu Sun was amused, curling his lips into a faint smile as he said he did not come here to teach. He came here to. System suddenly presented a level-up choice, yes or no. Lu Sun did not hesitate and pressed yes, smiling contentedly as he thought it was just for show. His body erupted in a dazzling golden light, ascending from level 1 to level 2. Everyone cheered, saying the little senior uncle ancestor had broken through the most difficult stage. Nanbei landed on the ground and recalled the crane. She thought the second level was even harder than the 10th because it required enlightenment. Lu Sun entered a state of enlightenment. The first level was guiding ki into the body. The second level was comprehending the KC, which required inspired talent and a calm mind. Everyone became even more excited, realizing that the little senior uncle ancestor was actually teaching them. They cheered excitedly, saying that the path of cultivation could not be walked without cultivating the mind. That was the principle the little senior uncle ancestor wanted to teach. The disciples bowed, their faces serious as they cupped their hands, saying they would follow the teachings of the little senior uncle ancestor. Lu Sun was stunned after hearing that. He was just showing off a bit. How was that teaching? Suddenly, the system announced that his reputation points reached 1375 out of 2000. This shocking number made Lu Xun gasp in amazement. Palace Lord Shenyan stood nearby, curiously thinking that in just 2 days, little Grandmaster had broken through to the second layer of the true key art. She wondered how large his qi was. He stared at Lu Xun. A narrow-minded person might only see a drop of water, while a far-sighted one might see a steep ravine. Sect Lord Shen Yan suddenly flashed a smug smile. A truly brilliant person would never be ordinary. At this moment, he confidently skipped through the glory, recalling the qi he had once seen, as vast as a long river. Still curious, he looked at Lu Sun. What exactly had he seen? Faced with such admiration, Lu Xun rubbed his chin in deep thought, remembering that breaking through to the second layer of the true key art allowed one to see the qi. But why? He frowned with a look of world weariness. He saw nothing at all. Lu Xun stood pondering for a while. All around him was just pitch black with no qi in sight. He rested his chin, speculating, could it be that, as a child of fate, he was different from the records? Lu Xun was brimming with confidence, excitedly pointing forward and thinking, that was right, he was the child of fate. Disciples below were curious, wondering what kind of qi the Grandmaster had seen. Some anticipated, believing with his mindset, he must have seen a great river. A woman swayed with delight, regretting that the Grandmaster wouldn't reveal it. It seemed she already knew what was inside him. A serious man turned back and asked the blushing woman, which inside do you mean? Is it normal? Sect Lord Shen Yan glanced at Lu Sun and then asked everyone, what did you think the little Grandmaster had seen in the qi? Under Peak Lord and Law Enforcement Elder Yu Ban, an upright man, speculated that the little Grandmaster didn't want to talk because he might have seen too little. A beautiful girl with bright red lips was Water Cloud Peak Lord Luo Wanshu, a generous soul. She crossed her arms and rested her chin, saying, Brother Gong do not think that way. The little Grandmaster is a disciple of the Master with an extraordinary mindset. I think he saw a pond, a lake, a stream, or even a mighty river. At this moment, another major figure appeared, Elder Cheng King, with white hair trailing the ground. Peak Lord Ma Chuan, a long-lived person. With over 60 years of experience, he agreed with Gong Du's way of thinking. Another fat man waddled over, chuckling, Yu He Shan, the Medicine Peak Lord, the humorous one who united everyone. He excitedly suggested opening a betting pool. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere grew tense, and all the Peak Lords turned to look at him with sharp gazes. Realizing his slip, Yu He Shan smiled and said it was just a suggestion. If everyone didn't like it, they could forget it. Unexpectedly, everyone was very enthusiastic. Ma Chuan quickly pulled out his silver pouch. They had to do it. Shen Yang giggled and also took out her silver grate. Luo Wanshu held a huge silver pouch and smugly said she would definitely be the winner. Seeing everyone gambling, the upright Yu Ban thought the righteous path forbade participation. He sternly reminded them, according to sect rule number 13, it explicitly stated not to initiate such acts. Violators would be fined 500 spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, many silver pouches were shoved in front of him. Everyone excitedly paid the 500 spirit stones. Some criticized him, saying one should not be so rigid. Take the fine, it doesn't absolutely forbid it, just initiating it. They paid, so it was fine. After everyone paid the fine, they returned to continue betting, leaving Yu Ban holding a pile of silver in bewilderment. Suddenly, he put the pile of silver down the ground. Then, breaking his principles, he muttered, being very small for fun once in a while wouldn't hurt. Having said that, he ran over to where the Peak Lords were gathered. He was joining the bet too. Over here, Lu Sun was still oblivious. He glanced at the group of Peak Lords, thinking, what was with those guys' strange stares? It was uncomfortable being stared at so intently. Anbei, sitting on a super huge immortal crane, called down, come on up, time to go back. Hearing the call, he was startled and looked up. Seeing her grinning sneakily with greedy eyes, Lu Sun found it baffling. Even the fourth senior sister's gaze was weird. Lu Sun quickly stepped onto the immortal crane, his face beaded with sweat. He glanced awkwardly and asked, fourth senior sister, you stared at me the whole way. Is something wrong? Before his question, she remained completely nonchalant. She walked over and cheerfully replied, I will tell you straight, meow. Nanbei cut to the chase. Just how big was the qi you saw? Hearing this, Lu Sun was flustered, his eyes wide as he stammered, He recalled that moment, actually during the level up, At that moment he only saw an endless expanse of darkness, not a trace of the qi. Lu Xun tried to calmly hide it. This matter was not convenient to explain clearly. Nanbei had already crossed her legs, sitting beside him curiously. What was so inconvenient about it? She was his senior sister after all. Lu Xun pondered with a frown. Even though he liked to pretend to be the chosen one, he still needed his face. He looked at her with tear-filled eyes, telling others he hadn't seen any key C at all. This matter related to his comprehension, and he would lose face for life. Nanbei did not press him. She reluctantly said with half-closed eyes, "Fine if you don't want to tell me." In her heart, she guessed the little junior brother might not be so brilliantly gifted. Nanbei suggested, as compensation, he had to grill a few more fish for her tonight. Lu Xun agreed without hesitation. That was no problem. Nanbei looked at Lu Xun with adoring eyes. It did not matter how much he saw. After all, he was the little lady's man. Anyone dared to bully him, she would chop that person's head off with one slash. Suddenly, Lu Xun's face turned sad. He fell into thought. Why was this like his life back in the real world? Miserable with no parents backing him, and he disliked making friends. He recalled unpleasant memories. Back then he showed off his skills everywhere just to get attention. The way a poor account without a guild or studio had to show off to find orders. As he thought, Lu Xun sat down. How many people actually liked showing off so much? He sprawled out on the crane's back, looking at the blue sky, his thoughts wandering. But to attract attention, he had to make himself feel like he existed, because he still had a little sister to support. He sighed. But could there be a possibility? Just a possibility that his key C really was black. The next morning, Xiaoman glanced at Lu Xun with curious eyes but was too shy to speak. Mananbei, after quickly cleaning a few fish, turned back into an adorable little yellow cat and lay in Xiaoman's arms, purring. Xiaoman stammered and asked, "Little junior brother, did you see very little in the key C?" Mananbei sighed dejectedly and replied, "Yes, meow." Xiaoman glanced at Lu Xun, who was eating carelessly, her heart heavy with worry. Suddenly, Nanbei jumped out of her arms and bolted away. Mao Nanbei, without a word, stood on top of Lu Xun's head. He who was eating was startled and yelled, "Fourth senior sister, what are you doing? Your fur is getting all in my bowl." Mao Nanbei's face was flushed red. She licked her cat paw, her eyes greedy as she looked at the fish. "Little junior brother," she continued, "I have something important to tell you. Do not move." This made Lu Xun, who was reaching out his chopsticks, freeze, his face beaded with sweat. Mao Nanbei patted her chest confidently. "Little junior brother, even if the kisi you saw was very small, do not be discouraged. From now on, your senior sister will protect you. If anyone bullies you, this old lady will chop off their head with one slash." Hearing these words, Lu Xun's eyes reddened with emotion as he looked at his senior sister. He even picked up a fish for her, asking if you wanted to eat. Nanbei did not hesitate, gobbled down the remaining fish, saying of course she would eat. She even ate right over Lu Xun's head, leaving him helpless. The two of them continued their meal in silence. On this side, Xiaoman showed a sorrowful look, thinking to herself that she wanted to help him. Night had fallen, the full and large moon shining down, dispelling some of the gloom. Lu Xun's panicked scream rang out, as if he were having a nightmare, telling someone not to come. Lu Xun lay sleeping, his arms and legs flailing wildly, his whole body trembling, his muttering mouth asking who you were. He woke up panting heavily and angrily cursed, "Damn it." Lu Xun sighed, gritting his teeth, looking as terrified as if he had seen something horrifying. He raised his hand to look at it. Everything seemed normal, realizing it was a dream about someone chasing him, but he couldn't see their form clearly. He recalled a green shadow floating beside him, wondering who that was. It was truly strange. Lu Xun calmed himself, telling himself not to think about it anymore. Maybe it was due to stress. The system reported a prestige score of 1827 out of 2000. He got excited, covered himself with the blanket to sleep again, said goodnight, a little over 100 points and the mission would be done. The room fell back into silence. Just as he dozed off, Lu Xun saw the green shadow again like a flame. His face froze. He panickedly asked what the hell that was again. The green shadow manifested into a long-haired girl with round breasts, but her features were unclear. He lamented that even in dreams there was training. It floated, moving closer and closer, and the main character cursed again. Lu Xun woke up in a panic, pinching his cheek with his hand. His cheeks were red and sore. He knew he was awake, panting heavily, screaming ghosts and monsters, a chain of dreams. He mustered all his courage, covered himself with the blanket to sleep again, mumbling that he was determined to sleep soundly. Only a moment later he had fallen asleep. Suddenly the green shadow appeared again. Lu Xun's mouth hung open in shock. He woke up again in a daze, lamenting that it was still there. He had really encountered a ghost. Lu Xun regained his composure, his sharp eyes declaring he absolutely refused to believe it. Then he lay down again to continue sleeping. In the pitch-black space, the girl's green shadow appeared again. He froze on the spot. His whole body was filled with frantic confusion. He lamented he was dead meat like a ripe banana. After thinking about it, he ran away as fast as his legs could carry him, screaming "Mommy." Suddenly Lu Xun stopped, thinking it surely couldn't be a coincidence. There was only one possibility left. He turned back to look at the green shadow, swiped his hand to command the system to probe. Information came quickly. The intent to fuse with the body, activate Xiaoman's special training mission, accept or not. Outside was noisy. Lu Sun was still deep in his dream. The green shadow stabbed him through the body with a sword. He looked at the mission. He laughed triumphantly as if he understood everything, so that was it. He did not hesitate to press yes, grateful that it was the good intention of his second senior sister, uttering accept. The system displayed a notification, brute force awakening. Green shadow pulled the sword out of his body. The two of them continued their training in that space. Throughout the night, Lu Sun was killed in all sorts of ways, but his expression was extremely excited. In total, he was killed by the shadow ghost 36 times. The next morning he woke up, patted his forehead, and breathed a sigh of relief. He shot up, his eyes bright as lamps, his whole body brimming with vitality. He shouted that dawn had come. Suddenly he heard a crunching sound. It turned out to be the sound of Nanbei eating. She held out 2 pills and asked how many times you wanted to take them. Lu Sun waved his hand to refuse, thinking to himself that being killed all night was fun but tiring. Nanbei roughly pinched his mouth shut and shoved 2 pills inside. She wore a sly face, urging him to eat 2 pills. Lu Sun, helpless, was force-fed, making noises. Nanbei dusted off her hands with satisfaction, explaining that this pill was beneficial, but you could only eat 2 per day. Lu Sun's face turned black and purple as he swallowed. A little later, he wiped his mouth, feeling the pill's cool and refreshing sensation, his mind clear and spirit refreshed. Truly it wasn't in vain for making the fish. Nanbei proudly said that she had come yesterday, and in total, he had been killed 36 times. She excitedly asked if the intent of second senior sister felt good. Lu Sun looked displeased and asked back, how did you know? Mao Nanbei proudly replied, there is nothing that I, your 4th senior sister, do not know. Do you need me to take you to beg the second senior sister to retract her sword intent? She smugly pointed a finger at herself and chuckled. A dirty thought arose in her heart. The second senior sister does not listen to me, but that does not matter. What I want is to watch the pitiful little junior brother. The more she thought, the more she laughed with glee. Lu Sun adjusted his tone seriously and looked at Nanbei. Indeed, I have a difficult matter I wish to confirm with you. 4th senior sister. She secretly rejoiced inside. Here it comes, quickly beg me in a pitiful manner. Lu Sun coughed lightly and asked, does the second senior sister's sword intent gradually disappear over time? Nanbei disappointedly explained, of course not. Why is it not as I thought? Lu Sun upon hearing this became cheerful. Then that is truly too good. Nanbei clasped her hands together, her face full of thought. He was tormented for a night. Could he be addicted? Or does he like that sort of thing? Lu Sun happily looked at the system panel. The task reward sword talent +1. He was satisfied. It seemed he could endure 30 days, thanks to the second senior sister's sword intent. This talent was as good as mine. Having thought it through, he removed the blanket and stepped off the bed, saying to Nanbei, let us go, 4th senior sister. I will make some food for you. Upon hearing the word food, her eyes lit up like spotlights. Okay. He stepped outside but suddenly stopped and asked, is today some special day? In front of the room door hung a red lantern. The compound was quieter than usual. Nanbei explained, it is the visiting day for cultivators. Today disciples with family have all gone down the mountain. Lu Sun replied softly, so that is it. Nanbei continued, for disciples without family, the demon sect is home. We must also celebrate a little. He looked at everything around him and thought to himself, that is right, these are the cultivators of the heavenly dust. They only have longer lifespans and superpowers, but the smoke of the mortal world can absolutely never be severed. That is the reason many people are willing to immerse themselves in an illusory world, full of the flavor of human sentiment and smoke. Least compared to the cold reality, this illusory world is a kind of gentleness. The scene outside was lively, people chatting endlessly. Today is the visiting New Year festival. My son is about to come home for the new year. One aunt said to the person next to her, my daughter does not want to come home yet. I heard she entered the inner sect. Another aunt chuckled. My daughter has already been accepted as a disciple by an elder. Inside a tea house, tea smoke curled upward. The voice of a storyteller rang out, speaking slowly, but events happened fast. Zhang San in one move stripped off Lai Sei's underwear. Straight, long, white legs were revealed. A very handsome, pretty boy with a fan in his hand was telling the story. He was known as the pretty boy gentleman. Everyone listening to the sensitive part had red faces. A maiden urged him on. The climax is coming soon. Sir, continue the story. But the pretty boy gentleman calmly took his tea and sipped it and stopped the story there. Everyone angrily shouted, how can you cut the chapter like this? The shame of a literary man. The pretty boy gentleman calmly replied, if you want to know what happens next to Zhang San and Lai Sai, please listen to the next installment. As soon as the words finished, a purple-haired youth stepped forward. He was the pretty boy's senior brother Tan. He said gleefully, "Esteemed guests, if you have money, put it in the tube. If you have no money, borrow some and put it in." Every customer angrily left, who would pay money when they have not heard the satisfying end. The aunties from before unhappily shouted, "If it is the next installment, then wait until the next installment to pay money." Having said that, they all hustled away. "Let us go, sisters, we will come again tomorrow." The white-haired pretty boy still elegantly enjoyed his tea. Senior brother Tan turned back angrily and complained, "Sir did not get any money again today. You must fix this habit of randomly cutting chapters." The pretty boy leisurely walked out the door with a fan in his hand. He casually clasped his hands behind his back, enjoying the warm sunlight. Suddenly he blurted out a poem. "Writing novels is just a hobby. Having money or not does not matter." Senior brother Tan asked after him, "So are we returning to the mountain?" The pretty boy looked back at senior brother Tan puzzled and asked what for on the mountain. Senior brother Tan casually replied, "Not going to check on the little junior brother." Upon hearing this, the pretty boy immediately turned around and left, ignoring senior brother Tan standing there. Suddenly discovering something novel, the pretty boy hurried over to look. He observed the mirror in front of him while muttering, "Do I need to? If I go, does he live better?" The pretty boy admired himself in the mirror and said softly, "Is it not also just 2 eyes, 2 ears, 1 nose, 1 mouth?" Senior brother Tan, standing beside, looked at the arrogant demeanor of the person opposite and grew tired, himself being a dandy yet going to drag someone else's appearance into the talk. He sighed and thought, then is it because sect leader Shen Yan is short and low that he was chosen as sect leader? At this moment, the pretty boy had settled up to a nearby Go board. With his inherent nosiness, he calmly looked at the board and then arrogantly remarked, "This move stinks." The people playing Go who were focused suddenly jumped up, angrily chased after him and shouted, "Do you not know that a gentleman does not speak when watching Go?" The pretty boy gleefully took off running. He ran while craning his neck to taunt them. "Hey, you are indeed a rotten Go player." Senior brother Tan stood frozen watching the pretty boy dart past in surprise. Why did he take off running like that? Looking at the noisy crowd behind him, he understood and sighed, "If you have not played enough, sir, then play until you are satisfied before returning to the mountain." The pretty boy ran for a while, then stopped and walked, turned his head to look behind, saying, "Cannot keep up anymore, huh? Truly a rotten Go player." Senior brother Tan caught up and replied, "No." The pretty boy leisurely waited for his disciple to walk side by side, then said slowly, "Then let us continue walking. There is a casino ahead. Let us play a bit." Senior brother Tan asked doubtfully, "Wait, sir." He swallowed his saliva and continued, "Disciple does not understand why you originally set such a rule for accepting disciples." The pretty boy twirled his hand and replied with a smile, "That day standing in the reception hall, I suddenly had a spiritual feeling, and just blurted it out." Senior brother Tan helplessly pursed his lips. This expression obviously meant he was making up stories and talking nonsense again. The 3 conditions surely had a deep meaning. Ignoring the pretty boy, senior brother Tan let him walk ahead, walking while thinking. When he returns to the mountain, he must carefully study the little junior brother who fulfilled these 3 conditions. Thinking of the pretty boy, third senior brother was full of desire to learn. Senior brother Tan covered his face and chuckled happily. Elsewhere at the endless bamboo forest, sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining down on the small path where Lu Sun and Mao Nanbei were leisurely strolling. He called out to the person beside him, "Fourth senior sister." He shyly asked, "Why did the second senior sister suddenly leave sword intent for me?" Then quietly observed Mao Nanbei's food-speckled face and chuckled to himself, "Next time could you please not eat crumbs?" Nanbei blankly looked at Lu Sun and spoke. Perhaps when she saw you had entered the second layer of the real key determination, she found it too low, so decided to train you further. He asked further, "Then this sword intent of the second senior sister used how much of her power?" Nanbei blurted out, "How much?" Then realizing you already knew, she worriedly clamped her mouth shut. Lu Sun helplessly thought to himself, could it be none? After walking for a while, seeing the distant figure of Xiaoman, Nanbei exclaimed, "Senior sister, we have come to bring you food again." Lu Xun leisurely walked over, bowed his head respectfully to the person in front, under the second senior sister's guidance. He was briefly silent and pondered secretly. It seemed the second senior sister had never spoken a word to me. Today I shall try. Having thought so, he intentionally stressed paying respects to Xiaoman again, under the second senior sister's guidance. She nodded slightly and said softly, "I heard you." Delighted inwardly at receiving a reply, Lu Xun attentively offered the meal to her. "Yes, please try it, senior sister. Today I made special noodles." Miss Xiaoman took the bowl of noodles, gently stirred it a few times, and sighed inwardly that it smelled so fragrant. Her pale lips, she picked up the chopsticks, and gathered a few strands and slipped them into her mouth. Each rustling sound rose steadily, pleasant to hear. Miss Xiaoman widened her eyes in astonishment and sighed inwardly, "So delicious." Lu Xun could not help but smile faintly at her, suddenly finding the second senior sister strange strangely adorable. As the exquisite flavor touched her tongue, the little beauty closed her eyes to savor it, excitedly activating her sword intent, making the surrounding trees tremble. Sensing the abnormality, Lu Sun looked around in surprise. Sword intent. His gaze suddenly shifted to the opposite direction. On the flowing hair of senior sister Xiaoman, a long sword briefly appeared. Lu Sun was stunned, wondering if it was a hairpin or a sword. Lu Sun stared fixedly at Xiaoman's back, thinking that the Tianchen World Online previously only unlocked up to level 60. Back then, no one had seen the second senior sister take action, so just how strong was she? Lu Sun felt a little embarrassed, losing sleep over a single hairpin used as a sword, even soaking his bedsheet several times. Dreamed of a day not far off, wondering what the second senior sister would look like in real life when she took off her hairpin and let her hair flow. Setting aside those fanciful thoughts, reality dealt Lu Sun a painful blow. He climbed the stairs while panting heavily. Phew, fourth senior sister, slow down, I can barely go on. He stopped, breathing heavily. Perhaps climbing had reached Lu Sun's limit. He held his stomach and groaned, I cannot go on. Nanbei turned around in amusement and said, can't handle this already. You men always say you can't do it. She looked directly into Lu Sun's eyes and teased, you can't walk after just a moment. Lu Sun blushed in embarrassment. Does she even know what she is saying? Nanbei playfully stuck out her tongue, nya nya nya. Then with a teasing tone, I'm going to sleep now. And with that she ran off. Karma came swiftly. Too busy teasing Lu Sun, Nanbei ran headlong without looking ahead, bumping straight into someone's back. She cried out in pain, ouch. That person slowly turned around, and recognizing the one before him, he bowed his head in greeting. Greetings to the two uncle masters. Seeing the other party was kind, Nanbei grew bold, raised her hand and shouted, you blind dwarf, if you block my way again, I will bite you. She hugged her face in embarrassment and looked away. Seeing the cultivator did not care, she was shamed into anger, raised her voice and scolded, forget you. Next time I really will bite. Lu Sun on the side had still not caught his breath. Leaning against the cliff wall, he said, Master, did you need me for something? Zhen Yan asked softly in surprise, how did you know I came looking for you, little uncle master? Lu Sun confidently replied, were you perhaps looking for the fourth senior sister? With her personality, would a venerable cultivator like you want to go fishing or raid bird nests? Considering it all, none of it fit the sect master's status. The other party scratched his cheek in embarrassment. Then he nodded slowly, haha, you really understand your senior sister. Indeed, I came to find you, I wonder if you are free or not. Saying this, the cultivator rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a pouch full of spirit jade. Pointing at it, he said, just tell me how big your kisi is, and this is yours. Lu Sun righteously waved his hand and shook his head, not acceptable. He awkwardly closed the jade pouch and quickly changed the subject. Haha, you are right. Such a private matter is not easy to talk about. Haha, I have other things to attend to. Lu Sun frowned in displeasure. The words random were clearly written on that guy's face. The cultivator awkwardly changed the topic. The outer sect will be leading disciples on a training expedition. I wonder if you are interested, little uncle master. Lu Sun asked back doubtfully. Can even someone with my measly strength join the training? Shen Yan scratched his head in confusion. That is right. This time it is simple. It is painting, and most outer sect disciples are participating. At this moment, the system suddenly appeared, letting out a ding. The notification screen displayed activated quest to participate in the painting training. Maintain for 50 minutes. Reward 1,000 to 5,000 experience points. Lu Sun was astonished. Why are the rewards so high? Lu Sun was delighted, his eyes filled with thoughts of the reward points. 5,000 points, just for holding a brush and painting for 50 minutes. A wrong thought flashed through his mind, making him stroke his chin in deliberation. No, I risk my life for a whole night just to get 20 points. Now painting gives 1,000. Can there be such a good deal? Thinking this, Lu Sun grew suspicious and quickly asked, Sect Master, is it really just simple painting? He rubbed his hands and answered with a smile, of course. It is just that the brush used will be the master's brush. Lu Sun stroked his chin and pondered, the master's brush, ordinary people probably cannot even lift it. But at least it is not dangerous. I'll accept it first and think later. After a while, Lu Sun finally lowered his head and agreed. I will participate in this training quest. The young cultivator rejoiced. Good, good, good. Please follow me, Uncle Master. Saying this, he lightly lifted his foot and stepped forward. But he was halted by Lu Sun's words. But I just ran a long distance. My legs are still weak. He dragged himself along the stairs. After some negotiation, Shen Yan finally agreed to let Lu Sun experience the feeling of a high-altitude tour. He joyfully enjoyed the air. So this is the feeling of flight. Too bad it is only a one-day flight ticket. Lu Sun suddenly remembered Ji Li and chuckled to himself. Ji Li, I am coming to visit you. After strolling for a while, Lu Sun caught a glimpse of a strangely shaped mountain in the distance. He thought to himself, no matter how many times I look at this mountain, it still resembles a sword sheath. Seeing him lost in thought, Shen Yan followed his gaze and asked, are you thinking about the shape of the receiving wind peak, little uncle master? From a distance, a pair of eyes as sharp as knives slightly opened, secretly tracking their every step. The two continued their conversation, oblivious. Lu Sun curiously asked Shen Yan about the person who shaped the mountain. If his judgment was correct, it must have been formidable. Shen Yan proudly replied, of course, it only took one sword strike, and the entire receiving wind peak became its current form. Lu Sun looked at Shen Yan in shock. Was it a single strike from the master? Shen Yan replied seriously, no, it was the founder of the demon sect. Master's eldest disciple, who is also my master. Lu Sun touched his chin and looked on, full of doubt. So the demon sect has only been passed down for 2 generations. Shen Yan panicked and pointed at his face. You brat, you missed the point entirely. Because he shouted too loudly, Shen Yan coughed lightly, ahem ahem. Then he took a breath and said clearly, the point is that my master's single sword strike was unmatched under heaven. As long as my master exists, you all will forever not become the #1 sword. Saying this, he struck a very childish pose. Lu Sun asked in surprise, huh? You mean my eldest senior brother is the #1 sword under heaven? Manhwa urgently asked where that man was. Shen Yan calmly replied his master is indeed the #1 sword under heaven, but is currently in a death seclusion. Lu Sun rubbed his chin in confusion. Death seclusion, he tried to recall in his previous life. When playing games he had heard of this concept. Shen Yan explained his master is seeing a breakthrough. If not, he will not come out, meaning either die or break through. Saying this, Shen Yan furiously recounted that the dogs of Wanjin Mountain and Yajian Mountain kept wanting to probe whether his master was still alive. They cared too much about the vain title of #1 sword. Lu Sun changed the subject and asked, the senior apprentice is the first sect leader of the demon sect. So what is the teacher? Shen Yan gently recounted, the teacher is exactly a rogue cultivator, even now still without a sect or school, not a person of the demon sect. Lu Sun clapped his hands and exclaimed, I understand why the demon sect's way of doing things is not like a demonic cult. Shen Yan sighed. I talked the whole way and the junior uncle did not listen. On the surface Shen Yan did not show it, but in his heart he was furious. The junior uncle had low strength, did not understand how heaven-defying his master was. He had to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Thinking this, Shen Yan pointed at the mountain and said, my master once cut a mountain with 1 sword. Half a sword energy still has traces on the mountain peak. Many sword cultivators secretly come to visit. Lu Sun looked at Shen Yan probing, is it true or false? Shen Yan still maintained a gentle expression and said it was true. They are over there watching. Lu Sun looked at the mountain and found it strange, asking why is it both low and flat as if cut in half. Shen Yan replied in a deep voice, the junior uncle has a good eye. That mountain was cut by me. Afterwards he raised his face to the sky, full of arrogance and said, these sword cultivators vainly hope to spy on my master, but what use is standing so high? Lu Sun saw Shen Yan's arrogance and laughed inwardly with satisfaction. Finally there is a bit of demon sex style. Do not let anyone ride on top of me. He thought of the half-sword energy still remaining. The sword cultivators wanting to observe, not just to view the wonder, but also to comprehend the sword energy. He wondered if he could try. Lu Sun took the opportunity to ask Shen Yan, can I take a look at the half-sword energy the senior apprentice left behind? Shen Yan happily answered, this is fine. Every time I encounter doubts I also go there to comprehend. He drew out his tone and continued, I will only let the junior uncle take a look. Do not be greedy. Lu Sun found it strange and asked, what if I look too much? Shen Yan laughed triumphantly and said, I observe the sword energy. The sword energy also observes me. It looks at a person once. That person will surely die. Lu Sun was not afraid at all. He rubbed his chin and thought, look at me once and I die. But he has revival coins, cannot die. If he comprehends something it would be a great opportunity. Shen Yan thought he scared the uncle, laughed and asked, junior uncle still wants to look. Lu Sun resolutely replied, of course, even if I die, I still want to look. Shen Yan drew a talisman on Lu Sun's forehead, promising to risk his life to protect the junior uncle whole. Lu Sun was teleported into a dark and cold space. He was extremely surprised. This place was not like before. He squinted his eyes, looking ahead. There a ray of light was located. Walking to the glowing place, Lu Sun propped his hand on a rock crevice. Is this the half-sword energy? Lu Sun was wide-eyed in shock at the scene before him. The light of the half-sword energy stretched out, brightly illuminating the entire area, truly terrifying. He looked at the half-sword energy and stammered, is this even a person? The sword energy turned to look at Lu Sun. He panicked and cursed inwardly. That thing is looking at me. Unexpectedly, the stream of sword energy turned its head and flew straight into the sky, drilled into a gate and disappeared. Lu Sun stood dumbfounded. The sword energy ran away. Behind Lu Sun, a hand reached out trying to grab him. It turned out to be Shen Yan grabbing his neck and pulling him out of the secret realm. Shen Yan panted and asked, junior uncle, did you gain anything? He turned around and saw Lu Sun standing in a daze. Lu Sun was pulled out suddenly, not yet oriented, not paying attention to the words. The system displayed a message of good news. Congratulations, has received a great opportunity. Sword talent 1 point. Lu Sun was surprised at the luck. Looking at the sword energy once gave an attribute point. The system updated level 2, charm 10, sword talent 1. Shen Yan was blinded by Sun's halo, covered his face. Junior uncle, you have comprehended the sword. He at this moment realized, could it be the junior uncle is a sword genius? The legendary innate sword fetus, Shen Yan exclaimed. Before him, Lu Xun received the halo. Heaven and earth turned turbulent. A stream of light entered Lu Xun's mind. Shen Yan witnessed from the outside, continuously gaping. This is. Lu Xun's entire body rose into the air, emitting light around him. Lu Xun closed his eyes, trying to comprehend the sword heart. The process of Lu Xun receiving the sword shook the area. The place he rose brightly illuminated the entire sky of the demon sect. The demon sect disciples saw the sudden light in the sky, immediately ran out to see. Buzzing with noise, their swords were trembling. Heavenly born strange phenomenon. Is our demon sect about to have a big event? Ji Li looked at the stream of light, clasped his hands in admiration and exclaimed, that direction seems to be from the back mountain, where Lu Xun lives. The disciples hearing this simultaneously laughed joyfully, congratulating the junior uncle on his enlightenment of the sword heart. The entire courtyard people shouted, Junior uncle, junior uncle, junior uncle. Ji Li, both proud and admiring, looked up at the sky, sincerely offering congratulations to Lu Xun. Lu Xun opened his eyes. The system panel did not change much. Level 2 Charm 10, Sword Talent 1, Original Not Sword Heart. A hand gently touched Lu Xun's shoulder. He saw the demon sect disciples cheering joyfully. The elders came to clasp their hands in congratulations. Beside him was Luo Yuanshui leaning on his shoulder. Shen Yan was extremely unconvinced, bowed his head and said, when I was at this realm, none of the disciples of Wanjian Mountain or Yi Jian Mountain condensed a sword heart. Shen Yan raised his head, full of pride, and exclaimed, the junior uncle is the first person from ancient times to now. Lu Xun looked around full of doubt. It is just having an additional skill. Is it worth them being so happy? The elders were still laughing heartily. The system appeared. The reputation quest has been completed 2033 out of 2000 points. Lu Xun saw the quest was complete and immediately laughed loudly with the elders, his heart light and happy. Comprehending the sword heart increased reputation points. Truly a cause for celebration. A gamer like him did not understand the meaning of the sword heart. In the end, it was just a leveling bug relying on experience. The system reported good news. The host completed the mission, receiving 10,000 experience points and 1 special attribute point. Lu Xun was overjoyed. This many points were enough to level up to 5, but the most precious thing was the freely distributable attribute point. He thought to himself, if he added it to sword aptitude, would those people be driven mad with joy? Shen Yan approached Lu Xun, squinting with a smile, and kindly asked if the little junior uncle wanted to cultivate at the back mountain, suggesting this trial be skipped. Lu Xun politely declined immediately, saying it was fine. He still wanted to give it a try. In his heart, he thought, kidding me, how could such a minor opportunity stop me from completing the mission? Shen Yan nodded contentedly. Alright, a try then, his heart full of anticipation. He thought the little junior uncle was clever, and if he happened upon some opportunity, how wonderful that would be. Shen Yan led Lu Xun to a martial arena, saying, little junior uncle, this is the testing ground. Seeing the elder, the disciples kowtowed in salute, paying respects to little junior granduncle, the sect master, and the various elder masters. With his familiar handsome expression, Lu Xun gave a gentle smile, telling everyone he had come to participate in the test. No need for excessive courtesy. He waved his hand, seeming to radiate an aura around him. The disciples whispered in admiration. The little junior granduncle was indeed both approachable and handsome, truly a perfect man. The male disciple was also captivated by Lu Xun's charm. He bit his handkerchief tightly and blurted out, if I were a woman, I would fall in love instantly. As soon as he finished, he was met with looks of contempt from those around him. Shen Yan stabilized the atmosphere, telling the elders the trial was about to begin, and they should retreat a bit. The elders were reluctant at this, asking the sect master, would it be alright to leave now? They quickly made excuses, suggesting they find a place for tea. That's right, it had been a while since they drank tea together. Little elder Yuban looked at them in confusion, saying they had just drunk tea yesterday. Hearing this, the elders stiffened, not expecting this man to be so blunt. Yu Hishan shot a sidelong glance at Yuban, wondering why this person was so straightforward. Shen Yan smiled with his mouth, but his face darkened, asking in a gloomy tone, could it be elder, you did not wish to see the little junior uncle's results? Feeling the other's displeasure, Yuban felt a chill down his spine. Faced with Shen Yan's question, Yuban lightly closed his eyes, tilted his head slightly, and replied, of course I want to see. Luo Wanshu covered her mouth and chuckled upon hearing this, while the other three could only stand frozen. Yu Hishan quickly put his arm around Yuban's shoulder, forming a mismatched pair, and said with a smile, well then, alright, let's go for tea together. Suddenly a voice called to him, Lu Xun, it's me. From the crowd, Ji Li lifted herself up with effort. She waved and smiled, thinking to herself, the little junior granduncle was still so handsome. Lu Xun was stunned for a moment, staring at her, then he faced her and waved, calling for her to come over. She quickly asked a few admiring people to make way, apologizing, excuse me, just let me pass. Ji Li stood opposite Lu Xun, both of them not knowing what to say first, only able to look at each other. He blushed, stammering, long time no see. He teased with a smile, asking if she had once wanted to make him a furnace, and if she was embarrassed now. Stepping forward, he continued asking, "Do you still have that intention now?" He gently placed his hand on her head, smiling softly, and uttered a single sound. Ji Li avoided his gaze, shyly replying, "This disciple would not dare." He looked at her, thinking her mouth said she wouldn't dare, but her face was clearly written with the word desire. "This lustful thing, is my body really that attractive?" Ji Li was about to make a move. Chun Shui suddenly spoke up, introducing herself as the presiding elder for this trial. She approached, lightly poking Ji Li's cheek with her finger, then asked if the little junior uncle wanted to go first or watch everyone else first. Luke Sun clasped his hands behind his back, replying with a smile, "Let me go first, consider it an opening for everyone. Also, to avoid making everyone nervous while I stand watching." Hearing this, the disciples cheered, saying the little junior grand uncle was so approachable and considerate, always thinking of them. Looking at the information panel showing 23,333 reputation points, he smiled smugly, thinking to yourselves, "Work hard to become die-hard fans. My reputation points depend entirely on you all." Chun Shui pointed ahead, saying, "If so, please begin the test, Grand Uncle Master." Approaching the table, he opened the information panel, which displayed a large-sized low-grade talisman paper. He thought to himself, the talisman paper is nothing special, so the focus of this test must be on the brush. No sooner had he thought this than Chun Shui introduced the brush, saying it was purchased from the mortal world below and used for writing and drawing. The test content was to pick up the brush and write characters or draw on the large talisman paper. Anything could be drawn, and the person who used the brush the longest would receive a Bailu Dan. The disciples shouted loudly, saying the Bailu Dan was a treasure that could sustain cultivation for several dozen days. Everyone buzzed with excitement. "Just drawing, I can draw until the heavens and earth collapse." "Right, drawing is my specialty. Yesterday I even drew on the bed." "Junior disciple, you mean you wet the bed?" "Ha." Luke Sun gave an encouraging smile, saying try hard later. Ji Li nodded in response upon hearing this. Chun Shui solemnly announced, "Then little junior uncle, the test officially begins." He suddenly called out to the system in his heart, telling it to check. The system immediately displayed an information panel, a low-quality writing brush, but paired with an inkstone once used by an immortal, level 20, and already having spiritual motion. He could not help but be surprised, breaking out in a cold sweat as he thought, a writing brush being level 20 and having spiritual motion. Just how powerful was his never-before master? "Never mind, just try it first. It surely can't be as impossible to lift as the Thunder God's hammer." Luke Sun suddenly let out an exclamation, then thought confidently, unexpectedly light. "This test really has nothing difficult about it." Having thought this, he took the brush and dipped it into the inkstone. He quickly supported his right arm, face contorted, thinking, "Damn it, this heavy like 1,000 pounds. Is my hand, which has trained for years, unable to handle a brush? Rise, let me rise. Even if it's heavy right now, I am the idol of the demon sect." The disciples exclaimed in unison, "Wow," at his brush dancing like a flying phoenix before their eyes. He glanced at them, laughing inwardly, determined not to lose face in front of these tool people. This writing and drawing has no difficulty at all. Having thought this, Luke Sun wildly danced the brush across the scroll with a confident smile. The inner sect disciples cheered and rooted for the little junior grand uncle, no different from die-hard fans. They looked at the trembling hand holding the brush, then at Luke Sun's calm face, and filled in the gaps themselves, thinking the little junior grand uncle was truly formidable, his hand shaking but his face still serene. This was a firm Dao heart. On the second floor of a nearby tower, Shen Yan elegantly sipped tea, observing Luke Sun. He commented, "The little junior uncle's mentality is really not bad." After that, Shen Yan smiled with satisfaction, saying that indeed the person the sect leader chose was no ordinary one. Yu Hishan, standing beside him, also chimed in, wondering how long little martial uncle could last. After a period of investigation, Luke Sun seemed to have understood how to use this brush. He thought to himself, so that's it, the brush is testing his ability to control spiritual energy. His hand trembled as he wanted to test his hypothesis. He continued to think he just needed to release the spiritual energy smoothly. Finally, the tip of the brush touched the paper, but it immediately became stuck stiff, not moving an inch. Someone must have smeared rat glue on this brush. Luke Sun's hand was still trembling. He strained his body, used force to move the brush, but it did not budge at all. The crowd below buzzed with discussion. What's going on? Why isn't little martial uncle moving anymore? From a distance, they only saw him sitting still like a statue. Some people began to imagine wildly, what is he thinking about? Could he be thinking of something earth-shattering that would make ghosts cry and gods lament? This was truly from reading too many cultivation stories. Luke Sun on the stage was getting angry at the damned brush. His brows were furrowed, his mouth twisted to one side, silently hating it. "It's not that I don't want to move, it's that this thing won't move." Luke Sun frowned in frustration, silently making a decision. He had to use spiritual energy to control it again, did he? Fine, then he would play along to the end. Having said that, he stirred the surrounding spiritual energy into motion. Gradually, strands of spiritual energy gathered at the brush tip, but the character still remained motionless. Chun Shui, who had been observing for a while, suddenly waved her hand for everyone to be silent. She then spoke, "Have you all seen clearly? The trial begins when the brush touches the paper." Chun Shui reminded the disciples this brush has spiritual nature. To control it, one cannot rely on brute force alone. Lu Sun, who was biting his lip, felt as if a light bulb went off in his head upon hearing this. He arrogantly pondered Chun Shu's words. Cannot just use brute force. Could it be that this time it's not about forcing it, but about guiding it? Without hesitation, he used his spiritual energy to control the nib, smiled with hope, and begged the brush. Guide it. Move, 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 come on, little treasure. Finally, the nib began to move slowly. Lu Sun did not dare to show off because he had to maintain his cool image, only able to be excited in his heart. It's moving. Indeed, he couldn't force it. He had to be gentle. Lu Sun understood the intention behind the trial. He couldn't help but frown as he thought. He understood. This trial is essentially to test the spiritual energy control ability of the demon sect disciples. Looking down at the spiritual energy controlling the brush, he concluded that what needed to be tested wasn't strength, but meticulous dexterity. If that was the case, then it was easy. Seeing that Lu Sun had controlled the brush in such a short time, Shenyan sighed. It seems little martial uncle is more intelligent than we thought. Yu Heshen was also slightly astonished. He comprehended it that fast. They shifted their gaze back to where Lu Sun was standing and continued their analysis. But this matter wasn't simple. What needed to be tested was the proficiency in controlling spiritual energy. Without experience, one couldn't persist for long. Lu Sun was trying his best to control the spiritual energy. Sweat poured from his face like rain. He thought to himself, how strange. Normally, he had never used spiritual energy, so why was he controlling it more and more smoothly? Lu Sun suddenly remembered the training in his dreams from second senior sister. He began to exert more effort, gritting his teeth and telling himself he couldn't let second senior sister's training go to waste. Chun Shui, observing from the side, analyzed that in fact, this trial not only tested spiritual energy control, but was also a great challenge for mental strength. Moreover, at the current consumption rate, it would likely quickly deplete little martial uncle's spiritual energy. Exactly as predicted, Lu Sun's spiritual energy had gradually depleted. At that moment, a sharp sound rang out. A notification panel appeared, stating the first part of the mission was complete, progress 20%, reward 1,000 experience points. Lu Sun's hand holding the brush was limp from using too much force. He lightly sighed, finishing just the first stage was already so tiring, he was almost out of strength. Lu Sun, while using spiritual energy to control the brush drawing on the paper, continuously wiped his sweat. It looked far from easy. He panted heavily, huff, huff, huff. Luo Wanshu, who had been observing for a long time, finally spoke. Little martial uncle has done very well. Unfortunately, his cultivation is still weak, and his spiritual power is nearly exhausted. He has likely reached his limit. However, contrary to predictions, Lu Sun suddenly burst with vigor, like a salmon leaping upstream against a waterfall. He curled his lips in a proud smile. Humph, for a gamer, there is no such thing as doing a mission only halfway. At that very moment, everyone from Shenyan, the sect master, Yu Hishan Gonduban, all the way to Chun Shui and the disciples in the sect, their eyes widened in shock. Chun Shui was incredibly surprised and yelled out. He broke through. That's right. By completing the first part of the mission, Lu Sun successfully reached level 3. A brilliant light radiated from around him. Lu Sun smiled in satisfaction, his confidence soared. Drawing only slanted lines was boring. How about trying to draw a straight line? Lu Sun lightly danced the brush, drawing a straight line on the paper. He was slightly surprised. It seems it's nothing difficult. But the reaction of the three people, Shen Yan, Yu Ban, and Yu Heshan, was intense. Their eyes opened wide like ostrich eggs, their mouths hung open, nearly touching the ground. They shouted one after another, "All of you look quickly, little martial uncle drew a straight line. How is that possible? Is he a genius?" Now Lu Sun truly smiled with satisfaction. He arrogantly challenged himself. So this is controlling it, huh? Then let's see where my limit is. And so, from an experiment it turned into a search for his limit. He frantically wrote and drew on the paper. Time flew by like a dog running across the fields. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Looking at Lu Sun's childish, scribbled strokes, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Little martial uncle has persisted for half an hour. What kind of monster is this? Not only that, what shocked the disciples even more, someone voiced their common thought. The most terrifying thing is that he actually broke through twice. Feeling that enough time had passed, Lu Sun's level 4 spiritual energy was almost depleted. He put down the brush, looking at the pile of messy ink and large characters. Let them see his skill. Lu Sun thought contentedly. This should be enough. The system required 25 minutes of drawing, and he had drawn for 60 minutes. Lu Sun stepped down from the stage under admiring gazes, the gaze of female disciples that could almost lay eggs. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked leisurely, announcing with a smile, "My assessment is done. Please invite the other disciples up." Someone cheered, "Little martial uncle is so cool." Immediately after, there was a series of shouts. "Little martial uncle is truly a peerless genius. I want to be like him. Lu Sun walked in glory, behind him countless cheers. However, the front was not so glorious. It turned out that just now he was putting up a front to reinforce his cool image after getting away from the crowd. He hurriedly held his chest, stuck out his tongue and panted heavily, his body swaying as if about to fall. His face was no different from a fish stranded on the shore. The world owed him an Oscar. He silently lamented, damn, he couldn't do it anymore. He couldn't keep up appearances anymore, he would die. This trial was truly taking his life. Lu Sun staggered before the world. The atmosphere was extremely rowdy. The disciples behind him discussed, that's not right, why are little martial uncle's steps so unsteady, as if he has lost all his strength. Lu Sun raised his hand to his forehead, furrowing his brows to keep his balance. He told himself if he fell now, the path to becoming a demon sect idol would end here. Even if a man is weak, he cannot be frail. Chun Shu's eyes were filled with concern as she looked at Lu Sun. She thought to herself, it seems that even with little martial uncle's exceptional talent, persisting in drawing for half an hour has exhausted him. Ji Li looked at Lu Sun worriedly. He wouldn't fall over there, would he? If he does fall, don't let that face hit the ground. Lu Sun reached his hand into his sleeve to search. Sweat poured out. He urged himself, think of a way quickly. Is there any item to solve this? The path of the demon sect idol has just begun. He frantically fumbled around. He touched something, startled and vaguely recognizing it. This is. Jade green fruit lay snug in his palm. Looking at it, he thought to himself, the hawthorn fruit fourth senior sister gave him. Fourth senior sister. He quickly put the fruit into his mouth and chewed slowly. He felt a cooling sensation, calming his mind and recovering his strength. His body quickly recovered. He wondered to himself, could she have known he would be exhausted beforehand? Lu Sun recalled Nan Bei's arrogant face. She had said loudly, I am the extreme southern idiot. With her limited brain capacity, she couldn't have thought of this. He couldn't help but suspect and curse silently. Lu Sun stood before the world, basking his precious body in the golden sunlight. He turned his head and told himself he was almost recovered. He should turn around and show them the appearance of a strong man. Lu Sun smiled lightly and spoke slowly. Everyone, do your best in your examination. This practice session will be of great benefit to you all. Chun Shui let out a sigh of relief, silently giving thanks. So little martial uncle wasn't exhausted after all. Little martial uncle is still fine. Ji Li's face flushed red as she looked at Lu Sun. She thought happily, great, his face didn't hit the ground. Lu Sun glanced over at Chun Shui, then questioned in confusion. Why does Ji Li's expression look different from the others? What strange thing is that girl thinking about now? Chun Shui stood on the podium amid the approval of all the disciples. She raised her voice, ahem, then the examination continues. Next person. A loud call, Ji Li. Ji Li reflexively jolted in surprise. Disciples below heard this and were delighted, responding in unison. Even little martial uncle worked so hard we can't fall behind. Ji Li, keep it up. Today we have to draw until we're completely exhausted. Ji Li looked up without saying a word. She slowly walked towards the crowd. Lu Sun followed Ji Li's every step. He encouraged her, just do your best. Maintain the idol's demeanor. Ji Li firmly grasped the brush and looked at the paper before her with a determined gaze. She told herself she had already made up her mind. She wanted to be the woman who would manage everything for Lu Sun. Lu Sun stood at a distance observing. He looked warily at the scene before him, quietly thinking that this girl even had to round off her brush strokes. Her possessiveness was truly frightening. Ji Li paid no mind to the outside world. She focused on the main task and encouraged herself. Ji Li, come on, you can definitely do this. A gust of wind blew by. Ji Li tiredly looked at the fluttering paper. She did not stir, even with loud voices in her ear. She had been painting for over 15 minutes. Ji Li glanced at Lu Sun, thanking him inwardly. Great, Lu Sun. The paper was completely covered in black ink. She thought to herself, I have surrounded you all now. The crowd below cheered excitedly, truly a woman with guts. Earlier they were joking, but she actually went all out. Faced with this achievement, the crowd buzzed like a disturbed beehive. They exclaimed, amazing. Next we have to give it our all so as not to be looked down upon. Junior brother, I have no grudge against you. Senior brother, I also do not want to be underestimated. Third place is definitely mine. With little uncle and Ji Li ahead, no one dares dream of second place. Ji Li in front of Chun Shui lost gravity and fell backward, mumbling, that is great. Chun Shui used magic to catch her. Blue light like bubbles lifted Ji Li's body. She thought to herself this little girl was too reckless. Her spiritual energy was completely drained. Among the crowd, Lu Sun's tall figure stood out. He waved his hand towards Chun Shui. Chun Shui quickly decided to hand Ji Li over to little uncle to take care of, as she had no time to attend to her. Chun Shui used magic to toss Ji Li towards Lu Sun. She shouted for him to catch her. Ji Li landed right in Lu Sun's arms. Lu Sun held a hawthorn fruit in front of Ji Li. He said kindly, eat it all and you will get better. Your strength will recover soon. Ji Li in Lu Sun's arms curled up like a little ball. She ate the fruit Lu Sun fed her and whispered softly, so sweet. Ji Li bit Lu Sun's hand, letting out a sound. Lu Sun blushed in embarrassment and scolded, my hand, stop it. The crowd below saw this scene and also blushed, not understanding what was happening. One person spoke up to ask, "What is going on?" Sunlight gently glided over the roof tiles of the temple. The crowd gradually could not stand this affectionate scene. The first person spoke up again and asked what was happening now. Crowd gradually fell silent. A few people collapsed. A resentful voice rose from among the guards. Checking the outer sect examination grounds is usually normal, but why is it so bloody? Little uncle has changed everything. Chun Shui slowly stepped down, walking through the scattered guards. She said calmly, "The results of this examination are in." Chun Shui looked at Lu Sun and Ji Li, who were embracing. She announced loudly, "First place is Ji Li." Waiting in Lu Sun's arms for the trial results, Chun Shui called out to Ji Li. Ji Li was startled, asking doubtfully, "Is it me?" After learning the results, Lu Sun struck a cool pose beside Ji Li. Everyone cheered happily. Teacher Ji Li seemed not to believe it. Lu Sun smiled and said, "Of course it is you. How could I as the little senior uncle compete for a prize with a junior?" The disciples admired and exclaimed, "Is this the vision of little senior uncle? So broad. I want to learn from this too." At that moment, the system displayed a notification that reputation points had increased by over 2,000. Lu Sun thought happily, "My position as the demon sex idol is getting more and more solid. All of you work hard to increase my reputation points." On the other hand, facing the applause, Ji Li showed obvious happiness. "I became the first just like that." After giving Ji Li a gift, Lu Sun tilted his head and praised her performance as not bad. Ji Li blushed embarrassingly and replied, "Ah, thank you." On one side, sect leader Shen Yan held a pile of spirit stones in his hands like a baby, smiling brightly and flexing proudly. "I told you Ji Li would win. Do you believe me now?" Looking at Ji Li, Shen Yan grinned with great satisfaction, truly worthy of being my disciple. Behind, the other sect leaders also had shining eyes full of desire, each harboring scheming thoughts. Shen Yan, who was usually alert and stingy, immediately activated his defensive mode. "Not good. These people have set their eyes on my disciple. Compared to good resources, good teaching attitude, cultivation techniques that are not prone to deviation, I truly have no disadvantage." Looking at the sect leaders with eyes shining like headlights, Shen Yan said to himself, "I must think of a way to divert their attention, create a sense of crisis like a storm is coming." After a moment, Shen Yan happily exclaimed, "Got it." Thinking this, Shen Yan turned his head and said softly, "Everyone, there is a matter that should have been discussed when the master returns to the mountain, but the master will not return soon, so let us discuss it now." Everyone asked in surprise, "What matter is so serious?" Shen Yan turned around pretending to be understanding. "Earlier when little uncle jumped into the abyss, you all must have felt that invisible pressure." Sect leaders nodded and said, "Yes. With our strength, we still do not know who it was. It seems the master did not care." Shen Yan raised his head and asked, "So you are not worried? What if they appear next time and cause obstacles for the demon sect?" Hearing this, the sect leaders immediately fell into the trap. "Yes. If they have ill intent, it is not good. We must think of a way to respond." Someone shouted that others cannot be allowed to look down on the demon sect. Shen Yan smugly thought they had all taken the bait. That power could very well have been released by the master who is in seclusion, then smiled broadly. "Let us discuss it carefully." At the same time, Ji Li happily walked with Lu Sun. The two laughed and joked merrily. Shen Yan silently confirmed, "The little girl is my disciple. No one can take her away." After returning to his room, Lu Sun's information was updated. Level 4 could be upgraded, 12,150 out of 3,000. He calmly calculated, experience points are now 12,150. Completing the mission and leveling up to 2 used up some. Unexpectedly, it was still near there. Then he stretched, haha, must save up, still need to level up skills later. Having said that, Lu Sun straightened his back and lay down on his beloved bed. In the dreamscape, a gentle breeze blew Lu Sun's long hair. He suddenly realized the illusion around him, shouting in frustration, "Damn it." In the end, Lu Sun had to go through another exhausting night. The next morning, Lu Sun tremblingly dragged his tired body out to the porch, mumbling to himself, 19 times. I did it 19 times in one night again. At the same time, Mao Nanbai lazily lay on her back chewing a pastry, asking little junior brother, "Why do you look like you just spent 7 days in a brothel?" Lu Sun tiredly rubbed his head, "Hush hush, what is the big deal? I can take even more." Mao Nanbai then asked curiously, "Did you comprehend the sword heart? How does it feel?" After stuffing down a pastry, Lu Sun replied indifferently, "Yes, but there is no sensation. Just a bit noisy. Everything else is the same." Thinking to himself, it is like leveling up, flashy effects. The only feeling is slightly dazzling. Suddenly Man Bai exclaimed in surprise, "What is that?" Lu Sun replied carelessly, "Not sure. Anyway, it feels very fast over in a few seconds." Hearing this, Nanbei remarked, "Then you are really fast too." Then she continued, "Oh right, you have comprehended the sword heart but do not have a sword yet." Lu Sun suddenly fell silent. After thinking, he stood up and bowed gratefully. "Many thanks to fourth senior sister for the sword." Not expecting herself to be tricked, Mao Nanbai immediately bristled, her hands clenched, her claws fully extended, screaming internally. Mao Nanbai put on a sulky expression, turning her face away. The act of turning her back explained the idiom, meaning she did not want to pay attention to him. Lu Sun, seeing this, was speechless, not knowing how to react. A ticking sound rang out, and Lu Sun was startled when the system beeped again. The system reported that the internal beta testers were about to log in. Lu Sun wondered, internal beta test? He rubbed his chin while reading the notification, wondering why the disposable pawns were arriving so soon. Mao Nanbai turned into a cat and jumped onto his head, acting spoiled. What are you laughing at? Then she urged him to bring lunch to second senior sister, who was still asking for pumpkin porridge. He argued back, asking who exactly she was delivering the meal for. Mao Nanbei just meowed a few times, and the two of them went to prepare together. A short while later, in the cool bamboo forest, beside the stone slab where Xiao Man was cultivating, they ate until they were stuffed. Lu Sun and Nanbei leaned against each other, sighing, feeling they had no face left. Nanbei exclaimed, the pumpkin was so delicious. While resting, Lu Sun started worrying again. He felt annoyed, the stupid players were about to come in, and he was only level 4, too low. He told himself he had to level up immediately, so he stood up, though he was a bit unsteady from being full. Bowing respectfully to Xiao Man, he said he would bring lunch again at noon. In his heart, he thought cultivation was bitter, but he could not afford to delay. Xiao Man kept her eyes closed in concentration and replied curtly, got it. He smiled contentedly, secretly delighted. It seemed second senior sister's attitude toward him had changed. Excitedly, he asked what she wanted to eat for the Mid-Autumn Festival tomorrow. Before Xiao Man could react, Nanbei perked up, as if she had been waiting for that question. Her eyes sparkling, Mao Nanbei sat bolt upright. The moment you mention this, I'm wide awake. Hearing Nanbei list a series of dishes she wanted to eat, Lu Sun smiled helplessly but with great affection. He thought during the holiday, just let everyone eat freely. Lu Sun left alone under the rustling bamboo canopy with a gentle breeze blowing. He did not know that from this moment on, he was no longer lonely. After Lu Sun left, only the two senior sisters remained. Nanbei bounced happily in front of Xiao Man, joyful that tomorrow there would be many delicious foods. Mao Nanbei turned into a cat and jumped onto Xiao Man's shoulder, whispering that their little junior brother had comprehended the sword heart yesterday, but still did not have a sword. At this point, Xiao Man opened her eyes. Nanbei continued, asking if they should find a sword for him. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Man gave Bei a loud knock on the head, raising a bump. Nanbei lay in her lap, grumbling. Xiao Man said gently not to cause trouble, but instead passed down the nurturing knife art to him. Nanbei opened her big, sparkling eyes, trying to persuade her second senior sister. She said that Lu Sun was already cleaned out, and that nurturing knife art was created by the senior brother, using one strike would drain him dry. Xiao Man had made up her mind. She looked straight at Nanbei and replied curtly, listen to me. In his own private space, Lu Sun focused on training, raising a bright blue energy stream in both his palms. His mind revolved, circulating the key nourishment art. Suddenly, a force from outside burst the door open, flying straight toward Lu Sun. Before he could react, a small hand pressed his face against the floor with a loud smack. Lu Sun cried out in pain. Who is it? Nanbei sat astride him, a technique already ready in her hand. Frowning, she told him to close his eyes and focus. Lu Sun, bewildered, recognized his fourth senior sister. Without wasting any time, Nanbei muttered an incantation. Immediately, a series of glowing red and gold characters appeared around the two of them. Lu Sun was pinned firmly to the floor, unable to move. He asked in confusion, what is this? The system immediately sent a notification about the orange grade sword nurturing art skill, created by the demon sect's senior brother, altered by Nanbei into the nurturing knife art. It had been restored to its true form. Lu Sun's mouth fell open in shock that the sword nurturing art was an orange grade. Thinking of that, he fell into contemplation. Even in his previous life, he could not have obtained such a top-tier treasure. His eyes sharpened, and he made his decision. What's there to hesitate about? Learn it. The next second, Lu Sun closed his eyes, fully absorbing the skill. The notification panel displayed 150 out of 1500, enough for a level up. More information came. Successfully learned the sword nurturing art. Current progress level 0. Lu Sun was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped, his hands trembling as he looked at the text. Level 0, experience points 250 out of 1500, with a yes or no option below. He exclaimed, Level 0? During his quiet cultivation, his heart shone with light. Recalling his decision, he grit his teeth in annoyance. 10,000 experience points and still only level 0. He had to level up, no choice. In an instant, multiple large forces radiated outward from around Lu Sun. Witnessing this, Nanbei was astonished, exclaiming that their little junior brother had comprehended so quickly. He remained completely focused, eyes tightly shut, maintaining the same posture. Nanbei was still amazed, saying that in just a few breaths, he had already finished learning. She wondered aloud if his comprehension was just a single cycle. Spiritual energy continued to circulate, lighting up the room. Nanbei, facing Lu, judged that the sword nurturing art required a sword. The nurtured sword could unleash supreme power, but the problem was, she understood the issue when she saw his expression gradually growing pained. She thought, the little junior brother simply did not have a sword. Lu Sun tried to concentrate, but the pain turned his face pale. He cursed under his breath. How could this sword-nurturing art hurt more than regular cultivation? A series of characters appeared on both his arms. Without a sword, absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy left nowhere to store it. In an instant, his entire body was wrapped in spiritual energy. He endured pain like hell, the veins as if drained clean then filled with lava. He still grit his teeth with resilience. Suddenly, he appeared in a different dimension, only him in a deep night sky. Before him was an entity like a giant glowing heart, surrounded by spiritual power. Lu Sun wondered how he had ended up here. The next second, he realized it was his own sword heart, all the spiritual energy converging into it. The entity gradually transformed, emitting a powerful, vast beam of light. He exclaimed, "My heart is transforming, it's glowing." Another strange event caught his attention. Inside his sword heart, why was there a needle, or was it a sword? At that moment in reality, Lu Sun snapped his eyes open. Before he could regain his wits, he saw Nan Bei's face close up. Lu Sun jumped back in panic, shouting, "Damn!" Mao Nanbei asked with concern, "Little junior brother, do you feel anything wrong?" Lu Sun smiled evasively and asked back, "Fourth senior sister, do you see I'm more handsome?" She found him a bit unbearable. Nanbei turned away as she said, "Seems like nothing's wrong. You really have great fortune and a long life. Fooling around just now, it probably failed, right? Not suffering backlash is already good." But she stopped and added more advice. "The sword nurturing art is a top-tier technique. You must comprehend it slowly. If you practice without clear understanding, your 7 orifices will bleed, and your vital energy will go rampant, causing your body to explode and die." Lu Sun scratched his head and replied, "This process is really hard to swallow." Nanbei did not insist and continued, "Don't underestimate it. You don't yet have a destined treasure. Even if you practice, you won't get any results." He did not understand what she was referring to, so he immediately asked again, what was a lifebound treasure? Mao Nanbei turned back and pulled Lu Sun's arm, saying they needed to find the second senior sister for an inspection, because if he died, she would have no more tasty treats. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived at Xiaoman's location in the bamboo forest. He and Xiaoman sat facing each other on a large stone slab as the spiritual energy around her began to spread, and she silently wondered about the sword hidden within his heart. Seeing that his heart was glowing, Xiaoman told herself this should not be. How could a human body be used as a sword sheath for nurturing, unless? Mao Nanbei quickly noticed something strange and asked the senior sister what was wrong, if the little junior brother was really experiencing side effects. Xiaoman calmly closed her eyes and replied, "No, it is not that." She looked directly at Lu Sun and said, "Little junior brother, it is a congenital sword fetus." Both of them were astonished. Mao Nanbei blurted out congenital sword fetus. Lu Sun asked what that was. She explained that the ancestor who established Sword Mountain was a congenital sword fetus, and the eldest senior brother was also suspected to be one. Lu Sun continued, "Whoever is a congenital sword fetus is destined for great achievements." He wondered to himself, is it that powerful? Suddenly Lu Sun's eyes widened. He thought to himself, what kind of congenital sword fetus? Was his sword talent was only 1 point. A congenital sword fetus needed at least 10. But then he curled his lip, certain that even if he was not, he could be sure of one thing, he was a cheat. Xiao Man turned and sternly instructed Mao Nanbei to go find Peak Lord Shuma and bring a sword here. Mao Nanbei was confused, not understanding why that weapon was needed, so he asked what the sword was for. Xiao Man paused for a moment, turned her head to look at Lu Sun sitting still on the rock, and replied that it was for the little junior brother to try. Hearing this, Mao Nanbei acknowledged the order and quickly ran off. He sat there with a thoughtful look, thinking that if he wanted them to fetch a treasure for him, they would at least have to give a few instructions. Watching the figure of Mao Nanbei running nimbly, Lu Sun slowly stood up and added, "Fourth senior sister, bring a high-grade sword, the higher the better." Afraid she did not hear him, he stood far away and shouted loudly, "The higher the better." Mao Nanbei's face darkened slightly as she turned her head, thinking the little junior brother was clever, always knowing how to seize an opportunity. After giving the instructions, Lu Sun stood holding his face with an eager expression. Was the little grand uncle of the demon sect finally getting his own sword? After a while, Nanbei returned panting heavily. Running while shouting, the sword had arrived. Lu Sun saw this and cheered loudly, "Fourth senior sister." She grasped the sword hilt firmly. She swung it forcefully towards him, her voice decisive, "Little junior brother, catch the sword." Seeing the two swords flying towards him, he was momentarily suspicious. Why did the swords have wind? She looked at him and laughed gleefully, wondering if the little junior brother could catch them. Hearing this, Lu Sun was annoyed. The fourth senior sister was joking again. If he tried to catch them, he might get stabbed to death. Immediately, he channeled strength into his hands, forming a blazing green energy sphere, still muttering that if he could not catch them, Swirling vortex around it made it even larger, yet he was still full of confidence. Otherwise, where would his handsome face hide? Xiao Man saw the two of them fooling around and sternly reminded them not to cause trouble. At that moment, the two swords plunged straight into the ground. Mao Nanbei was disappointed and stammered an explanation that she only wanted to test the little junior brother's skill. Xiao Man gently taught her, as a senior sister, one must cherish the junior brother. Mao Nanbei heard this and teared up, replying that she understood. Lu Sun was also moved and praised the second senior sister for being truly kind. After a moment, Xiao Man turned her head to look at them and spoke, "Give it a try." Lu Sun quickly replied and then activated the black chains and the Emperor's Crimson, both of which were gold-grade magical tools. Looking at the two swords, he slightly raised his eyebrows in assessment. One was ordinary, and one was peculiar but of higher quality. Thinking this, he decided to start with the weaker one first. When he picked up the sword, he felt as though there was no problem. Suddenly, the sword in his hand began to shine brilliantly, emitting a dazzling golden light. But in an instant, it fell back to the ground. Mao Nanbei exclaimed in shock, "How could this be?" He could not believe his eyes, panic-stricken as he wondered the little sword in his heart was resisting, not allowing him to touch any other sword. Lu Sun was determined to try again, thinking to himself to try once more. He grabbed the sword hilt and tried to pull it out, his heart full of resolve, this time it should be. But he could not. The sword stubbornly refused, as if an invisible force was blocking him. He silently sighed that indeed he could not hold it firmly. Staring intently at his hand, he felt smug and then wondered, could it be that you are jealous? At the same time, Xiao Man approached and called out, "Lu Sun." He snapped out of his thoughts, turned his head, second senior sister. She smoothed her hair and calmly spoke, "You come and take my sword." Having said that, she immediately activated the system. Seeing this, he pressed his lips together, thinking that the second senior sister's sword could not have its rank checked, whether he could hold it firmly. Lu Sun tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. A surge of powerful energy radiated out, enveloping his entire body. A piercing shout rang out, "Transform." Lu Sun suddenly flew up into the air, and he crashed heavily to the ground in front of Mao Nanbei and Xiao Man. Lu Sun was embarrassed, thinking the little sword in his heart still could not shake the second senior sister's sword. He glared angrily at his hand. What the hell? Could it be that he would never be able to hold a sword again from now on? Suddenly a flash of light burst forth. Lu Sun boldly thought of a way. Wait, maybe try using his foot. Nanbei, standing by, helplessly approached and scolded him. "Can you be serious at a time like this?" Xiao Man gently waved her hand and withdrew the sword. Nanbei anxiously ran around observing Lu Sun, complaining about why a naturally perfect fetus body could not even hold a sword. He was sad and disappointed. Perhaps he was simply not suited for it by birth. Nanbei was slightly stunned. This was bad. It seemed his Dao heart was about to waver. Miss Xia approached and patted Lu Sun's shoulder to comfort him, saying, "Little junior brother, do not worry. Once the master returns, things will be fine. The master will surely have a way." He naively declared that the master could do anything. Back when she was a kitten, he had made her take human form. Besides his dislike for handsome men, he was gentle with everyone. Nanbei glanced at Lu Sun's expression, sensing something was wrong and thought about it. Wait a moment. Lu Sun met Nanbei's gaze and calmly asked what was wrong, causing her to stammer without being able to speak. She covered her face in embarrassment and turned away, thinking how captivating handsome men were. This was bad. Her mind was about to collapse. Suddenly Lu Sun stood up, slowly walked toward Xiao Man, and gently said to try a spar. Perhaps it would be useful. He smiled at her and replied that second senior sister wanted to see how the little sword in his heart would react when faced with battle. Nanbei's eyes lit up with delight. "Then let me fight." Lu Sun tilted his head with slight annoyance and asked what fourth senior sister wanted to do. She chuckled with interest. Xiao Man calmly spoke, Sword cultivator, little junior brother, outer sect disciple." Nanbei answered swiftly. Then she cheerfully carried Xiao Man around, loudly announcing that the sword cultivator and outer sect disciple had arrived. At that moment, a familiar figure poked their head out. Ji Li looked at everyone happily and greeted them. "Lu Sun, little grandmaster." Overjoyed as if finding gold, Lu Sun excitedly called out, "You arrived just in time. Help me with something." Ji Li asked in surprise what it was. Lu Sun calmly put on a serious face and told her to draw her sword and stab him with all her might. Ji Li worriedly touched his forehead and asked if he was okay. Lu Sun blushed, pushed Ji Li's hand away, and said seriously that he was fine. He was being serious. Stab him. Understood. She quickly retreated a few steps and replied concisely, "Okay." As soon as the words fell, Ji Li gripped her sword tightly, stared at Lu Sun, and said she would use her full strength. He had to be careful. Lu Xun calmly nodded with encouragement. Okay, just stab me with all your strength. Immediately, a strong gust of wind swept past. Ji Li stepped back a few paces to gain momentum, then charged forward with a shout. She swung her sword directly and rushed quickly towards Lu Xun. The blade stopped midair. Ji Li tried hard to thrust forward but failed. She was shocked. The sword could not penetrate. An invisible barrier blocked it. Lu Xun was delighted and immediately moved his hand gently. The invisible shield shifted, violently flinging Ji Li and her sword away. She cried out in pain and fell. Ji Li tumbled through the air. Nanbei shouted in worry to be careful, then quickly ran over to catch her. After the sword clash, Lu Xun realized in astonishment that the little sword within him could resist any sword that made contact. He thought to himself that the no-sword domain was not always activated. Memory from the past suddenly surfaced. Lu Xun's captivating face and strange actions were etched deep in his subconscious. He said arrogantly that the no-sword domain was opening. Nanbei helplessly mocked him. This kid, why was he not tense at all? What good was a naturally born sword fetus if he could not use a sword? Lu Xun tilted his head blankly and thought that made sense. Since he could not wield a sword, even a powerful sword fetus was useless. He would create a no-sword domain where all beings were equal and then fight with fists and feet. He stroked his chin and thought a sword player ought to use a sword to look cool. Fighting barehanded seemed a bit degrading and didn't suit his idol of the demon sect identity. Saying so, he helplessly cried out, was there no way to be cool without holding a sword? He quickly mimicked a superhero, waving his arms and legs, shouting loudly to summon the Six Veins Divine Palm. Instantly, a series of green sparks shot out from Lu Xun's fingertip. He exclaimed in astonishment. This is... Shocked to the point of bulging his eyes wide, Lu Xun dazedly realized it was sword aura. The three people nearby were surprised and quickly came closer to look. Xiaomin stared with wide eyes and an O-shaped mouth at the light spot on his hand. It really was sword aura. Ji Li cheered with delight. Awesome. As for Nanbei, with a thick-skinned expression, she said, Tieske, he doesn't even have a sword, then embarrassedly thought, what the hell is sword aura? Nanbei disdainfully said, what uses a stubby little sword aura? Being short and small probably means it's weak as hell, unlike a long, hard magic sword. Hearing the belittling tone, Lu Xun angrily thought, men hate most being called short, small, and weak. Today I will. Cutting off his train of thought, Xiaomin gently said no, not necessarily, as she extended her hand to assist with power replenishment. Just try it out. The moment she finished speaking, a surging aura filled the space, sweeping up the surrounding earth and rocks, shooting them high up into a massive whirlpool. Ji Li, stunned, exclaimed, is second senior uncle ancestor going to use this pile to smash little senior uncle ancestor? She glanced pityingly at Lu Xun's handsome face that would get hurt. Without wasting any time, Xiaomin commanded the clump of earth and rocks to charge straight at the opponent. Nanbei frantically activated a defensive shield. If that brat couldn't block it, I need to ensure he doesn't get injured. Obeying Xiaomin's command, the rocks flew like a bullet toward Lu Xun. He curled his lip into a sneer. Tut tut, I have already refined my body control down to the smallest detail. With a single flick of his hand and a step for momentum, the large and small rocks shattered, creating a spectacular hail display. Lu Xun lightly lowered his foot to land. He looked happily at the light spot on his hand, joyfully saying, looks like though I am short, my power is great. Xiaomin shyly commented the sword aura was not bad. Nanbei reluctantly praised it as passable. Ji Li enthusiastically shouted, little senior uncle ancestor was amazing. Suddenly his mana ran dry, Lu Xun's vision blurred, and he felt dizzy. Why did his body feel like? Before he could finish, his heavy body collapsed to the ground. Nanbei sighed wearily, sword aura consumption is too great. Low cultivation can't handle it. Night fell, a rustling sound echoed in the still space. A slender foot appeared between the staircase steps. Nanbei was toiling away, dragging Lu Xun's heavy form up the slope. Her hands torn, her mouth ceaselessly muttered, if I wasn't afraid the weak one would catch a cold, I wouldn't waste all this effort carrying you back. She dragged him while boarding the boat. You little bastard. You didn't need to risk your life like that, thinking all your sworn brothers are dead already. Lu Xun, exhausted, felt tears welling up, thinking I truly care for them. Nanbei walked and breathed, her mouth never stopping. She forcefully declared protection. Anyone dares to bully you, I'll chop off their head with one slash. After a stretch of hardship, Nanbei finally dragged Lu Xun home. She quickly flung the door wide open. A familiar sight immediately appeared before her eyes. Nanbei gaped in astonishment. She joyfully called out loudly, little Hap. A cute cat with pitch black fur appeared before her. Nanbei happily ran over, her arm reaching out into the air. Just as she was about to touch it, the image vanished. She stared blankly into the void. Then she slumped to the ground, her hand still reaching out, realizing it was all just an illusion. Tearfully she looked up at the sky. Time passed so quickly. It was Mid-Autumn Festival again, the day of reunion. In the darkness, Nanbei stood still, her eyes fixed on the bright moon, tears streaming down her face as she softly whispered, asking where her family was. The next morning, Luke's son yawned as he stepped out the door, saw Nanbei lying there, and greeted her. Recalling yesterday's events, he told himself he couldn't use that sword too much, or he would be broke. Hearing the noise, Nanbei woke with a start and softly returned the greeting. Luke's son sensed something was off, thinking that at this time she should be yelling for food, especially since it was Mid-Autumn Festival. He gently approached, sat down beside Nanbei's bench, and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Nanbei hesitated, her eyes gazing into the distance, asking if he knew why she had appeared in Wei City. Luxun answered frankly, "It was to kill those 100 ghosts, right?" Nanbei then asked if he knew why she had to kill those ghosts. Luxun thought for a moment and said he didn't know, inwardly thinking it wasn't for cultivation or experience points either. Suddenly Nanbei uttered the word revenge, her demeanor turning serious, surprising Luxun. Nanbei lay stretched out on the bench under the sun, recounting that she was originally a cat demon in the forest outside Wei City, taken in by a master. Her eyes glimmered with sorrow. Her home was at Cat Forest Mountain outside Wei City, where her family and friends were before she became a demon. Nanbei hesitated, saying her family had been destroyed, the entire forest engulfed in a sea of fire. The countless beasts died, leaving not a trace of life. The perpetrator of the disaster was a ferocious demon, bearing a dark red aura, with 2 large horns, a muscular build, and sharp fangs. Nanbei continued, "It was a demon that evolved into a demon king, destroying everything. When she witnessed her family and friends fall, Nanbei harbored a fire of hatred, determined to take revenge. That demon viciously bared its fangs and roared. Both of them charged into battle, Nanbei as if boosted by 200% strength, continuously rushing to attack without any fear. She recounted in a gentle voice that she had killed it, avenging everyone. Nanbei lowered her head and added, its body shattered into countless pieces, then turned into the 100 ghosts, and while chasing them, she met everyone. Hearing this, Luxun understood, so she was feeling homesick during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Seeing Nanbei's sadness, Luxun felt sympathetic, recalling his little sister when she was bullied. He immediately grabbed her hand. Luxun cheerfully dragged her along. Though a bit confused, Nanbei obediently followed. He led her into the kitchen and told her to wait. He would help her find joy again. While fumbling to pour in spices, he recounted that his family was poor before. Whenever his little sister was sad, he would make this dish. Too bad there was no white sugar fish, so he had to use rock sugar. Nanbei watched with wide eyes. She thought to herself, find joy. Was he an idiot or what? But watching Luxun's busy figure, her heart suddenly felt an unusual warmth. A moment later, the delicious dish was done. Luxun asked her to use her spiritual power to freeze it. Receiving the bowl of food, Nanbei activated her skill. A green energy gathered, and she asked hesitantly, like this. Luxun confirmed in a loud voice. He excitedly said the next part was the moment to witness a miracle. Luxun happily flipped the bowl onto a plate. He held up the mooncake before Nanbei and told her to try it. Nanbei's eyes widened in surprise. She had never seen such a thing before. Though a bit doubtful, she quickly took a bite. As she chewed the cake, her eyes immediately lit up. She happily exclaimed it was delicious. Luxun beside her smiled contentedly. Nanbei turned and asked if he wanted some. Luxun gently told her to go ahead and eat. If she wanted more later, he would make it for her. Nanbei immediately grabbed a piece of the cake with her hand and stuffed it into her mouth, no longer being polite. Seeing her engrossed in eating, Luxun wondered what it would feel like to touch her head. He immediately reached out a hand to try. Then he froze, worried that this fierce senior sister would surely go crazy. Suddenly, Nanbei looked up and stared intently at him. She gently stood on her tiptoes, letting his hand touch her cat ear. Touching the soft, smooth fur, Luxun's face flushed slightly. Nanbei rubbed her head against his hand and then happily thanked him. Luxun froze for a moment before softly replying, "No need. We are family now." Nanbei's eyes immediately sparkled. She pushed aside the empty plate and asked if she could have another serving. Outside, Shen Yen and the others were ascending the high steps of Trotford. Yuban softly remarked that it had been a long time since the little junior uncle had come to the demon sect. He smiled sinisterly and asked if they should send him to the forbidden training grounds, a place every disciple had to go to. Shen Yen turned his head and replied in a low voice that it was time for a visit. After all, that place was the starting point for everyone, also the ending point where living beings fell. Endless long corridor stretched into the sky. All around were only green pine leaves on the high mountain, the air strangely cold. After a short walk, the sect master arrived at Luxun's residence. Nanbei chewed on some snacks and spoke up. "We are here." The sect master and the fellow disciples greeted. Shen Yan and the junior brothers and sisters wished the uncles a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Uncle Mao Nan did not care. He continued eating and drinking and replied casually, "Happy, you too." Luxun was bringing more cakes for fourth uncle master, saw the guests and said, "The sect master and the elders have arrived." Shen Yan smiled with squinting eyes and greeted, "Hello, little uncle master." Yuban chimed in from the side, "Good day, little uncle master." Luxun noticed that the sect master and everyone were smiling slyly. empty-handed, not bringing any gifts. He felt displeased inside, thinking why would they come to wish a happy mid-autumn festival empty-handed. Luxun thought to himself that he was not afraid of being cleaned out, but still kept a smiling face to welcome them, handing the pudding to fourth Uncle Master to invite everyone to try some. Yuban curiously asked what this was. It looks like tofu. Shen Yan observed and asked why it was more translucent than tofu. Was it concocted by little Uncle Master? This dish clearly did not look like a dessert. After saying that, everyone gently scooped up a spoonful of the rich cake. After chewing it in their mouths for a moment, the delicious flavor spread throughout their bodies. Shen Yan widened her eyes in surprise. What kind of feeling is this? It tastes so good. Luo Yuangxiu happily showed off 2 pomelos. Everyone closed their eyes to savor it, could not help but exclaim that living over 200 or 300 years to finally eat this was truly worth it in life. Everyone asked what heavenly treasures and earthly jewels little Uncle Master used. If he would reveal just a little bit, they were willing to pay with spirit stones to thank him. Seeing this, Luxun thought happily that they had taken the bait. He had to leverage the capital to reap the biggest profit. He immediately put on an innocent look, laughing loudly and replying that if they wanted the method, that was fine. They were all from the demon sect, so why be so strict and clear? Then Luxun changed his expression and lightly mentioned, but everything needs to consider the sincerity, after which he continued speaking with a displeased tone. If the sincerity was too small, giving the formula would also embarrass you. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Shen Yan asked in confusion what little Uncle Master meant. Luxun replied bluntly that he would give the formula to the one with the greatest sincerity, after which they could freely do business with it. He presented the pudding, saying the massive profit was hidden within this. No need for many words. Everyone thought that if this item became widespread across the world, it would sell like hotcakes. Cultivation resources within the sect would be unlimited. Yu Heshan took the initiative to bid 1,000 spirit stones. He thought he had to get the formula. Yuban refused to be outdone, bidding 1,500. Suddenly someone else cut in with 1,501. They looked at each other without saying a word. Luxun thought happily that this was it. Things were getting dirty. Luo Yuangxiu softly spoke up, saying such a sweet thing must be obtained, bidding 2,000 spirit stones. Shen Yan thought angrily that just a dessert formula cost 2,000. That woman was crazy. 2,000 spirit stones were enough to buy a magical artifact. Luxun calculated happily that 2,000 spirit stones could be exchanged for several thousand experience points. With this dessert, he could make a huge batch, as much as he wanted. He raised his hand and signaled, asking if anyone would bid higher, 2,000 going once. Yu Heishan and Yuban were shocked but helpless, because the price was too high. Luxun shouted loudly, 2,000 going twice. Shen Yan deceived herself thinking they were all fools. What used was oral pleasure. Spirit stones were the best. Ji Li, standing behind, could only silently swallow her saliva. Seeing the cake in Nanbei's bowl, her eyes were full of desire. Shen Yan saw this and immediately changed direction. The sect master gritted his teeth because of this difficult decision. Luxun smiled with squinting eyes and raised his voice, 2,000 spirit stones once. Suddenly a voice rang out, hold it. Shen Yan trembled and said, I will pay 3,000 spirit stones. Hearing this number, everyone was dumbfounded. Did they hear wrong? Was the sect master crazy today? Everyone was astonished, thinking that usually he would not even use spirit stones when sick, but today he was paying 3,000. Since when was Shen Yan this eager for sweets? Luxun became even more excited and shouted, 3,000 once, twice, 3 times sold. Looking at Ji Li's smile, he silently wept aside from the regret, but wiped away tears thinking it was only 2,000 spirit stones. In the future, he would eat 2 meals a day for the disciples. Luxun carried the money pouch and quickly congratulated Shen Yan on acquiring the pudding recipe, subtly hinting that pulling it out made the sect master weep bitterly. Luxun laughed heartily in congratulations. From now on, the future of the secret dessert belonged to the sect master. Shen Yan, holding the recipe, smiled gently, not knowing what to say. Shen Yan turned around and warily looked at the 3 people approaching, asking them what they wanted to do. The 3 people laughed awkwardly. Yu Heishan and Cao Mai replied that they were brothers for many years. Share a little of the dessert recipe. Shen Yan glared at the group claiming to be brothers. Yuban chuckled and took out a money pouch saying he would pay a fee. This is my 500 spirit stones. Yu Heishan also prepared to take out his wallet. Shen Yan calculated when he saw the money pouch this was also a good way. At least he would not lose too much. Seeing Ji Li drool while watching Uncle Maonan eat happily, Shen Yan thought if he handed it over and those people concocted it first and enticed Ji Li, he would lose his beloved disciple. Luckily, he was smart and did not fall for the trap. Uncle Maonan happily shared a portion for Ji Li to try. Shen Yan tossed the money pouch and refused, saying since little Uncle Master sold it, how could he share it? Yu Heishan raised an eyebrow and rested his chin on his hand, looking at the sect master holding the recipe and reading it over and over, thinking was this really the notoriously stingy senior brother Shen? Luxun was happy happily using spiritual power to store the money pouch when Shen Yan spoke up, saying that there was also a major matter for coming here this time. Lu Sun was startled and asked again what major matter. Luo Yuangshu stood observing from afar. Yu Heishan and Yu Ban stood smiling beside Xian as he explained, hoping little Uncle Master would enter the Hidden Mountain, a place that gathered the spirits of the demon sect and countless disciples who had once been granted magical artifacts. Yu Heishan casually asked what grade of defensive artifact little Uncle Master could obtain. Luo Yuangshu covered her mouth and laughed upon hearing this. Seeing Yu Heishan had misspoken, Yu Ban quickly clamped his mouth shut, causing him to go a few times without being able to continue. Lu Sun did not mind, only replying that it was a place where ownerless artifacts recognized their master. He could go anytime but not today. He rubbed the heads of the two little girls, smiling brightly and saying he wanted to have dinner with his family tonight. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, people went onto the streets to release sky lanterns and make wishes. Couples, small families, or young ladies went out to admire the lanterns. The streets became lively and brightly lit. Lu Sun was angry when Jili snatched away the chicken leg from him. Nanbei puffed out his cheeks chewing fish happily. Only Xiaoman maintained a composed demeanor while eating rice. Nanbei had fish crumbs stuck to her mouth, holding a big fish in her arms, suddenly asking Lu Sun if he was ready to go to the Hidden Mountain, saying it was a place from which one could not return. He asked in surprise, "What do you mean by cannot turn back?" Nanbei explained that after death, a cultivator's soul would gather at the place of their demise, and a demon sect disciple entering the Hidden Mountain would look at him with the eyes of later generations, so there would be no effect. She paused for a moment then added, if he refused their magical artifacts, and then came back to accept them after the deed, they would feel insulted. Lu Sun propped his chin and asked if going up to the demon sect's treasure vault meant he could not return, that returning would get him killed. Nanbei chewed on her fish and nodded in agreement. Xiaoman, who had been silently eating her meal until now, finally spoke up saying he needed to think it over carefully. Lu Sun reassured her that the second senior sister had already thought it through. Nanbei held up the fish and asked if he was coveting the great senior brother's sword, advising him to give up the idea because a small sword within his heart was blocking him. Lu Sun rubbed his chin and replied he would act according to circumstances. Jili gnawed on a large chicken leg, hearing it as act according to the chicken, and silently worried as he marked his territory. Xiaoman handed Lu Sun a small black pouch, telling him to carry it with him. Lu Sun looked at the small object and asked what it was. The system displayed 3 red question marks, and Long Shen answered that it was unidentifiable. Xiaoman calmly picked up food and explained that this was a gift left by the great senior brother for the junior brothers and sisters. Nanbei also boasted that she had a total of 5 pieces, with one last piece remaining. Lu Sun held the stone up to the light and wondered about its function. Xiaoman straightforwardly said he would find out after going. Hidden Mountain was a towering peak layered with mist, appearing and disappearing in a hazy blur. Lu Sun and Shen Yan emerged from the foot of the mountain. Shen Yan explained that this place was Hidden Mountain, and no one could fly over it, not even the master had to walk, because here were buried the friends and relatives of the past. Lu Sun looked at the old wooden hut and guessed it was the caretaker's house. The door opened, and an old man with snow-white hair stepped out. Shen Yan introduced him as the mountain caretaker who had followed the master the longest. The old man pushed the door open, asking coldly if he had arrived, his expression indifferent. Lu Sun frowned, thinking to himself that the old man had the demeanor of an immortal, but whether he was connected to the demon sect was hard to say. Shen Yan smiled and clasped his hands, telling the old man this was the master's new disciple. The old man's expression suddenly shifted. Though it disappeared quickly, Lu Sun still noticed, thinking to himself how the old man seemed to have known him for a long time. He slightly bowed as if returning a salute. Suddenly, the system announced that he had received a luck-boosting sprout. Instantly, Lu Sun's luck stat increased to 2. He recalled that in his previous life, grinding on 40 to 50 accounts had never yielded this sprout, and now he had become 2. Lu Sun looked at the old man extending his hand in invitation, unable to stop associating him with the legendary Koi of Fortune. Unexpectedly, an image of the old man's head combined with a fish body flashed through his mind, and he thought that imagining a Koi transforming into human form was somewhat off. The association went even further, conjuring up Nanbei turning the old man's Koi into a dish, and he forced himself to suppress the thought. Finally, after this chain of misguided thoughts, he had unknowingly stepped into Hidden Mountain. Shen Yan showed a sly expression, chuckling to himself that the mission was complete, and now he should place his bet. Immediately, Shen Yan shot off and vanished from sight. At the demon sect, after Lu Sun left, the atmosphere was extremely lively. The fatty Yu Heshan took out a tablet and declared loudly that this time he was betting on what grade of magical treasure the little junior uncle would bring out of Hidden Mountain. At that moment, Lu Sun was at the bottom of the only staircase leading up Hidden Mountain. He looked up. Countless swords were stuck into the steps, appearing painful. Lu Sun glanced around. This place was filled with magical treasures, and anyone who came would want to grab one at random and take it back to change their fortune. But the treasures also chose their owner. To be chosen by one of them was truly no ordinary feat. Lu Sun thought that the close sword energy must be near the mountaintop, but he wondered which treasure would choose him. As soon as he set foot on the first step, all the magical treasures trembled, emitting sword force directed at him. Lu Sun looked down and saw that all the sword-type weapons were responding, yearning for him to take them away. But his heart sword lit up, shattering that delusional thought. He crossed his arms and snorted coldly, cursing that they were not choosing him but coveting his heart sword. Then he decisively walked away, deriding the low-class golded treasures. On the demon sect side, through the mirror, they admired him, saying he was a natural sword embryo, with all the sword treasures calling out to him. Yu Heshen commented that the little junior uncle did not even glance at them. Ru Yun Peak Master Luo Wanqiu wondered if he did not even care about the spirit tier spirit swords. Shen Yan wondered what he would choose in the end. Lu Sun glanced back with slight regret, thinking to himself, "It is not that I do not want to choose you all." He looked down at his heart sword in annoyance, thinking this thing would not let him touch anyone else. Suddenly, something above fluctuated with a different source of power compared to the treasures below. He paused for a moment, then realized this was the immortal grade treasure area, a tier that was the foundation of any sect. On the other side, seeing Lu Sun continue upward, everyone began discussing that the little junior uncle was about to reach the place where the senior brothers and sisters' artifacts were placed. They remembered that the master initially had 12 disciples, but now only a few remained. Yu Hishan sighed at the difficulty of the cultivation path, and that the master was also in a death meditation. Shen Yan lowered his head and sighed in unison. At Hidden Mountain, it seemed Lu Sun had discovered something. He looked over in slight surprise, discovering an old acquaintance. He could not help but laugh, wondering to himself, that was his favorite piece of equipment. How did it end up here? Recalling back then, with its help, he could command the wind and rain, slay whomever he wanted, and wearing it made him look utterly cool. Lu Sun's eyes sparkled, a surge of emotion rising, thinking that now this old acquaintance should also react to him. And the response he got was an utterly unresponsive one. Lu Sun angrily shouted, "Why, my love, do you not recognize me anymore, old acquaintance?" He gave a cold snort, crossed his arms, and walked away quickly, muttering curses at that detestable thing, saying not seeing it was for the better. Despite saying that, Lu Sun still paid attention. He secretly glanced back, thinking that finding the old acquaintance in the secret realm meant a demon sect disciple it had acknowledged had died there. If he could warn that person to avoid it, perhaps he would not die. The deeper he went, the thicker and more oppressive the mist became, causing Lu Sun to cough incessantly in discomfort. As the mist began to thin, purple crystal blocks enveloping immortal energy appeared. Lu Sun stared in shock, exclaiming that they were all purple tier immortal artifacts. Looking at a nearby crystal block, Lu Sun found it strange there were even dice here. On the other side of the mirror, Yu Hishan seemed to have discovered something. His face turned serious, whispering that it had been a long time since he had seen it. Old memories began to flood back into Yu Hishan's mind. Back then, his beloved, and he used that dice to bet on a game. She said if he rolled a higher number than her, she would marry him. Yu Hishan, overjoyed, asked back, "Junior sister, are your words true?" She raised the dice high, proudly replying, "With master and senior brother as witnesses, heaven and earth as our testimony." Yu Hishan was excited, cheerfully agreeing amidst the cheers of everyone. He rubbed the dice in his hand, muttering a prayer to heaven and earth to bless him with a roll of 6. Then, as the dice rolled on the table, making clattering sounds, when it stopped at the number 2, Yu Hishan felt his life was over. Not letting him wallow in disappointment, she reached out to take back the dice and said, "It's my turn." She threw the dice on the table and said to Yu Hishan, "Senior brother Yu, I know you have secretly loved me for a long time. If I roll a 1, it is heaven's will, and I will become your wife." Unfortunately, the dice stopped at the number 6. Seeing that result, Yu Hishan and everyone else held their breath, the atmosphere turning tense. Suddenly, she deliberately reached out her hand, exerting a bit of magical power, causing the dice to shift to the number 1. Yu Hishan was shocked, stammering, "Junior sister." Before he could finish his sentence, she proudly turned around and said, "Elephant's senior brother, if not for rolling a 1, man's will can overcome heaven." Right after that proud statement, the people in the demon sect erupted. "The result is out. Elephant wins. Senior brother Yu wins. Get married quickly. Get married tonight." At that moment, Yu Hishan was immensely happy. That day had heavy rain and strong wind, but in his heart it was a sunny and clear day. Returning to the present at Lu Sun's side of the hidden mountain, he was still looking around hesitantly, thinking, "No one wants me." Suddenly, as he approached a crystal block of immortal artifact, that thing trembled irregularly. The people on the other side immediately recognized it as the calming wind halberd of the Grand Senior Sister. In the demon sect, it was an immortal artifact second only to the cursed sword Qi of the Master. If the little junior uncle brought it out, restoring the glory of the Grand Senior Sister was a certainty. Lu Xun stared intently at it. He was sure this short sword was stronger than the others. But why did only it recognize the main character of this world? Lu Xun touched his own sword heart, worrying whether this difficult name would accept him. But oh well, be lamb if I didn't care anymore. Agree or not, you only know by trying. Just looking at that immortal artifact made him crave it madly. Lu Xun reached out his hand, only about 3 centimeters away from it. Then a green portal suddenly opened, pulling Lu Xun in. He was teleported to another area, submerged in a sea of snow, with the calming wind halberd placing itself ahead. He looked at himself, muttered, an illusion of the immortal artifact. Yes, worthy of being a supreme great immortal artifact. Speaking a bit about the calming wind halberd, it was the magic treasure of the demon sect's Grand Senior Sister. Back then, relying solely on this sword, she crossed the waves of the evil chopping blade and became famous in one battle. The Grand Senior Sister, in the prime of her power, was truly a peerless genius. The evil blades that stirred the rivers and harmed the people everywhere all had to forfeit their lives. Furthermore, that evil blade was something even the elders of the Azure Heaven sect were helpless against. Shen Yan, with a voice full of regret, continued, if the Grand Senior Sister were still alive, the position of demon sect leader would not have fallen to me. How detestable heaven is jealous of talent. Shen Yan secretly wished, if only his little junior uncle could recreate the talent of the Grand Senior Sister back then, how wonderful that would be. Lu Xun strode quickly towards the calming wind halberd, cursing in his heart, so this illusion is to block my path. Clearly, you were trembling happily earlier. The snowstorm grew stronger, hitting his face, blurring Lu Xun's eyes. He had to shield the snow with one hand while reaching for the short sword with the other. When he grasped the hilt, unexpectedly his sword heart emitted a strange, blazing golden light. Loud bang sent Lu flying far away. Groaned in pain as his face and body hit the ground, raised his middle finger and cursed, damn it, if you didn't want me to hold you, you should have said so earlier. Through the mirror reflecting his image, each person in the demon sect had different expressions, but most were helpless and puzzled by the situation, because it was clear it had wanted to choose Lu Xun. He tiredly leaned his head back against a tree trunk and sighed, forget it, if I can't hold it, what can I do? No matter what, I must get one magical weapon today. Saying that, Lu Xun suddenly changed his expression. His eyes lit up, a sinister smile on his face. Cursed sword Qi in the end. Only one person remains on the mountain peak. On the summit of Hidden Mountain, the cursed sword Qi, the ancestral magical sword of the Azure Demon Sect, was floating. When Lu Xun saw it with his own eyes, he felt something was off. He tilted his head to look at the sword, thinking further, clearly earlier the calming wind halberd had reacted to me, but why did this one alone show no movement? Lu Xun circled around it, cautiously considering, also there is something very strange, shouldn't a sword be kept in its sheath? Why is half of the blade exposed? He took out an item given by his second senior sister. It seemed like the two things had some connection. Suddenly the cursed sword Qi trembled violently. Lu Xun couldn't help but exclaim, it moved, it truly reacts to this stone fragment. He stepped forward, calculating in his heart, while the sword is hesitating, I must seize the chance to grab it. As he got closer, Lu Xun's demonic perception sent out a warning signal with a blazing golden light. Lu Xun was inherently stubborn, he ignored it. Today, even if he died, he had to get one item to make it worth the effort. Struggling through the constantly vibrating force barrier, Lu Xun successfully grasped the cursed sword Qi. But life is not a dream. Even as the main character, he was still thrown away by his own sword heart. The flight distance this time was further than the last, proportional to the thud upon landing. The super loud bang was proof. Lu Xun's health bar after that flight almost hit rock bottom. He panted heavily and muttered, damn it, truly worthy of being my grand senior brother. However, looking at his familiar cunning expression now, he must have gained something. Lu Xun held up a sword scabbard, and nothing else. It was precisely the scabbard of the cursed sword Qi. His joy did not last long. Lu Xun felt extremely tired. His hands trembled as he said, the writing artifact senior gave me broke. Lu Xun frowned but quickly realized that it was the artifact from that senior that had prevented him from dying. As soon as he thought of it, the old man appeared right there, and Lu Xun couldn't help but call out, Senior. Senior, what is the matter? Lu Xun wondered as he looked up at the old man. The hidden mountain keeper only smiled silently. He lightly tapped the scabbard with his wooden staff, and the rope wrapped around it immediately coiled around the staff. Lu Xun was surprised. The scabbard also had a spirit. He had never heard of this before. The hidden mountain keeper pointed a finger to signal him. It took a moment for him to understand the old man's meaning, that this scabbard had long belonged to him. The old man shook his head. Lu Xun asked again, that he himself had forged this sword. Only then did the hidden mountain keeper nod in satisfaction. Lu Lu Sun's eyes lit up. Was he also a forging grandmaster? The old man rubbed his head, his expression turning somewhat pensive. Afterward, he cheerfully patted his shoulder. That look made him uneasy, as if he wanted to entrust it to him. A loud shout rang out, congratulating the little junior uncle on obtaining a magical instrument. The two looked up toward the source of the sound. 4 people landed one after another before them. Shen Yan clasped his hands in congratulations, saying that the master's martial sword was a top-grade magical instrument. Seeing their cheerful faces, Lu Sun was speechless, and finally couldn't help himself. Of course it's good, but can someone pull me up already? That night, he checked the new item. From the mid-grade level, his old main account wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Lu Sun stroked his chin, recalling the best weapon back then was only a 5th grade mid-grade at level 60. And this thing, just the scabbard alone, was a 4th grade mid-grade. Even at level 60, he couldn't fully unleash its power. Most notably, it had 2 special skills: Sword Seal, sealing the opponent's sword like the swordless domain. The longer one accumulated force while drawing the sword, the stronger it would be. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Then he suddenly realized and focused his strength to draw the sword. Lu Sun was shocked, but he didn't have a sword. What use was this skill? He wondered. Without a sword to accumulate power, sword energy was also a part of sword force, wasn't it? Let me try. He shot a stream of green energy from his 2 fingers. He inserted it into the scabbard. It worked. Not bad. Others draw a sword, I draw sword energy. He started to make a move. Absorb it. He could absorb as much as he wanted. After a while, he lay wilted on the ground, not expecting to be drained dry by the scabbard. 6 more days until the door opens. He had to prepare to go down the mountain. He looked at the ceiling just in case. What if he ran into his little sister, even if just from a distance? He reached out into the void, thinking he could touch the illusion of her smiling. She also played this game, but she only logged in for 1 hour each day, not addicted, just to have a common topic with him. Lu Sun clenched his fist, his eyes filled only with longing. Could he meet her in that 1 hour? Then his eyelids grew heavy, and he gradually fell asleep. Lu Sun jolted awake in the darkness. Before his eyes was a figure charging at him. Damn, he was dreaming again. He recognized it as the second senior sister. Her sword energy was in pursuit. In the image, the woman held a sword as she charged. He thought he could face her head-on for a moment. He swung his hand to block, and to his surprise, the 2 streams of sword energy clashed and rebounded. Lu Sun looked at the sword energy at his fingertips, elated, saying, "In a dream it lasts longer than in real life." The pouch was about to wrap around his waist. Forgot he was still in the middle of a battle. When he looked up, the second senior sister's sword was already pointing straight at his face. Lu Sun jolted awake in shock, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He forced a dry smile, telling himself he had learned his lesson, having died less than 20 times this round. A sudden knock on the door cut off his train of thought. Lu Sun lazily got out of bed. He yawned widely as he opened the door. Before him was the shiny bald head of Shen Yan. Today was indeed the day the junior uncle master was to descend the mountain for training. Shen Yan beamed as he reported that he had arranged disciples to accompany the uncle master. Lu Sun yawned until tears streamed down his face, asking who was coming along, thinking it was probably Ji Li. No need to guess. But Shen Yan said the one accompanying him was Rong Yan. Lu Sun was displeased. Why not pick the familiar Ji Li? Shen Yan replied that Ji Li had already descended the mountain for training earlier. When did she leave? I had no idea. Lu Sun questioned his existence. A disciple had gone down the mountain without the master even knowing. He said there was nothing else. He would go soon, and asked where Rong Yan was waiting. Shen Yan handed him a small orb, telling him to let the life pearl recognize its master before he left. Lu Sun dripped blood onto the orb, then asked what it did. He thought this item didn't seem to exist in the game in his past life. Shen Yan answered cheerfully, if the junior uncle master encountered trouble, this item would turn black to signal the news. Lu Sun was annoyed, just to know life or death. It was such a hassle. He had never seen such a strange thing. Shen Yan said Rong Yan was waiting at the reception room and then scurried off. Lu Sun found the man perfunctory, not even giving him any protective items. He thought irritably, if he didn't give them, the senior sisters probably would. Lu Sun arrived at the bamboo grove and saw a woman sitting in meditation together with a cat. He clasped his hands to bid farewell to the 2 senior sisters, saying this time he would be traveling far and didn't know when he would see them again. The 4th senior sister exclaimed in panic, so who would cook dinner tonight? She was hit on the head, and the woman next to her simply told him to return home early. Lu Sun nodded, turned around, and waved goodbye. The 4th senior sister shouted loudly, if you fight outside, win if you can, run if you can't. Don't worry about losing face. If something happens, run home and tell us sisters. Lu Sun smiled as he left, feeling it was right to see the senior sisters before he departed. Rong Yan bowed, saying she had been waiting for the junior uncle master for a long time. The disciples around were dazed by Lu Sun's beauty. Lu Sun noticed she had lost weight. Rong Yan replied that the junior uncle master was sharp-eyed. From over 100 jin, she now weighed only 100. He congratulated her and asked if they should go, sensing the scent of some magical tool. Rong Yan told him to ride her flying sword. Lu Sun hadn't even steadied himself. He stood trembling on the magical tool, asking if this was really safe. Suddenly the sky darkened, and a flash of light tore across the heavens. Lu Sun wondered why the sky had darkened. Rong Yan didn't react. Lu Sun didn't understand what was happening and asked if she hadn't seen it. He realized it was half a sword aura from the senior apprentice brother. Green light shot straight toward the two of them. Lu Sun panicked and shouted, "Not good." Rong Yan dodged quickly. The sword aura struck him directly. Rong Yan wondered what was the junior uncle master shouting about. Lu Sun broke out in a cold sweat, saying it was nothing, but inside he thought it was a big deal. The sword aura avatar of the senior apprentice brother had drilled into the sword scabbard inside his storage ring, nearly making him think he'd been slashed. The system displayed a notification that he had received 1% of the Yan Li sword aura. Lu Sun was satisfied. He suddenly thought, could it be that the senior sisters didn't give him magic treasures because they knew ahead of time that he would have this sword aura? Lu Sun looked at the storage ring. If so, then this 1% of sword aura was even stronger than he thought. Rong Yan asked, since they had left the territory of the demon sect, where should they go next? Lu Sun thought that girl had already descended the mountain. Very likely to take revenge, he had to find her first. He was worried if she was harmed by some villain, her life would be ruined. Thinking of that, Lu Sun panicked and shouted, "Go to Ji Lai's old home immediately." Rong Yan said if they were going, they would go, no need to shout. Lu Sun said Ji Li once mentioned her old home was in Yong'an County, and there seemed to be many black gorilla wild beasts around there. Rong Yan was suspicious. What were black gorilla wild beasts? Weren't they just black-furred monkeys? Lu Sun proudly admitted he was the one who named them. He stopped at the Joy Inn and saw two people talking smugly. One man sneered, "Good meat had been delivered again. The boss said the meat this time wasn't bad." Lu Sun walked in and called for the innkeeper to prepare a meal. The blindfolded man ordered the fat old man to serve them, and the fat old man cackled as he obeyed. Lu Sun looked at the old man, frowned, and changed his mind, saying anything was fine. Rong Yan noticed something was off and asked the junior uncle master what was wrong. Lu Sun warned her, "Don't drink, the tea is probably poisoned. This inn is a den of thieves." Rong Yan immediately poured the tea onto the ground. Indeed, it was truly poisoned. She asked softly, "Little martial uncle, how did you know this shop was a black inn?" Lu Sun rested his chin on his hand, staring at the teacup. "As soon as I walked in, I smelled a very strange odor." Rong Yan took a sniff of the air. It seemed to be true, but he smiled. That was just psychological suggestion. Actually, the main reason was thanks to Lu Sun's eyesight. The shopkeeper had a red name. It was the first time he had seen someone with a red name in Tian Chen's settings. That was a sign of someone who had killed before. Looking at the old shopkeeper bringing over the food, he confirmed this man was no good. Then the system panel appeared with the first third of a side mission. Save the mother and son of the bare-handed man who was like iron. The reward was 50,000 experience points and 100 reputation points. Lu Sun perked up. A side mission appeared for the first time, and it even had 3 stages. He thought carefully. The first round was to find the bare-handed iron-like mother and son. Although the description said bare-handed, they were definitely tied up by now. Rong Yan saw his contemplative expression and asked, "Are you looking for the source of that strange smell?" Lu Sun covered his mouth. "Right and wrong at the same time. I am looking for the people they captured." "Captured people? They also capture people?" Rong Yan asked in surprise. Lu Sun replied, "No mistake, may be tied up right in the back kitchen. They might even be sharpening their knives to butcher people and stew soup for us." Rong Yan said with disgust. Little martial uncle ancestor stopped talking. She slammed the table and stood up. "I will go to the backyard to investigate. We cannot let them do as they please." Her action startled Lu Sun. He quickly pulled her back. "Wait a moment. These kinds of black inns require a special approach. Rushing in recklessly will not end well." She obediently sat down and asked him what they should do. Lu Sun stood up and approached the counter. "Watch closely, waiter." A man stepped forward. "Esteemed guest, do you need anything?" His next words stunned everyone for 2 seconds. "Tell your boss to release the captured mother and son from the back kitchen. Then tie yourselves up and bring them to my table." The waiter's face immediately changed. Some even drew wooden sticks. "Esteemed guest, you must be joking. Our small inn does not appreciate this kind of humor." Rong Yan angrily tried to stand up and fight, but Lu Sun told her to sit down. His eyes shone brightly. "I haven't fought monsters for a long time. My hands have been itching. Come at me, all of you." Having said that, Lu Sun charged into them, shouting, "Experience points, do not let any of them escape." They were beaten badly and begged for mercy. Rong Yan thought to herself, even though it was a black inn, the martial uncle ancestor was even more ferocious. Lu Sun stepped on one of them and asked where the mother and son they captured were. That man cried and pointed, "There, in the back kitchen." An arrow pierced through his head. The old shopkeeper shouted, "Too much talking, how could I let trash like you ruin my affairs?" The old shopkeeper and a group of ruffians armed with knives and swords stood waiting in front of the door. He ordered them to kill the 2 of them. Do not dirty the tables and chairs. They still needed to do business. Wrong, Yan spoke up. Little martial uncle ancestor, do you need me to act this time? Lu Sun looked at the red names above their heads. No need, they have all killed before. Just as each one of them charged forward, Lu Sun released a flash of light that blasted them away. They only now realized he was a cultivator able to deflect their swords. He raised his hand and unleashed a sword sheath. Sword aura flew everywhere, annihilating the group of ruffians. The old shopkeeper smugly aimed a crossbow at him. He yelled, "Brat, die here and become good meat for my brothers." But he did not know that the one about to die was him. The ruffians were blasted away. He panicked and retreated. Lu Sun stepped forward and asked where that mother and son were. Sword aura flew around him, threatening the old man. He sneered with contempt, "Speak and I will grant you a whole corpse." The old man thought to himself, this kid is tough to deal with. He ran while taunting, "If you want to know their whereabouts, pry it out of my mouth yourself." Though he was round, he was quite agile. After running a few steps, he drew his bow and aimed an arrow at him, laughing wickedly. "You thought I was running away?" This was a strategy die. He shot 3 arrows in quick succession at Lu Sun. Lu Sun calmly swung his hand, the arrows stuck into the ground. He smiled. "Alright then, do not regret this." With that, he took a running start and leaped up. The old man was terrified, turned his head, and fled, his hand gripping his sword hilt for defense. Seeing Lu Sun leap and block his path, the old man did not hesitate to draw his sword and stab him. But strangely, the sword could not touch Lu Sun's body. He exclaimed, "What is this? You are a cultivator." Lu Sun laughed smugly, knowing that it is too late. Just as he was about to cast a spell, the old man quickly knelt and pleaded, "Immortal, spare my life. This humble one was forced into this. Young and magistrate bullies the people, making life miserable. So I had to resort to this lowly plan." Lu Sun looked at him with a puzzled expression. The old man cried and explained, "Yong'an County was once peaceful, the people were well fed. But 3 years ago, a new official came to the county. He built houses, enslaved the common folk, and oppressed the villagers. He caused the fields to be abandoned, husbands and wives to separate, mothers and sons to be apart. He even killed many people. Everyone was driven to desperation, so they gathered in the mountains and became bandits." Rong Yen appeared from behind and said, "The world is peaceful, but few officials are good. Many demon sect disciples were also forced into the mountains because of this." Lu Sun thought what they said made sense. He asked the old man, "Then why did you capture that innocent mother and son?" The old man immediately replied, "Please follow me, immortal. I will explain clearly and take you to meet them." In the prison cell, the wife of Yong'an's county magistrate anxiously soothed the crying child, saying his father would definitely come to save them. The old man pointed at the woman, saying she was not afraid at all, her attitude as if she had oppressed them for many years. She was most likely the magistrate's family. Lu Sun wondered if the fat man was telling the truth. The system now announced side quest 2. Dispel the mist, find the truth. Reward 60,000 experience points and 100 reputation. Lu Sun thought the quest had changed. Stage 2 was to dispel the mist and find the truth. This indicated that the fat man was very likely lying. He told the old man, "Truth cannot be false, and false cannot become truth. Take me to see her," and indeed Lu Sun had guessed correctly. The old man was worried. Meeting face to face would be very easy to expose. He thought the boss was about to return, just needed to stall for time, and there would be a chance. Lu Sun urged the man, "What are you still thinking about? Hurry over." The man startled and replied yes. As soon as he stepped inside, the woman shouted, "You have some nerve. I have already given all the gold and silver. What more do you want?" The old man approached and scolded her to shut up, saying she and her husband deserved their fate for bullying the innocent. "Today an immortal master has come to punish you." He thought silently that he must shut her mouth first. Woman looked at Lu Sun and said, "His face is decent, but he has joined the bandits. What a waste." Hearing this, Lu Sun was pleased. Indeed, Mac's beauty worked everywhere. The old man quickly said to Lu Sun, "Immortal master, let us leave, lest you be defiled." He urged him inwardly to hurry and go before they were exposed. Lu Sun did not leave immediately but knelt on one knee, telling the woman he would only ask one question, and if she answered correctly he would let her go. Hearing this, the woman's eyes lit up with hope, asking if it was true and demanding he free her child as well. Lu Sun guaranteed it was true, then asked, "I heard the 5 grains have a bountiful harvest. May I ask which 5 grains they are?" The woman answered, "The 5 grains are sesame, rice, glutinous rice, wheat, and beans. Everyone knows this." Lu Sun stood up, saying good. He immediately ordered Rong Yen to arrest the fat man, because this young woman did not grow up in luxury. Understanding the 5 grains meant she cared about the people. Rong Yen promptly received the order. The old man panicked and screamed for help from the boss, saying everyone had arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, the bandit leader appeared, asking who dared to stir trouble on the emperor's ground. He said today he would properly favor someone. The old man ran towards the bandits. Rong Yen turned back and asked Lu Sun if he needed to capture the bookkeeper. Lu Sun replied, "No need, close the door." He thought to himself that capturing him was useless. The urgent task was to complete the quest for experience. As Rong Yen closed the door, Lu Sun approached the mother and daughter of Zhenin, telling them not to be afraid. He had come to save them. The woman was still wary. asking why she should trust him. Lu-sun said seriously, "Right now you can only trust me. Tell me the truth of what happened." With no other choice, the woman had to obey, saying, "You are right, now I can only trust you. I am the wife of the Yong'an County magistrate. This is our daughter. When I heard about a flooded village, my husband was too busy to break away, so I brought our salary money to provide disaster relief. But the bandits robbed me on the way, and I ended up in this situation." At that time, the bookkeeper told the leader that the girl from the mansion held a precious sword and had killed many brothers. She would surely come back for revenge. The leader said using government force to capture her would be easier. The woman recounted, "It turned out they wanted to capture her to exchange with her husband for a young lady named Li. She felt pity for Miss Li, knowing that bandits had killed her parents and burned down her home, and now she was also in their sights. She did not want her husband to make the hostage exchange. She only wished to wipe out the bandits to rid the people of this scourge. That way, even if she and her child died, they would have no regrets." Hearing this, Rong Yan said it was related to Ji Li. Lu-sun followed up, "You all do not need to die. With me here, no one will come to harm." The woman shook her head, saying the bandits were skilled, even her extraordinary guards were no match. She advised the young hero not to worry about her and to leave. "If possible, please take her child back to his father. I will be endlessly grateful." After speaking, she handed the child to Lu-sun. The child looked at his mother in confusion. Just now she said the old man was coming to save them. Now she says to send him back. What was going on? At the same time, the system announced side quest 2.3 was completed, rewarding 60,000 experience points and 100 reputation. Lu-sun was surprised but stood up and affirmed to her that when he said nothing would happen, nothing would happen. As soon as he finished speaking, the system again announced side quest 3.3, help the mother and child return home safely. The reward was 70 experience points, 100 reputation, and 1 point in any attribute aptitude. Lu-sun was delighted because a point in any attribute aptitude was a huge reward. He opened the door and stepped outside while telling the woman to wait a moment and then return. Lu-sun silently calculated, if he unlocked sword aptitude, it would be like reaching the heavens. The woman asked Rong Yan, "Are all of you cultivators? Which orthodox path sect do you come from?" Rong Yan replied that they were from the demon sect. The woman froze in confusion upon hearing this, not knowing what kind of sect that was. Lu-sun observed the outside, activated his judgment mode, and saw that they also carried bows and arrows, saying there were bandits among the group who trained diligently. The leader pointed his sword at Lu-sun and shouted to stop the lip, saying the woman inside was his. Even if he was a cultivator, do not think of taking her away. Lu-sun said frankly, "Isn't capturing her just for the precious sword in Miss Li's hand? I will give you a treasure, no need for the trouble." The leader laughed with delight, saying he was smart. If he took out the treasure, he might spare his life. Lu-sun extended his hand, flashing a confident smile, saying, "This is a good thing, take it." The leader slowly approached, saying, "Let him take a look." Suddenly he raised his sword, laughing and saying, "Since you have given, this hand of yours is no longer needed." But before he could swing down, his sword was knocked out of his hand. Lu-sun looked at him with a friendly smile, saying, "Since you want to die so badly, then become my experience points." The leader quickly turned his horse, ordering the bandits to fire arrows immediately. Thousands of arrows were shot towards Lu-sun, but he only glanced at them and used the out-of-sheath technique. Only a few streaks of light flashed past, and cries of pain echoed through the mountains and forests. After unleashing the out-of-sheath ultimate move, Lu-sun stood handsomely amidst the bandits he had beaten until they cried out for their parents, lying scattered on the ground. The main character flashed an idle smile, declaring that when he made his move, these people were not even born yet. At this moment, the wife of the Yong'an magistrate and her child were helped out by Rong Yan, and she called out, "Immortal Master," interrupting Lu-sun's boasting. Though weak, the lady still maintained her poise. She curtsied, bowing her head in salute, saying, "Many thanks to the Immortal Master for saving our lives." He quickly returned the salute, inviting the lady to rise. With a perfectly handsome face, the main character declared he would take them home to ease the magistrate's worries. He silently calculated that this would complete the 3 stages of the quest, thinking it was not bad. Lady Zhang replied with embarrassment, troubling the Immortal Master, deeply admiring this Immortal Master of the demon sect in her heart, handsome on the outside yet completely different from what she had imagined. They entered a forest near Yong'an County, with towering ancient trees casting dense shade. Lu-sun took the lead, constantly looking around as if searching for something. He remembered there was a recent area with ferocious monsters that gave extremely high experience points. As if this game world responded to his thoughts, a bone-chilling roar broke the silence. He cursed inwardly, no way could his luck be this bad. Behind him, Rong Yan looked grim. She had already guessed something was wrong. The county magistrate's wife, though a commoner, also sensed the threat and tremblingly asked what was happening. 3 giant gorillas suddenly appeared as the answer. They roared deafeningly to intimidate. Quite an impressive entrance. Lady Zhang cried out in fear, clutching her crying child tightly. Rong Yan gritted her teeth on high alert, telling Lu Sun that this monster was difficult to deal with. He instructed Rong Yan to protect them, leaving this place to him. She breathed a sigh of relief and replied. He flashed a sinister smile. The 3 monsters before him were nothing but huge experience point pools in his eyes. Lu Sun slowly stepped forward, a golden sword aura appearing around him. The monsters also slowly approached, preparing for battle. He raised his sword sheath, mocking them as fools. He had killed countless of them in his past life. Lu Sun declared he would accept all of this gift. A barrage of red sword auras struck the 3 monsters, making them scream in agony. The pain snapped them to their senses, and they discussed in monster language. One of them said this guy was troublesome. The others agreed. Having reached an agreement, the monsters turned and charged at the hiding Rong Yan. Lady Zhang panicked and hugged her child tightly. Lu Sun remained calm, sneering at them for changing targets. He hurled the sword sheath forcefully at the monsters. With just a few slashes, the sword sheath stained the space red. The monsters were quickly eliminated. The system notified him of successfully killing 3 monsters, gaining a total of over 6,000 experience points. Done with his task, Lu Sun picked up the child and coaxed it. Lady Zhang behind him gleefully joined his fan club. It was late at night and they finally arrived at Yong'an County, reaching the county magistrate's residence. The county magistrate was extremely grateful and bowed to Lu Sun for his aid. He cheerfully said it was just a small matter. Suddenly, his eyes focused on one direction among the magistrate's household members. He noticed a chubby little girl with round eyes and rosy cheeks. Lu Sun silently thought the girl was adorable. The system announced that the mission to safely deliver the mother and child home was complete. The rewards included experience points and reputation. He excitedly thought about the comprehension talent points. If he could unlock sword mastery, he would skyrocket in advancement. In the system space, he shouted to start selecting the points. A white golden box dropped before him. He saw the light appear and happily said it was here. Notification board displayed the reward of spear mastery. The more hope, the greater the disappointment. Lu Sun imagined a black bear laughing mockingly. Good luck next time. He wondered how he had become proficient in the spear technique. Suddenly, he gave a sly smile, thinking no one would refuse this. The furious voice of the county magistrate pulled him back to reality. He said he never expected murder and robbery to occur in his county. He placed his hand on the official's shoulder to comfort him, telling him not to blame himself. Then the male lead took his leave. In his mind, he calculated that he had to go to the Li residence to wait for Ji Li. The county magistrate and his men escorted Lu Sun to the door, all cupping their hands and shouting a farewell. On the road, Rong Yan looked at the map and guessed that the place ahead was Ji Li's home. The male lead looked at the scenery and nodded slightly in confirmation. They stood before a dilapidated mansion. Lu Sun sighed, saying the Li residence had been destroyed by villains. His expression briefly turned sad as he thought of a once warm family. He could imagine Ji Li's father smiling kindly by the table as he spun the wheel for his daughter. Her mother taught swordsmanship to her son, and Ji Li's crisp laughter echoed throughout the mansion. All of it contrasted with the desolate scene before him. Lu Sun bitterly thought of the past. Behind him, Rong Yan was furious, trembling as she crumpled the map, saying Ji Li, her junior sister, had endured so much suffering. She yelled in anger, ready to swing her sword and take revenge for Ji Li. Lu Sun advised her not to be impulsive, even though he also very much wanted to beat them. He reached out and caught a falling leaf, continuing that some things only held meaning if done with one's own hands. Rong Yan doubted Ji Li's cultivation level. Holding the leaf, he speculated that those mountain bandits and thugs were nothing to fear. Lu Sun comforted her, saying they had to believe Ji Li could do it. Rong Yan sobbed uncontrollably out of pity for her junior sister. The male lead looked at the sky and told her to just wait here for Ji Li. Next morning, they had stayed up all night waiting for Ji Li. Rong Yan anxiously asked if she might have gotten lost. Lu Sun replied that it was hard to say. Recalling the time they met, he silently thought that silly girl wouldn't go rushing headlong into a sword to find her way, would she? Suddenly, a familiar figure in the distance caught his attention. Speak of the devil and he appears. Her face was grimy, but her body was unharmed. Lu Sun called out to her. Ji Li's nose stung as she tried to hold back her tears. Seeing this, the male lead thought to himself that the little girl had grown up. In his mind, 2 lines of poetry about the pain of crying in the dark night echoed. Lu Sun gently asked if her revenge was complete. He thought of his younger sister in the real world. Her hands holding Ji Li's bundle trembled as she struggled to answer. Rong Yan quickly flew over to embrace her tightly, weeping bitterly. Ji Li was touched. Standing at a distance, Lu Sun thought to himself that he also wanted to hug her. He thought of the scene of himself crying behind the iron bars. Being handsome was also a crime. Then they together visited the graves of Ji Li's parents. She whispered that her daughter had finally avenged them. Imagining her parents smiling down at her from heaven, she wanted them to know that their daughter was doing well now, and to please rest assured. Lu Sun, standing beside her, also bowed respectfully, promising that her parents could rest assured she was very strong and he would protect her. Seeing the girl with sparkling eyes and blushing cheeks, he knew exactly what she wanted, and secretly mused that if her parents appeared in her dreams, they should tell her not to crave his body so much. Lu Sun asked Ji Li if she wanted to renovate the mansion. She replied no, this place held too many memories. She dared not face it. The two stood before the desolate courtyard. He patted her head to console her, saying, "Let's go, leave this place to time." She agreed. Afterwards, they continued their journey to Dong County, where two-story houses lined up closely, bustling with people and vehicles. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification that the internal test had started, lasting for 20 days. Lu Sun wondered what sort of damn thing this was. The system indicated that the map and NPC character mode were unlocked. Probably only gamers would understand. Looking at the map with 7 novice villages separated by mountains, the male lead marveled at how huge the Tianqian continent was, with so many novice villages. With 1,000 players, how many would be in Dong County? The system guided the functions of NPCs, issuing quests, shops, skill teaching, adjusting affinity, accepting disciples. The rest was waiting to be unlocked. Freaking awesome. Lu Sun was eager to mess with people, imagining the novice players trembling and hugging each other, thinking he wanted to catch someone right away to explore more features. While he was engrossed in thinking of ways to cause trouble on the road, many earth-shattering things had already happened in Dong County an hour ago. In the sky, tens of thousands of golden rays of light descended upon the world. A group of soldiers, pale with fear, scattered and screamed that the sky had fallen. Some even shouted for help, saying they didn't want to die. As soon as the rays of light disappeared, a group of people wearing clothes of the Tianqian continent appeared. A bunch of rookie players had arrived in this world with all sorts of names like Zaza Erhu, Longshen, Yanming, Du. A person named Ximing was crying and screaming about a lover. A Sheng and Longshen were happily grinning. The unlucky one hanging from a tree was waving his arms and legs, shouting loudly. Someone yelled at this plot point, "I'm crying." A player named Guanji touched the clothes on his body, excitedly saying this feeling was indescribable. Hao Yai, standing nearby, struck a martial arts pose and added, "Damn, this game's realism is truly top tier." The two read each other's names and started analyzing. Hao Yi suspected Guanji was watching 18+ content, and the other guy was no slouch either. Guanji said Brother Hu Yi was courageous. Guanji pointed into the distance, saying, "You flatter me. That Li Wanji over there is even more impressive, busy taking care of his family every day." Li Wanji with pigtails struck a strongman pose, showing off his bulging muscles, and laughed friendly. Hao Yi's eyes turned into stars, his hand made a like gesture, and he said just one word, "Epic." Tianqian's rules required names to be normal. Names like "watching a pregnant woman" or "kill me, I'm innocent" were not allowed, but it didn't affect the player's creativity. The system displayed a quest board. Follow the map to the designated novice village. The group excitedly shouted that there was something to do. Going to the novice village meant getting quests. Hao Yi asked Li Wanji if he wanted to be friends and go together. He happily introduced himself as being from the Night Guild. Guanji honestly said he was just an amateur player, without a guild. He walked forward while waving his hand, saying, "You guys go ahead. I want to take a stroll and enjoy the scenery." Hao Yi didn't insist, replying, "See you another day." Guanji acknowledged and continued. Guanji excitedly looked at a spider web on the roadside, exclaiming that even the spider web was detailed and realistic. This game was unbeatable. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention, and he let out a surprised noise. Guanji stealthily crawled behind a bush like a thief, seeing Li Shan assassin soloing Chen Wentian, the Jiangyu swordsman. He thought to himself, "Oh crap, it seemed he had stumbled into something serious. Could there be a big lucky encounter?" Li Shan assassin lowered his sword, saying, "Chen Wentian, someone paid 200 taels of silver for your dog's life. Don't struggle, my sword is very fast." Chen Wentian caught a glimpse of Guanji's head peeking out from the bush, and a malicious thought arose in his mind. He silently calculated that if he couldn't win, he would find a scapegoat to buy time to escape. Guanji was just minding his own business when he saw Chen Wentian flying straight towards him, reaching out a hand as if to catch a chicken. He was so scared his soul almost left him, and he screamed loudly. Quick as lightning, Chen Wentian grabbed Guanji by the collar. He lightly threw him straight towards the enemy and then escaped. Guanji could do nothing but scream loudly. Seeing that he was about to have intimate contact with the tip of Li Shan assassin's sword, Guanji swore, was his health bar really going to run out here? Suddenly a shoe gently landed on the sword tip, saving Guanji from becoming a corpse. A young man with an ethereal, immortal-like demeanor slowly descended. It was none other than the one with maximum charm points, the male lead Lu Sun. Hundreds of golden sword beams immediately radiated out, gently sending Guanji's face flying sideways. He cried out in pain. Guanji yelled, "Damn it, was I just slapped away today?" The sword beams slowly retracted back to Luxun, while Guanji lay face down on the ground at a safe distance. This way of saving people was really strange. That Guanji guy was not only not angry, he turned back with eyes full of worship, while in a face-planting, butt-up position, he shouted loudly, "Damn, that's epic." Luxun put on a cool face and said, "This lord will only count to 3. That Li Shan assassin turned pale with fear and fled in a panic. Before disappearing from sight, he shouted, "Please spare me, lord, we'll get lost right away." The male lead caught a glimpse of the name Guanji above the head of the person lying in a dog-like position, wondering how such a coincidence could happen. He remembered before he crossed into the Tianqian continent, Guanji had become famous twice. Once when he joined the young mistress trainee group, and once when he dropped dead. He still remembered the notice board back then. Things like Mo Dalao Guanji has joined, and then Hot Topic Guanji drops dead. Stop, I'm about to drop dead too. But realizing something, Luke Sun thought to himself, so he took someone else's path and met the person himself. This was way too cliché. On the other side, Guanji observed the person before him, his mouth agape as he clicked his tongue in admiration of the flawless appearance and temperament, so handsome that if posted on a forum, he would surely become a star. Lu Sun watched the line of text saying affinity +1 float up endlessly, silently concluding that charm level 10 was indeed not for show. It killed both men and women. Guanji was even more surprised to see the stack of purple question marks above the male lead's head. He stammered, "An NPC having a purple name, I'm totally stunned." In Tianqian, name color indicated status: gray, yellow, green, purple, Gao, rainbow. Luke Sun looked at him being so emotional he was dizzy, silently thinking, heaven often gives too much to the unfortunate. This kid didn't look smart. Was he still walking the path of death? Maybe he should change his ways and save him again. A purple notification board appeared, its content asking whether to issue a quest to Guanji, with 2 choices, yes or no. The male lead happily thought, issuing a quest directly. The system interface had turned purple. He didn't hesitate to choose yes, thinking that since it was purple, it would be much easier. Luke Sun, an NPC with a bad personality who liked to pretend to be profound and mysterious, said, "Do you agree to do tasks for this lord?" Guanji was extremely excited, unable to believe his luck. He thought, this is a real quest, meeting a purple-named NPC right at the start. He could be set for life. Guanji did not hesitate and shouted, "I agree," as if afraid the male lead would change his mind. Ji Li, who had been observing from the carriage, felt annoyed and said, "Why is this person stealing my lines?" Luke Sun smiled at Guanji, thinking this kid was promising. Ji Li, seeing this, sensed a threat and shouted, "Big brother, look at me, don't look at him." He looked at the notification board that appeared, displaying the content for setting quest requirements and rewards. He could choose items, experience points, or money. Luke Sun considered, this person was rather short-lived. He couldn't just issue a quest to him alone. As for the reward, he would just use the initial silver coins to exploit him. Guanji saw him use his skill and immediately panicked, screaming inwardly in fear that the quest from the purple player would definitely be very difficult, and with the current strength, he did not know what to do. After a long moment, Guanji finally received the quest. The system reported the purple player requested finding a companion and bringing him here. Reward 10 taels of silver. Guanji's eyes lit up, thinking this was just an appetizer, with greater benefits still to come. Without any hesitation, the knave Guanji immediately pressed the accept button. Seeing the system report that it was accepted, Lu Sun continued to play the role of a lofty master, ordering him to go, saying this seat awaits you, as he calculated the early game phase. Small gold players can also run along, but purple players like himself entering the city would be surrounded by other players. Truly, being talented is also a sin. Guanji excitedly raised his hand, swearing to complete the quest perfectly. The male lead watched his back as he walked away dancing, flowers flying from the tree canopy, and thought cunningly, "Hurry up and go, you eager tools." At the entrance of Tong County, a group of new players gathered, complaining loudly, "Damn, I can't believe this. What the hell is a dweller? And some kind of passport?" Guanji found a man who was fuming with anger and asked curiously, "Brother, what happened?" He pointed at the city gate and said indignantly that there were guards blocking the players, calling us suspicious dwellers with unknown origins. Relieved to have someone to talk to, he spat out a string of words. "They can't tell who is a dweller, and the county magistrate ordered that no one without a passport can enter." Guanji scratched his ear in confusion. Is this game really this humanized? He secretly calculated, first trick him into completing the quest, then ask the purple player for help later. Guanji whispered into the young man's ear, "Brother, being angry won't solve the problem. We need to find someone to help." The young man quickly asked, "Brother, do you have a way?" Guanji signaled him to follow. They returned to Lu Sun's carriage, where he sat inside like a reclusive hermit master. Guanji reported this and that, and the author, being lazy, requested to write a summary. The male lead showed an understanding expression, saying they only needed to get a passport, while thinking he did not expect such an interesting thing to happen. Guanji replied politely, "That is correct. We need an official document with a seal to prove our identity. We are law-abiding citizens. Please help us, Immortal Master." The accompanying young man was already awestruck seeing Lu Sun. He was so ecstatic he could faint, stammering as he thought, "A purple player, a purple name, this is just like a dream." Yi Li quickly intervened. "Little Grandmaster Uncle, these people might not be trustworthy." Lu Sun answered confidently, "It is fine, I know my limits." He waved his hand with a mysterious expression. "I trust you, leave this to me. First go to Yong'an County, I have a contact there." He thought to himself, "It is just a piece of identification paper." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the favorability of the two young men skyrocket. They shouted in frenzy, too handsome, who cares about shame at this point?" Lu Sun was pleased when the system reported, "Side quest to help resolve the identity problem completed, reward 1,000 experience points, 100 reputation." He silently praised the system for being sensible. Soon enough, they arrived at the county magistrate's residence. Lu Sun instructed Ji Li, "You stay in the carriage and rest. We will go and return." Ji Li obediently agreed, thinking to herself that though she did not know why she could not go, being cared for by him was truly happy. Guanji and the others watched the male lead, holding a stack of passports, endlessly envious, vowing to cling tightly to this powerful thigh. Lu Sun smiled and returned the courtesy to the county magistrate. "Thank you, Lord Zhang, for this time." Lord Zhang remained courteous and respectful, bowing and replying, "Being able to help the Immortal Master is this official's honor. The Immortal Master need not be so polite." He recalled the chubby-faced child from before. Since the man had helped him, he might as well form a good fate. The male lead said, "Lord Zhang, I see that your eldest daughter has the aptitude for cultivation. You may bring her to the demon sect when she comes of age." The two fans behind him went crazy, silently realizing so the big shot is from the demon sect. Lord Zhang asked joyfully, "Is it true? Does my daughter really have talent?" Explanation. In the mortal world, there is a theory that children should not cultivate, to allow them a happy childhood, and to facilitate learning many things. The male lead pretended to be profound, closed his eyes and nodded. "A cultivator does not lie." Lord Zhang immediately bowed in thanks, afraid the master would change his mind. "Many thanks, Immortal Master. I never expected my daughter to have such an opportunity." Lu Sun accepted the greeting with a gesture. "Then it is settled." Lord Zhang sighed in admiration. "Excellent, finally the Zhang family has someone who cultivates." He ordered, "Servants, quickly call the lady to bring the young miss here to Kowtow to the Immortal Master." The servant replied happily, "Yes, my lord." In less than a quarter of an hour, the lady carried the little girl out from the door. Lu Sun happily extended his hand. "Come here." Lord Zhang gently instructed the bewildered little girl. "Silly child, quickly kowtow to the Immortal Master." Zhang Yu immediately knelt down. "Handsome uncle." The little girl kowtowed, and the thud made a sound. She said, "Silly child kowtows to you." Lu Sun saw her small forehead was bruised. He asked worriedly, "Oh my, does it hurt? Be a good child, quickly stand up." He then hid his mouth pretending to cry a river, inwardly sighing at how effective the deceptive series was for girls. The male lead happily picked up the little girl, his handsome smile radiating and making even Guanji and the others smile along. Lu Sun instructed Rong Yan, "Check the child's talent." The latter replied yes. Silly child being held by him, was not scared when she saw Rong Yan's finger approaching. The moment Rong Yan's finger touched Zhang Yu's forehead, light appeared. Seeing the 7 rings of light on Zhang Yu's forehead, Lu Sun praised himself. "I truly have a good eye. Bone grade 7 peerless talent." After the inspection, Lord Zhang bowed. "Many thanks, Immortal Master, for your promotion. When my daughter comes of age, I will definitely bring her to the demon sect." Lu Sun set the little girl down and instructed, "Remember that, I will take my leave now." Lord Zhang respectfully saw the Immortal Master off, and he waved his hand in a cool manner. As soon as they exited the gate, the male lead tossed the stack of papers to Guanji. "Take them, go to the place and hand them out to those who need them. I do not lack these things." Guanji quickly bowed in thanks. "On behalf of the companions, I thank the Immortal Master." Guanji looked at the young man with an immortal aura and thought to himself, even for someone he does not know, he still lends a hand. That is true vision. The system reported, "Quest completed, received 10 taels of silver." Lu Sun praised, "You did well, keep up the good work." The young man named Hu Yi raised his hand and waved at Lu Sun, screaming in his heart, "Immortal Master, look at me. My work ability is also very strong." Lu Sun glanced at him and guessed what he wanted, thinking to himself, "This guy is a subordinate of the Night Guild leader. I can use him a bit." The male lead felt a surge of cunning, actively pressing the button to reduce favorability with Hao Yi. He guessed that with a bad start, that man would panic and try harder. Hao Yi, who was excited, suddenly received a notification. Mysterious purple person, favorability decreased by 1. He was frustrated. What the hell, what did I do wrong? Is it because I look ugly? While Hou Yi was crying a river, thinking it was over, Lu Xun ordered Guanji next. Go to Tong County to distribute the papers, then head to Qingling City. Guanji replied respectfully, yes. They excitedly looked at the system. Quest activated, drive the carriage to Qingling City. Reward Hawk Finger, skill Thunderclap. The male lead thought, learning Hawk Finger does not cost experience points, suitable for them, but the image is a bit. Hao Yi swallowed his tears, comforting himself to stay calm, then forcefully chose accept. He secretly pressed the button to silently save the cool images of Lu Xun. Hao Yi smiled. It is fine if favorability decreases, I can earn it back later. But since I was in contact with a purple player, I am a meritorious official of the guild. The guild leader will definitely give a big red envelope. Everyone watched Lu Xun board the carriage. Rong Yen bowed to invite him in. The fleeting figure caused Guanji to let out a surprised snort. Just as the male lead pulled open the curtain, Ji Li suddenly appeared. The two young men looked ordinarily robust, but as soon as they saw the beauty, they blurted out compliments on her stunning appearance. Lu Xun was displeased, using his body to block the two men's greedy stares like wolves, and shouted for them to hurry up. He cursed in annoyance when they still managed to look. Seeing the rich kid angered, both were terrified, quickly jumping onto the driver's seat, answering yes, we'll go right away. Hao Ye gave a soft command to signal the horses to run. Inside the carriage, Lu Xun instructed Ji Li to dress modestly and wear a veil. He thought irritably, with that youthful face and full chest, if a photo got posted on the forum, the game-addicted otaku would go crazy. Ji Li secretly blossomed with joy, wondering if he didn't want others to see her. The male lead cuffed a few times without answering, trying to hide his embarrassment. He told himself that if so, he would have to remember their nicknames to conveniently eliminate them all, but doing that would be too tiring. The group traveled through a forest, golden sunlight sparkling through the canopy. Hao Yi, bored and causing trouble, wondered why cultivators didn't just fly through the skies instead of riding in carriages. Guanji mysteriously called Hao Yi an idiot, saying he was a purple-named player so being a little different was fine. Without this thing, what use would they be? Hao Yi immediately agreed, replying exactly, you are indeed a player lucky enough to be activated for a quest by a trust-named player. Guanji, flattered to the skies, frankly said if this quest needed only one person, there would be no place for you. Hao Yi took no offense, even giving a thumbs up and praising it as awesome. Hao Yi opened the guild leader chat channel and posted a status saying, guild leader, praise me quickly for meeting a purple-named player. This is a rare and hard-to-find opportunity. Manhwa was sweeping up when he received the message and was extremely surprised, exclaiming, holy crap, how could it be so awesome? He immediately threw the broom aside, accidentally hitting another sweeper on the head, causing him to fall over. Manhwa cursed excitedly. The chance to show off had arrived. He composed a message for the Poor Knight Guild, saying someone had participated in an internal review and happened to meet a trust-named player, then decisively hit send. Manhwa happily calculated. First, let everyone get curious. Wait for the thread to reach 1,000 replies. Then update. He looked at the status and endlessly praised his own skill at baiting likes. Looking at the sneaky photo of Lu Xun sent by Hou Yi, Manhwa clicked his tongue in admiration at the incredibly handsome face, hoping Hou Yi would persevere and not mess things up. Manhwa thought since he was still the guild leader, he had to maintain his composure. After reading the updated status, Hao Yi broke into a delighted smile, anticipating a storm of likes. Watching the fiery bodies of cute girls on the screen, Lu Xun silently praised that this batch of players knew how to have fun. Too bad there was no reply function, so he had to bear it. He happily clicked on the hottest post, a stingy fairy measuring 1.8 meters, a guy with an 18-year-old length. Lu Xun thought he had finally waited for it. The rich second generation did not disappoint him. At this moment, the Poor Knight Guilds appeared about a player who happened to meet a trust-named NBC. Below was a series of surprise comments, with someone asking if this was a terminal cancer account. Some people expressed doubt, saying if there really was a trust-named player, the roommate would have been live streaming. The account Jiangzi Ak was annoyed and told the OP not to be drunk, while others said no picture meant nothing. Lu Xun thought to himself, let my reputation keep skyrocketing. The system showed the reply count exceeded 3,000, and the thread host had a new update. Lu Xun smiled in satisfaction. Well done, let's see what trick you pull this time. A photo of Lu Xun's back angle appeared, a divine profile shot under the sunlight. Lu Xun stroked his chin, praising himself. This profile angle is good, it captures about 80% of my charm. A wave of comments erupted, with someone saying I want this brother, another recounting their mother asking why they were lying down to play games. Another person panicked, saying they were dying. Why couldn't even men hold back their excitement, demanding all the information? Dozens of excited girls cheered, calling him husband. Everyone argued on the screen, shouting that this is my husband. Comments poured one after another. Husband, I'm here. Look at me. Lu Xun read through them, feeling dizzy, silently thinking these stupid gamers were too too enthusiastic. After calming down, he saw a notification that the NBC courting system could officially start but was not yet unlocked. Luke Sun irritably thought that if it opened, both his health bar and affection values would be exposed. He imagined men chasing and killing him, women clinging fanatically demanding to increase affection. Luke Sun found it truly troublesome. He decided to temporarily not unlock it, as exposing any stat would be bad. Suddenly, Lu Sun was surprised to see the Night Guild's post had become top. The notification board displayed the name Purple Electricity for the purple-named NBC. Many people praised it, but Lu Sun felt confused. He clicked his tongue in disdain, saying the name sounded like toilet paper, yet it had 60,000 likes. Seeing comments inviting people to a group to find a husband for Purple Electricity, Lu Sun got furious, saying the replies were nonsense. Ji Li was startled by the scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Rong Yan confusedly asked the little martial uncle who he wanted to kill. Ji Li also worried. Luke Sun let out a long, drawn-out breath, and then replied it was nothing. He gestured for them to go outside, explaining that he had just remembered a stupid dog and lost control. Rong Yan was surprised. Ji Li wondered if a dog had once robbed things with Lu Sun. Lu Sun turned his face to the window, crying silently, comforting himself the path to success required sacrifice. At least he had become a celebrity. After a while, the carriage arrived at a crowd, and Guanji reported that the immortal master had arrived at Tong County. Luke Sun said this was Tong City, prepare to distribute the documents. Guanji obediently agreed. He stepped down and the crowd murmured in praise of his handsomeness. Guanji thought they were praising him, so he scratched his head shyly, his face turning bright red. But the crowd rushed towards the carriage, trampling Guanji aside, cheering Purple Electricity, saying he was even more handsome than the picture. Hurry and tell the brothers online there were benefits. Everyone's eyes shot out heart shapes, rejoicing in their sudden burst of luck. Guanji stood up to face the cruel truth, his back still bearing a few cold footprints. Inside the carriage, Lu Sun smiled, thinking since his image was already out, he might as well put on a show and experience being an idol. He extended his hand, acting like a CEO, and gently told everyone not to gather, to avoid being trampled. The girls covered their blushing faces, excitedly exclaiming they were pregnant, that Purple Electricity was caring about them. They asked how to donate money to Purple Electricity, saying they could not disperse. They happily indulged in the moment, wishing they could stuff themselves into Luke Sun's pocket. He told Guanji to issue the travel documents, and he immediately parted the crowd to carry out the task. After reading the travel documents, everyone was moved to tears. It turned out Purple Electricity had come to save them. They could not believe they were being rescued while stuck at the newbie village gate. They cried their hearts out. After a while, Guanji softly reported that the documents had all been distributed. Luke Sun gently said the task was done, time to go. Seeing he was about to leave, the crowd called after him, Purple Electricity, wait, we haven't seen enough. They asked where Purple Electricity was going so they could follow. They stubbornly clung on, unwilling to let go, calling out that Purple Electricity could not be without them. Lord Purple Electricity. After a period of struggle, the carriage finally departed on the road to Qingling City. Luke Sun wearily fanned himself, silently thinking being an idol was terrifying. Rong Yan gently suggested the little martial granduncle change his appearance. Luke Sun quickly waved his hand, saying it was unnecessary, that people like him had to accept a little craziness. He silently thought of the fangirl's fervor. He asked the system to display the notification board, reading that the quest to help players resolve their identity was complete. The reward was 10,000 experience points and 100 reputation points. He happily thought the experience had safely arrived in his store. 2,000 points per day. If divided among a few players, there would be more tool people. The notification board displayed the experience distribution limit as 2,000, refreshing after 24 hours. After reading the transcript, Luke Sun calculated the experience multiplied by 500 and suddenly turned into a demon. He quickly covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. It was time to execute the chive farming plan. His chive garden was very large. Scene change. On the carriage, the driver announced their arrival at Qingning City. Rong Yan suggested stopping the carriage in a hidden corner. The driver asked, Immortal Master, we have stopped. What now? She did not answer, hurriedly forming hand seals and shouting a command. Thick fog enveloped the carriage. The brown-haired boy marveled at the wondrous magic. The driver remarked it would be hard to detect from outside. She placed a finger on her lips, whispering for them to be quiet, as the master was seated inside. It turned out the master was Luke Sun, and beside him sat Ji Li. Seeing the blue energy surging from his body, she thought the sword intent had changed, but could not pinpoint how. He swung his sword, slashing straight at the phantom. Luke Sun frowned. Today was the deadline for the Sword Intent Entanglement quest, and completing it would grant 1 point of sword talent. It had been a while since he last saw second senior sister. 29 days ago he found it annoying, but now on the final day he felt reluctant. Habits were truly frightening. Seeing the wild light transform into a phantom flying straight into his forehead, he yelled in panic, "What is this?" The system announced the quest was complete, rewarding him with 1 point of sword talent. Ji Li sensed something strange from him and quickly turned her head to look. Lu Sun chuckled inwardly. Oh, why did he level up? Seeing the notification that his sword talent rose from grade 1 to grade 2, he suddenly remembered he still had one unused special attribute point. Since he chose the sword path, he would allocate it all. Having thought this, Lu Sun grinned in delight and pressed the level up button. The system immediately sent congratulations, granting sword intent and raising his sword talent to grade 3. Back in reality, Lu Sun gripped his sword in joy, finally having formed real sword intent. Ji Li asked worriedly, Lu Sun, what is wrong with you? He replied, nothing. Oh, seeing the sword in his hand stir, she asked what happened. Rong Yan panickedly added, little Grandmaster uncle. He gently soothed the sword, be good, no perfume. Having said that, he smiled inwardly. It was happy that he had sword intent and was making a big noise. The might of a grade mortal weapon was truly extraordinary, the scabbard a bit dazzling. Thinking this, he proposed entering the city. They needed to enter quickly to settle down. The brown-haired boy replied, as you command. A moment later, King Ding City was a large city near several beginner villages. Protected by the demon sect, no one dared cause trouble, and the city gates were never closed. Lu Sun's group did not know someone was observing them from the rooftop. The exotic enchantress smiled, a mid-grade immortal artifact. Interesting. A system prompt appeared before the brown-haired boy, announcing the quest was complete and rewarding a skill, asking if he wanted to learn it. Seeing the two people in front smirking and raising their middle fingers, Lu Sun uncovered his face, thinking the celestial mortal lifestyle was about to be corrupted. Ji Li and Rong Yan curiously asked what they were doing. A moment later, in front of an inn, the waiter cheerfully asked if the guests were dining or staying overnight. Rong Yan stepped forward and replied, staying overnight. The waiter smiled, so you are inner sect immortals. Please come in. Because the third senior brother, the young master, was obsessed with culinary arts, his establishment was not an ordinary hotel. Inside the establishment, Lu Sun set down his teacup and called out, Hao Ye. He said coldly, the quest is done, you can go on your own. Lu Sun smiled with satisfaction, opening the first step of his nurturing plan, the principle of using the father and son card and then discarding it. Hao Yi was bewildered, huh? Is the purple palace kicking me out? What did I do wrong? Turning to Guanji, seeing his friend shaking his head and sitting still, we do not know, we dare not say. Hao Yi, with tears in his eyes, looked at the master begging for mercy. Lu Sun said calmly, your talent is poor, staying by my side is useless. He continued sternly, go train. When you have grown your wings, I will see you. Lu Sun thought inwardly, the Divine Farmer Society president raised you fat. I am just reaping the benefits. Hao Ye grew even more aggrieved, crying as he asked, does the immortal master mean I can follow only when I am strong enough? Realizing in his heart, it turns out I am too weak. Not even worthy of flattery. Lu Sun pulled his hand away from Hao Yi and answered coldly, it is good that you understand. Hao Yi loudly affirmed, I will definitely not disappoint the immortal master. In his heart, he was delighted. The Purple Palace placed hope in him. When he returned as a king, he would be qualified to cling. From then on, Hao Yi had a purpose to fight. He put on an aggrieved expression, approached Guanji, wiping away crocodile tears. Brother, work hard to contribute. I am off ahead. Hao Yi was amused. It was not hard to see the Purple Palace valued this kid more, but it was only temporary. Guanji replied happily, fate may let us meet again, virtuous brother. In his heart he thought, wait until you return, I will be the top lackey. Do not let anyone compete. Lu Sun looked at Guanji, secretly calculating he had to keep a close eye on this kid, could not let his path narrow. Guanji was puzzled by that gaze. He quickly asked, Immortal Master, do I also need to go train? Guanji did not want to follow Hao Ye's footsteps. I have not even started sucking up yet. Lu Sun smiled softly, yes and no. Let me ask you, are you willing to become my sword attendant boy? Lu Sun thought to himself, although I have no sword, there is a small flaw in my heart. He was satisfied with his words, logical, reasonable, with evidence and argument, truly worthy of himself. Guanji's eyes sparkled, his mouth wide open, thinking joyfully, a sword attendant boy is a disciple of the Purple Palace, a great opportunity. He enthusiastically replied, I am willing. Ji Li behind him was so jealous her eyes were popping with stars. Damn it, this guy stole my dialogue. Guanji painted a happy vision. This was an internal inspection opportunity. Becoming a Purple Palace disciple meant a bright future. Female gamers would scream the Purple Palace's name, and he could embrace all the beauties. He excitedly touched the screen, deciding to join the demon sect. In his heart, he was thrilled. The demon sect's propaganda about the Purple Palace was awesome, with a mysterious and powerful young master. The screen displayed a notification asking if he wanted to become a sword attendant boy. Guanji boldly pressed the button. So the Purple Palace master was named Luke Sun. When he went out to brag, female gamers would scream his name to the heavens. A system prompt appeared on Lu Sun's side, Master Disciple System unlocked. Head Disciple none, Direct Disciple none, Inner Sect none. Outer sect was Guanji. Lu Sun was surprised. Was this system not supposed to unlock until level 30? Took a sip of tea, attributing it to the butterfly effect. Since that was the case, he must make use of it, but he had to give this guy a preventive injection to keep him from ruining his reputation. Having thought this, Lu Sun looked at his new sword attendant boy and said this trip to the mortal world was for a secret matter that could not be disclosed. Guan Ji obediently replied, "I understand, immortal master, rest assured, your disciple will keep his mouth shut." Lu Sun smiled with satisfaction, thinking that every man liked someone who knew how to keep their mouth shut. He rested his chin and said that he needed to meditate for a few days, telling him to get familiar with the streets and return in 10 days. He thought this guy was truly a child of destiny. Letting him loose would surely yield great gains. Lu Sun added, "If there were any difficulties, come here and tell the waiter." He calculated inwardly that if there were any hidden quests, he had to let him know so he could also piggyback. Guan Ji's eyes lit up, and he repeatedly said he understood. He was delighted to have the help of a big shot, feeling like a protagonist meeting a golden father. The golden father sipped his tea and coldly told him to go. He thought to himself, "Go and create miracles quickly, my tool." Lu Sun clicked on Guan Ji's favorability bar and gave him some sweet talk to make the tool more eager. Receiving a notification that favorability had increased by 5 points, Guan Ji rejoiced, thinking that the purple-named Big Shot had taken notice of him. He cheerfully bid the immortal master farewell and left. Lu Sun thought, since they've gone, he should also stroll around the city. He stood up and softly told everyone to change clothes to avoid attracting attention. Ji Li and the person behind her immediately acknowledged. After a while, Lu Sun leisurely changed his clothes. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door, "Lu Sun, I'm coming in." Ji Li gently knocked on the door. She hesitated and asked, "Can I come in?" Seeing the scene before her, Ji Li blushed in embarrassment, stammering without words. She thought the opportunity was right before her eyes, but it was hard to speak up. Lu Sun saw 2 grapefruits swaying covered his face and told her to speak slowly, stop shaking. Ji Li calmed down and called him little grandmaster uncle. Lu Sun stared intently at the fruit basket, replied, "Huh, what's the matter?" Ji Li clasped her hands, hesitated for a long time, extremely embarrassed. Looking at those 2 grapefruits, Lu Sun almost got a nosebleed, thinking she probably couldn't even see her own toes. Suddenly, Ji Li shouted loudly, startling Lu Sun, saying she wanted to be his sword attendant girl. He froze and asked back, "What the hell is a sword attendant girl?" Ji Li pleaded loudly for him to accept her. She inwardly decided not to let anyone snatch him away. Lu Sun could only be hers. Lu Sun was silent, thinking to himself that this girl probably didn't want to serve the sword, but rather serve the man. Ji Li bowed and begged the little grandmaster uncle to grant her wish. Lu Sun smiled, feeling he wasn't a saint after all, knowing the girl had fallen head over heels for him. But another self reminded him she was only 16, a minor, absolutely not allowed. Thinking this, Lu Sun flatly refused, saying he didn't need a sword attendant girl. Ji Li lowered her head, wondering if she wasn't good enough. Lu Sun told her not to feel inferior, she had something to be very proud of. In his heart, he thought of a certain protruding place. Ji Li sadly said she wanted to become strong to protect him. Why wouldn't he give her a chance? Lu Sun stepped forward and rubbed her head, saying he always remembered that and was very moved. He gently said, as a man, he must protect women. Facing this cool demeanor, Ji Li was delighted inside. A myriad of emotions surged. Qingling City today was bustling with the sounds of birds, deliveries, and drunk customers. Amidst the noise, Ji Li only heard the pounding of her own heart. She panicked, thinking, oh no, this is that feeling. Ji Li's favorability skyrocketed, her eyes shooting out hearts. Lu Sun was speechless. Thinking girls were easy to coax, he had to distract her. He told Ji Li to let him see if her cultivation had improved. Ji Li let out an embarrassed cry. She thought to herself, really killing the mood, this wasn't the time. Suddenly, Lu Sun leaped up like a frog, punching and shouting to watch his move. He easily landed a hit on Ji Li because she had let her guard down. Realizing the situation wasn't good, Ji Li quickly jumped elsewhere. The two fought for a long time. Half an hour later, Lu Sun had gained the upper hand, forcefully pressing Ji Li's head down and telling her to eat the dirt. A line of text appeared in Ji Li's mind, and she panicked, thinking, is this guy really testing me? Lu Sun burst out laughing, holding his head, saying with this skill level, who could she protect? Hearing this, Ji Li became even more fired up, her gaze determined as she silently vowed to train hard and later forcibly take him. Seeing Ji Li staring fixedly at him, Lu Sun felt a bit scared, thinking this look was like she wanted to commit a crime. Ji Li stood up coldly and thanked the little grandmaster uncle for his lesson. Lu Sun was dazed, inwardly disbelieving. After that scene, the group finally hit the streets to stroll around. Rong Yan scratched his head in confusion, wondering why there were so many umbrellas on the street. Hearing this, Lu Sun and Ji Li also turned to look. Lu Sun was puzzled. Why were all these turtles bowing their heads when they saw him? Rong Yan happily said it seemed the turtles were showing respect to the little grandmaster uncle. Lu Sun found it even stranger. Rong Yan introduced that the turtle, along with the dragon, unicorn, and phoenix, were the 4 auspicious symbols, representing good omens. This was a good omen. Li still wondered why there were so many turtles, but everyone else didn't seem to find it strange. Lu Xun summoned the sword scabbard. He pointed behind and said, Qingling City was built on the back of a giant black turtle, protected by its spiritual energy, so the people lived together with the turtles. Li heard this and exclaimed, amazing, as expected of Lu Xun. Lu Xun secretly laughed. This was knowledge from his previous life, remembered from playing games and reading brief introductions to the cities. Behind the three of them, a flash of a robe swept by, catching Lu Xun's attention. Rong Yan also noticed, so he leaned close to Lu Xun and whispered, Little Grandmaster Uncle, someone is following us. Lu Xun pulled his hat lower and replied, Do not mind them, just keep walking. Li immediately clung tightly to Lu Xun's arm, worriedly asking if they were the Yang Yanshan bandits. She pretended to be scared but was actually trying to get close. The two of them kept pulling back and forth, while Rong Yan turned his head seriously, hand already on his sword, saying Qingding City is the territory of the demon sect. No one dares to cause trouble here. Who would be so bold? Lu Xun leisurely fanned his hat, replying, Whether it is a person or a horse, we will know as soon as they make a move. The sword scabbard made a ruckus last night, and now someone is tailing us today. What a coincidence. Seeing Lu Xun walk straight ahead, both disciples were puzzled. Li asked for his opinion, and Rong Yan also looked at him, saying they would follow whatever the little Grandmaster Uncle arranged. Unexpectedly, Lu Xun walked straight to the entrance of an alley, pretending to point inside and say loudly, This dark alley is perfect for doing bad things, let us go in there. Everyone thought this act was a bit terrible. The two disciples followed him into the alley. Rong Yan said, Little Grandmaster Uncle, will this kind of acting lure him out? Lu Xun stopped in the middle of the alley, crossed his arms, Of course it will. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for. Then he spoke, Since you are here, why not come out and get acquainted? A shadow flashed like lightning past the three of them and rushed forward. A warning was called out, Little Grandmaster Uncle, be careful. Before that person's hand could touch the scabbard, Lu Xun quickly used sword ki to knock him far away. A white-haired girl covering half of her beautiful face smiled and said, Worthy of a middle-grade celestial artifact, its power is truly extraordinary. All three were astonished, realizing it was a beautiful foreign demoness and her subordinate Xiao Hong. Lu Xun appeared calm on the outside but assessed inwardly. She looked decent from a distance, but I did not expect her to be so beautiful up close. The foreign demoness covered her mouth with a giggle. No wonder you are the owner of a middle-grade celestial artifact. Your appearance can also be considered peerless. Li saw a girl more alluring than herself standing right in front of Lu Xun, and grew jealous. The way this person looked at Lu Xun was very annoying. Lu Xun proudly replied, Thank you for the praise, so it really is about the scabbard. The foreign demoness asked sweetly, I wonder if the young master would be willing to gift the scabbard to little old me. Lu Xun flatly replied, Dream on, you are not worthy. The foreign demoness said angrily, Do you not know how to treasure flowers and cherish jade? Lu Xun calmly took off his hat, revealing his supremely charming face, and said, It is not that I am belittling you, but compared to this lord you are nothing. Everyone was stunned. The foreign demoness thought, How is this man even more beautiful than me? Rong Yan blankly asked who he was, while Li was too moved to speak. Lu Xun thought smugly, Daring to compare looks with my charm, you are only humiliating yourself. He told the demoness, My beauty, wipe your drool quickly, it is about to drip. The demoness hurriedly wiped her mouth with her hand. I never expected the young master to be so handsome. It makes little old me tremble with excitement and hard to contain. Lu Xun directly threatened, Smart people do not beat around the bush, hurry up and leave, do not dirty this lord's eyes. The demoness enchanted, her eyes slanting as she said, Young master, do not be so fierce. I only wanted a handy weapon. Give it to little old me, and everything will be as you wish. Lu Xun said nonchalantly, Keep dreaming. The demoness fumed with anger, pointing her finger and saying, Do not be ungrateful. Lu Xun felt helpless, sensing something was off. Lu Xun immediately channeled his sword art and asked back, Are you saying you want to fight? Li naturally leaped forward to block, holding her sword and saying, I want to fight too. Lu Xun was surprised, asking what? The demoness stopped joking, If you do not give it I will show you what for. This girl really has no fear of death. Rong Yan exclaimed in shock, Not good, this person has a cultivation of the third realm. Lu Xun calculated inwardly, third realms, so probably levels 31 to 40. Damn it, I am only level 4. At this moment he was still gathering experience, only at the first realm level 4. In this world the maximum level is 60 and each realm is divided into early, middle and peak. The first realm goes from level 1 to 10. The third realm goes from level 31 to 40, and the fifth realm from 51 to 60. Above the fifth realm are experts, and from the eighth realm upwards are grandmasters, who are very rare. Lu Xun immediately used the system to look up the information on the demoness in front of him, but the system only displayed a few question marks, not even her name could be seen. This girl has some skill. Lu Xun leaned close to Rong Yan and whispered, asking if he was confident. Rong Yan replied, I am at the second realm, I am not confident. Lu Sun wept bitterly inside. I am done for. This was careless. The status panel appeared. Lu Sun level 4, experience points 172 out of 3000. He looked at his meager point stash with heart-touch, unwilling to spend it all. Even using it all might not be enough. It was safer to keep money in his pocket. Lu Sun's intelligence flared up. He remembered, this is demon sect territory. Who dares to act recklessly? Lu Sun immediately put on a confident look and asked the demoness, are you sure you want to make a move? The foreign demoness asked, what, are you scared now? Lu Sun shook his head. No, look around you. He told Rong Yan, give me the teleportation talisman. Lu Sun took the talisman from Rong Yan's hand. This is the demon sect's teleportation talisman. I wonder if your strength can match the demon sect disciples. The foreign demoness gritted her teeth. Are you threatening me? Her heart wavered. Damn it, I did not expect them to be from the demon sect. Lu Sun arrogantly waved the talisman in challenge. You can try. The demoness stood thinking, although she could kill him and take the item before the demon sect disciples arrived, it was a bit risky to offend the demon sect over a middle-grade celestial artifact. The subordinate Xiao Hong reminded, my lady, we cannot act against the demon sect yet. We should think carefully. Lu Sun kept provoking, do not try any tricks when I call for help. This talisman was made by the demon sect and can summon people in an instant. Third senior brother is skilled with talismans, even if he is not good at cooking. Despite his brave words, Lu Sun was worried inside. Am I really capable? I hope the demoness will just leave quickly. I do not want to lose face because of my low cultivation. Even if I call someone, it would be very embarrassing. The demoness suppressed her irritation and said, consider yourself lucky today. Keep the scabbard for now. We will meet again. Lu Sun breathed a sigh of relief and happily said goodbye. Bye-bye. Take your time. Two female disciples saw the foreign group jump out of the alley, sighed in relief. We are saved. The little Grandmaster uncle is truly amazing. Lu Sun put his hat back on and said it was nothing. He thought to himself, this demon is too mysterious. Something big is about to happen. Could it be a hidden mission? The panel appeared. Congratulations to the host for preventing the scabbard from being stolen. Reward 1 clue, 10,000 experience. Clue, this person is related to the foreign clans. It is indeed a hidden mission. Lu Sun was startled. Wait, the foreign clans? Isn't he that the nightmare of the continent from the past life when I played Tian Chen? Back then, players went crazy killing them. So that person is from the foreign clans. That is not right. The foreign clans have not appeared yet. Lu Sun was so lost in thought that he did not even see Ji Li waving her hand in front of his face. She tilted her head and asked, little Grandmaster uncle, what is wrong? Lu Sun replied, nothing. This matter is very strange. I must find an opportunity to clarify it. Rong Yan understood what he was thinking, so she said, the little Grandmaster just now likely had a significant background. Lu Sun instructed her that person's background was unknown, to be careful but not take risks. Rong Yan acknowledged. Lu Sun leisurely walked on. Having heard that girls liked shopping, he figured they probably hadn't had enough. Let's go, don't let a worthless person affect our mood. Though he said that, he actually hadn't yet run into that clueless player who brought along those high-quality chives. Rong Yan and Ji Li were moved to tears, the radiance in Lu Sun's eyes sparkling. The little Grandmaster truly understood them. After walking a short distance, Lu Sun suddenly spotted a beautiful girl in the distance. Yes, that person was Xiao Ran. Seeing Lu Sun with his arms crossed, thoughtfully watching Xiao Ran amidst the crowd, Ji Li stepped forward and asked, what was so special about that woman? Lu Sun described his assessment of Xiao Ran. She was indeed quite beautiful, worthy of being the one closest to the world's main character. Though more naive than imagined, her face wasn't bad, but Ji Li sulked indignantly. He dared to praise another woman's beauty in front of her. Rong Yan stood behind, eating melon as she watched the amusing scene. The atmosphere seemed a bit off, an important bystander. Lu Sun suddenly dashed to another side, but approaching her would bring bad luck, leaving the two girls standing there dumbfounded. Lu Sun swore inwardly, why did he have to run into that damned pervert? What rotten luck. Lu Sun began to review Xiao Ran. She came from the Luotian sect, one of the 4 great sects, with heaven-defying talent and a delicate, explosive appearance that made one want to protect her. But believing her words was too naive. Born from a horse bandit background under the strict rules of the Luotian sect, she became a perverted angel with the heart of a demon. She killed without mercy while speaking of helplessness and pity, yet committed ruthless acts. After the player was sliced into 18 pieces, she became the first NPC in Tian Chen's history to appear in M format. But did you think it ended there? Even more terrifying, this pervert was attacked by a player named Yen Bao, causing Tian Chen to become a blooming couple of Yang and Yin. Inferior to the original, this dog's actions attracted players who wanted to spit, and goodwill toward the NPCs could never be regained. Tian Chen, once full of color, was now only one hue. Lu Sun covered his face and wept bitterly. It was truly heart-wrenching and headache-inducing. Lu Sun scratched his head as he walked, wondering why that pervert had come to Qingling City. He remembered now. It seemed Qingling City had a training ground called Gai Tuishu, and she had come to train. Ji Li asked worriedly. Little Grandmaster, what's wrong? Nothing, just saw something dirty. Ji Li was puzzled. Something dirty, was it a demon? Lu Sun threatened, even scarier than a demon. That woman just now was not simple, stay far away if you meet her later. Ji Li clenched her fists, thinking, am I afraid? That woman was weak, not even half as strong as me. Lu Sun looked wide-eyed at the muscle girl beside him, seeing her smash a rock, forgetting she had monstrous strength. Lu Sun reminded her anyway, remember what I said. Ji Li smiled and replied, got it. Rong Yan's eyes sparkled like stars, giving a thumbs up. The little Grandmaster had keen eyes. That woman seemed weak, but her cultivation level wasn't low. 3 or 4 of us might not be a match. Lu Sun said, let's go, I'll stroll with you all. Ji Li joyfully jumped up, okay. The 3 walked a bit further and encountered another character. Lu Sun frowned, this person, that girl was Yan Bao. Lu Sun instantly froze, this fate was truly hard to understand. He laughed crookedly and said, this world is really magical, haha. Yan Bao happily ran around, hooting and jumping like a child in a new playground, bouncing from one side to the other. She shouted, wow, Tian Chen was made with conscience, the realism is absolute. Lu Sun sized up Yan Bao, the strongest player in history. Yan Bao, this face, this figure was the heavenly bloom version of a mature lady, indeed qualified to be a top player. Rong Yan asked, it seemed the little Grandmaster had noticed something. Lu Sun said seriously, don't underestimate this woman. He rubbed his chin, finding it also interesting, didn't expect Yan Bao to join too. So, did the karmic bond between the two begin here? Lu Sun thought, since that was the case he might as well add fuel to the fire. Lu Sun adjusted his clothes and hat, stepping forward to set up his scheme. He thought, a tool person, the direction didn't matter, as long as they could be used. Engaging this guy was equivalent to becoming the main character. Lu Sun seriously pretended to walk by casually in front of Yan Bao. Yan Bao noticed Lu Sun, her mind captivated by his alluring and enchanting beauty. She sized up the man before her, broad shoulders and narrow waist in perfect proportion. His figure was too amazing, his entire aura was incredibly cool. Yan Bao screamed inwardly, emergency room, needs several oxygen tanks urgently, bring oxygen for me to breathe. I've met my emergency room. At this moment, Lu Sun used the move of taking off his hat to cover his face, revealing his full enchanting beauty. Yan Bao's drool flowed like a river, infatuated without escape. Ah, I'm dying. Looking at Lu Sun, who was so beautiful he radiated light, Yan Bao covered her mouth, crying with happiness. My emergency room is truly 10,000 times more beautiful than in the painting. Am I dreaming? Yan Bao pinched her own cheek herself. This is not a dream. Lu Sun put his hat back on, preparing to leave. Yan Bao hurriedly ran over to touch his shoulder, shyly saying, please wait a moment. Lu Sun turned lightly. Are you addressing me? Inside he was satisfied. Yan Bao had taken the bait. Yan Bao didn't dare look directly, only glancing away as she stumbled over words, Immortal Lord, Immortal Master, I. She screamed inwardly, never thought the day would come when she would be tongue-tied, wanting to die. The emergency room's voice was too nice, too alluring. Aha, she realized, turns out I don't like female characters, I like beautiful men. Yan Bao shyly suggested that, Immortal Master, would you like to take on a disciple? Lu Sun put on a handsome, cool look, slightly bowing his head and smiling, a good immortal material. Yan Bao felt so happy she could fly to the sky, her heart pounding. Did the Immortal Master mean, being the disciple of my emergency room, I'll be happy to death? Lu Sun then said, but I am not your creator. Yan Bao exclaimed in surprise, huh? Lu Sun pointed his finger forward. Yan Bao looked. Your fortune lies with that person. Xiao Ran stood alone in the middle of the crowd. Yan Bao loved beauty, her eyes sparkling. That was truly a beauty. Seeing this, she said, seems like a beautiful sister, time to run. She turned back, but Lu Sun was already gone. Yan Bao nodded, leaving without a trace. Truly purple lightning, impressive. Yan Bao looked at Xiao Ran's back, thinking purple lightning said fate lies with that beauty. Could this be a hint for the player? She shot like a rocket towards Xiao Ran, convinced this was purple lightning's guidance. To go out again, Yan Bao reached the beauty, silently appraising, seeing her stats were slightly lower than purple lightning's. Yan Bao turned around and around, admiring Xiao Ran from head to toe, an infatuated face. She said it was her type, while Xiao Ran had no idea where this girl came from, dancing around her. Yan Bao was still immersed, saying those eyes, those lips. This gaze captivates my heart, all of it is love. She thought of male master and female quiet. This game is awesome. Turns out it's a seductive woman. Appraisal complete. Xiao Ran was silent for a while, then crossed her arms and coldly asked if the girl was sick. Xiao Ran scolded her differently. Yan Bao, because she loved beauty, happily cupped her cheeks, saying the voice was so gentle, she liked it so much. What did she just say? Xiao Ran coldly said to Yan Bao, if nothing is wrong then please stay away from me. Yan Bao, infatuated, didn't give up asking the beautiful sister if she lacked a cultivation partner. Xiaoran was getting angry. She stared at Nian Bao, then kicked her flying into the sky for talking nonsense. Oh dear, getting hit by the beautiful sister still feels fun. Lu Sun had been hiding and watching the show this whole time, delighted when Nian Bao fell with a thud to the ground. With divine assistance, she would surely attack Xiaoran. The seed was sown, next just wait for a buy one get one free. Ji asked upon hearing the poem, what bad intention did the little senior grandmaster have? Lu Sun didn't think so, seeing himself as the coolest matchmaker in history, saying am I that kind of person? Lu Sun turned away, saying it's just a beauty. Rong Yan stayed behind and found it odd, turning to ask Lu Sun what was going on with them. Lu Sun waved his hand, saying you wouldn't understand the adult world. Rong Yan and Ji asked to watch too. Back home, Lu Sun sat browsing the web to see if his appearance before Nian Bao had a significant impact. On the forum there was a post about meeting Purple Lightning. Lu Sun read it and was satisfied. The author wrote well, describing some of his dashing aura. Below the post, a bunch of fans commented asking if she had really met Purple Lightning. Some asked if she had screenshots. Others bid to buy, rich ladies taking the bait below. Someone even said to send an eye massager to Nian Bao. Lu Sun read and thought he almost forgot Nian Bao was a guild leader with many minions to exploit. He smirked hearing she talked nonsense. All the flirtatious lines were within reach. On this side, the two beauties were throwing flirtatious hints everywhere. One asked to buy absolute devotion, guessing which side the heart was on, throwing a flirtatious hint that hadn't been forced yet, cold and dazzling, so strange. Lu Sun schemed with a laugh next. Xiaoran probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Notification board appeared. Outer sect disciple Guanji had reached level 1. Lu Sun was shocked. This kid leveled up already, just one day. No wonder he was a destined lucky king, high efficiency. He also wondered if he had triggered any hidden plot. If so, that leak of mine must be minced first. Early morning 2 days later, Lu Sun was meditating on the bed when he heard a loud knock. Thump. Lu Sun opened his eyes and asked who it was. The person outside answered, Your Majesty, it's me, Guanji. It was indeed Guanji, but he looked battered, clothes dirty. Lu Sun asked why he was so ragged. The smell of animal blood spread. Lu Sun was startled. Why did it smell a bit like chicken blood? Don't tell me this guy had been disguising after rebirth. What had he been through? Guanji rushed in out of breath. Your Majesty, this is what happened. The story took place a day ago. Guanji was walking in the forest gathering fruits when he encountered a man running for his life, shouting we're done for. Guanji sensed something was wrong with this man. Grabbed the man's hand and asked what happened. That man's clothes were dirty, face pale, saying on the mountain outside King Lang City, many people were trapped, and when they saw living things they pounced and bit. Guanji asked confusedly, what jumped and bit living things, isn't that a zombie? The man panicked, a zombie. At that moment, the game panel opened announcing the activation of a corpse energy quest. Guanji was happy, oh my god, strolling around triggered a quest, no wonder it's me. He confidently carried his carrot basket and said to the man, don't be afraid, I am an immortal master here to save you, I will go. On the mountain outside King Lin City, a group of zombies appeared. They were tearing apart their victims. Guanji confidently thought he was about to complete his first kill in Tianchen, so excited. He held a mortal iron sword bought for 10 silver coins. Guanji charged forward with the saber, shouting for battle. Become my experience points. A group of zombies responded directly. For the joy, Mo Guangji immediately darkened the sunlight. He muttered to himself, damn, this zombie is too strong. I got drained dry. Wrong, sucked dry. Mo Guangji told his majesty that he was a useless disciple. Barely escaped, couldn't kill the monster. So that was a lie. Guanji thought the chicken blood stains were really uncomfortable. To fake being on the verge of death, he risked everything hoping Purple Lightning wouldn't notice. Shen Yan indeed didn't notice, saying your cultivation is low, this matter isn't your fault. Guanji happily thanked him, thinking Purple Lightning is really good, so approachable. Don't even mention becoming a sword boy. Even if asked to be a mount, he would. In short, the feeling of having someone above wasn't too pleasant. Purple Lightning is mighty. Shen Yan thought secretly, zombie body, looking at that boy Guanji's appearance, he has a hidden quest. This kind of stuff, can I skim it? The system panel displayed a notification asking if he wanted to accept the corpse energy quest. Shen Yan looked and thought, actually I can skim it, it seems I am the true chosen one. Then Shen Yan said, speak, how do you want my help? He thought, rest assured kid, if there's meat, you'll get the soup. Guanji quickly seized the opportunity and requested His Excellency to send a senior sister to hunt the monster together. In his heart, he secretly hoped it would be senior sister Hongyan. Guanji blushed with excitement. He did not dare expect the Death Palace to take action, but those two disciples were quite formidable. One person like that was enough to win, especially that beautiful and powerful senior sister. Shen Yan, with 3 parts coldness and 7 parts helplessness, said that this matter was a bit strange and was likely far more complicated than imagined. This seat will personally make a trip. Shen Yan thought to himself, how could he let experience points slip away? Furthermore, he knew very well what players like you were thinking in your hearts. He remembered in the past he also longed to call her his wife. Shen Yan understood clearly that imagining an NPC as a wife was basic, so this seat would not give anyone that opportunity. At the critical moment, he still had his small Dao sword K by his side. Rong Yan Yan and Ji Li cannot be injured, that is his limit. Guanji was flustered. No way the Death Palace would personally help him complete the mission. He doubted his life. Shen Yan replied, exactly as you think. He told himself he would not only take action but also devour all the experience points. Guanji's eyes shimmered. He stammered about this matter. His heart raced. Damn it, this was the Death Palace, a legendary renowned NPC. It seemed like Guanji had triggered a major quest. Shen Yan said to lead the way. Guanji immediately responded. The sky here is truly clear. Oh, Guanji said, the Death Palace is right here. Shen Yan thought to himself, hidden quests require skill and luck. He had both, but he preferred the tool man's luck. Suddenly, Shen Yan was startled to realize Kingland City, corpse energy zombies. This was not just any quest. It was one that once shaken the world. Back then, the notification board appeared. The LPL competition area discussed the corpse energy quest being so difficult that a guild could not complete it alone. Players waited anxiously until 2 guilds finally joined forces to finish it, and the rewards were extremely rich. At that time, Tian Chen sighed. It took 2 guilds working together to complete it. It was a pity he was not there, or he could have earned half a month's living expenses for his little sister. Shen Yan thought that was a sure thing. At that time, player levels were too low. A single guild could not finish it on its own. From the timeline, the main boss had not appeared yet. It seemed he had a chance to infiltrate deeper. After all, infiltrating deeper was better than delaying. Shen Yan said they had arrived. Let this seat see your strength. Guanji replied clearly. Shen Yan showed a scheming expression. The bait had been cast. Now he just sat and waited to reel in the fish. That bait was Guanji. Running to a bush, Guanji said gravely, it is here. He told himself he had to perform well this time. Guanji's face wrinkled as if eating a chili pepper. It is here. This time he definitely would not be caught off guard. Just as he thought this, a corpse jumped out of the bushes. He lunged forward. Guanji was startled. Before anything else, Guanji was already caught off guard by the corpse. Guanji drew his machete, thinking to himself, damn it, he really could not do this carelessly. The Death Palace is watching me. That expression seems very disappointed. Shen Yan completely ignored Guanji's performance. He only wondered how much health the tool man could deplete. As long as he did not die, it was fine. Even weak items were still usable. Someone started attacking himself. Guanji charged forward, thinking the Death Palace was here. How could he lose face? He would risk it all. The corpse was not affected and even stood up. Guanji shouted blood. The corpse had already slashed onto Guanji's body. Damn it, that is my blood. Guanji questioned, with one swing I take 5%. With one claw you take 20%. Are you cheating? Guanji felt aggrieved. The game experience felt too realistic. His chest hurt as if on fire. Here it comes again. The corpse lunged at him. Guanji had no choice but to abandon his dignity. He cried out for help from the Death Palace. In his heart, he thought when pushed to the limit, dignity no longer mattered. The corpse seemed to anticipate his plan. Guanji forced a laugh. Damn it, he ran in the wrong direction. So he got slashed again. Guanji yelled and cursed. Shen Yan watched helplessly. This awareness and control, this kid only had good luck. Everything else was hopeless. There was screaming beside him. Shen Yan said irritably, system scan. The system panel appeared. Basic information, title, level 3 half corpse. A yin person affected by corpse energy, bloodlusted killer. Even worse than the lowest level zombie. Shen Yan thought this was the time to enjoy the joy of mowing grass. Golden light rays appeared around Shen Yan. He shouted, release sword. It took only a few basic moves to finish it off. Guanji was unconvinced. He used his skill in 1 second. The Death Palace is too powerful. Of course, a whole group of corpses rushed out. They were extremely ferocious. Guanji was terrified. Damn it, there are so many of them. If he died in front of the Death Palace and used a low-grade revival item, would you consider me a half-corpse and eliminate me? He finally managed to cling to a strong backer. How could he just go with the wind? Shen Yan spoke up, bastards do not expect to harm people. Black. Guanji's heart bloomed with joy. The Death Palace indeed did not abandon me. Shen Yan thought to himself, I deliberately rushed in front of you. Are you not going to quickly record a video? Was that too unreasonable? The moment he mentioned it, Guanji activated his recorder. The Death Palace was about to display his skills. He had to record it and post it on the forum for everyone to witness his awesomeness. Guanji pressed the record button. Shen Yan sensed that action was recording. This is my first show on the forum. Thanks to Vita, the Tianchen forum was finally lit up. A swarm of living assassins charged forward all at once, which actually looked rather pleasing to the eye. Shen Yan just shouted a single command. Go, sit down. The girl hurried and Shen Yan unleashed his move. A wave of living assassins was taken down, though it was nothing significant. Guanji called out worriedly, this is bad. The people from their hall are still alive. It turned out Shen Yan had not used his full strength yet. No need to rush to activate the sword aura. In just a moment, the group of living assassins was completely wiped out. Shen Yan smiled in satisfaction and said it is resolved. Shen Yan snapped his fingers and annihilated the entire group of living assassins. Guanji looked on with admiration. Oh my god, so amazing. So incredible, the Violet Hall is truly supreme. Shen Yan replied modestly, I merely borrowed a gust of wind. Wind belongs to the heavens. He borrowed a gust to blow off a few heads. Guanji wept silently. Boo-hoo, the Violet Hall is indeed my idol. At this moment Shenyan thought this round of showing off is done, but that Lu Sun still has not surfaced on the forum. The problem with Tian Chen is also quite serious. Guanji finished her turn, taking the opportunity to record the moment the Violet Hall turned around. If this video is posted, it will surely be even more popular than the Night Guild's photos. The system panel appeared, successfully eliminated 6 half-corps, received 600 experience points. Corpse key mission complete, bonus 300 points. Shen Yan complained impatiently, only 900 points. Being low level really gives meager rewards. Since there are half-corps, there must be stiff-corps. Going deeper will surely yield a big harvest. Guanji also received a reward. The corpse key mission complete, received 300 points. She asked excitedly, I get a reward too? Guanji rubbed her nose. Oh my god, am I not meeting a main character level NPC in Tian Chen? The Violet Hall is way too amazing. Shen Yan called out, continue advancing forward. Guanji immediately replied, yes, your highness. Guanji's cheeks flushed red. He still wanted to go on. Wouldn't that earn us more experience points too? He could leech experience from a renowned NPC, and what player would enjoy that more than him? He was truly the chosen one. Shen Yan thought this was a luck baby. Now that it had given him luck, he couldn't let it die. Everyone had malicious thoughts in their hearts, no one willing to yield to the other. Beneath the clear blue sky, the two of them had already ventured deep into the forest. Guanji asked worriedly, Your Majesty, which way should we go? Shen gave a despicable smile and said, it's up to you. I think the luck of the destined lucky king doesn't need to be worried about anymore. Suddenly, the scene before him surprised Guanji. Huh? The rope has moved. Shen Yan asked, do you want to go right? Guanji noticed the rope was nodding. Shen Yan stubbornly asked again, is the left side not possible? Guanji, pained by losing the explosive ingredient, said. The rope shook its head again. He thought the sword of the purple lightning had spiritual intelligence. Not having time to record this miraculous scene, Shen Yan was also probing. This was the first time the sword laugh had actively expressed an opinion. It seemed there was something on the right that attracted it. Somewhat interesting. He turned to Guanji and said, since a sword laugh has such deep intent, let's go right. Guanji replied, understood, Your Majesty. Guanji monologued, would it be a bit perverted if I filmed for 24 hours straight? But he really didn't want to miss a single moment of the purple lightning. Still, he'd better forget it, he didn't have the guts. A moment later, the wind rustled around them. Guanji said, there's fog. Your Majesty, this bone curtain is too thick. Should we continue? The sacred luck just surprisedly called Shen Yan's name. This thick bone curtain was somewhat similar to the one on the hidden mountain, but not as high level. However, it could be confirmed there was definitely something wrong inside this bone curtain. He couldn't go for nothing. The sword laugh seemed very urgent, pointing forward. Shen Yan asked with a doting gaze, do you want to go inside? The sword laugh was extremely impatient. Hurry, hurry. Speaking for Shen Yan, he wondered, why so urgent? Is there something ahead that attracts you? The sword laugh kept stirring restlessly. Let's go, it can't hold on anymore. Guanji, standing nearby, exclaimed in admiration. The purple lightning's equipment was like artificial intelligence. Could he ever obtain this level in his lifetime? The sword laugh thought to itself, it was originally meant to be his. Wasn't it surprising? Shen Yan felt something was wrong. Logically speaking, the sword laugh wouldn't harm him. But in such a bone curtain, what exactly was there? Guanji worriedly said, Your Majesty, I fear there is danger within the bone. Let me go ahead and scout the path for you. The gallant demeanor of a tycoon, Shen Yan replied, You stay here and wait for me. Guanji said boldly, But Your Majesty, this thick bone curtain could be dangerous. But in his heart, Guanji thought, if he didn't follow, he couldn't get experience points. Shen Yan replied, Nonsense, can mere fog stop me? You stay here. But Guanji was unwilling. As a notification panel appeared, the mission to stay here gave an important reminder. If he insisted on following, his account might be deleted. Guanji cursed inwardly, damn it. If he disobeyed the purple lightning's words, he could have his account deleted. Shen Yan was experienced. This fog, though not as thick as the hidden mountains, really had very low visibility. Moreover, the temperature here was much lower than outside before a boss appeared. Shen Yan then commanded, System scan, be cautious, see if there's any useful information. The notification panel said level too low to scan. Shen Yan was also speechless. Luckily, he still had the sword laugh. He asked, do you want to lead the way for me? Shen Yan wondered to himself, does this mean it's replying to me? The sword laugh is bound to me. It covets the little sword in my heart. It probably won't harm me. Then Shen Yan suddenly became spirited. Even if the sword laugh acted recklessly, so what? In the heavenly realm, there was no boss that Lu Sun could not defeat, as long as he dared to show his health bar. 15 minutes later, the sword laugh vibrated again. Shen Yan wondered, why is it vibrating again? And it was vibrating faster and faster. With this vibration frequency, even famous figures in the underworld would call it an expert. Shen Yan shouted, hey, then used force to hold the sword laugh back. The sword laugh kept pulling him along. Shen Yan asked, "Where do you want to take me?" Running out of breath, he finally arrived at a place. Shen Yan panted heavily and said, "You brought me here." Ahead after, when, only then did he see the scene before him. Shen Yan whispered a coffin. "Is that your target?" The sword laugh nodded, indicating agreement. Shen Yan found it strange. Why did it stop now? Is there something inside the coffin? Are you saying I can't go over there? The sword laugh nodded. Shen Yan mused. It seemed there might be a formation or other dangers around the coffin. If that's the case, then I'll go by myself. Shen Yan took a running start and shouted, "Little flying stick, come here." Shen Yan threw the sword laugh towards the coffin. "You've grown up now. You need to learn to act on your own." What kind of expression is that? Shen Yan thought. Why did this sword laugh give him such a worrying feeling? The sword laugh flew over and punched a hole through the coffin. Shen Yan saw this and thought, creating a hole so easily the defense wasn't high. But why was the sword laugh making a hole in the coffin? Suddenly, green smoke billowed from the coffin. Shen Yan was startled. Was this done to absorb the smoke? Under the heavily favored sky, Lu Sun put his hand on his forehead, gazing into the distance ahead with a thoughtful look, wondering if the sword laugh was absorbing the yin energy inside the coffin. From that side came a sound that left no room for misunderstanding. The groaning of the coffin accompanied by the sword laugh's voice. Could it possibly stop sucking it like it was drinking milk? The sword laugh kept sucking relentlessly, gulping down mouthfuls, causing groaning sounds to echo endlessly. This time, Lu Sun was again puzzled, wondering if this was some kind of hidden plot. Immediately, the system sound rang out. A notification panel appeared before Lu Sun, activating a hidden quest. Boss level corpse accept. Two options appeared, yes or no. Lu Sun smirked slyly, thinking that perhaps others would not believe him. But the hidden quest that had stumped two major guilds was finally triggered by him successfully. As he thought this, Lu Sun reached out his finger to touch the word yes on the system panel. If he remembered correctly, the corpse in the coffin was level 29, possessing terrifying damage no different from wives going on a jealous rampage. While he was only level 4, a huge gap like an ant meeting an elephant. Lu Sun frowned as he thought this, because once chosen, it would be a showdown between a mantis and a chariot. But who was Lu Sun? As the main character, what fear did he have to not accept? He thought to himself, how could a transmigrator like him fail at such a small matter, and immediately chose yes. The system panel notified Lu Sun that he had accepted the hidden quest. Kill the level 39 corpse, receive 3,000 experience points and a blue-grade cow. Lu Sun's eyes lit up, his mouth grinning widely, thinking everything went according to plan. Truly a violent blue item indeed. Lu Sun recalled that this hidden quest could be triggered for two reasons. First, the extreme difficulty was like a man hiding his slush fund from his wife, so a single guild could not complete it alone. Second, the reward was extremely valuable, which was the blue-grade equipment. In the old game, even a green-grade equipment was precious, let alone blue. Compared to it, 30,000 experience points were just a bonus gift. Explanation: the quest reward had a trick. The higher the item grade, the lower the experience points. Lu Sun said again, it seemed this coffin was situated on a yin vein. The boss level corpse, by absorbing yin energy, had become a yin cow. Lu Sun pondered deeply. The boss level corpse had some intelligence, completely surpassing a level 29 monster. It was not only stronger by 1.5 stars, but his own strength could hardly win against this corpse. Moreover, he was not clear how strong the sword energy of the nearby sword was. Lu Sun thought further. The time until the attack was still over 2 years away. Surely the corpse was still nurturing the yin cow and could not wake up. He mused again. The disturbance the sword released when stealing the food should be something it could not be unaware of. Senza decided to leave the quest for 2 or 3 years. When he got stronger, he would make mincemeat out of its entire lineage. He was a person who would not act rashly for profit. To fight a battle, he would prepare thoroughly. Looking at the aura around the coffin, Lu Sun knew there was corpse poison. He could not advance to pull out the sword and then escape. He had to wait for the sword to eat its fill and then slip away, afterwards retrieving it. That plan was truly perfect. Observing the sword, Lu Sun thought helplessly. Its actions were no different from having an affair behind the nearby sword's back. A reversed image appeared in Lu Sun's mind. The nearby sword came looking for the sword, only to find it intimately close with the coffin. Lu Sun felt embarrassed, covering his eyes with one hand and waving away the perverted thought with the other. At that moment, it started to rain. Watching the raindrops, a sense of foreboding rose in Lu Sun's heart. He looked at the sword, thinking its stomach was too big. It had been absorbing for a while and still had not stopped. Just as Lu Sun was thinking, the sword stopped absorbing. With a whoosh, it returned to Lu Sun's hand. Lu Sun looked at the coffin, feeling sorry for it, wondering if the sword had sucked the yin vein dry. The sword seemed to understand, letting out a clear hum. Lu Sun's face turned red like a boiled shrimp, and he angrily scolded the sword. Doing this has doomed me. You sucked it all dry in one go. What yin energy is left to suppress the coffin? Suddenly, the coffin made a sound. Lu Sun thought to himself he was done for. It could not be now, could it? He had not even prepared anything yet. Damn it, he really could not suppress the coffin anymore. He thought as he tightened his grip on the sword, opening its mouth to see the consequences. Not far away, the loud bursts of thunderclaps made the disciple of the path god want to disappear. He was terrified, his whole body trembling, his eyes on the verge of tears, inwardly hoping Lu Sun would return quickly. He could not bear it alone. His tender heart was not suited for this desolate and horrifying place. The scene shifted to Lu Sun's location. At this moment, the coffin was shaking violently without pause, making him even more uneasy. Lu Sun thought to himself its way of waking up was indeed fierce. The sword at this moment was nimble, believing Lu Sun's speculation was wrong. With a cautious expression, Lu Sun comforted the sword, saying everything was still under control, but since it had come to this, he could only wait and see how things developed. Immediately after, with a bang, a large hole was punched through the coffin by a pair of hands with long, sharp iron nails. This corpse must have spent a budget to acquire such a quality set of nails. A female corpse, level 29, boss rank, appeared before Lu Sun. Its posture was incredibly arrogant. Lu Sun mentally cursed the corpse's mother. It was ugly beyond compare, ferocious like a shrew. Lucky for him, it looked poor in its tattered clothes and could not afford to study psychology. If it knew what he was thinking, 8 generations of his family would not be at peace. After body-shaming the corpse, Lu Sun told himself to stay calm. In danger, one must be even calmer. He repeated it 3 times for his brain to remember, because running away now would be too late. Lu Sun recalled that back then, to destroy this mother corpse, the 2 guilds had to exhaust all their strength. They used a unique cheating tactic, dying and reviving to create a numbers advantage, slashing it thousands of times to bring it down. Explanation: in the game, boss-level monsters were always buffed by the author, about 10 levels higher than players. To defeat it, only a war of attrition using revival counts could work. Lu Sun wanted to do the same, but he knew the number of revivals was limited. Moreover, he was not a player. If this corpse took over his body, revival money would be useless. Truly, bad luck was sticking to him. After this, he should probably be advised to take a mulberry leaf bath to wash away the misfortune. Corpse let out a roar, and the ground beneath its feet shattered completely. A terrifying pressure shook heaven and earth. Hearing the roar, Lu Sun could only cover his ears and think that its pressure was truly frightening. Indeed, a woman, once angered, was hard to deal with. Corpse with its bright red eyes, a face 3 parts anger and 7 parts cruelty, terrified Lu Sun. At this moment, he panicked and thought of Mai Seifeng. But immediately after, Lu Sun told himself to calm down again. He knew the gap in strength was too great. In Sun Wukong's 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best policy, but in this situation, escape was impossible. Only the sword energy within the small path sword might help him get away safely. In a situation of 1 part hope and 9 parts doom, a confident smile might just solve the problem. Lu Sun forced a smile and waved his hand at Mother Corpse. At this moment, he was well suited for the title of a stalwart warrior, daring to smile in the face of fear. Suddenly, the corpse emitted black energy and then flew up into the air. At this moment, Ma Quanse looked up at the sky and saw a figure just having shot upwards, preparing to descend. He was stunned, his eyes wide open, calling for his parents when he realized it was a boss-level monster. It seemed he was scared, but unexpectedly, he opened the system panel and chose to record this scene. For him, curiosity overcame all fear. Once this boss fell, he would not be able to see it again, so he had to quickly capture the footage. Looking at the recorded image, Ma Quanse's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "This is a boss-level monster, a premium corpse." The scene shifted to Lu Sun. At this moment, he just discovered that the corpse had jumped up to gain momentum to land on him and tear him apart. Lu Sun broke into a cold sweat, thinking things had come to this. He firmly gripped the sword in his hand and shouted, "Release sword!" With a flick of his wrist, 6 streams of sword intent shot out toward the corpse. It immediately raised its hand to block the attack. On Ma Quanse's side, he looked at the captured image with great excitement. He knew this was Lu Sun's sword energy. Such a powerful single move made him even more thrilled, exclaiming 4 words. "That dictionary is too awesome." Lu Sun, however, was hesitant now. Relying on just this bit of sword energy, he was no match for it. Lu Sun raised the sword again, calling upon the sword energy of the nearby sword. "Finally, it's your turn to make a move." A bright streak of sword intent shot straight up toward the corpse. It did not even have time to utter a sound. Before its upper half had fallen to the earth, only the lower half landed on the ground. Seeing that scene, Man Guanqiao became even more excited. He was so excited that he could only jump up and down, shouting wildly. Regaining his composure, he exclaimed that a single flying sword had pierced through the clouds, revealing a clear sky. As soon as he finished speaking, he knelt down again, raised raised both hands in praise and continued to celebrate Lu Sun's feat. Lu Sun remarked that this zombie had thick blood and high defense, but its powerful offense was still pierced through like paper. He looked at the remaining body of the zombie as it fell, thinking inwardly of the sword laugh. After all, it was just a part of the sword intent. He wondered what realm Master Xiong Yanli had reached to be so powerful. Lu Sun looked up to the sky and sighed it was fine now. He held the sword laugh in his arms, praising it endlessly, though unwilling to admit that the husband of the one who wielded this sword intent was truly very strong. Hearing this, the sword intent blushed in reaction, while Lu Sun broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he was feeding himself dog food. At this moment outside Kingling City, a girl with long white hair, casually dressed in red, her face covered by silk, said to the man beside her that a powerful sword intent was coming from over there. Hurry up and go see. The masked man worriedly tried to dissuade her. But milady, are you not afraid of that thing there? The corpse aura is overwhelming. The white-haired woman showed no fear. She replied that under such a terrifying sword intent, that thing would surely turn to ashes. She proudly declared she wanted to go see how formidable that person was. The masked man stammered to stop her, afraid of what if. She did not listen and took off running. If you are afraid, then stay here. This lady will go there herself. The masked man was speechless, tears welling up. Do I dare stay here alone? Wait for me. At this moment, on Lu Sun's side, the system announced the zombie mission was completed, earning 30,000 experience points. Lu touched the notification. Yin bead obtained. 1 hidden mission completed. He looked at the green bead floating up from the corpse of the monster lying on the ground. It was called a yin bead. Lu Sun reached out to take it, sighing that the yin bead was hidden inside its body. No wonder after the sword laugh sucked dry the yin energy, it was about to explode. He brought the bead to his nose and sniffed, mocking that although it was taken from inside the body, it had no strange smell. Suddenly, the sword laugh reacted, wrapping around his hand. Lu Sun asked what it wanted to do. The sword laugh acted coy and ingratiating. Lu Sun helplessly asked directly, stop scratching, it itches. Just say what you want. The sword laugh turned 2 sword eyes to look at the green bead in his hand. Lu Sun asked if it wanted it. Nodded hard, startling him. He sneered, well now is 1 yin vein not enough for you? It immediately became embarrassed, and it even rubbed against his face, acting spoiled. He angrily tattled to its husband, sword intent, your wife is acting spoiled here. He held the bead up high to tease it, saying if it was greedy, move once. If it was useful, move twice. As soon as he finished speaking, it nodded frantically, astonishing him. Lu Sun brought the bead close to his eyes to examine it, then said, do not rush, let me see its wonder. He put it into the system, and the result showed it was a yin bead, a low-quality green equipment, capable of confusing the mind in battle, a chance to distract the enemy. He looked at the sword laugh and said, if you are just greedy, I will not give you this low-quality item. But even if it is useful, its attributes are nothing special. In the end, he decided to stuff the yin bead into the sword laugh. Upon hearing this, it happily nodded frantically. Suddenly, a delicate hand reached in along with a voice of objection. Stop right there. The white-haired woman asked painfully, do you know what kind of treasure that is? Lu Sun turned around in surprise. It seemed he knew her. He said irritably, enemies on a narrow road, why is it you? The masked man recognized him while the white-haired woman was stunned. She stared at Lu Sun with an infatuated gaze, seemingly utterly captivated by his perfect, flawless appearance. The woman muttered blankly, how can you be so handsome, truly a heartthrob to die for, destined to be reborn from infatuation? She quickly calmed down and shouted, this bead is a spiritual treasure. Are you using it as food for the sword laugh? Lu Sun smiled and said this seat is happy to do so. Lu Sun saw that the other party did not recognize him, thinking inwardly, could it be that taking off the hat means they no longer recognize me? How ruthless. The white-haired woman pointed accusingly, you are too wasteful. A spiritual treasure like this should be used for cultivation. Lu Sun grew angry and snapped, are you teaching this seat how to do things? In his heart, he calculated to probe her. The white-haired woman frowned and continued, do you realize this is a very precious low-grade spiritual treasure? Ignoring her protest, Lu Sun directly stuffed the yin bead into the sword laugh, smugly saying it is just a tiny low-grade spiritual treasure. This seat does not value it. Seeing this, the white-haired woman grew even angrier, screaming accusations that you are squandering heaven's gifts. She suddenly stopped as if realizing something. Wait, this is a mid-grade immortal tool. Lu Sun crossed his arms, his face full of arrogance, saying that was merely a remnant of this seat, not a concern at all. He stared at the woman, feeling something was off. Not right. This woman was originally cold and fierce. Why is she so sweet-tempered now? The white-haired woman suddenly did a 180-degree turn in attitude, admiringly asking if you have many weapons. Seeing this, he raised an eyebrow in confusion. The system reported her favorability increased by 1. but he was not pleased. Even if this demoness changed her ways, she was still a weapon maniac. Lu Sun sneered in reply, what business is that of yours? She immediately suggested, could you sell me one, any price is fine. Lu Sun suspiciously asked back, sell you one, any price is no issue. The white-haired woman's eyes lit up as she nodded frantically, yes, yes. Lu Sun mocked, without any politeness, you failed to snatch the sword laugh that day, so now you have changed your strategy. The white-haired woman was confused, asking back blankly, what, when did I? The masked man stepped forward to whisper in her ear, Milady, this is the person from the demon sect we mentioned before. The white-haired woman scolded, why did you not mention it earlier? The other man said helplessly, there was no chance. Lu Sun was wary of her. The reaction of this demoness was very abnormal. He wanted to see what medicinal pills were in their gourd. Lu Sun did not say another word and asked directly, stop playing dumb. Who are you people and what do you want? The white-haired girl stammered, thinking to herself that she just wanted to see who the owner of that powerful sword energy was. She paused as if remembering something. Wait, sword energy? Could it be? She was startled and pointed at him, opening her mouth to ask if that sword energy was stronger than him. Lu Sun did not answer, only said you guess. He silently assessed. This demoness and the person from the other day were clearly two different people. Their personalities were also different. Could they be twin sisters? The white-haired girl gritted her teeth in anger. She looked at him, recalling her sister's words. Didn't she say this person only had early-stage cultivation? Why was he so formidable? He must have hidden his cultivation. How could the owner of a middle-grade immortal artifact be weak? She needed to quickly think of a way to escape. She was very anxious now. The masked man was also panicked. Oh no, he didn't expect this person to be so powerful, able to kill that terrifying thing with one sword. He had to leave here quickly before he discovered the master's secret. The white-haired girl stepped forward, saying she had heard her sister speak of you. She didn't expect you to be so formidable. Lu Sun asked, sister, so the one peeping at my flying sword the other day was your sister? The white-haired girl answered softly, we are twin sisters. That day it was my sister who offended. She apologized on behalf of her sister, hoping he would be magnanimous and not blame them. Lu Sun replied disdainfully, no wonder you two sisters both like peeping at other people's things. Birds of a feather flock together, thinking to himself how their clothes were exactly the same. The white-haired girl quickly explained that the two sisters only wanted to find high-grade weapons and meant no harm. The masked man also cupped his hands in apology, hoping the immortal master would forgive them. They would leave immediately. The white-haired girl upon hearing this also chimed in, yes, yes, we are leaving right now. Lu Xun curled his lips in a cold smile, looking at the flying sword in his hand. Want to leave? He hasn't agreed yet. He must clarify their identity today. He would fool her first. The white-haired girl smiled and asked, do you have any other business? Lu Sun stared intently at the flying sword, calmly replied, nothing major, just wanted to know when you came to the Heavenly Dust Continent. She calmly replied, we sisters were born on the Heavenly Dust Continent. He upon hearing this curled his lips in a cold smile. Is that so? The white-haired girl asked in panic. The girl dares not conceal anything. May I ask why the immortal master asks this? Lu Sun pressed his face close to hers and said, but according to what I know, when the alien race descended. Before he finished, the white-haired girl was stunned and interrupted. What alien race? Lu Sun bluntly continued, stop pretending, you understood. The white-haired girl's expression showed clear worry. How did he know? This person knew their secret. He was likely a great cultivator. She fearfully glanced and signaled to the masked man beside her, and he quickly understood. As soon as the words were spoken, both turned and ran. Lu Sun was not anxious at all, still standing still. He curled his lips in an enigmatic smile, want to leave. Lu Sun lightly commanded his sword energy, release the sword. It quickly acted. The girl's entire body was cut by the blade, her body full of wounds, her fair legs stained with fresh blood. She cried out in pain. The masked man quickly stood in front of her. He said, let me block him, you run quickly. Then he charged straight at Lu Sun with a fist. Lu Sun only needed to lightly sidestep to dodge. Lu Sun raised his sword energy. He used the sword to smash directly onto his head, his face purple, eyes rolled back white. In an instant, the masked man was lying face down on the ground. The white-haired girl turned back and exclaimed, little Hong. White-haired girl lost her veil, revealing a beautiful face. She angrily cursed, you bastard, you tore my clothes and knocked little Hong unconscious. Lu Xun replied innocently, I didn't expect him to be so weak either. He slowly walked closer to the white-haired girl. She fearfully stepped back and tripped, her entire figure exposed. Lu Xun with a peculiar expression approached, flashing a sinister smile and said, next is your turn. White-haired girl screamed in fear, what do you want? Fine, I won't sell it. I don't want to buy anymore. Lu Xun bent his knees and sneered, we were having a good talk just now. Why did you run away? But you are much weaker than your sister. He was surprised her cultivation was only at the early peak stage. The white-haired girl replied contemptuously, you just rely on a middle-grade immortal artifact. If it was a bare-handed fight, I would definitely beat you. Facing her threat, Luke Sun remained calm. Weapons are also strength. Besides, if it was a bare-handed fight, you might fall down even faster. She said no more and swung her fist at him. The fist had no strength. It could not even touch him. Luke Sun jumped up to dodge, his exaggerated movements causing her to lose her balance and fall flat on the ground. The white-haired girl's whole body trembled, her face lowered to the ground, gritting her teeth loudly. When she stood up, one side of her clothes was completely torn. Extremely embarrassed, she shouted loudly, pointing straight at Luke Sun's face and threatened, "Just you wait." Suddenly, two strange objects appeared on the ground like two tiny steamed buns. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. The two of them looked at each other in shock, many question marks appearing over Luke Sun's head. Where did that thing fall from? The white-haired girl regained her senses when she realized she had dropped some accessory and screamed loudly. Then, embarrassed, she turned and ran. "Run, just run." Luke Sun would not let go. He used his finger to grab her clothes. He shouted in annoyance, "Don't think you can escape." But ironically, his finger was placed in the wrong spot. She was startled and turned back to see her clothes being pulled down, revealing her bare white back. She tripped again, her entire set of clothes ripped off, her naked body completely exposed. Luke Sun was also stunned seeing this scene. After the incident, Luke Sun's face was filled with fear, his cheeks flushed red as he tried to explain that he did not mean to. The white-haired girl covered her chest with her hands and loudly cursed, "Lecher, you bastard." At this moment she was extremely angry, terrifying red demonic aura blazing all around. She said furiously, I want you dead." At this moment, the white-haired girl became extremely agitated. She screamed demanding to kill someone. Luke Sun dazedly realized that the woman of the third realm had appeared. She seemed to go mad, her red magic power flared up violently. Her vacant eyes stared fixedly at Luke Sun, swearing that even the demon sect leader would have to be torn apart. Seeing that, he slightly flinched, his whole body exuding fear. He thought to himself that the might of the third realm was truly not something a level 4 like him could touch. Luke Sun frowned, sweating as he pondered. The half-sword aura of Big Senior was all used up, relying only on my sword aura. I'm afraid it's not good. He held the piece of cloth in his hand as if suddenly thinking of something. Now there was only one way. The white-haired girl rushed forward with a fierce face, shouting loudly, "Lecher, die now." Luke Sun was not panicked, calmly negotiating, "Hey, chasing like this is not good for you. What if someone sees, do you still want to live?" The girl's face suddenly turned bright red, her actions froze. She was startled, stammering, "You." He spoke while tossing her clothes high up, saying, "Choose, kill me or keep your own reputation first." Taking advantage of the girl frantically picking up her belongings, he used the ghost-crying God Sorrow speed to escape, making her angrily curse, "Shameless." She used her clothes to cover her chest, pointing her finger in Luke Sun's direction and threatening, "No matter how long I live, I will find you and kill you." Luke Sun raised his brow disdainfully. "Kill me? Break into the Demon Lord's reading room behind the mountain. Kill the little senior master amidst a crowd. If you can do that, you are truly skilled." The sky was clear blue. Guanji looked excitedly into the distance, thinking that it seemed the Honored One had returned. As soon as the words finished, a figure flashed past him like lightning. The person was nowhere to be seen, but a voice vaguely said, "Meet at the inn." Guanji thought dazedly, was that the Honored One just now? Speed so fast, why is he running so fast? His eyes widened as if suddenly understanding, could it be? In cultivation novels, killing a boss requires taking the inner core. The Honored One probably wants to go back and refine it. Guanji was confident in his judgment. Clenched his fists, thinking with determination, even the Honored One is diligent, so I must cling tightly to his leg, no need to train hard anymore. This person's disguise skill is truly rare. Suddenly, from afar, Guanji saw the white-haired girl rushing over, startled and panicked. Her beautiful face and heaving chest just brushed past him. Guanji's cheeks flushed red, stuttering, Beautiful." The white-haired girl said nothing. She moved to cut his throat with a single ruthless and swift slash. Looking at Guanji's motionless corpse, she felt her heart ease somewhat after killing a human. She looked at the blood on her hand, blaming herself for acting too fast. If not, she could have asked which direction that man ran. Looking in the direction Luke Sun disappeared, she guessed and then gave up. He would return to the demon sect to gather forces. That was not my aim. No need to risk my life. She recalled the scene of Luke Sun giving a two-fingered salute with a despicable face, increasing her hatred, swearing to capture him no matter how long it took. After thinking, the white-haired girl turned into a stream of green energy and vanished. Suddenly, a notification appeared by Guanji's corpse. Bronze coin resurrection, 1 remaining. In an instant, he truly revived. Guanji, with a dark purple face, touched his neck and cursed, "Damn it, was I just beheaded?" He gaped in confusion, thinking if that woman was a new boss. Someone slipped through under the Honored One's purification? At that moment, the system displayed a new mission. Disciple mission failed, dispose of the half-body corpse. Guanji was astonished. The Honored One sent a new mission. He rubbed his chin guessing, if the Honored One knew there was still a boss, he probably wouldn't send a new mission. Could it be? The image of the beautiful white-haired girl with a hot figure surfaced. Guanji bravely made a judgment. Even the honored one didn't notice that woman. He became increasingly gleeful. She is my own great fortune. Guanji pulled out a sickle from his person, mumbling confidently. Left hand death lightning, right hand red-clad old lady. He swung the sickle high, wanting to whirl it around. If I just keep this up, heaven's dust will howl before me. Suddenly he stopped, his eyes wide as he remembered something. Wait, it seems I still have an important matter to attend to. Guanji excitedly took out a small box. Post this on the forum. Let the whole world know the charm of the honored one. He stared intently at the box, grinning lewdly. Everyone will surely be subdued by the honored one. And I am his closest confidant. Isn't that? A series of images of a beautiful hot girl, fair skin and big chest appeared, sweetly calling. Big bromo of the season. He got more and more excited thinking about it. His pervert face reddened, thinking countless girls will be subdued by me. While Guanji was fantasizing, Luke Sun had returned to the inn. His entire body emanated a source of bright golden power. Luke Sun was leveling up, from level 4 to 5, then 6, 7, and 8. After a moment, he opened his eyes and whispered, killing that female zombie gave over 30,000 experience points. Spent half, but with the breakthrough to level 8, I can now fly on a sword. The more he thought, the more his eyes showed pink hearts, drool dripping from his mouth. With my current appearance, attracting women shouldn't be hard. He began to imagine a crowd of fanatical fans, especially females, shouting, "Wow, Death Lightning, my love! I love you, like a mouse loves rice." Suddenly his face darkened in disappointment. Why are the screams in my imagination so old-fashioned? The system displayed a notification. Upgrade NBC function. Daily mission grants 4,000 experience points. Luke Sun rubbed his chin with interest. 4,000 points daily I can give to players, right? If I only cultivate Guanji alone, he will be too profitable. He grinned meaningfully. But how could I stop a toolman steps? Toolmen bring many benefits. Thinking that, Luke Sun quickly clicked into the Heaven's Dust World forum. He wanted to see how the little loudspeaker Guanji was doing with his job change. Shocking piece of news hit his eyes. Shocking, what did Death Lightning do to the female zombie king? A whole series of hot posts appeared. After reading, he burst out laughing. Haha, the forum is so lively. Luke Sun pointed at a comment on the screen, resting his chin in thought. Need to see what the female zombie king did to me. A series of positive comments appeared, he thought to himself. At least I'm handsome. He spread his arms helplessly and continued. Popular again. This will probably cause the sword cultivator class to explode. Luke Sun noticed Guanji's page. Death Lightning Special Sword Boy Guanji. Can this kid resist the temptation? He curiously used his finger to check the kid's personal page. Death Lightning Special Sword Boy Guanji. Follows 6678, fan count 8187. He was startled. Already over 8,000 fans. Luke Sun imagined a scene in a meeting, everyone offering rich deals. Someone bragged loudly. Sell the first secret of Death Lightning, beauties or cash are both fine. He looked at Luke Sun for a long time, becoming more and more amused, confidently saying he was too cool. There are many famous people, including me. Just following me alone is enough to bring a massive amount of fans. Let's see how long this kid lasts. Over here, Guanji was working hard digging a large pit, using all his strength. Digging and digging, he finally got a huge pit. At this moment, messages kept appearing continuously. Notifications from Cute Little Dot, and a private message from the side novel Lonely. His face was smeared with mud. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and complained, "I can't take it anymore. I just posted a video of purple lightning, and the private messages are already too many." The notification sounds kept ringing. Heaven Online sent a message. Guild Black Scarf Long Legs. Guild How Bald-Headed Corpse. Kneel begging. They were so relentless they gave G a headache. If this continues, he would probably be bothered to death. He tremblingly pointed his hand at the system, resolutely turning off all private messages. He said, "Fixed time, I won't look at any private messages. I want that." After turning it off, Guanji furrowed his brow and said with interest, just focusing on being a lackey for Purple Lightning. Back to the main character Luke Sun. He was in his room on more clothes. He thought while Jili and Rong Yan weren't around, it was a good chance to go check out the Demon Sect trial dungeon in Kingling City. He didn't know if he could release Gei Gei Shu yet. Luke Sun equipped himself thoroughly, quickly opened the door and stepped outside. He muttered, "If possible, would this be considered me reasonably exploiting the system's loophole?" About 100 times or so, Luke Sun walked on the main road with his head covered, but the giant turtles would always bow their heads whenever they saw him. He looked at them, guessing with suspicion. "I can't understand it. Why do these giant turtles always bow to me every time I see them?" Luke Sun showed a look of disdain clearly, continuing. "Could it be they think I'm their herd leader? The abbreviation would be..." After thinking, he turned around and walked away in a cool manner. No abbreviation. While thinking, he gritted his teeth in anger. Who would want to be the leader of a bunch of turtles anyway? This is preposterous. A moment later, Luke Sun stood in front of a very old well. On the well's rim were a few sealing talismans. He joyfully exclaimed, "Found it." He looked at the well before him, overjoyed. This ancient well mouth was the trial location for Gi Tuishu of the Kingling City Demon Sect. He looked inside the well, pondering, although I can't see the bottom, it still looks like other trial grounds, very distinct. Just one trip inside, and I'm sure to bring out plenty of experience, treasures, and equipment. He rubbed his chin, hesitating, but some trial ground. A systems screen displayed a notification, exploring qualification 9099 points. Lu Sun fell backwards, his face full of shock. What are you doing? 99.99 bucks, why don't you just rob me? He thought the entrance fee here is really expensive, infuriating. He Xiang's eyes sparkled as he looked at the well, wondering, I wonder if an NPC like me gets any discounts. Luke Sun tossed his hat, did a flip in the air, thinking, could they open it for me for free once? Just as he was leaping down, he hummed a song, This is Freedom. Before he could finish even one line of the song, Luke Sun slammed into the circle in front of the well, causing him to cry out in pain. He hit the ground face first, with his butt sticking up in the air. Lu Sun spoke tremblingly, a magic array. At that moment, a bump had already swollen on his forehead. He used his hand to stop his nosebleed, glaring resentfully at the system notification. Zone not yet open. Please leave. Lu Sun thought, so it's not open yet. I thought I didn't have any special privileges. He regained his initial confidence, wondering doubtfully, not open. That means I still have a chance to earn special privileges. Lu Sun jumped down from the well's rim, turned around and left, speaking calmly, I'll come back next time for sure. He reached down to pick up his bamboo hat from the ground, whispering, if that's the case. Luke Sun put his hat back on, speaking leisurely, let's go back to the inn and eat something first. A little later, while strolling on the street, he spotted two certain people and said in surprise, it's that pair of little lilies. Over here, Ren Bao was happily clinging to Xiaoran's arm, pulling her along, causing her to say irritably, I'll say it one more time, I am only your master. Ren Bao put on a pitiful expression, pleading earnestly, my dearest master, could you buy your most adorable disciple a stick of candied hawthorn? Xiaoran heard this and gave her a glance, saying through gritted teeth, you. The two stood in front of the hawthorn stall, Ren Bao begging incessantly, beloved master, be good. Seeing this, the vendor also said awkwardly, big sister, just buy her one. Xiaoran's expression changed instantly, a few sharp glints appearing in her eyes. She drew her sword and slashed a few basic strokes at the hawthorn stall, catching the vendor off guard. He hugged the pillar that had been slashed to pieces, shouting in pain, my stall, stop slashing it. Xiaoran turned and left, only leaving a cold remark, next time. Look clearly at a person's age before speaking, especially a woman's. Meanwhile, Ren Bao, walking beside her, was happily nibbling on a fragrant stick of hawthorn. Lu Sun hid behind the wall, secretly observing and muttered to himself, Tsk. This little Lily's relationship is developing so fast. Ren Bao handed the hawthorn stick to Xiaoran, saying happily, master, eat some. She only replied coldly, not eating. Before she could react, Ren Bao flashed a sinister smile and quickly stuffed the hawthorn stick straight into her mouth. Ren Bao turned her face away bashfully, asking softly, master, that candied hawthorn has my saliva on it. Is it tasty? Meanwhile, Xiaoran was now angry, to the power of 888 times 3. Clenched her teeth, furious you. In just a moment, Ren Bao was kicked up into the clouds. She was still immersed in blissful reverie, saying, to have the day my master sends me flying again. Xiaoran shouted angrily in the night, go die. Lu Sun looked up at the sky from below, only seeing Ren Bao's figure turn into a tiny dot. He thought, oh, this Ren Bao is even more easygoing than me. He mused, Tsk. I can already imagine Xiaoran's mood. The Luran he imagined for himself was saying in panic, I'm very anxious. It seems like my female disciple wants my body. What should I do? A short while later, at the backyard of the inn, a loud voice rang out from the garden grate, amazing skill. Another person asked tremblingly as senior sister, how are you so strong? Rong Yen happily explained, smallness has its advantages. Your nose is small, don't always want to use something big. Hearing this, Luke Sun couldn't help but blush. He pretended to be calm and walked past, ignoring Rong Yen, who was bowing respectfully and saying, greetings, little Grandmaster Uncle. She thought worriedly, did little Grandmaster Uncle hear what I just said? Definitely not, absolutely not. Luke Sun stood before his room door, cleared his throat and said, ahem, not bad, learning from each other is a good thing. That's enough practice, let's go eat. Both of them replied in unison, yes. Rong Yan sighed in relief, telling herself, phew, seems like he didn't notice. Little Grandmaster Uncle is also a very innocent youth. Suddenly Ji Li asked loudly, Grandmaster, I'm very curious, besides sword practice during the day, do you use this little needle at night? As soon as she finished, Rong Yan immediately covered her mouth, and Luke Sun stood frozen on the spot. Rong Yan pinched Ji Li's face, laughing awkwardly and replied, senior sister isn't that kind of person. She is a cultivator who can endure loneliness. Don't think nonsense, junior sister Ji Li. Ji Li said in a determined tone, senior sister, our current strength is a bit low. Not only do we need to cultivate during the day, we also need to cultivate at night. She looked towards Lu Sun, whispering, otherwise, I can never catch up to little Grandmaster Aunt. Lu Xun cleared his throat and said, "The rhythm is not bad, but you also need to pay attention to having some flexibility." He cursed inwardly, "Damn lucky I didn't open my mouth just now, otherwise I would be finished." Lu Xun opened the door, saying enthusiastically, "Come on, let's eat." Rong Yan replied happily, "Coming, coming." Ji Li thought angrily, his strength has increased again. Ji Li, oh Ji Li, you still haven't been diligent enough. Her face was full of determination. She told herself there was no chance to use her strength against him. The waiter laid out a lavish table of food, then warmly invited the immortal masters to dine. Rong Yan's mouth watered, and he cheered happily because his favorite stir-fried peas were there. Lu Xun coldly remarked that it was an overly ordinary dish. Despite saying that, he still picked up his chopsticks and put a piece of stir-fried peas into his mouth. Lu Xun sank into thoughts about a moment not long ago. He recalled a time in the present, cheerfully picking up peas for his sister and urging her to eat quickly. Sister beamed a bright smile and said thank you. Lu Xun thought to himself that this was also his sister's favorite dish, and he unconsciously whispered, "Eat a little more." Outside the inn, a person wearing worn-out servant clothes was slowly carrying food through the courtyard. It was a girl with a beautiful face but a gaunt figure, wearily carrying trays under the scorching sun. Rong Yan felt pity at the sight, wishing he could share some of his own flesh with her. Jili also softly said this girl was too thin. Seeing that person, Lu Xun frowned, thinking to himself, so she was here. He said he had asked the demon sect countless times but couldn't find her. Waiter from earlier stepped forward, angrily ordered the girl to leave for disturbing the immortal masters, saying she couldn't bear the blame. The girl stood still without saying a word, just gazing blankly towards Lu Xun. His beauty at this moment was like the light of the white moon, the cinnabar dot on his forehead enchanting anyone who saw it. The girl stared dumbfounded, dropping her tray of food and thinking to herself, how could this figure be so beautiful? The waiter panicked, fearfully loudly begging the immortal master for forgiveness, then shouted at the girl to kneel down quickly. The girl was immediately terrified and prostrated herself on the ground. Lu Xun then conjured a gentle thread of energy, lifted her up, and said she didn't need to kneel, it was all right. He waved his hand and told the waiter to let her stay, and for him to withdraw. He bowed respectfully and said yes, but inwardly he was worried, because the immortal master was a high figure of the demon sect. Even if he didn't mind, it was still frightening. The waiter gritted his teeth and reluctantly left, leaving the frightened girl standing alone. After some deliberation, he turned back and earnestly begged, saying that this girl had mental issues, was both foolish and timid, and asked the immortal master to be lenient. Lu Xun calmly spoke to reassure him, telling him to rest assured and leave because the girl had immortal fate on her. Waiter was overjoyed to hear this and repeatedly thanked the immortal master. He passed by the girl and whispered to remind her to cherish this opportunity, because the immortal master said she had immortal fate. The waiter added that now she was on her own, with no one to protect her, and for a long time she had been nothing but skin and bones. The girl trembled, thinking to herself that she was very afraid. Only then did Lu Xun slowly speak, telling her to come a little closer and asking if she had eaten. She immediately shook her head vigorously. He gave a kind smile, telling her to sit down and eat with them. Only then did the girl slowly approach his side. As soon as she sat down, the system displayed information about Lin Chan. Lu Xun silently confirmed that it was her, the child of the world's future. Ji Li happily invited the girl to eat and introduced the delicious braised fish. Rong Yan immediately agreed. Lin Chan hurriedly wiped her hands on her worn-out clothes. She was shy, eating her rice with extremely tiny, delicate movements. Lu Xun looked at her, thinking to himself about this pitiful demeanor. He looked at her and then told himself that was her cautious, careful demeanor. Lu Xun remembered the image of his sister in the present and mused. It was really just like when she first left their parents. Ji Li quietly asked Rong Yan, who was burying his head in ravenous eating, why the girl wasn't picking up any food. Rong Yan explained that there was a gap between mortals and cultivators, and she was the smallest kind. Rong Yan said sternly to stop talking, that just sitting here was torture for the girl. Ji Li was moved and said that after losing his own parents, he understood that situation. Seeing the conversation had gone too far, Lu Xun cleared his throat, startling Lin Chan into fear. She obediently put down her rice bowl, looking at him with confusion. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly picked up a large piece of fish, put it in her bowl, and cheerfully told her to eat the fish. Lin Chan's face blushed bright red, hesitating without saying a word. Without a word, Lu Xun continuously picked up delicious food into her bowl, piling it into a mountain. He asked her caringly why she was so thin, if she was a picky eater, and urged her to eat a full meal today. Rong Yan and Ji Li stared in awe at the mountain of food. Lu Xun wore a smug smile and enthusiastically told her to eat to her heart's content. Lin Chan looked at the pile of food before her, tears welling up in her eyes. Rong Yan excitedly urged her to eat. Ji Li also chimed in, saying big bites tasted best. Lin Chan watched pensively as the two of them competed to slurp down their bowls of rice, remaining silent. She also quickly grabbed the pile of food in her bowl and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing ravenously. After a while, all four of them had full stomachs and let out a long breath together. Lin Chan voluntarily stood up to clear the dishes. Ji Li quickly said to let him help. Suddenly, a large hand stopped her, gently telling her to let the girl do it herself. If she helped, the girl wouldn't know what to do. Ji Li involuntarily blushed when she felt Luke Sun's hand lightly touch hers. Suddenly, 2 turtle bowls emerged from under the table and crawled towards Lin Chan. They happily rubbed against her, startling Lin Chan into a loud scream. Seeing this, Luke Sun sternly told them not to misbehave. Immediately, they obediently shrank back. He looked at his sword, thinking to himself that it could also recognize the heaven-born sword spirit Lin Chan, and not him. Luke Sun saw Lin Chan busy washing dishes, thinking to himself this girl was a rare naturally born sword embryo, whose future would far surpass Xiao Ran. It would be a waste not to take her as a disciple. Lin Chan felt a slight doubt, not knowing what had angered the immortal master. Luke Sun leisurely poured tea, calmly saying, "Lin Chan, I see you have immortal affinity and wish to take you as my disciple. Do you agree?" Lin Chan looked bewildered at the pile of items in her hands, wondering to herself, can someone like me really have immortal affinity? Gently asked again, "Your name is Lin Chan, correct?" She let out an involuntary sound before quickly nodding. Sun smiled and asked further, "Do you know?" He spoke unhurriedly, cicadas long underground. At that moment outside, the dazzling sunlight shone across the small courtyard, creating a peaceful and tranquil scene. Lu Sun said in a tone full of implication, but later on, his voice gently echoed by her ear, "In the end it will be the most brilliant light of summer." Lin Chan was stunned, wondering to herself if she could shine like that. Lu Sun looked at the teacup in his hand and said, "You did not shake your head, so I will consider it agreed." Lin Chan only softly replied with an Lu Sun swirled the teacup, smiling faintly as he said, "In the coming days you will be my first disciple. The daily chores will all be brought by you. When the time comes, I will take you back to the demon sect. My identity you will learn later." Seeing that Lin Chan showed no reaction and only silently walked out, Lu Sun thought to himself, could she have been scared dumb? At this moment, Lin Chan was recalling Lu Sun's words just now. Cicadas stay underground for too long, but when they call, they become the most brilliant light of summer. Thinking of this, Lin Chan's eyes brimmed with tears. Her heart moved as she thought, I am about to have a master. On Lu Sun's side, Ji Lai emanated a deep wave of resentment, her glaring eyes fixed on him with fury, startling him into thinking, I can feel a strong hatred with a hint of soreness. Ji Li clenched her fists and shouted angrily, is this taking a disciple? I only wanted to be a sword attendant. Rong Yen was eating a watermelon, staring wide-eyed at Lu Sun as she questioned, What sword attendant? Lu Sun broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a smile as he patted Ji Lai's head, saying, cultivate diligently, and when you become an intersect disciple, I will come to the scene. Ji Lai's eyes went wide, full of anticipation as she asked back, really? Lu Sun continued his sweet talk, waving his hand and saying, rest assured, if I do not show up that day, I will be beaten 5 times. Ji Li blushed with excitement, clenching her fists and shouting, okay. Rong Yen still did not understand anything, pressing on, what sword attendant? Lu Sun sighed inwardly as he looked at Ji Li, thinking that this girl's craving for his body was getting increasingly serious. Lu Sun imagined the scene of Ji Li being interviewed, shyly saying, the reason I have today's achievements is because I love little master uncle's body. Thinking of this, he felt his face darken even more, panicking and not daring to continue. Suddenly, a new direct disciple appeared on the bulletin board, surprising Lu Sun. Clicking on the master-disciple relationship information, Lin Chan's info was already there as a direct disciple. Lu Sun rubbed his hands in satisfaction, thinking to himself, the system has confirmed the master-disciple bond. Lin Chan is officially my disciple. At this moment, he stood up and said leisurely, time to go back to the room. Inside, Lu Sun thought to himself, in this world, the constraints on me are already too many. Upon returning to his room, he sat on the bed and shouted loudly, system, open the sword nurturing art. Looking at the information that the level 1 sword nurturing art could be upgraded, Lu Sun pondered, it requires 10,000 experience points to raise it from level 1 to level 2. He calculated, he only had a little over 10,000 points, not enough to go from level 8 to level 10. He needed more cultivation techniques to increase combat power. Looking at the stream of power shooting from his finger, Lu Sun grinned slyly. Though short, the damage increased a lot. I am strong. After speaking, he concluded, though short, I am strong. That sentence felt a bit off, but it was undeniable. Lu Sun continued calculating. The senior brother's sword technique only has 1% power. I'll take the chance to accumulate experience points, live long, and become thick, big, long, and strong. After thinking, he leaned back on the bed, stared at the ceiling, and complained, why hasn't Guanji's mission been completed yet? Has that brat started slacking off? The scene switched to where Guanji was doing his mission, facing off against a half-corpse. Guanji pointed his fan at the half-corpse and asked angrily, why aren't you dead yet? He yelled loudly and charged forward. The half-corpse was no pushover either, its eyes bloodshot as it rushed in. The PK only lasted a second before Guanji was beaten black and blue, foaming at the mouth. The system coldly announced, you have died. hide. After the half-corpse finished eating, it rubbed its belly contentedly and was about to leave. But Guanji had already used money to revive. He suddenly leaped up, grabbed his fan, and charged at the half-corpse shouting, "This master isn't dead yet. Fight on!" The half-corpse turned back in surprise. But quickly, the half-corpse smacked Guanji in the face, making him spit blood and log out within a second. Looking at the death notification from the system, Guanji thought painfully, "Do you know how dangerous it is to provoke a high-damage player?" After the half-corpse disposed of the body, it again rubbed its belly satisfied and walked away. Guanji once again tossed his revival coin. He stood up too loudly. "Come on! Today we must settle who wins and loses." Guanji charged forward, headbutting the half-corpse in challenge. "If I can't kill you, can I not kill you?" After 749 times of stubborn struggle, the half-corpse was holding its ever-rounder belly, sighed in annoyance, and walked into the forest. As for Guanji, he was now a pile of fleshless bones, barely half alive and half dead. A moment later, he finally used the revival coin to come back to life again. Guanji sat on the ground, sneered at the forest. Scared of me so you ran away?" He was exactly the type of empty vessel making the most noise, shouting, "You still dare to stay here. If this great master doesn't resist, you're done for." Guanji lied arrogantly, his nose growing longer, excitedly clenching his fists. "As expected of me, I got the beautiful girl's destiny and figured out how to beat the monster." Then he deluded himself, hopping and skipping. "This strategy, I name it the Mo family victory rule. I am truly the same generation as the Holy Temple." Back at the inn, Lin Chan was still thinking about becoming a disciple, finding it hard to believe that I was taken as a disciple by an immortal master. The feeling just doesn't seem real. She looked at herself, thinking with inferiority. Lowly like me, what is there for an immortal master to see in me? Suddenly, a shiny halo along with a tangerine-shaped object appeared on her head. Liu Huangsu of the Imperial Engineering Corps walked into the inn. Liu Huangsu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted in surprise. As soon as he entered, Liu Huangsu saw Lin Chan with the blue text and exclaimed in shock, "A blue NPC?" Looking around, Liu Huangxi thought to himself. All around were gray NPCs, not even a yellow one. This blue NPC must have some hidden plot. The more he thought, the more excited Liu Huangxi became, and he clapped his hands in delight and shouted, "My great fortune has arrived." Immediately he jumped over to Lin Chan, snatched the towel from her hand, and barked, "Stop right there." Lin Chan was startled, wondering what he wanted to do, but only managed to let out a confused whimper. Unexpectedly, Liu Huangxi took the towel and wiped the table repeatedly, as if he wouldn't stop until it was spotless. He said, "How could I let you do this? From now on, leave it to me, I'll wipe it 100 times. But before he could show off for long, the waiter brought 2 tall bodyguards who shouted, "You don't eat or stay here, you just come to cause trouble. You've got some nerve." Liu Huangxi saw these tough guys and got scared, sweating profusely, and said softly, Let me explain, it's just..." The tall men didn't want to listen and immediately kicked him out, making him scream in pain. Just then Guanji arrived. Seeing this, he quickly dodged out of the way, while Liu Huangxi fell hard to the ground, confusedly wondering what was up with this kid. Liu Huangxi arched his back, revealing a swollen butt, and cried, "That really hurt. My butt nearly split in two." He watched Guanji enter the inn and sneered, "That guy will definitely get thrown out too." Unlocking a blue NPC plot isn't that easy. But he waited, and Guanji never got thrown out. His eyes went wide as he thought, why isn't he getting kicked out? Liu Huangxi scratched his head, thinking, Guanji, that name sounds familiar. Even if his posts are trending, who remembers the name of a loudspeaker? Going back to earlier when Guanji entered the inn and saw Lin Chan, he was also surprised. This girl was gray blood 2 days ago, so why is she blue now? But he didn't think much of it and hurried over to Luke Sun. "This isn't urgent, I need to submit the quest quickly." After the report, Luke Sun said with satisfaction, "I understand. Well done." Luke Sun pressed the button to complete the quest. Immediately Guanji was awarded 500 experience points. He respectfully cupped his hands and asked, "My lord, are there any other quests?" Luke Sun put on a serious face. "Not for now. You may go." "Oh, and..." Luke Sun remembered Lin Chan and said, "I have just taken on a new disciple named Lin Chan. You are my sword attendant, so she will be your martial aunt." Guanji was astonished to hear this. Lin Chan is that blue NPC from just now, as expected of the Purple Hall. Even taking on a disciple casually turns them blue. Maybe I should... Luke Sun didn't give him a chance and immediately waved his hand to send him flying out. "Go." Luke Sun thought to himself, "You little brat, are you waiting for me to keep you for dinner? This is my second meal with my disciple. What business does a tool like you have butting in?" The evening, Luke Sun, Ji Li, Rong Yan, and Lin Chan sat down at the table. Luke Sun spoke, "Let's eat." Ji Li and Rong Yan responded briskly while Lin Chan let a soft hum. However, Lin Chan didn't pick up any food. She just held her bowl of plain rice and thought, I'll wait until they finish eating, then I can take the leftovers. Luke's son wasn't about to let his disciple go hungry. His chopsticks flew as he piled meat, vegetables, and fish into her bowl, instructing, eat some meat, add some vegetables to avoid constipation. The fish is nutritious. Eat plenty. Lin Chan smiled softly at her master, then looked at her bowl piled high like a small mountain. She thought happily, this master is really very kind. Since grandfather passed away, no one has been this good to me. Since I was little, my body has been ice cold. At 50, I was about to die, Lin Chan remembered. At that time, she had a high fever, and her grandfather invited a Taoist priest to see her. The old Taoist declared, Old Lin, this is bad. Your granddaughter has lost her soul. Her grandfather panicked, asked, Master, what should we do? She is my only granddaughter. The old Taoist gave a sly smile and rubbed his hands together. Saving her is easy, but it depends on your sincerity. Her grandfather understood and quickly dug into his clothes. Sincerity, I agree. As long as you can save little Chan, I will do anything. Then he pulled out a handkerchief that was carefully wrapped. Inside were a few pieces of broken silver and some coins. He asked tremblingly, is this enough? If it's not enough, then… The old Taoist looked at the silver, swore contemptuously, and then sneered, damn it, you're really down to your last penny. For the sake of your sincerity, I wouldn't help anyone else. Remember, walk 7,000 steps backward from your house, no more no less. As you walk, call out her name. Do this for 7 consecutive days. Her grandfather immediately did as he was told, ignoring the white snow and his frail body. He walked and shouted loudly, Channer, Channer. He walked 7,000 steps. His feet were frostbitten, his face was frozen, his throat was hoarse, and his face was pale purple, but he still called out, Channer, Channer. After that was done, Lin Chan suddenly woke up. Her grandfather, overjoyed, grabbed her hand. Little Chan, you're awake. It's good that you're awake. Lin Chan remembered silently that he had fallen several times and was covered in injuries. She heard this from the neighbors recounting. Grandfather was the only person in this world who was good to me, but a few months ago he fell gravely ill and his consciousness was hazy. Lin Chan watched him lying in bed and cried out in terror. Lin Chan tried to do the same for him, but she was mute and couldn't call his name. She just walked backward, letting out helpless whimpers. Because I am a useless mute, my grandfather's soul could not hear me. I kept walking, but he still didn't wake up. Lin Chan looked at her bowl of rice, piled high like a small mountain, and tears flowed. She thought warmly, Grandfather, I've met a good person again. You can rest easy. Lu Sun saw her secretly wiping her tears and smiled to himself. This girl is like me, all alone. But from now on, neither of us will be. Lu Sun asked, Little Lin Chan, do you know how to write? Lin Chan nodded firmly and hummed once. She thought to herself that a teacher had stayed with them when she was young, so she had learned a little. Lu Sun spread his hands and said, knowing how to write is good. From now on, if you have anything to say to your master, write it down. If you have paper and pen, write on the paper. If not, write on your master's palm. Lin Chan felt a bit shy after hearing this. Her small arm trembled as she slowly brought it closer to Lu Sun's hand. Lu Sun understood and comforted her. Right, we are master and disciple. In the future, I will rely on you to take care of me in my old age. Why be so formal? Hearing this, Lin Chan used her hand to write the 2 characters master on Lu Sun's palm. Lu Sun laughed warmly and exclaimed, ah. Then he turned to look at Ji Li and Rong Yan and instructed them, trouble you too, after you finish eating, take my disciple to buy a few new sets of clothes. I will cover the cost. They both agreed cheerfully. Hearing this, Lin Chan fumbled with her clothes and let out a few hums, thinking to herself that she had money. Her old boss hadn't owed her wages, and he had promised a secure job for the immortal master. Seeing Lin Chan pull out her money pouch, Lu Sun gently pressed her hand and said, I said I will pay. What, it's only been a short while and you're already set on defying your master's orders. After hearing this, Lin Chan reluctantly hummed in agreement, then put the money pouch away. After the meal, Lu Sun stood up and announced that from today, Lin Chan was a demon sect disciple, and she respectfully bowed with her hands clasped in salute. Lu Sun told Rong Yan to check the new disciple's cultivation aptitude and Rong Yan acknowledged the order. Rong Yan then placed her hand on Lin Chen's forehead to examine her. Looking at the power rings that appeared, Rong Yan exclaimed in amazement, 9 rings? Ji Li beside her also cheered loudly. Wow, 1 more ring than me. Lu Sun, you're really lucky with this one. Only Lin Chan looked bewildered, not understanding anything, and asked what 9 rings meant. Knowing her aptitude, Lu Sun immediately took out a secret manual and handed it to Lin Chan, saying it was a cultivation technique with annotations from the senior uncle, and telling her to study it carefully. Ji Li looked at the book and then fumbled around her own body, thinking in confusion why it looked so familiar, and realized her own book was missing. Lin Chan accepted the book, happily clutching it to her chest. Her cheeks flushed, silently thanking her master and hoping cultivation would cure her strange illness. Ji Li immediately chased after Lu Sun, demanding the book back, shouting that she had already said it was a gift for her. Lu Sun ran while justifying that since she wasn't using it, there was no point in keeping it. Lin Chan watched Lu Sun with affectionate eyes, silently resolving in her heart heart that if she was cured, she would take care of her master in his old age. Ji Li cried and slapped Lu Sun repeatedly, screaming that he had clearly said it was a gift for her. Lu Sun smiled slyly, thinking that this girl probably thought he had no way to deal with her anymore. Lu Sun then tightly grasped Ji Li's hand, using a gaze full of charm to look directly into her eyes and whispered, "With me in front of you, why would you need those things?" This stunned her. Ji Li's cheeks flushed bright red and she stammered, unable to utter a word. Lu Sun leaned close to Ji Li's ear and whispered, asking her to teach the disciple a sword technique to see how her comprehension was. Ji Li was completely enchanted by Lu Sun's charm, her face reddening as she replied, "Okay, okay." Lu Sun felt smug, thinking that with just a few words she obediently listened. Wasn't this the benefit of good looks? Suddenly, even Lu Sun's face flushed slightly, thinking that Ji Li's expression just now was a bit cute. Ji Li stepped outside, picked up a branch, and spoke to Lin Chan. Ji Li said this was the Guy family's sword technique. Although it was not as good as her master's cultivation technique, it was enough for self-defense. Lin Chan nodded seriously. Ji Li said watch closely and began to perform. The sword strokes were skillful, both soft and powerful, full of force. Even Lu Sun's eyes widened, silently praising that he never expected her sword technique to be so beautiful. After finishing the lesson, Ji Li asked Lin Chan if she needed her to demonstrate again. Lin Chan stared back blankly. Ji Li was confused, and then Lin Chan wrote 4 characters on the ground. "Let me try." She slowly wrote those 4 characters on the ground and then stood up. Ji Li closed her eyes and cautioned that this sword technique was not simple, that in the past it had taken her 3 whole days to master it. Suddenly, Lin Chan raised a foot. Ji Li watched, unable to hide her astonishment. Lin Chan held the dry branch, confidently repeating the entire set of sword strokes Ji Li had just performed with practiced ease. After watching, Ji Li stammered, that's it." Rong Yan, who was eating on the side, comforted her. With 9 rings of talent and top-notch comprehension, it's only right she learns so fast. Even I feel envious. Hearing this, Ji Li's eyes widened with excitement as she asked Rong Yan, "Senior sister, you envy me too?" Rong Yan nodded and said definitely. After finishing her practice, Lin Chan panted heavily, worried inside whether she had performed correctly. Lu Sun was very pleased, approaching to praise her for learning quickly and having high comprehension, worthy of being his disciple, which made Lin Chan blush. Lu Sun came closer, ruffled her hair, and instructed that from now on she must eat more to have a fuller body, as it was a warrior's most important asset. Upon hearing the phrase fuller body, not only Lin Chan but also Ji Li and Rong Yan were all wide-eyed with shock. Lu Sun gave an awkward smile, explaining that it was just an expression from his hometown, and then told the 2 to take the disciple to buy clothes. Lu Sun watched Lin Chan's retreating figure, thinking to himself that she was a born sword embryo with mature comprehension, learning any sword just by seeing it. If cultivated with focus, how powerful would this disciple become? Lu Sun excitedly thought that the sword his master couldn't obtain, his disciple would sooner or later. The moon hung high, but Lu Sun still stood by the window, calculating how to earn more experience points, wondering where the few tool people had run off to. After pondering for a moment, Lu Sun stroked his chin and grinned slyly. Maybe he should send them on a mission to grind all night, making them taste the joy of playing games like him. Just then there was a knock on the door and Rong Yan's voice came through. "We're back," Lu Sun happily responded. The door opened and Ji Li and Rong Yan walked in. Lu Sun asked curiously, "Where is my disciple?" Ji Li and Rong Yan exchanged glances, smiling meaningfully. Then both of them stepped aside, revealing the petite Lin Chan standing behind them. At this moment Lin Chan had changed into proper clothes, shedding her dirty look and shyly let out a soft hum. Lu Sun was very satisfied and said, "Not bad. A disciple should resemble the master." Lin Chan shyly thought that someone as beautiful as her master was a first for her. How could she possibly be as beautiful? Lu Sun noticed that Lin Chan's name had changed color, thinking that she had now turned green. He wondered what would happen if a player from afar saw this. Lu Sun then told Lin Chan to stay in the back courtyard with them from now on, then told her to go find a room with Ji Li, while he went out for some business. Hearing this, Rong Yan and Ji Li immediately pulled Lin Chan away, laughing and saying they were all family now. Lu Sun turned and went outside, thinking that since he had taken on a disciple, it would be hard to stay in this city long. He had to quickly find more tool people. The next day, Lu Sun walked along the road thinking that even though he said he was going out to find people, their side only had about 1,000 players scattered across the continent. Adding in a few mediocre people he didn't like, the range of choices was quite narrow. Lu Sun frowned, holding his head in thought. Back when he was a pro player, he had made enemies everywhere for many reasons. The majority of them were experts. He hoped he would not be too unlucky. Lu Sun walked down the road and ran into the pervert Meng O, who was unbuckling his pants. That man muttered, "It's quiet here. Let me take off my pants and see how it feels." Walking a bit further, he saw another fool barking back and forth with a dog. Continuing on, he saw an idiot hanging himself from a tree branch, gleefully waving and yelling, "Woo-hoo, look, any tree works. The graphics are on fire." Liu Xun looked at the scene speechlessly, his face dark. He thought, are all the players in the city this weird? Is there no one normal? Suddenly Liu Huangsu walked over, fanning himself sarcastically. "You fools carrying on like this. Someone else will surpass your efforts." Liu Xun saw Liu Huangsu and recognized him with a start. "It's him, I know him. His characteristic is, he was good at stalking NPCs and sucking up to them obsessively until he triggered a hidden quest." Just then, Liu Huangsu noticed an NPC carrying water. His eyes lit up as he rushed over and spoke. "Uncle, what are you carrying that smells so good? Can I have a taste?" That NPC backed away timidly and asked in confusion, "Are you sure it smells good?" Liu Huangsu looked at the NPC's wary eyes and thought firmly, that look of wanting to avoid me, based on experience, there must be something good in his bucket that triggers a hidden quest. Liu Huangsu laughed heartily and closed in on the old NPC to attack. "Uncle, dressed like this, you must be a master. Stop pretending." He spread his arms confidently and yelled, "I am the fated one you've been waiting for. Let me have a taste." Even the old lady NPC was dripping with sweat. Helplessly, the NPC set down the water load and said, "Fine, go ahead and taste it yourself." Liu Huangsu nodded excitedly. The old lady NPC opened the lid of the water bucket and said, "Come here." Liu Huangsu was as embarrassed as he had been excited. He looked at the bucket speechlessly, and the NPC uncle laughed heartily. "It's manure, take as much as you want." Seeing Liu Huangsu vomit uncontrollably, the NPC uncle clicked his tongue. Young people these days, I just don't get them. Liu Xun watched everything, frowning as he thought, this guy is still the same. He knows how to find hidden quests, but sometimes he's a joke. I don't hate him, but he's an expert from the Emperor Guild. Remembering the last time he took a commission from Emperor's Vice Guild leader, Liu Xun politely refused. "Sorry, we can't handle this commission. Next time I'll give you a 20% discount, what do you think?" Emperor's Vice Guild leader was furious and scolded back then, can't handle it but still take the commission. If you rely only your mouth in this world, go home and drink milk." The more Liu Xun thought, the angrier he got. This Vice Guild leader has a sharp tongue, making me hate the entire Emperor Guild now. But thinking again, he was a forgiving person. Except for beating them up once for revenge, he would consider the matter settled. After thinking it over, Liu Xun turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Liu Huangsu had already spotted his back. Liu Huangsu's eyes lit up, and he thought excitedly, a purple NPC is a violet electric. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. He immediately followed Liu Xun, thinking to himself, so my opportunity is here. Running into a violet electric by chance, just greeting him should trigger a hidden quest. I heard people around violet electrics all use swords, so if I hold this sword, I should gain his favor. Liu Xun had already noticed Liu Huangsu tailing him and thought with interest, good move, kid. I haven't come looking for trouble, yet you follow me first. Liu Huangsu looked at Liu Xun's back and thought, it seems the violet electric has walked into a dead end. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He was about to follow when suddenly a system warning panel appeared before him. Mysterious purple person's favorability toward you is -50. Favorability is too low. You are at high risk of NPC retaliation. After Liu Huangsu read the warning, he shouted in panic, what did I do for the favorability to be -50 already? Suddenly, Liu Xun's figure appeared right in front of him. Liu Huangsu jumped in fright and yelled, don't come over. No! But after he yelled, he saw the space in front of him was empty. His whole body trembling, he hurriedly looked around to search. His heart panicked. Oh heavens, where did the violet electric go? Old man panted heavily, his eyes brimming with fear as if he had no chance left. Liu Xun quietly turned to look at the turtle, recounting that today he had gone overboard with killing people. That person probably spent tens of millions on medical fees, he said while laughing, stroking the turtle's shell as the turtle remained dazed. Then Liu Xun put the turtle down. He walked away, remembering his current identity as a celebrity in Tianchen. The burden of being an idol weighed heavily, far different from the previous Liu Xun. The image of him roaring and typing like a mafia came back to him. Nights of endless killing, cursing because dead teammates dragged him down with them. Liu Xun stroked his chin and closed his eyes, thinking that he had indeed been a bit unrestrained. But now, he had a somewhat romantic and dashing handsomeness. He walked in the twilight, thinking that when he returned, he would definitely continue to be unrestrained. Night fell along with the bustling festival. The time of street vendors also began. Candies, snacks, jewelry, except for what wasn't there, everything was available. Bu Taimu walked slowly, thinking, the night market here has so many interesting things. There's even something more fun. To be precise, it was the pretty girls. But anyway, he continued walking, thinking again about claiming the reward from the night before. There were indeed few people with potential. While walking along the road, he saw a guy squatting by the roadside smiling at a turtle. Recognizing him as Hanbage, an old teammate, his skills were on par but his awareness surpassed Han's. Although he was naturally a bit crazy, the same went for battle. No, he was more talented than others. If he weren't uglier than Lu Sun and his mind a bit off, he might have considered him a copy of himself in this world. Then he felt proud seeing himself as rarely handsome and talented, his mixed blood charm even dominating the top 10 most beloved. But after he became ridiculously good, he became famous thanks to Tian Chen. Hanbage, he heard, had joined some club and became a professional instance player, but then he quickly faded, no longer seen in the arena, and disappeared from the forums. Many said that in that place, either trained a person or killed one. So many talents had vanished in history. Thinking this, Lu Sun walked past Hanbage. He only heard two brief laughs, his face full of dissatisfaction. A purple NPC like me passes by and he doesn't even care. Is he looking down on me? He didn't believe it, calmed himself, and faked a few cuffs. Sin, because his cooking skills were too poor. Hanbage still only gave a silly smile, not bothering to look. Lu Sun widened his eyes, his title of Vietnam's #1 streamer being ignored by this fool. He cleared his throat loudly, coughing as if about to choke, which gave Hanbage a headache, his eyes half closed and half open. Finally, he turned around, scratched his head and asked, "Are you sick? Or can games catch viruses too?" Lu Sun pointed at his own face and asked directly, "Do you not know who I am?" Hanbage smiled foolishly and asked if he was a moron, then answered himself, then asked, "Do you play this game too?" Lu Sun, half sobbing, wondered, does this guy never browse social media? He came to find a tool person, not to seek validation, so let's get to the main point. He looked at Baga and asked, "Do you want to be my sword-watching apprentice?" Just as Baig was about to ask again, the system immediately displayed an invitation. Du Xin thought to himself that he probably wouldn't think long, while Baig clasped his hands, his eyes wide as saucers staring at the system panel, his face full of confusion. Finally, he raised his hand and clicked accept because he found it interesting. The sword-watching apprentice is mine. As soon as he confirmed, a golden light enveloped Baig, the system announced he had received the reality key art, and he immediately wondered. Lu Sun said, "Cultivate the reality key art to level 5, then come to the demon sect to find me." System displayed again, despite Baig's head full of question marks. Leveling up to 5 rewards 4,000 experience points. Baig's head was full of question marks, special quest reality key art, truly confusing. Lu Sun turned his back, flipping his hair confidently. Indeed, a person with strong awareness and handsome like him is a rare commodity, his narcissism nearly exceeding his charm points. Then he dragged himself from place to place, passing through King Ling without even realizing he had returned to his lodging, truly narcissism blinding his eyes. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Shanni sitting there waiting. Seeing Lu Sun, she cheerfully rushed over. She offered him a bowl of soup, and Lu Sun was so moved his nose ran as he asked her if she had eaten. Hearing this, Shanni thought her master disliked her cooking. Who would have thought he wanted to eat with her? This guy is only good at being narcissistic and flattering girls. Shanni's eyes sparkled and she skipped into the kitchen to get another bowl. The two didn't go inside but sat right in front of the door to drink the soup. Lu Sun slurped down one bowl and felt warm inside, but because Shanni was happy, he was glad too. He intended to guzzle down the whole pot, but ended up only asking for another bowl, praising its taste and telling her to get more. Shanni's heart blossomed, and thus the distance between them closed a little more. Lu Sun only looked at her and smiled, this fate bringing master and disciple together. After eating and cleaning up, he left, leaving behind a few words of goodnight. Shanni was confused. Does goodnight mean resting safely through the night? But anyway, she still wished her master a good night. Surrounded by a green light, Lu Sun closed his eyes to cultivate, his experience points increasing continuously. 2 seconds into being cool, he frowned. Cultivating the reality key art was as unbearably painful as the day he lost her. But because this was a stable source of experience, he had to endure it, like watching her be happy with someone else. Cultivation stopped when Shanni came to visit. Lu Sun noticed something different about her. Her complexion was better, her spiritual energy stable. She must have cultivated last night. He asked. Shanni nodded, still remembering the good sleep thanks to her master. Lu Sun rushed over to take a closer look, moved back and forth, then praised the power of a 9-star bone structure. How come you cultivate and feel no pain? Leaving Shanni full of question marks. He was a bit surprised by her progress, but then felt proud because she was his disciple. The student surpassing the teacher is only natural, his narcissism rising again. He patted Shanni's head, telling her to cultivate diligently, and she would discover many other differences. Then he turned around, waved his hand, and walked away. After a few steps, he cried out, "The reality key art hurts so much. I'll be surpassed by my disciple soon." Sometime later, the scene shifted to Baegu and his turtle. He smiled foolishly playing under the sun, the two becoming good friends. Shanni had also successfully cultivated the reality key art, breaking through to the first layer. As for Lu Sun, he was still searching for a new tool person, so boring he was the only one who hadn't accomplished anything. He roared in complaint. The players this round are way too bad. A few seconds later, his expression changed. The closed beta is about to end, waiting for the open beta. Wouldn't he not find anyone? The demon inside him smiled ominously. Suddenly, the system panel appeared. Closed beta ended, forced offline. The players cried out in chaos. There's still one person. As for Beg, he gently set the little turtle down. After a flash of golden light, he vanished in an instant. A crowd swarmed over, unable to believe he was a cultivator. He hadn't even finished shrinking distance before teleporting 1,000 li. Lu Sun secretly observed, calmly sipping tea. They intended to scare people with their vanishing act, but the crowd was used to it because this was demon sect territory. Lu Sun was slightly surprised, so the people here understood this matter so simply. He suddenly remembered the collapse of the heavenly Tao was mentioned during the open beta. Perhaps that was the reason for the player's disappearance. Drinking another cup of hot tea, he continued thinking. Lu Sun mused, this world is a game. Or is that truly the responsibility of the heavenly Tao? Had he really transmigrated into a game? Or is this a world he had never known of before? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Lu Sun coldly asked who it was. A beautiful girl with a shy heart stepped in. Her name was Gili, and she spoke up to ask if there were any arrangements for today. Lu Sun's network cable snapped, and he stared with wide, dazed eyes. As for the girl, she pursed her lips, thinking that the men in this building truly enjoyed tormenting others. Lu Sun shouted, how could he forget? The trial was over, the internal test had already opened. Gaily sang. Gailai's eyes suddenly lit up. Her face flushed red and she giggled, secretly wondering if the plan to take possession was about to succeed. Was this how beauties always acted? Brothers. As for Lu Sun, he was still deep in thought. That trial instance was not easy to clear with his current level. Suddenly, Lu Sun turned his attention to the girl. Her face could not hold back a smile, and she stammered, deliberately thrusting her 2 large melons forward. Had he not once said he wanted to be her future sword attendant? Those 2 swaying grapefruits, who could resist them? Even their brother Lu was the same. His face was red, his limbs stiff, struggling to stay composed. Was he about to commit the crime of seduction? He could tell her face was red, and she was too nervous. The girl clasped her hands together, thinking that even while flaunting herself, she was still shy. She thought that as long as she bound Luke Sun in a marital union, no one could steal him away. Gai Li of the Yu family. Luke Sun raised his hand before him. Gai Li closed her eyes, ready to receive. Turned out he only pulled her clothes up to cover her more discreetly, doing nothing else. Why was her court dress not worn properly? If others saw, it would not be good. She was shocked, question marks appearing all over her head. Lun gently stroked her cheek and softly said, without titles or roles, cultivation only exceeded 5 years. What should come would come. He did not want to hurt someone so lovely. The flirting move was truly heavy. Gailey's face flushed bright red. She smiled radiantly, mistaking Lu Sun's flowery words for a confession. Lu Sun broke out in a cold sweat, secretly wondering if this girl liked him too much. But restraint was unnecessary. Suddenly, Lu Sun pondered. The heavenly eclipse was merely a game to him. Was this matter not very ordinary? Oh my, Gailey was this beautiful and sweet. If it were him, he would take her immediately. Because you were far too beautiful, far too enchanting. It turned out Lu Sun had completely regarded this place as the real world. He was no longer a child without parents but Lu Sun, the young master of the demon sect. Perhaps he could never return. Lu Sun's eyes glistened, tears about to spill. Gai Li decided to ask after him, only afraid he would be sad because of her. Suddenly, Lu Sun embraced her tightly and thanked her. Thank you for meeting her right from the start. If not, he truly would not know how to survive in this world. Gai Li started crying along, saying she felt the same. If not for him, she might have died at the hands of villains long ago, let alone avenging her parents. The two fell silent. Finally, Gai Li stepped out, wondering about the matter of entering together tomorrow that Lu Sun had mentioned. Then her smile brightened again. It seemed her relationship with Lu Sun had improved, had it not. She raised her hand high, shimmering in the blazing sunlight. The scene shifted to the Kingling demon sect the next day. Lu Sun and Gai Li stood before an old well. Gai Li wondered, was this the place he wanted to bring her to? Lu Sun smiled secretly. That was right, jump down below. He calmly replied, a thought flashing through his mind after the internal test. This trial ground would open, but besides him, the natives could go down at any time. Gai Li asked about the matter of jumping down. Lu Sun swung his hand, set his foot on the well's edge and confirmed, ignoring her dazed expression. Then he jumped first, leaving her behind, and she hesitated a little. How could he jump down like that? What if jumping down meant he could not come back up? A wrong scene beside Lu Sun appeared, the two of them one master, one disciple, unable to be together, only able to die together. Eli's face turned red again. Finally, she accepted the jump, singing his name as her foot, and leaped into the well without any hesitation. In that moment, she thought dying with him was fine. Then the two landed safely, and she lay nestled in his arms, surprised with her mouth wide open. As Gai Li fell, Lu Sun reached out and caught her. She looked around the spacious place. So there was a world like this below, she had thought. Lu Sun asked, had she thought it was a lover's suicide? Gai Li was too embarrassed, only able to giggle. Lu Sun's gentleness did not last even a second before he tossed Gai Li out of his arms. Go on. Lu Sun walked walked forward, saying this was the trial ground of Kingling City. Behind the stone gate were hidden many good things. Gaili hurriedly followed, asking if there was a lot of money. Lu Sun replied not only that but even more. Gaili's eyes shone brighter than car headlights. Indeed there was more, and it even trained actual combat experience. Several fellow cultivators inside saw Lu Sun and Gaili and called out to each other, "Look quickly at that appearance, that attire, how should I address them?" They quickly bowed and clasped their hands in unison, greeting the young Grandmaster uncle. Lu Sun puffed up with pride. No need for courtesy. This title was truly useful in the demon sect. Behind Lu Sun, a massive, towering figure appeared. Had someone come for the trial just now? Swish. That person was the guarding master of the demon sect, Guardian Yi Lao of the trial ground. Lu Sun immediately asked Yi Lao. Yi Lao bent down to examine him. "Were you the newly accepted disciple of the master?" "Good lad, you look even more handsome than Yan Li." Lu Sun replied, "That was right. Greetings to Yi Lao." He secretly guessed in his heart, perhaps Yi Lao was the guardian of this place. He had never met this name in his past life. Yi Lao saw he was a stranger and weak enough to do nothing, so he smiled and spoke a suggestive sentence. The brat living at the back mountain was doing well, was he? He let out a cold laugh. Lu Sun politely answered, "Thank you for Yi Lao's concern. It was fairly good. The two senior sisters were very kind to him." He felt a nagging doubt inside. Why did he ask him about this? Yi Lao asked the two senior sisters. Was the master not at the back mountain? That was right. The master had not yet returned to the mountain. Yi Lao rubbed his chin and smiled with hidden meaning. So that was it. No wonder, no wonder. Lu Sun felt something was off in those few inquiries. Did the implication of this sentence mean that because the master was not at the back mountain, he was able to live peacefully? Linking it to the matter of him being more handsome than the senior brother, Lu Sun narrowed his eyes. He did not fully understand Yi Lao's intentions yet, but the general meaning touched upon a deep secret. Yi Lao looked at Lu Sun and Ji Li and said, "You two want to pass the trial. Who goes first?" Ji Li quickly stepped forward, taking the lead for herself. Ji Li looked at Lu Sun, so the demon sect's trial ground was actually hidden under the well. Lu Sun must be here for the first time too, she thought seriously, because he paid no attention to anything else here, except for a ranking board. After all, Lu Sun was the demon sect's little junior grandmaster. If his rank was too low, he would probably feel embarrassed. Going first could help scout for information inside and then tell him. Ji Li was not afraid at all, walking up to the trial gate, determined to pave the way for Lu Sun. Lu Sun stood behind, watching Ji Li's back disappear into the gate. Long Yang thought to himself, "This idiot thinks she can scout experience for me, but I have already practiced here, memorizing every attack pattern of this instance." Seeing that he had nothing to do, Lu Sun found a clean spot and sat down to wait for Ji Li to break through the trial. Since she went first, he would take the opportunity to do some other things. Seeing Lu Sun's leisurely demeanor, the surrounding demon sect disciples were extremely envious. They said among themselves, as expected of the little junior grandmaster, cultivating so hard and not wasting any time. But the truth was that Lu Sun was lying down, scrolling through the forum. He scrolled endlessly, commenting on this person in that dress. "Nice, this is exactly my taste." Suddenly, a recommendation notification appeared. Emperor Guild invites players to participate in a hidden quest. Lu Sun sat up to look. The Emperor Guild? What secret quest did they discover? He had to check it out. The notification board detailed a wanted order. The sect leader of Heaven's Gate sect at 3000 Mountains had lost his son, and was offering a reward for the capture of the culprit. Providing information would earn a mid-grade magic tool, and killing the culprit would earn a high-grade magic tool. Lu Sun focused. Magic tools were gold-grade equipment. Lu Sun immediately felt mischievous, a sly grin spreading across his face. 3000 Mountains was the name for a mountain range containing many small sects, with Heaven's Gate sect being one of them. The Emperor Guild had activated a hidden quest for gold-grade equipment, which was extremely attractive to new players. A note was sent to the players. The culprit had been hit by the sect leader's attack, leaving a dark red mark on his left palm. Lu Sun sneered. Finding someone based on that mark was easy to avoid by wearing gloves. Anyone who helped the Emperor Guild complete the quest would be rewarded with 100,000 cash and a huge amount of experience points. Gold-grade equipment plus 100,000 cash, what a steal. This was clearly meant to attract all players within the inner city to take action. But unfortunately, the inner city phase had ended, making the completion rate of this quest nearly zero. A bunch of IDs in the community chat group were cursing at each other. Emperor Wuxin said, "Go die, trash." Another mocked, "Playing the game with your mother's compensation money." Lu Sun watched in fury, clenching his fists. "Since you revealed the hidden quest, I will give you a surprise at the appropriate moment." His mood turned gloomy, but never mind. After all, this high-grade gold equipment reward was a crucial key for him. Deep down, Lu Sun was analyzing. That swordsman was swinging his sword wildly, but in his previous life, he had taken on this quest. One who attacked the Heaven's Gate sect leader's son was truly ruthless. To avoid being tracked, he had directly chopped off his left arm bearing the mark, closing his left arm. From then on, no one in the Heaven Dust world could find him. But if any player encountered him, the system would immediately notify them that the quest target had been found. If not for the system prompts in this rigged game, perhaps he would not have died. Luke Sun smirked triumphantly, but now the current time in the inner city was year 3997, and the siege battle would officially begin in year 4000, meaning in these 3 years of the Heaven Dust world, only he had the system prompts. With 3 years, even a mountain of gold could be cleared. Luke Sun returned to reality, sitting outside the gate waiting for Ji Lai. Her aura wavered, as if she was about to come out. Ji Li slowly appeared with a swoosh sound. The trial seemed very tough, as she was panting heavily. Luke Sun quickly asked, "How did it go?" Ji Li hurried forward, still not recovered. "It was so hard, but Luke Sun comforted her. "Recover first, no rush." Ji Li stopped for a few moments, her breathing becoming slower and more even. She whispered to Luke Sun, "Inside there are 3 chances to fail. And also, come a little closer, I also found some patterns. Inside there are formations that change a lot. You know, my head is bad, I had to memorize for a long time to get some patterns. I secretly tell you." Luke Sun gently patted Ji Lai's head, thinking to himself, "Silly girl, these patterns are useless, because each person entering the trial will face a different setup." Ji Li finished speaking and excitedly asked, "Did you remember everything I said?" "Not yet." She blushed with embarrassment. Luke Sun said gently, "Ji Li, Turtle Pavilion is the demon sex training ground. Its purpose is training, not for rankings. Understand, I won't do it again next time." Luke Sun stepped up to the gate, not forgetting to say before entering, "Wait for me here." The demon sect disciples buzzed with chatter. Look at the ranking board, it changed. The top positions were 57, 58, 59, 60. Below, Ji Lai's name appeared next to old 6th. The disciples all exclaimed, reaching the top 100 on the first attempt. Next year she might enter the top 30. As expected of the person the little junior grandmaster brought. He truly has good judgment. Ji Li listened and pretended to be shy. Did they just say I was the little junior grandmaster's woman? How embarrassing. Luke Sun scoffed, what is there to blush about? Can you even hear what they are saying? The elders watched from a distance as Luke Sun gradually stepped into the trial ground. A smile of anticipation appeared on their faces. They were very curious about what was so special about Yan Li's little junior brother. The gate creaked open, magic sounds echoing in his ears. A control panel displayed a challenge, asking Luke Sun, "Do you want to enter the Turtle Pavilion instance? Choose yes or no." Luke Sun decisively chose yes. Immediately after, the trial ground began to shake violently. Then he was transported to another place. Nice. After entering this rift, it felt like being wrapped up, not knowing where it would take him. So fun. Luke Sun appeared in a place full of very tall rock formations. The first trial, a stone forest, huh? In one corner, there was a note board. Leave your magical artifacts in these wooden containers here. Luke Sun took off his precious sword scabbard and left it. Not allowed to bring external items inside, I understand. Nothing on me. Just this little thing. After putting down the scabbard, he strode into the gate, feeling extremely relaxed. First trial, here I come. Behind Luke Sun, dozens of swords began to fly out to attack. If he remembered correctly, the first trial's test was 81 swords, 81 grade weapons. They used 81 different types of sword techniques, moving back and forth like shuttles. To clear it, one probably had to block all 81 techniques, just like the instructions described. Outside, Ilao was monitoring every move Luke Sun made inside. He was extremely cunning, setting up a trick. Originally, these 81 swords would fly out one by one, but because he was the gentleman's disciple, Yan Li's junior brother, I will increase the difficulty for you. All 81 swords will attack at the same time. What will you do now, little martial granduncle of the demon sect? Luke Sun saw the 81 swords charging towards him. What a coincidence. He sneered, his specialty was playing dirty. Luke Sun stopped running and came to a complete halt. He toyed with the sharp swords that flew at him like arrows. He calmly closed his eyes in provocation. Come on, all of you, come at once. Luke Sun waved his hand, activating the swordless domain, stopping the swords in their tracks. They could not touch a single hair on his head. He just stood still, and every sword that shot at him was deflected back out. Luke Sun stood leisurely within the domain. Is that all you have got? Ilao outside gaped in shock. How did this kid do it? His divine ability could not hear any sound from within. Ilao found this young man even more interesting than that little girl Xia ran from Locust Heaven Sect the other day. Luke Sun strolled leisurely within the swordless domain, watching the swords charge in and then bounce off. You all are quite persistent. He stopped. In that case, a reward for you. Luke Sun snapped his fingers. The remaining swords immediately scattered in disarray. Luke Sun turned his head to look, completely unharmed. Simple. He coldly left the scattered swords behind and advanced towards the next gate. Notification panel appeared, congratulating the host on passing the first stage and preparing for teleportation to the second stage. A familiar feeling brought Lu Xun to a new stage. The second stage, if you remembered correctly, had 36 swords. But the sword techniques and quality of these swords had increased considerably. The moment Lu Xun set foot on the second stage, 36 flying swords charged at him. This time, they formed a smaller circle. Something was abnormal. There was definitely a problem. He had to be careful. Yilao watched with amusement, chuckling inwardly. This stage was completely different from the first. Stepping in here already placed him in the top 20. Lu Xun stepped into the second stage. Why was it so quiet? As he was walking, a sword flew out from nowhere and stabbed straight at him. Luckily, the swordless domain blocked it in time. Lu Xun was startled. Damn it, there was a trap. The sword was still trying to burrow into his domain. Lu Xun flicked his hand. Get lost. Lu Xun broke out in a sweat. That was close. This low-grade monarch feather flying sword could not be underestimated. He had to be more careful. Right at that moment, a volley of other swords simultaneously charged forward. Is that all? Wait, hold on. Lu Xun wondered, did the swordless domain have a limit on blocking weapons? Gray weapons were easy to deflect, gold ones were difficult. Testing the limit would be helpful later on. Lu Xun allowed the swords to stab into his domain to test its durability. Keep stabbing, let me see for a while. Yilao outside was bewildered. Was this kid crazy? No matter how powerful the spell that blocked swords was, it had a limit. Lu Xun counted each incoming sword. 6 swords, the 7th one. The sword drilled up from the ground straight between his legs. Impossible. If he had not reacted fast, his manhood would have been lost. Damn it, this was more dangerous than he thought. The swordless domain had lost its effectiveness. The limit was 6 low-grade monarch feather swords. Understood. Lu Xun swung his hand, knocking away the group of swords. Come on. Your task is over. Another volley of swords circled around and rained down on his position. Next, it was time to clear the stage. Using his incredible skill, Lu Xun danced around for a bit and the swords fell clattering to the ground. He even had time to strike a pose. He only needed to control 6 swords to pass the stage easily. For the final flying sword, he even acted cool. Yilao was satisfied. The kid was very agile and recognized the strong swords. He just could not understand how he deflected the swords. Yilao stared closely. The kid cleared the second sword formation stage without holding a sword. Unbelievable. The item in that treasure earlier was only Yan Li's scabbard. Wait, a scabbard? Watch Lu Xun continue to the next stage. Yilao grinned, showing his teeth. Could this kid have hidden a sword and brought it in? Haha, interesting. Lu Xun stepped through the gate. Once he grasped the trick of this stage, it was not hard. This was the rocky forest dead end. Luckily, he had upgraded his sword nurturing art by 1 level. The familiar surge of power brought him to the next stage. He wondered what the third stage would be like. He was a bit curious. Lu Xun was teleported to the third stage. Lu Xun looked around. Is this the third stage? So this stage was a test, that kind of test. Lu Xun slowly walked forward. The swords were already lying on the ground like a maze. It was a sword formation again, in 3 tiers. A 3-tier sword formation. Activating one would trigger the entire thing. He could not scout recklessly. Lu Xun remembered the ranking list. Xiaoman first, Xiaoran second. The only one who cleared it was second senior sister. Xiaoran must have failed against this formation, so there was probably something to it. But, opened the panel, the chance to clear was 2/3. He had 3 chances, trying one more time was fine. Lu Xun confidently chose to continue the challenge on the third gate. He would try it even if death awaited. He strode forward without any guard. A sword embedded in the ground trembled slightly. Then it soared into the air, charging straight at Lu Xun. Come here, attack me openly and fairly. I hold no fear. Lu Xun smugly activated his swordless domain. The sword touched the swordless domain, but this time differed from the previous 2 gates. The sword on the third gate slowly pierced through Lu Xun's domain. Lu Xun's mouth gaped in shock. Damn it, the swordless domain could only slow it down. He immediately used his sword aura to block the sword. Is this the power of the Imperial grade? A single sword broke my swordless domain, let alone 7 swords. The relentless consecutive attacks from the swords pushed Lu Xun backward. 7 swords were not worth mentioning, but a single sword was not worthy to defeat me. I am a level 8 veteran. Why does this sentence suddenly feel a bit off? Lu Xun swung his sword intent, sending all the attacking swords flying and forcing them back. The sword spun in the air before plunging into the ground. Looking at his reflection on the blade, Lu Xun told himself he had to be more serious. He immediately executed it, causing his fingers to extend. This is the limit of my sword aura. 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger, many would risk their lives for it. Cough cough, anyway, being a bit longer is fine. The remaining swords in the formation flew up one by one and charged at. Come on, let me see the power of the 3-layer sword formation. It looks quite intriguing. Lu Xun charged forward at the same time, parrying the strikes from multiple swords. A few swords whizzed past him, indeed hard to block completely. Fighting many is easy to break, must be careful. He shouted loudly and counterattacked, but another sword came flying at him. Do not underestimate me, my left hand can handle this too. Two swords charged simultaneously. Lu Sun kicked them away. The opponent is still a step ahead of me. Wants to toy with me? Not so easy. But before he could rest, Lu Sun was stunned. The remaining swords slowly floated above his head. He cursed under his breath. There is such a move too? Lu Sun continued using his sword intent, counting that there were still 7 swords left. 7 swords spun above Lu Sun's head. The game panel appeared. It was the 7 Chaos Sword Formation, Leakless Strike. 7 Chaos Sword Formation increases 21 attack points, 6 agility points, a mid-grade sword formation of the Demon Sect. Lu Sun gritted his teeth. High-level formation, but the name is too long. Outside, Elder Lao watched. The kid breaking 3 swords was impressive, but 7 swords are 10 times harder. Lu Sun calmly thought. Later he had to forge a sword aura for himself back at the Demon Sect. Now's the time to show my true strength. He immediately activated his sword intent, the ultimate move, sword intent 3rd layer. Elder Lao shouted in surprise, sword intent? A brat with such low cultivation has comprehended it? Real sword art 8th layer grasping sword intent. I have only heard of one person doing it. That was the founding sword master of the Demon Sect, Yan Li, a natural-born sword embryo freak. Unless this guy is also a natural-born sword embryo. Elder Lao stood up abruptly, his eyes shining. The Demon Sect has gained another natural-born sword embryo. So happy. I thought Luo Tian Sect's kid was already formidable. Now my sword sect has a talent. Those Luo Tian Sect whelps are nothing. Lu Sun continued his confrontation with the 7 swords. He raised his hand to the sky, power gathering at his fingertips. Lu Sun strained so hard that blood began to foam from his mouth. Cannot die, thank you. Towards the end, he spat out more and more blood. Elder Lao panicked. 3 more swords to go, hold on. Lu Sun weakly clutched his stomach. Here goes nothing. He raised his finger. The sword was already at his eye, then it suddenly stopped. He was suppressed by the last 3 swords. The system declared the trial over. Lu Sun was sent back to the 1st level. I have been teleported back again. A pity, I was just a little short. The panel announced he successfully cleared level 1, receiving 1,000 experience points. Cleared level 2 successfully, received 5,000 points and ranked 4th on the leaderboard, earning 10,000 experience points. Lu Sun was astonished that many points and only 4th place. The system notified him there were 2 remaining trial attempts. He decided to continue. This time he had to clear the level successfully. Lu Sun pressed the button repeatedly, preparing thoroughly before clearing. Elder Lao outside was dumbfounded. He broke through. Breaking through on the spot, what kind of genius is he? That was right, Lu Sun had pressed the level up button. Congratulations on reaching level 10, early stage great perfection. Need higher cultivation to unlock new levels. After leveling up, Lu Sun slowly descended. He opened his eyes, surplus experience points. Now he was a man at great perfection. Lu Sun was full of momentum. This time he would break through everything. The first level took him only a few seconds to pass. He looked back. The difference from level 8 to 10 was huge, plus the rewards. Lu Sun did not hesitate. The 2nd level was immediately activated. He confidently bought a sword. Was the 2nd level only this much? Ilao was driven mad by Lu Sun's provocation. This kid was too terrifying, clearing 2 gates in under 5 breaths, completely unlike the 2 before him. But the 3rd gate was the most crucial. Could he truly pass it? Lu Sun arrived at the decisive point. The 3rd gate officially activated. He smiled. The real show had begun. Leveling up to 10 had automatically upgraded the Void Sword domain. This was a good thing, tied directly to his own power. Lu Sun stepped forward. The sword before him stirred. He said, "This is the 2nd time, old friend. Let's have a one-on-one bout." The first sword immediately launched its attack. This time you won't break through my defense. You want to get close to me? It won't be that easy. Lu snapped his fingers again. This time, the sword didn't slowly pierce through. Instead, it was flicked 10 meters away, vanishing from sight. It seemed he had used a bit too much force. This time, he wanted to go all out, shrinking the Void Sword domain to its smallest extent. The sword still kept rushing toward him. After leveling up, his body's agility had also improved. The smallest Void Sword domain could envelop his body. At this moment, even his fingers were part of the Void Sword domain, and he himself was the Void Swordsman. After saying those cool-sounding lines, Lu Sun scratched his head. Void Swordsman? The name was cool but felt a bit off. At that moment, the final 7 swords appeared. Here again. I've been waiting for you. The game panel appeared. Sword formation 7, death sword formation, flawless assault. Attack plus 36, agility plus 11. Lu Sun found it interesting. Good, I level up and you level up too. Pretty clever. But it doesn't matter, I've grown stronger too. Lu Sun channeled his internal energy, immediately surging his sword intent high. Oh! The swords once again transformed into a spiral shape. The swords were drawn into Lun's vortex. One by one, he destroyed 3, 4, 5 swords. The 6th sword was also shot away. That was 6 down. 7th sword, you go fly too. Lu Sun used his strength to counter the final sword. Unexpectedly, it dodged to the side, evading Lu Sun's strike. How could it dodge that? At that moment, a phantom of power immediately appeared. He had it figured out now. Using sword aura to materialize a phantom like this. Was this the sword master of the sword formation? Blood was already flowing from Lu Sun's mouth. Come on, who's afraid of who? Lu Sun and the sword master phantom immediately clashed. Ah, fut. Lu Sun was sent back to the first gate. The stone forest was back again. That phantom was truly very powerful. The game panel appeared again. Dungeon Turtle Longevity. Gate cleared successfully. Received 20,000 experience points. Current ranking is position 2. Outside, Ilao nodded in approval. Not bad, you even forced the sword master to act. But that's all you've got. The trial of turtle longevity is not easy. Lu Sun pondered. Forget it, I didn't farm enough experience this time. He stood up and tapped repeatedly on the screen. I don't like this feeling of not having enough. He used experience to upgrade a skill. Sword nurturing technique went from level 2 to level 3. Critical hit effect reached 400%, deducting 25,000 points. If he was going to break through, he might as well go all the way. Lu Sun said, seriously, even if I have to use all my experience points, I will break through today. The old masters outside were excited. This kid's momentum has risen again. Interesting, interesting. Enlightening the Tao twice in a row. This kid's talent is truly earth-shattering. He entered the trial again, finishing it in a few breaths. The first gate was cleared and the second was passed in an instant. The third gate activated and the initial swords were destroyed very quickly. Only the final 7 sword and the phantom remained. I've been waiting for you. Yeah, come on. Lu Sun and the phantom clashed for the second time. Ilao outside was so engrossed he revealed his true form, gripping the screen tightly. What's the result already? Ilao finally stared wide-eyed at the outcome. Lu Sun had slain the phantom. He breathed out and slowly descended. Looking at the sword embedded in the ground, as expected of me. The system then teleported Starwind. Dungeon Turtle Longevity. Gate cleared successfully. Received 20,000 experience points. Current ranking is position 2. Lu Sun was puzzled. Still second place? Did second senior sister's time beat mine? I thought I was already very fast. The door slowly opened. Ilao was utterly convinced. Terrifying, this kid is truly a monster. The demon sect disciples shouted excitedly. He's out, he's out. Look at the ranking on the wall. It's changed. The ranking board now showed. First place Xiao Man, second place Lu Sun, third place Xiao Ran. Everyone cheered. Youngest martial uncle has cleared it. So amazing. As expected of the youngest martial uncle, ranking second. Too powerful. Li looked at Lu Sun's results and made a secret determination. How could he be getting stronger every day? No, I have to work even harder too. As soon as Lu Sun stepped out, many demon sect disciples ran over. They cheered, asking how the little Grand Master could clear the trial so quickly, so powerful. Lu Sun calmly replied, you all must cultivate diligently, and you will understand in the future. I see that your potential is not ordinary either. Everyone's hearts softened upon hearing this. Everyone was infatuated. The little Grand Master praised my potential. I will toss and turn all night tonight. Determined not to sleep, only cultivate. Ilao stood there, nodding in congratulations, not bad, kid. Lu Sun immediately asked the question on his mind. Ilao, I want to ask, how long did it take my second senior sister to clear it? Ilao laughed, haha, just guess. Lu Sun guessed randomly. Could it be half an hour? My time was 10 minutes. Half an hour is about 7.5 minutes. That would also be understandable. Ilao waved his hand, no. I can tell you, but Ilao walked around Lu Sun, examining him closely. Tell me, where were you hiding your sword the whole time? Lu Sun smiled, haha. Hiding a sword? I don't have any sword at all, only a scabbard. Ilao looked disappointed. Oh, you don't want to say. I already guessed it. You are an innate sword embryo. Lu Sun was astonished. What? The performance of being an innate sword embryo, he restrained it to just the right level. Ilao exclaimed joyfully. The expression on your face just now changed so subtly. You really are an innate sword embryo. This Ilao did not see wrong. Lu Sun understood. Ah, got it. He secretly gloated, you are on the 2nd floor, but I am on the 5th floor. So because of that, you thought I was an innate sword embryo? Ilao still thought he was an innate sword embryo, extremely delighted. Ha ha ha. Our sect is about to have 2 innate sword embryos. The sect masters of 1 sword mountain and 10,000 swords mountain will surely be very surprised. Lu Sun returned to the main topic, cupping his fists and asking Ilao, then tell me, how much time did second senior sister actually take? Ilao recounted. At that time your second senior sister was only at the initial stage grand perfection, but her combat power was stronger than an ordinary first stage 9th heaven. Lu Sun rubbed his chin. Stronger than the first stage 9th heaven, that is level 20. The dungeon limit is level 20. Could second senior sister have a way to hide her level? Ilao raised 3 fingers, saying she cleared it in just this number. Lu Sun guessed 3 minutes. No, this person probably doesn't know what a minute is. Could it be? Ilao spoke a number that made him dizzy, just 3 breaths. Lu Sun was stunned. 3 breaths means 3 breathing cycles. Normal breathing is about 20 times a minute, so second senior sister only took 10 seconds. Lao continued, that's not all. When she broke through the trial, she also damaged the sword master, right? Lu Xun paled. Don't tell me I have to go fix it. Yi Lao said helplessly. Why do you put on that expression? I'm not forcing you. Compared to that, your senior sister's destructive power is the more unbelievable thing. She only swung 3 swords, destroying all 3 trials completely. Everything you see now has been repaired. Lu Xun imagined the scene of second senior sister Xiao Man destroying all 3 trials with just 3 swords. Wait, there is a problem. Before entering the trial, all magical treasures had to be handed in. How did second senior sister have a sword in her hand? Yi Lao mentioned something he had forgotten. Didn't you see the first step in the 3rd trial? There is always a sword thrust forward. Lu Xun's eyes widened, huh? Yi Lao bent down to tease him. Ordinary people all pick up that sword to use. Only you didn't. Lu Xun scratched his head and laughed it off. So it turns out that the first sword could be used like that. I thought the difficulty gradually increased. Next time I'll definitely borrow it. From the other side of the yard, the sound of Rong Yan practicing swordsmanship could still be heard. Rong Yan was teaching a finishing move to Lin Chan. She turned and asked Lin Chan, so, have you memorized this sword technique? This move is very difficult. Even I... Lin Chan nodded immediately, thinking in her head, I remember. But I think just remembering the movements is useless. I have to combine the flow of spiritual energy from the solid energy technique. She shyly covered her mouth, unsure if her thoughts were correct. Rong Yan was astonished. Such a difficult move, and you memorized it that quickly. This is the comprehension of a 9-star bone structure. At this moment, Lin Chan suddenly became very happy. Master is back. Lu Xun and Ji Li had returned after a day of trials. Seeing her master Lu Xun, Lin Chan cheerfully ran over to greet him. Lu Xun rubbed Lin Chan's head, asking if she had trained diligently today. Lin Chan replied, Ji Li stood to the side, biting her handkerchief and crying silently. I want to have my head rubbed too. Lu Xun extended his hand for Lin Chan to write characters on his palm. Ji Li saw them and thought they were holding hands. Her jaw almost dropped from jealousy. It was unclear what Lin Chan wrote, but Lu Xun nodded in agreement. Haha, go tell the kitchen. Ji Li stood watching, filled with envy and longing. They are clearly holding hands, I want that too. As soon as they entered, Lu Xun said, tomorrow we return to the sect. Ji Li was stunned. Do we have to go back so soon? So soon? Seems like we've been here for nearly a month. Ji Li grew anxious. Once back at the sect, it would be a long time before she could see Lu Xun. What to do? She didn't want to be apart from him without anything having happened. She came up with a plan, her smile beginning to warp. If that's the case, I can only make something happen before leaving, so I won't regret it. Lu Xun instructed everyone, we depart tomorrow. Everyone go rest tonight. Ji Li had already calculated tonight. Tonight is definitely going to be a sleepless night. After a tiring day of breakthroughs, Lu Xun wearily opened his door, yawning until tears streamed down his face. Although today was insightful, the trials were truly exhausting. Lu Xun collapsed onto the bed. Staring at the ceiling, he thought, right now I am stuck at level 10. Tomorrow I go back to the demon sect to learn a new cultivation art in order to level up further. Thinking like that, I will become the strongest of the Earth demon sect. Lu Xun closed his eyes like that, slowly drifting off to sleep. He opened his eyes. The dream had brought him to a place as he stood in his gym clothes in front of the school. Is this my high school? Have I really returned? Is this real or a dream? Lu Xun rushed into the school, hoping to see her again. He ran like the wind to the front of the classroom, panting heavily. Lu Xun was exhausted. Even if it was a dream, it was fine, as long as he could see her again. Lu Xun pulled open the classroom door. The girl of his dreams was standing by the window, her long hair gently swaying in the wind. She asked, have you come? Lu Xun blushed shyly. How have you been? Even knowing it was a dream, he was willing to sink into it. She said softly, don't you want to come a little closer to me? Lu Xun slowly approached, his heart pounding. She was his first love, the only light in his despair. He stood happily behind his muse, close enough to smell the fragrance in her hair. How could a dream have a scent? The girl asked, do you really like me? Lu Xun was silent for a moment, then replied, I like you. She immediately threw herself into his arms, saying, I like you very much too. Lu Xun soberly realized he was happy but knew this was only a dream. The girl looked up and said, Lu Xun. Lu Xun. He thought this voice sounded very familiar. Her face was revealed. It was Ji Li, ha ha ha. Lu Xun was startled. What kind of weird girl is this? Is it Ji Li? Lu Xun's face turned pale, and he woke up drenched in sweat. Ji Li had been lying on top of him without him noticing. She kissed him directly, leaving him utterly stunned. Ji Li pulled her lips away, shyly saying, I like you. Lu Xun was like, what the hell is this? The scene was extremely awkward. Lu Xun stammered, like what? Ji Li replied nonchalantly, weren't you just asking me? Lu Xun recalled, do you really like me? Ah, did I actually speak out my dream? Damn, that's too shameless. Ji Li lay on top of him, shyly asking, don't you want to do anything? This is my first time. Lu Xun was dumbfounded, mumbling incoherently. Who could endure this kind of situation? Lu Xun immediately calmed down. No, you are the little grandmaster of the demon sect. You have the burden of being an idol. How can you hurt a girl who sees you as her support? He said to Ji Li, can you get off? Ji Li blushed deeply. Oh my. She climbed down and sat beside him. Seeing that Lu Xun wasn't paying attention to her, she worried, what's wrong? Big sister said men can't hold back at this stage. Men are visual creatures. Once you show yourself and get close, they can't resist. Is it because I didn't do well enough? Lu Xun said seriously, Ji Li, our relationship isn't at that point yet, do you understand? Ji Li shyly fiddled with her fingers, I know that, so I wanted to try a different approach. Lu Xun patted her head, but it doesn't mean this can't happen later. It's just that there are more important things right now. Ji Li's eyes lit up, really? Lu Xun was uncertain, I don't know, but I'll always be by your side. Where I come from, once a promise is made, we must lock pinkies and never regret it. Ji Li agreed full of hope, locking pinkies with Lu Xun, you said it. Lock pinkies for 100-year promise, never to change. That night, the two lay peacefully sleeping beside each other. The next morning, Rong Yan rushed over frantically, it's not good. Little Grandmaster Ji Li is missing. Rong Yan was stunned by the scene before her. How could the little Grandmaster and Ji Li be in the same room like this? Her mind had completely wandered off into space. Ji Li asked groggily, oh my, who's missing? What happened? Seeing this, Rong Yan decided not to disturb them. Sorry for the interruption. She even closed the door for them. Lu Xun just woke up at this moment. My image is ruined. Wait, it's not what you think. After that, Rong Yan, Lin Chan, Lu Xun, and Ji Li headed back together. Rong Yan asked Lin Chan, are you sitting tight? Then she teased the two inside. Absolute blockade, very safe. Ji Li liked it, but Lu Xun did not. He pretended to threaten Rong Yan. If you keep this up, the little Grandmaster will get angry. Rong Yan got scared, so he turned back to drive the carriage, urging, let's set off. Lin Chan beside him was confused. What are these people doing? A conversation left Lin Chan bewildered. Seeing that expression, Rong Yan laughed it off. Adult matters. Children shouldn't know. This remark made Lin Chan even more puzzled. I don't understand. What are adult matters? Seeing her eager to learn, Rong Yan pretended to be calm, turned back to drive the carriage. Don't overthink it. Let's return to the sect. Halfway there, Lin Chan noticed a group of people waving from afar. The three of them smiled brightly and waved enthusiastically, making Lin Chan feel a bit reluctant. Do I really have to leave this place? Why does it feel a little sad? Afraid she couldn't hold back, Lin Chan stared painfully at her knees. But I haven't had a home for a long time. Just then, a hand reached out and rubbed her head. That person was Lu Xun. He rubbed her head and smiled reassuringly. Let's go. Come home with your master. Hearing this, Lin Chan smiled happily, even though tears still lingered at the corners of her eyes. On the road, Rong Yan secured the driver's seat. The others each had their own tasks, and Lin Chan had disappeared at some point. Inside the carriage, Lin Chan sat cross-legged, eyes closed in focused cultivation, with a very high tolerance for pain. Ji Li sat beside her, immersed in the scene of controlling swords, digesting what she had gained from the trial grounds. Lu Xun, sitting on the other side, wore a sly smile. Lu Xun, unable to level up, could only kill time on the forum. He propped his chin by the window, scrolling through the screen. The forum has more dress styles lately. While scrolling, Lu Xun felt envious seeing Lin Chan. Oh, my little disciple has leveled up again. Breaking out of his thoughts, Lu Xun looked at Ji Li, who was also cultivating. Oh, Ji Li has leveled up again. Turning back, Lu Xun appraised the two girls. Truly players with comprehension of 8 and 9, but I still don't know Rong Yan's comprehension. Curious, Lu Xun looked at the girl driving outside with a calculating gaze. Not letting his curiosity linger, Lu Xun went out to ask, are you busy? Rong Yan was surprised. Little Grandmaster, why are you out here? In response to the question, he naturally sat down beside her, smiling. You might have sensed it. The two inside have broken through again. Rong Yan hesitated and replied, I sensed it. Master Ji Li and Master Lin Chan both have higher talent than me. Getting the answer, Lu Xun smiled meaningfully and asked, I'm a bit curious. How many ripples do you have? Put on the spot, Rong Yan scratched his head and laughed it off. Me? I have 3 ripples, the lowest low-grade aptitude of the demon sect. This information made Lu Xun question his life. Great, I ask one question, and it provokes your jealousy? Noticing his silence, Rong Yan smiled and said, luckily I was born in this era. If it were 1,000 years ago, I might not have had immortal fate, since 5 ripples were needed to sense spiritual energy. Hearing this, Lu Xun asked seriously, then how can it be sensed now? My comprehension is 1, it seems I should be the one wasting away. Rong Yan thought for a moment before replying. It's thanks to a great cultivator who changed many basic cultivation techniques. Otherwise, we might never have set foot on this path. This information piqued Lu Xun's curiosity. A great cultivator? Is he famous? Before she could answer, he rested his hand on his chin and thought. According to the Heavenly Dust records, there's some historical literature. But until I transmigrated, no one had uncovered this secret plot point. After that, no one said anything more, and Lu Xun fell into thought. Those lousy players are utterly useless. 5 days later, Lu Xun's group arrived at a place with countless floating rocks. Lin Chan observed, pondering. Lu Xun beside her quickly realized she had noticed something. In response to his question, Lin Chan shook her head. This action pleased Lu Xun. It seems little Chan has a congenital sword embryo, but her cultivation is still low. She can't sense sword energy yet, but she already saw something was off. Truly worthy of a congenital sword embryo. Suddenly, a young lad shouted loudly, everyone look over there. Before they could laugh, they were stunned by something. That is, from one surprised person, a crowd of people in matching clothes all ran towards him. "Little Grandmaster, you're back. We missed you so much." Seeing the swarm of people running over, Lin Chan panicked and hid behind him. So many people. Lu Sun stood calmly, smiling. Before they could reach him, Ji Li stopped them. "Everyone, calm down. Don't rush the little Grandmaster." Ji Li stood in front of him, alert towards everyone, muttering, "Luke Sun is mine." Not letting the tension drag on, Luke Sun cuffed a couple of times and spoke to defuse the situation. "Everyone, long time no see. Don't neglect your cultivation." With just that one line, the crowd fell into a frenzy. "The little Grandmaster cares about me. He smiled at me. It's clearly at me." Witnessing this, Lin Chan was no longer afraid, her face showing determination as she looked at him. "It seems many people like Master. I must work harder to be worthy of your care." Just as Rong Yen approached, he bowed and reported, "Little Grandmaster, my flying sword can only carry Master Ji Li up the mountain." You and Master Lin Chan, seeing him turn around, she stopped. Seeing an opportunity, the disciples clamored, "I'll carry the little Grandmaster. I will. I'll carry Master Lin Chan." Immediately after, the crowd asked themselves, "This person is a master. Could she be the little Grandmaster's disciple?" The chatter made Lin Chan nervous, continuously rubbing her hands. Lin Chan was anxious, stammering as she looked around, I am a lowly person. If they know I am Master's disciple, would it bring him shame?" Noticing her anxiety, Lu Sun came over to rub her head and diffuse the situation. "Last time I went down the mountain, I happened to find a talent and took on a disciple named Lin Chan. Lin from the forest, Chan from the cicada's chirp. When registering later, don't write it wrong." Hearing this, Lin Chan was moved. "Master," the disciples suddenly realized, "so she truly is the little Grandmaster's disciple." Not stopping there, the disciples eagerly introduced themselves. "I, Liu Yifan, pay respects to Master Lin Chan. How could anyone mistake your name?" Then everyone simultaneously performed a bow, bending down to greet her. Lin Chan shyly bowed in return. Seeing her frightened look, Lu Sun came over to rub her head in comfort. "Don't be afraid." Lin Chan looked up at him. "Master." Then, Master and disciple slowly walked towards the crowd. He thought, "I need to help her quickly integrate into the demon sect world, so I can no longer hide her identity." Remembering something, Lu Sun smiled gently. "Just stepping into life, little Chan." A moment later, the three each took a different sword. On the way, Ji Li looked sullen, glaring angrily at Lu Sun. The veins on Ji Li's forehead twitched, and she stared at him and the female disciple. "If I'll just keep watching." "Lu Sun is mine." This scene left Rong Yan speechless. The female disciple blushed as she secretly glanced at Lu Sun, thinking that if the little Grandmaster took on disciples, she might also have a chance to shine. Thinking this, the girl smiled brightly and introduced her name, instantly activating Ji Li's murderous aura from above. Under that gaze, the female disciple shuddered, realizing Ji Li's eyes were truly terrifying, so she decided to wait for another time to act. Soon enough, rumors spread everywhere. The little Grandmaster had taken a disciple, proving that they too had a chance. By the time Lu Sun returned to the back mountain, the news of him accepting a disciple had been spread everywhere by a group of people within the demon sect. In another corner, a group of black-clad figures walked up the steps, discussing the major event of the little Grandmaster taking a disciple. Luo Wan Yu covered her mouth with a laugh, never expecting to have a new junior sister, while all the elders in the back mountain had taken no one. Yu Ban spoke enviously, saying that taking a disciple was one thing, but he feared the little Grandmaster's strength wouldn't be enough to find a good seedling, having only one ripple. Zhen Yan replied discontentedly, telling him not to speak too soon, that perhaps the little Grandmaster had a golden eye, and although his comprehension was low, he could have a naturally born sword embryo. Yu Hishan laughed and suggested opening a betting pool on the little Grandmaster's disciples' comprehension. Yu Ban, representing the orthodox path, accepted, but wanted to ignore Zhang Kui. Seeing that determined look, Yu Hishan came over, put his arm around Yu Ban's shoulder, and asked if he was curious. Yu Hishan returned to the main topic, wanting to open a bet, with each person putting in 500 spirit stones, and then produced a heavy pouch. Yu Hishan cheerfully shouted, "Once you buy in, you're all in. Those who bet on comprehension greater than 5 ripples stand left. Those betting on less than 5 ripples stand right." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone moved to the left in unison, leaving Shen Yan alone, with Yu Hishan also betting 500 spirit stones on comprehension less than 5. That sight enraged Shen Yan, accusing them all of not believing in the little Grandmaster. Luo Wan Yu laughed mockingly, saying she believed in the little Grandmaster, but she wanted to win spirit stones. Hearing every word, Shen Yan only pressed his lips together, secretly thinking they would see who would lose. On the other side, Lu Sun and Lin Chan arrived at a desolate small courtyard, and she secretly assessed that this was her master's residence. A moment later, that group of people also found their way there, greeting him as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Hearing unfamiliar voices, Lin Chan turned around and saw a group of fierce-looking people, thinking to herself that these must be her master's enemies. She imagined the scene of Lu Sun being trampled underfoot, secretly thought her master was in a difficult spot, and then decided she wouldn't let them bully him. Without a word, Lin Chan rushed forward to block in front of him, sending a secret message, "Master, run quickly, they outnumber us." Lu Sun felt both helpless and amused, seeing that his disciple's mindset was problematic. Then Shen Yan stepped forward and asked if this was the new disciple. The question left Lin Chan, who was already questioning her life, frozen in place, as that person called her master little grandmaster. Before she could answer, Lu Sun placed his hand on her hair, introducing her as Lin Chan. "All of your junior sister," which made her face turn bright red. After he spoke, Lin Chan's mouth hung open, her mind repeatedly replaying the phrase "all of your junior sister." Her legs trembled, and she secretly wished she could dig a hole to crawl into, her whole body blushing with embarrassment. Before she could recover, Yu He-shan cheerfully spoke up, calling her junior sister, and then suggested testing her comprehension. That suggestion made Lin Chan scratch her face, hesitating as she pondered the matter of testing her comprehension. Lin Chan was still bewildered. Lu Sun had agreed immediately, leaving her head full of question marks. In a hidden corner, Lu Sun smiled smugly, thinking Yu He-shan was a charitable chess king. This time he would probably bet his disciple's comprehension was worthless. Thinking of that, he wore a sinister smile, but then thought his disciple would astonish them. Yu He-shan happily placed his hand on Lin Chan's forehead, thinking she was mute and frail. This time this elder was sure to win. Luo Wanshu crossed his arms confidently, judging her appearance showed no talent. Yu Ban also narrowed his eyes in agreement. Shen Yan at this moment began to doubt, could the little grandmaster uncle really have misjudged this time? On the other side, the tips of Yu He-shan's fingers began to glow, the wind picked up. Immediately after, countless strange rings radiated from her body. 1 ring, 2 rings, 4 rings, 5 rings. But the number did not stop. 8 rings, 9 rings, making Yu He-shan so terrified he could not even cry. Only Shen Yan jumped up excitedly, shouting that I have won 9 rings, a peerless genius. Crowd behind gaped, shocked and unbelieving. The little grandmaster uncles had not misjudged at all. Lin Chan stood behind, dazed and confused, not understanding what they were so happy or sad about. At this moment, Lu Sun clasped his hands behind his back and slowly approached, saying this disciple does not only have 9 ripples. He paused there, making the crowd behind anxious. Not keeping them waiting long, Lu Sun confidently declared that Lin Chan, like I, is a born sword embryo, and laughed wickedly, thinking he was just imagining it. That information caused everyone's souls to leave their bodies. A born sword embryo. After a moment, they cheered noisily. The demon sect had gained another extraordinary genius. Losing 500 spirit stones was worth it. That scene made Lin Chan ask in confusion why they were so happy. Am I really that powerful? Seeing Shen Yan jumping for joy, Lu Sun smiled wickedly, thinking sorry, that guy was originally meant to be your disciple. He silently promised to compensate him later. A player was not needed, making the system judge that statement as inhuman. Then Lin Chan came and tugged his clothes, making Lu Sun wonder. She wrote on his palm, asking if the disciple was truly that powerful. Lu Sun was puzzled by the question, thinking the girl was doubting herself because of her lowly status. Thinking that, he comforted her, saying she was not a weed, but a flower chosen by the master. Sooner or later she would bloom and show her brilliance to the world. Those words made Lin Chan much more confident. She said, "Thank you, teacher." After a while there, that group left. When they left, he turned around to chat, saying, "Finally the sect leader and elders are gone. Next I will take you to learn about this home." Lin Chan silently raised 1,000 questions of why. Her eyes blinked as she asked herself silently, is this not it? As if understanding her doubt, Lu Sun walked and talked, saying, "Follow me, home is not a place to live, but is created by loved ones." Hearing that, an idea arose in Lin Chan, is it the teacher's family? Lu Sun walked ahead, smiling slyly as he said, "Fourth senior sister, second senior sister, long time no see." The wind rustled through the forest. Lin Chan thought to himself, does the master live in a place like this? Lin Chan stared blankly at the ironclad beast, recalling what Jijia had said. She skipped and hopped across the stream rocks, feeling the scenery was as beautiful as the immortal realm. Lin Chan smiled brightly, his feet light as he skipped, then thought it seemed there were fish. Suddenly an orange fish jumped up, startling Lin Chan into yelling loudly. Lu Sun appeared to catch her, used a spell to send the fish away, and said, "Be careful." Lin Chan did not understand anything, let out a soft sound, and saw the fish floating in midair. Lu Sun held the fish back, saw her astonishment, and said, "We'll eat this fish tonight." Lu Sun said proudly, "You haven't tasted master's cooking, have you?" Lin Chan thought, being too lively was not good either. Lu Sun led the way across the stream and said, "Let's go, we'll soon meet the second uncle master." Looking at Lu Sun's back, Lin Chan thought, what kind of person is the second uncle master? He happened to see Xiao Man, and Lu Sun quickly called out, "Second senior sister." The two greeted the second senior sister. Lin Chan thought, so it's a woman. Lu Sun introduced her as a born sword embryo. Xiao Man heard the name, turned around in surprise, and said, "Lin Chan?" Lin Chan seemed to realize something, thinking to himself, that is, looking at the hairpin on Xiao Man's head, she vaguely recognized it as a sword. Seeing this, Lu Sun was secretly pleased. The born sword embryo was indeed sharp. Xiao Man nodded and smiled, thinking to herself about Lin Chan. Lu Sun took his leave, saying he would go to the kitchen to cook a few dishes. He turned to Lin Chan and said, "Let's go, your sword is waiting." Lin Chan was surprised to smell a fragrant aroma, secretly asking what it was. Lu Sun picked a brown fruit from a tree and asked if she wanted to eat it. Lin Chan took a bite, feeling a sweetness in his mouth. She put the remaining fruit into her sleeve, thinking this was a treasure she must conserve. Seeing this action, Lu Sun laughed. "Eat it. There are only a few of us on the mountain." Lin Chan felt embarrassed, just letting out a sound of agreement. Nan Bei lay on a tree branch, calling out, "Mio, you're back?" Lu Sun replied, "I'm back. Let's have braised fish tonight." Nan Bei was happy to hear about the fish, but told herself to maintain the dignity of a senior sister. Lin Chan noticed Nan Bei's ears, finding them too cute. Lu Sun pulled Lin Chan over and introduced her. "This is your disciple." Nan Bei jumped down, exclaiming in shock, "A disciple?" She approached Lin Chan and asked, "A real disciple?" causing her to blush. Nan Bei crossed her arms mischievously, saying, "Call me fourth uncle master." Lin Chan was dumbfounded, only able to utter a single sound. Oh, Nan Bei grew angry, her eyes blazing. "You don't want to call me. You look down on me because I'm a member of the Yao race?" Lin Chan panicked and waved her hands, only producing strange sounds. Lu Sun quickly said, "She's mute." Nan Bei froze upon hearing this, weighed down by the two words of morality. Looking at them awkwardly, she spun around, tears streaming down, repeatedly apologizing to Lin Chan. Nan Bei clasped her hands in pleading, moving Lin Chan to the point of tears. Lin Chan was stunned. No one had ever apologized to her because she was mute. Nan Bei took a gift for the first meeting from her sleeve. She brought out a blacklist book. Before the astonished gazes, Nan Bei said, "If anyone bullies you, just write their name in here." Lu Sun broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that was indeed his sister's notorious Book of Doom. Nan Bei boasted, "Just write a name, and she would rush over to deal with it." Lu Sun cuffed a few times, interrupting, "Fourth senior sister, dinner tonight is already being cooked." Nan Bei forgot everything, her eyes sparkling as she asked what ingredients needed to be bought. She ran off like the wind, shouting loudly, "I'm going to catch fish." Lin Chan looked up at her master, secretly wondering if the master's cooking was really that good. Lu Sun looked at his disciple and laughed. "You don't believe your master can cook? Watch and learn." Watching her master roll up his sleeves, Lin Chan thought, "No matter how bad it tastes, Steady professional sound of the chopping knife made Lin Chan's eyes go wide. Her master flipped the wok and held the ladle like a true chef. Lin Chan was stunned by the lavish, fragrant, and diverse spread of dishes on the table. She was still dazed when Nan Bei shouted and ran back, "So fragrant, let's eat." Lin Chan's eyes sparkled. It turned out her master was good at everything. Lu Sun chuckled to himself, thinking about his own culinary skills. After a full meal, Nan Bei lay sprawled on the grass, happily enjoying a wonderful day. While meditating, he thought that his master's cooking was truly delicious, and he wanted to improve his own skills someday. She recalled her own pot of porridge and was touched, thinking her master only praised it to comfort her. Her master was truly kind. Lu Sun leaned against the rock, rubbing his chin as he lazily calculated. The key devouring art had reached perfection. What next cultivation method should he practice? Deep thought, he figured nothing could be gained from the senior sister. He would have to rely on the second senior sister for the cultivation method. He went to ask Xiao Man, "Second senior sister, I've cultivated the key devouring art to great perfection. What about the next method?" This made Nan Bei frown and say, "Why didn't you ask the fourth senior sister instead?" Lu Sun felt the heavy yin aura radiating from the fourth senior sister and shrank back, not knowing what else to say. Xiao Mei smiled and asked, "Do the two senior sisters have any opinions?" Nan Bei curled her lip and replied shamelessly, "I have no opinion," causing Lu Sun to grumble inwardly, thinking she had a very strong opinion just a moment ago. He cast a glance at Xiao Man, who still had her eyes closed in rest, and wondered what her opinion would be, though he already had his own plans for the future. The cultivation methods of the Tian Chen world were divided into gold, green, blue, purple, and orange. Gold methods were the most common, green ones were rarer and the treasures of minor sects. Blue methods were even rarer. Even the true inheritance of top-tier sects was only of this grade. As for purple methods, they only existed within the 4 great demon sects at the Chenzong level. Lu Sun's eyes blazed with desire, "And I am the most precious young lady of the demon sect." Even though orange methods only exist in legends, who knows? Ambition was clear in his bright eyes. Then the second senior sister suddenly pulled out an orange-colored manual. Xiao Man calmly answered, "No," causing the light in Lu Sun's eyes to instantly fade. Lu Sun was filled with anticipation, thinking a beginning word of "no" often meant something very good. Xiao Man slowly spoke each word, "No need to rush," making Lu Sun's face darken as he muttered, "No need to rush." Xiao Man gently explained, "The master is about to return soon." Hearing this, Lu Sun was stunned. He imagined a tall figure and wondered to himself, the master is coming back? At this moment, Lu Sun's mood was very complicated. How complicated? Just think about it. It was like being in high school for half a year but never meeting the teacher, instead being taught by beautiful senior sisters. It seemed quite good, so good it made his nose bleed. Now that mysterious homeroom teacher was about to return, it was truly hard to accept. He thought to himself the master was someone he had never met, even though he controlled countless geniuses of Tianchen. Imagining a kind, white-haired old man with an immortal aura, Lu Sun speculated what that person was like. Silently gazing at the scenery, he pondered. The one who once nurtured Sword Yan Li created the demon sect, and made it one of the 3 great demon sects. The more Lu Sun thought, the more excited he became, smiling brightly. A man like that must have many treasures. Yes, he had noticed the most mysterious existence in Tanchen. Outside, rain poured down in torrents, and everything was eerily quiet. A carriage sped the wind along the road in the pouring rain. The driver leaned over and said, "Master, it's time to eat. Let me cook." The person inside the carriage quickly agreed. Lai Fu, the 3rd disciple of the demon sect, was skilled in inventions and creations, but his cooking was equally strange. After a while, the rain lessened, but the sky remained pitch black, uncertain when it would pour again. Lai Fu held a steaming bowl of porridge with both hands and said, "Master, the nutritious green vegetable porridge is ready." A hand lifted the carriage curtain. A man dressed in white, looking weary, appeared, as if not very hungry. Lai Fu pressed the bowl of porridge against the master's cheek and nagged, "People rely on food. This is the hard work of half an hour from your disciple. Eat a little." Looking at the steaming bowl of porridge, the master's face twisted. All right. Lu took the bowl of porridge and sighed. Good disciple in every way, pleasing to the eye, but his cooking, oh dear. As usual, he raised his finger, gathered spirit energy, and sealed his sense of taste. He grabbed the bowl and drank it all in one gulp, his face contorted, his heart feeling desolate. The master ate while tears fell, forcing himself to swallow, but Lai Fu was satisfied, thinking his skills were improving, and the master liked it so much he cried. After eating, his face pale, the master quickly ordered him to take the bowl away, silently cursing that the little brat was still lingering after finishing. Lai Fu cheerfully asked if he wanted another bowl, leaving the master speechless and dumbfounded. The master hastily changed the subject. "3rd, how far are we from the demon sect?" Lai Fu rubbed his chin and calculated. "At this speed, about 7 more days." Hearing this, the master froze and muttered, "7 more days?" Before the master could react, Lai Fu quickly turned to head back down, saying he would cook another bowl, leaving the master looking haggard. The master stuck his head out and yelled, "Stop! Let's fly back now." Quickly putting away the bowl, Lai Fu said gloomily, "Fine. It's been months since I last saw little junior brother." He patted the horse and said reluctantly, "Go on. You're free now." He didn't forget to advise, "Cultivate diligently, and maybe we'll meet again if fate allows." Lai Fu shouted, "Fly." A powerful surge of spirit energy coiled around and enveloped the carriage. Leaving the horse behind, the carriage vanished within the spirit energy. The horse's eyes bulged. "Ba ba ba." The spirit energy tore through the curtain of rain. Lai Fu exclaimed joyfully, "Master, I can see the demon sect's reception peak." Behind the demon sect's mountain, under the pouring rain, the carriage had stopped. Lai Fu lifted the curtain and respectfully said, "Master, we have arrived." Master sighed in relief. "Finally here, go rest." With a heavy thud, he jumped down from the carriage. In the heavy rain, the sect masters and disciples all respectfully came out to greet and welcome the gentleman back to the sect. The young master gentleman with a face full of disdain waved his hand and said, "I have told you many times, stop this charade. Everyone just attend to their own business." Lai Fu behind him gave an awkward smile saying, let's go, and they both started walking. Shen Yan smiled wryly and stepped aside, bowing respectfully to third uncle master. Watching the backs of the two of them, Shen Yan thought to himself, wondering how the gentleman would react when he met that handsome uncle master. Over here, Nan Bei was letting her mind drift with the cool breeze of the ancient forest, comfortably enjoying the unusual sensation. Suddenly sensing something strange, Nan Bei activated her sense of smell and took a sniff. What is this scent? She bolted upright in shock, screaming in panic, "Third senior brother." Then she ran straight into the house to report, Luke Sun, little Lin Chan, come out quickly." Both of them were cooking and, hearing Nan Bei's shouting, turned their heads in surprise, full of questions. Nan Bei hurriedly rushed into the kitchen and said loudly, "I sense the aura of third senior brother. Maybe the gentleman has returned. Let's hurry to the bamboo forest." She dragged the two of them out, causing food to scatter everywhere. Luke Sun quickly put down the knife and was swept along by Nan Bei. She was like a motor, holding their hands tightly and dragging them along with heavy thumping steps. Soon, with her flying speed, the three of them arrived. She joyfully called out, "The gentleman has returned." Ma Nanbei dragged the two over and asked, "Second senior sister, you sensed it too, right?" Xiaoman calmly replied, he has returned." Lin Chan stood in shock, looking at Lu Sun lying slumped on the ground, as if he had just survived a catastrophe. Lu Sun's face was dirty, his nose bleeding nonstop, and he thought, the gentleman has really returned. I don't know how to handle this either. This is the first time I meet the mysterious master. Then he quickly stood up, straightened himself, thinking he must maintain a good image. Instantly, a powerful surge of life energy enveloped the space, speckles of green light appearing from nowhere, forming a swirling gust of wind. Elegantly composed young master gentleman appeared with his familiar handheld fan. Nanbei swiftly called out, "Gentlemen!" Lu Sun was stunned, thinking to himself, is this person the gentleman? Looking at the arrogant figure before him, Lu Sun shook his head. It's not what I imagined, it even seems a bit pretentious. The young master gentleman was not to be outdone, looking at Lu Sun out of the corner of his eye, squinting as he secretly assessed this boy. He is even taller than me, more handsome than me, and from the current distance, the size difference is about 2 centimeters. The young master gentleman's face suddenly darkened, turning pitch black, and he scoffed softly, I hate it most when someone is more handsome than me. Lu Sun stared at the young master gentleman, remembering that the gentleman was easygoing and not hard to approach. There was only one flaw. He squinted at the other with a dismissive look. Then he gave a soft snort. Lu Sun, I allow you to judge. He was somewhat of a dandy. Someone with that personality naturally could not be cooler than me. Lu Sun imagined the young master gentleman looking down on and avoiding Yanli. Thus, the handsome Yanli was hated, while the ordinary Laifu was favored. He quietly observed every line on the other's face, judging what that expression meant. It seemed like he somewhat disliked me. Oh my, the person the gentleman hates has another one added. Lu Sun, with an easy, friendly smile, raised his hand in greeting and introduced himself. Gentlemen, I am Lu Sun. Before he finished his sentence, the young master gentleman showed a look of contempt, turned his face away. Lu Sun's hand froze, feeling deeply humiliated, thinking he had been looked down upon. On the other hand, the young master gentleman thought, that stinky brat smiled at me. Why smile so beautifully? Who is it for? I don't care. He leisurely and gently walked over to Xiao Man, greeting her. Xiao Man, during this period of secluded training, have you gained any insights? She bowed respectfully, yes, master. But in reality she was lying, as she had not gained any insights, only gotten used to the liveliness of the little junior disciple. The young master gentleman smiled softly, nodded to let it pass, then turned to the side and said, good, little Nan Bei, come here. She instinctively flinched, showing a look of disdain, and backed away several steps. The young master gentleman was deeply hurt, asking himself, is this retreating move of yours serious? Lu Sun, standing on the side, chuckled softly. Oh, so even the gentleman cannot be touched carelessly. Noticing the young master gentleman's gaze turning towards him, Lu Sun silently judged. Next up is the 5th disciple. He gracefully, slowly approached Lin Chan, gently asking, who are you? Nan Bei said adorably, this little junior disciple is one I took in from the mountain. Her name is Lin Chan. Gentlemen, may she stay in the young master's residence? Lin Chan was nervous, clenching her fists, sweating profusely, awkwardly looking at him. The young master gentleman frowned, stepped closer to Lin Chan, and asked, are you a natural-born sword fetus? Lu Sun silently watched the young master gentleman's back, thinking to himself, with just one look, he saw through Lin Chan's talent. If he wasn't the gentleman, I would suspect if he has a system like mine. Young master gentleman happily patted Lin Chan's head, praising her. Good, very good, you can stay. Then he cast a brief glance at Lu Sun with a disgusted expression, wondering to himself, can I keep this little girl and throw that annoying brat down the mountain? Catching the young master gentleman's gaze on him, Lu Sun's face showed clear confidence. He was certain, so next it must be my turn. But things did not go as expected. When his turn came, the young master gentleman ignored him, turning away elsewhere. Lu Sun stood there, utterly disappointed, just leaving like that. He was confused, his disappointment showing plainly, wondering to himself, what about me? Suddenly Lai Fu walked over, patted his shoulder lightly, and said with a smile, little junior disciple, if you ever find anything tough or difficult, come find your 3rd senior brother for a few drinks. And he left, running after the young master gentleman. Lu Sun was dazed, not understanding what was happening. No beginning, no end. Did I make the gentleman angry? Sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining onto the young master gentleman's refined face. He closed his eyes, inhaling the gentle scent of grass and trees. Couldn't help but sigh. A familiar scent. Lai Fu beside him let out a soft breath. He rubbed his hands, smiled softly, then spoke. Little junior disciple, I am going to the kitchen to cook some food for everyone. Would you like to come and lend a hand? Hearing this, Lu Sun quickly explained, 3rd senior brother, this disciple has cooked a little something for the 2 senior sisters recently, so I have used some utensils in the kitchen. I hope 3rd senior brother will not be displeased. Lai Fu's mouth fell open in surprise. Oh, little junior disciple knows how to cook too? Lu Sun smiled, nodded slightly. I know a little. In his mind, he thought, I have heard 4th senior sister talk about 3rd senior brother's cooking inventions. Does the title of food inventor belong to him? Lai Fu was completely unaware that he had been labeled, happily patting Lu Xun's shoulder. The person this senior brother finds hardest to find is someone who can cook. How about a cook-off with this senior brother? He gave an awkward loud laugh. He quickly waved his hand. A duel. Maybe we should just forget it. The feminine young master looked at the two of them with a suspicious gaze. If both were at the same level, he could not hope to recover his sense of taste in the future. He calmly fell into despair. Lai Fu cheerfully put his arm around Lu Xun's shoulders, smiling with narrowed eyes as he said each person would make 3 dishes for everyone to judge. Lu Xun's face was drained of blood, his heart silently begging for his senior brother to let him off. The feminine young master who had gone ahead turned back and anxiously asked the 2 younger sisters what his cooking skills were like. Mananbei cheerfully gave a thumbs up in praise, saying he was extremely skilled. Feminine young master said with a hint of suspicion, really? A moment later, the dining table was fully set with all the dishes Lu Xun had prepared. He looked at the other party with a mocking gaze, curling his lip in contempt for their inferiority. The feminine young master along with Nanbei and Lin Chan were amazed at his cooking skills. The 3 of them brightened their eyes together when they saw the meal tray, unable to help exclaiming that it looked not bad. The little sister who had just been called back also could not resist. At this moment from across the way, Lai Fu clapped his hands cheerfully and called for everyone to look at his dish. All 3 girls slowly approached the table across. Lin Chan was as if stunned, her gaze blankly staring at the meal tray, speechless. Lai Fu enthusiastically reassured everyone, saying that appearance was only one part. To know the taste one had to sample it. He delighted in calling for everyone to pick up their chopsticks. This time, we will have a taste test before life. They all picked up their chopsticks in worry. Sister, this looks a bit like poison. They reassured each other that eating one bite probably would not kill them. The feminine young master quickly sealed his sense of taste, and then lifted his chopsticks to try. Everyone else followed suit one by one. The 3 girls collapsed, their faces contorted as the flavor of the dish lingered on their tongues. They cried out in panic, "Ah, Mio, what kind of flavor is this?" On the contrary, Lu Xun and the feminine young master were unusually calm. The feminine young master looked at Lu Xun in astonishment. I have sealed my sense of taste. This is a high level of spiritual energy control. How are you not showing any signs of suffering? In truth, Lu Xun relied on his strong inner will to get through. He told himself he could not show a pained expression. But he was not eating food, he was. He painfully looked at Lai Fu's expectant face, straining to reassure himself this was social interaction. He must try his utmost not to displease his senior brother. He gently placed his chopsticks on the table and quietly lifted a bowl of soup. He decisively picked up the whole bowl and chugged it down. Indeed a male lead. At that moment the aura around him shone brightly. Everyone around looked at him in astonishment with admiring eyes. He was a hero. Lai Fu was moved to tears, quickly waving his hand to say, "All right then." Lai Fu looked at Lu Xun with sparkling eyes, extremely expectant for his junior brother to appreciate his skill. Lu Xun felt this gaze like tons of stones weighing down on his shoulders. He was truly conflicted. This was a good chance to gain favor with his 3rd senior brother. And he looked down at the bowl of bubbling purple liquid in his hand. Lu Xun felt dizzy. He fearfully thought that finding a way to gain favor was not wrong, but it should not come at the cost of his life. The 3rd senior brother knew nothing. Seeing Lu Xun hesitate, he thought his junior was too shy to eat much. He placed his hand on Lu Xun's shoulder, tears brimming as he said if the little junior brother liked it so much, he could just eat his portion too. Lu Xun was startled upon hearing this. He cast a glance at the others. They were all looking at him with sparkling eyes and teardrops, making him even more frightened. This gaze was clearly one of farewell. Looking to the side was his 3rd senior brother using a scorching gaze directed at him. Lu Xun's body broke into a cold sweat from awkwardness, but it seemed he could not eat, so Lu Xun made up his mind and downed the whole bowl of soup in one go. Everyone around cheered, "Well done, keep going." Lai Fu's face was streaked with tears, his mouth tightly covered to stifle sobs. Inside he was extremely moved. This little junior brother pleased me very much. Lin Chan looked at Lu Xun with deep pity. Master was truly pitiful. The others ignored him, focusing on devouring the food. Nanbei picked up a piece of fish and put it in her mouth, exclaiming, Oh, so delicious." The feminine young master saw everyone eating happily, and could not help stepping over curiously. "Is it really that good?" Nanbei held fish in her mouth and innocently replied, "Try it and you will know." The feminine young master picked up his chopsticks and chanted a spell to dispel the sealed taste. He was extremely careful as he picked up a piece of fish. Though he craved Lu Xun's cooking, his heart still refused to acknowledge the male lead. "If it was hard to eat, I will not save face for this brat." He timidly brought the piece of fish to his mouth. As his tongue touched the fish, the master cried out. A piece of fish exploded with flavor in the feminine young master's mind. He savored it. The feminine young master felt as if the fish was softly swimming throughout his oral cavity. He exclaimed, "This feeling, this flavor flavor, exquisite. So the feminine young master continuously picked up food and put it in his mouth. Nanbai saw this and reminded the master to slow down. Looking down at the plate almost empty of her portion, she cried out in panic, "Ah, quickly snatch it." The feminine young master looked at Lusun, who was enduring the punishment of gulping down bowl after bowl of soup, his gaze full of admiration. As long as I do not look at that brat's face, I am very satisfied with all other aspects. After the meal, the tray of dishes Lusun had cooked was completely cleaned by everyone. While everyone was happy to have eaten well, the male lead had collapsed stiffly on the ground. My stomach is currently crossing rivers and filling seas, thoroughly cleansing the internal organs. As Lin Chan carried the plates and bowls to wash them, the feminine young master stepped over and asked, "Has this constitution of yours been with you since birth?" Lu Sun, upon hearing this, looked over in astonishment. Master saw little Chan's strange illness with just one look. Is there a way to cure it? The feminine young master was still picking his teeth as he said that through diligent cultivation until the food key art reached great perfection, it would heal. However, it is still a bit uncomfortable now. You come here. Lin Chan, upon hearing this, set the dishes down on the table and came to his side. The little girl asked nervously, "What does Grandmaster intend to do?" The feminine young master said coldly, "Show me your wrist." The little girl rolled up her sleeve and offered her wrist for the master to see. Lu Sun rubbed his chin trying to recall. The master can also take a pulse. In my previous life in the game, I never heard of this setting. Click. The feminine young master finished taking Lin Chan's pulse, and then transmitted a bit of energy to the little girl. He said this would help her sleep well until the food key art reached great perfection. Lin Chan felt her whole body warm and full of energy. She looked at the feminine young master with extreme gratitude. Truly miraculous. My body suddenly feels much warmer. Grandmaster is so amazing. Feminine young master recounted that her great senior sister disciple, Yanli, also had this constitution in her youth. Only in his body it was not cold energy but a wave of metal nourishing energy. You are of the water destiny, he is of the metal destiny. That is the price you pay for being born sword fetuses. Lin Chan bowed respectfully. Many thanks, Grandmaster. The feminine young master looked at the little girl with warmth filling him. He remembered the old days, the year he found Yan Li. He was also this thin and small. Who would have guessed that in just a few years, Yan Li had become so gallant and carefree, truly obnoxious. The feminine young master changed his attitude, his face wrinkling like a monkey in irritation when thinking of Yan Li's superior arrogance. Lu Sun saw the feminine young master's healing ability and became extremely worried. So the master could see the born sword fetus with just one look. Then my fake sword fetus would surely be impossible to hide, right? If he was seen through. Lu Sun looked at the feminine young masters retreating back and broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly the master turned back to look at him with a gentle face. Looking at the master's clear, placid eyes staring straight at him, Lu Sun felt his insides clench. He gasped, clutching his heart, afraid that the master would expose him right there in front of everyone. Has he really seen through me? Feminine young master only looked at him for a moment before turning away, saying to his disciples, "I will not be on the mountain recently. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask now." Lu Sun breathed a sigh of relief because the master did not want to expose anything. Now he just wanted to hear how they cultivated, since he relied entirely on the system to level up. Lu Sun tried to listen but could not understand their terminology. In his mind, he kept thinking they were like aliens, speaking phrases like ABC mixed with cis. Lu Sun was utterly disappointed that he could not understand anything, wondering if this was what it felt like to be a poor student. He immediately turned to listen to the young master's reply, hoping it would be easier to understand, but the answer was even harder to grasp. Lu Sun was completely disheartened. Indeed, hearing the answer still meant understanding nothing. Just as Lu Sun was in a daze, the young master turned and said, "Fine, your turn. Your reality key art has reached great perfection. Try to speak." He looked at Lu Sun with a serious expression and asked, "What do you want to learn next?" Hearing this advice, Lu Sun felt as if he were floating on air. Finally, he had a chance to break through to level 10. The master wanted to give him a new technique, and its grade was sure to be high. Lu Sun replied politely, regarding spells, disciple wants to learn sword formations. As for techniques, disciple leaves the decision to master. The young master propped his chin and thought, his face scrunched up. Your sword heart and special little sword make learning sword techniques useless. A sword formation is more appropriate. Lu Sun was extremely astonished. He did not expect the master to know about his little sword and sword heart. Could the master have a seeing through mode in his eyes? The young master turned to Uncle Ji Laifu and said, "Old Third will teach the sword formation." Uncle Ji Laifu was overjoyed upon hearing this. He hugged Lu Sun tightly and said, "No problem, master." Laifu looked at Lu Sun with sparkling, passionate eyes and said, "Little junior brother, senior brother has a lot of experience with formations. I will do my best to teach you, since you are my soulmate." Lu Xun secretly broke out in a cold sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not throw up earlier. Indeed, this meal was also a lesson in social conduct. The young master propped his chin in thought and told Lu Xun, "Regarding techniques, come here so I can examine your Qi Si." Lu Xun was surprised upon hearing this. He did not know how the master intended to examine his Qi Si. He felt anxious. "It seems I do not have a Qi Si. I only saw a stretch of darkness. If the master discovers I have no Qi Si, would I not be expelled from the sect?" Lu Xun stepped forward with an extremely uneasy heart, while third senior brother cheered him on from behind. The young master's request was very strange. He told him to turn around. Just as Lu Xun stood frozen in confusion, the master used his hand to flick him, making him turn his back. Lu Xun looked behind him in horror. A gloomy aura emanated from the young master, and his heart tightened because he had never let any man look at his back like this. As for the young master, he was enviously admiring Lu Xun, thinking to himself, "This kid even has a beautiful back. Really makes me want to throw him off the mountain. Oh well, I already accepted him. At most, I will make him an ugly mask later." The young master snapped his fingers and a stream of spiritual energy flew out from his hand. Lu Xun felt a burning sensation on his back. He closed his eyes to feel it. This warm sensation has started probing, right? Around him, streams of spiritual energy twisted together. Miss Xiaomin stood outside, watching Lu Xun with great anticipation. The Qi Si was something one could not show others. Only the master could probe it. She wondered what little junior brother's Qi Si was like. As soon as the master did an ultrasound on Lu Xun, he muttered two words, "Strange, strange." Miss Xiaomin and Nanbai were slightly surprised and asked, "What is wrong? Is there a problem with little junior brother's Qi Si?" The master asked Lu Xun sternly, "When you stepped into the second layer of the reality Qi art, did you see your own Qi Si?" Lu Xun answered calmly, "At that time, disciple only saw everything go dark in front of his eyes, did not see anything." Nanbai could not believe it and asked loudly, "How is that possible? Little junior brother, how can you cultivate without a Qi Si? But your reality Qi art is already perfected." Lu Xun's voice was deep, his heart uneasy. Perhaps he had been exposed. He asked timidly, "So what is going on?" The master covered his mouth and said, "You have a Qi Si, but your Qi Si is black." Lu Xun asked in astonishment, "Black?" He thought to himself, "That means my Qi Si is boundless." Everyone around was astonished upon hearing this. "A black Qi Si?" Nanbei's eyes sparkled as he blurted out three words, "So handsome," while looking at Lu Xun. "Ah, black Qi Si, no one has ever heard of that." Lu Xun looked at his own hands. The Qi Si was connected to talent. If his Qi Si was boundless, did that mean his talent was heaven-defying? He looked at the young master, who was propping his chin, looking at the sky and the ground full of doubt. "My Qi Si is clearly like this. So why does the master have that expression?" Seeing his confusion, the master explained, "Ordinary cultivation relies on different constitutions to practice different techniques for varying effects. If one's 5 elements are fire, cultivating a fire attribute technique will yield double the results. If one's 5 elements are water, cultivating a water attribute technique is also the most suitable choice." Master clasped his hands behind his back and said gently, "But in reality it is not only that. The attribute of the Qi Si is more important than the constitution, so I choose techniques for you based on your Qi Si attribute." He squinted at Lu Xun, rubbing his chin in thought. "If there is any fault, blame it on the fact that your Qi Si is pure black with no attribute, and your constitution perfectly balances the 5 elements. Truly strange." Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Lu Xun also propped his chin in thought. "Could it be because I am a player and my attribute points are self-assigned, allowing me to choose any technique, so my settings are different from the natives?" His face darkened. "But now I am a person of this world. Having all 5 elements also means having no specialization." Seeing Lu Xun's grave expression, the young master said smugly, "Luckily your master is me. I have a solution, but it depends on what you choose." Onam stuck his head out, standing next to Lu Xun, and gleefully shouted, "Master, tell us quickly. It is very useful. At most, I will let you rub my head." The young master said sternly, slowly raising his hand, "Lu Xun, you are my 5th disciple. I will call you Little Fifth. Now you have 2 choices." Lu Xun clasped his hands and bowed respectfully, speaking softly, "Disciple is listening." Lu Xun hid behind his sleeves and smiled slightly. Even without a specialization, it is fine, because he relied on experience points, not the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lu Xun spread his hands like an advertisement. On one side was an orange technique scroll rolled up, on the other side a purple technique shimmered, covered in light. He introduced loudly, telling himself that as long as the technique grade was high enough, he would become strong. The young master crossed his arms and said slowly, "First, you can choose a top-tier technique you like. Go to the Demon Sex Technique Transmission Tower and look. The highest floor techniques can be chosen freely." Lu Xun's eyes lit up like spotlights, living in a dream of power. A scene formed in his mind of hugging an orange technique like a treasure. He secretly sighed. According to what he knew, the Technique Transmission Tower required passing trials. The highest floor was purple. Getting to choose freely now was like a leap to heaven. Lu Xun's face hardened. He interlaced his fingers and raised his voice to interrogate, What about the second option? His heart surged, telling himself he could not decide quickly. He had to hear the second choice. It might even be better. Young master held 2 fingers in front of Lu Sun's eyes and said sternly, the second choice is to cultivate the 5-element technique. Lu Sun asked doubtfully, the 5-element technique? Lai Fu and Nan Bai standing by could not stay calm. They shouted in unison, is that not the worst technique? Nan Bai yelled angrily, that is right. Cultivators call it the 5 poisons. Having no specialization means having a deficiency. Lu Sun inadvertently caught a glimpse of his 2 disciples throwing a tantrum. The young Miss Master swept his gaze into the distance. He mused, how could these 2 be even more anxious than little 5? The young Miss Master slowly walked past Lu Sun and his companions. Lu Sun raised his hand to ask, how does Master's 5-element cultivation method differ from those on the mainland? The young Miss Master listened to the question with an air of arrogance. Nan Bai lost patience and barked, just spit it out, sir. Lu Sun looked at the fierce Nan Bai, silently laughing to himself. Alright, I won't stoop to that level. Without turning his head, the young Miss Master raised his index finger and said, if you cultivate this set, your spiritual energy will be greater than others, but the time consumed is also doubled. Lu Sun tried hard to blink, his brain working at lightning speed. He wondered, what does that mean? Lu Sun gave a thumbs up, proud of his own cleverness. He thought to himself, this is a cultivation method that is hard to advance but unbeatable. Lu Sun watched the master's back as he waved his hand, quietly thinking, now only solid evidence is missing. Lu Sun stood behind the master, clasped his hands, bowed his head seriously, and asked, does master know what level a person who cultivated this method ever reached? Young Miss Master slowly turned his head, replying softly, I do. Lu Sun and his companions stared at the master tensely. He asked, was that person strong? The young Miss Master lightly touched the green leaf, speaking slowly, very strong, extremely strong. Lu Sun furrowed his brow, stunned. He muttered to himself, even when Shen Yan reached the 8th realm, the master only said not bad. The salt maker barked loudly, do you have any manners? Wrong. Lu Sun lowered his head, telling the master that the disciple chooses the 3rd option. I just wanted to take a look at the method. The master glanced at him. Lu Sun put on a sly smile, thinking the final step had come. When the master takes out the method, the system will automatically assess its grade. The young Miss Master turned his head to look at Lu Sun, using a spell to lift the volume of the method, speaking curtly, fine. A notification beep sounded, discovered an unnamed cultivation method. Lu Sun was startled, thinking why would the master carry it on his person? The young Miss Master thrust the method volume towards Lu Sun, saying loudly, take it. The method landed squarely in Lu Sun's hands. He awkwardly grasped it, his face showing clear surprise. Lu Sun held the method volume. Information appeared, acquired an unnamed cultivation method. Purple before level 50, orange after level 50. Lu Sun was thrilled. A thought flashed through his mind. This thing can still level up. I never heard of an orange grade in my past life. Information appeared, in his past life, the heavenly dust only opened up to level 60. Gold or blue were already treasures. He thought to himself, purple is rare, orange was merely a dream. Lu Sun happily clutched the method volume, laughing loudly, master, this is the one. The young Miss Master lifted his eyes to glance, probing, are you sure? Lu Sun used a resolute gaze to look at the master, firmly affirming, certain. Young Miss Master's face darkened, his voice threatening, this method takes a lot of time. Master advises you to find a quiet place for seclusion, understood? Lu Sun felt as if struck across the face, silently thinking, why does this feel so wrong? Young Miss Master thought to himself, this kid is skilled but irritating. As long as little 5 doesn't show up, you are the favored disciple. Lu Sun asked bewilderedly, do I really have to go into seclusion? Hearing this, the master immediately told old 3 to pick a suitable seclusion spot for little 5, preferably quiet and far from the mountain peak. Nan Bai cut in loudly, no way, then I won't get to eat little junior brother's cooking. She raised her hand to make an X sign. The young Miss Master asked darkly, are you looking down on 3rd senior brother's cooking? Nan Bai jumped in fright. She frantically clasped her hands together. Lu Sun behind her was crying inside, hang in there. 4th senior sister, my future is in your hands. 3rd senior brother said confidently, I'll set up a kitchen at little junior brother's seclusion spot, teaching swordsmanship and having cooking contests at the same time. Nan Bai's eyes lit up and she spun around upon hearing about food, so I can eat Lu Sun's cooking while staying at the mountain. 3rd senior brother replied, exactly. Nan Bai, riding the wind, planted her hands on her hips and laughed, great, hurry up and send little junior brother to seclusion. Cooking delicious food while in seclusion, perfect. Lu Sun was speechless, you flip faster than a page. He was overthinking the scene of himself blowing on the stove fire while crying inside and cursing silently. Do I have to cook even during seclusion? This is blatant exploitation. Lu Sun's face aged like he was 80 years old. Looking at the 3 people so close, Lu Sun gritted his teeth in helplessness. The best way was to see if a quest could be triggered. He He couldn't just be taken advantage of. He asked softly, "Master, how long will this disciple's seclusion last?" Hearing this, the young Miss Master stroked his chin and thought, "A good question." He looked at Lu Sun with a deep, searing gaze, never having thought about him returning. Who told him to be so handsome? Staying would make him outshine me. Suddenly Xiao Man cut in. There needs to be a time limit. He can't stay down the mountain forever. Facing the pressure from second senior sister, the young Miss Master trembled in fear, unable to speak. Seeing Lu Sun happily chatting with Xiao Man, the master felt a surge of jealousy. Even his second favorite disciple was being bribed, never speaking up for anyone before. The master clasped his hands behind his back and spoke, "Then until you enter the elementary realm and your sword art reaches minor mastery." He thought, fine, for Xiao Man's sake. The system displayed a notification. Seclusion quest activated. Lu Sun quickly clasped his hands and obeyed. Content: require level up by 2, sword formation up by 1, reward 10,000 points. He thought to himself, not bad, not easily exploited. Third senior brother enthusiastically slung his arm around Lu Sun. "Let's go, I'll find you a comfortable spot." Lu Sun reluctantly replied, "Sorry for the trouble, senior brother." Suddenly Lin Chan tugged on Lu Sun's sleeve. Her face flushed red, stammering, unable to speak. Lin Chan thought the disciple wanted to go with his master, but lacked the courage. Seeing Lin Chan's difficulty, Lu Sun turned to ask third senior brother for permission to say goodbye to the disciple. Third senior brother said magnanimously, "Of course, we're going into seclusion, not to prison." Then he casually knocked Lu Sun on the head, making him jump. Ouch! Third senior brother, like a nanny, carried the two kids off. "Let's go." Up high, Lin Chan was extremely astonished, seeing that third senior brother's flying wasn't as fast as it seemed. Lu Sun looked at the Gyeongsiang Lake in bewilderment. Third senior brother's flying method was really rough and stretched. In the blink of an eye, they had landed at the edge of the forest. The violent crash sent dust flying everywhere. Lu Sun and Lin Chan sat on the ground coughing, and third senior brother scratched his head embarrassedly and apologized, saying he had not flown for a long time and could not control his strength. Then third senior brother looked towards the mountain in front and continued, "So choose that place as the secluded cave for the little junior brother." Lu Sun looked on blankly, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. Could it be that mountain was made of rock again? Without another word, third senior brother immediately activated his skill. A golden force quickly gathered, and he spoke, "This is the self-creation secret technique," and he shouted, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Then third senior brother fiercely struck out his palm towards the rocky mountain, shattering it into many pieces. In the blink of an eye, a crude room was formed. Lu Sun behind could only open his mouth in admiration, while Lin Chan was stunned speechless, not expecting a single palm strike to open a cave dwelling. Third senior brother then said, "I often travel the world with the master, and when going to wild places, I would think about what technique could create a dwelling, and that is exactly this self-creation secret skill." Inside, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room had indeed been formed. Lu Sun secretly admired, truly 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. This technique is so convenient. At this moment, third senior brother enthusiastically called the little junior brother to look at something here. Then, he said with interest, "From now on we can have cooking competitions here." Lu Sun was shocked, thinking he even specially created a kitchen as well. Lu Sun forced a smile, "Haha, that is great. Do I have to cook even while in seclusion?" Third senior brother pointed to a stone corner and said that was the stove. "He often travels with the master, so being thoughtful is normal. Ha ha ha. There is someone who likes my cooking. I definitely will not miss out." Lin Chan behind looked around, secretly admiring in her heart. Third senior uncle is truly amazing. With 1 palm strike, he created a house even better than my old house with grandfather. Lin Chan thought about being able to be as strong as third senior brother in the future, and made up her mind, "I will cultivate hard, so that later I can open a mountain cave for master anytime." Lu Sun beside secretly thought to himself, "Well then, I truly thank you." A moment later, the secluded place was completed. Even though it was inside a rocky mountain, it was still sparkling. Third senior brother gestured and said, "That is enough for now. I will cook at noon, practice sword arrays in the afternoon, cook together in the evening. The secluded life is quite interesting." Having said that, third senior brother continued with a smile, "The rest of the time the little junior brother can practice freely." Lu Sun upon hearing this turned to stone, "Cook at noon, practice sword arrays in the afternoon, cook in the evening. Have I come here to cook and learn sword arrays?" Without further ado, third senior brother cheerfully said, "It is already late. Junior brother has just obtained the chant. Calm down and study it. Senior brother will lead Lin Chan back first." Suddenly Lin Chan hid behind Lu Sun. He asked softly if the disciple wanted to stay with him. Lin Chan lightly nodded in response. Hearing that, Lu Sun gently reminded, "No need, it is cold here. You are weak, if you fall ill it would not be good." Then he gently rubbed the disciple's head and told her to go back. Lin Chan had no choice but to obey. She turned her head reluctant to leave. Third senior brother then spoke to comfort, "Master is only in seclusion. He will be back soon. Do not worry." Lin Chan replied sadly. After the two left, Lu Sun tiredly stretched. "Finally I am alone." He yawned repeatedly after a tiring day. Then Lu Xun pulled out an item with a sinister expression. Well then, the orange grade technique training diary officially begins. Seeing the system notification, he immediately grinned from ear to ear. The system asked Lu Xun if he wanted to learn. He immediately replied yes. Another notification appeared. Learning the technique requires consuming 10,000 experience points. Do you wish to continue? Reading this, Lu Xun's smile completely vanished. 10,000 points, exactly the cost of an orange grade technique. Too black. Before level 50 it was clearly purple. A blue grade technique in the heavenly dust only needs 3,000 experience points to learn. A purple one only needs 5,000 points. Currently having 10,000 points out of a total of 21,740. Lu Xun had no choice but to grit his teeth and press continue. The system displayed vital energy art level 10 perfected. Unnamed technique level 0, you may name it. Lu Xun muttered to himself in frustration. Can I name this technique myself? Forget it, not important, level it up, and then think about it. Then he reached out and clicked on the unnamed technique to level it up. The system displayed a notification. Your experience is insufficient, need 50,000 points. Currently you have 11,740. Lu Xun felt like he had a bucket of cold water poured on him. 50,000 points right from the start. What kind of concept is? Damn it. He frowned, his brain quickly calculating. My comprehension is 1. Practicing vital energy art, 1 great cycle gets 20 points. But after level 10, 1 great cycle gets 50 points. Lu Xun pondered, meaning to accumulate 50,000 points needs 1,000 days. 3 years, 3 years of seclusion. This number made him feel no different from a locked up dog. He irritably calculated further. Leveling up to level 11 also needs 40,000. Currently at level 10, 40,000 experience on top of 11,740. Lu Xun held his head and screamed in tears upon realizing the truth, meaning I have to be in seclusion for at least 5 years from now. Thinking about the sinister appearance of the effeminate master, Lu Xun gradually realized that from the very beginning, the master wanted to imprison him for 5 years. So he is such a sissy. Lu Xun clenched his fists, crying without a sound, truly grateful. Then he made up his mind, a flame of determination blazing up. No, I cannot admit defeat. Lu Xun opened the technique and thought that if the vital energy art experience accumulates slowly, then he could only rely on this unnamed technique. After all, it is not yet orange grade. It should not take too many of my points. Then he confidently closed his eyes to cultivate. With the system's help, he was not afraid, simple and easy to understand, circulate the vital energy art. Lu Xun's tears and blood poured down like rain, dark circles clearly showing like a panda. He actually hypnotized himself that compared to the vital energy art, it was only a little more painful. 1 great cycle ended, Lu Xun's body had visibly slimmed down, his face sunken in. He trembled violently and thought, damn it, I almost thought I was done for. Then Lu Xun collapsed, his soul leaving his body while calculating. If the vital energy art is level 1 in pain, then this thing is level 5. I want to name it Meridian Cleansing. He flashed an expectant look. The system displayed a notification. Technique Operation Settlement Reward. Lu Xun cheerfully thought, with such pain, even if my comprehension is 1, you should give me a lot of experience points. At this moment, he saw his experience points had increased by 50. The meager number of 50 extinguished his anticipation. He angrily yelled, every day I have to cook 3 main dishes and 1 soup, and endure desperate pain. I am not playing anymore. This is not transmigration. The shout echoed through the mountain forest. This is clearly coming here to be a servant. Outside, a frog looked extremely annoyed. Ribbit, ribbit. He hopped past Lu Xun and then mocked, cluck idiot. Lu Xun put his hands on his hips and snorted bitterly. No, how can I admit defeat? You want experience points, right? I will accumulate them for you to see. A buzzing beetle flew towards Lu Xun. He quickly activated his skill, taking down the innocent beetle in 1 move. The system issued a notification, experience points +1. Lu Xun even pretended to blow on his force. He lowered his head in deep thought. As a player who helped others cultivate the bone puppet stage of the Heavenly Dust competition, he naturally knew the secrets behind it. For example, small creatures in the Heavenly Dust all gave experience points. Lu Xun raised his hand to channel his internal energy, his eyes full of determination. Knave little bugs gathered together, discovering a delicious prey. He thought that even a mosquito's leg was still meat, so he launched an attack to take them down. Lu Xun figured he only needed to take down 50 bugs to get experience points. The system continuously reported, experience points +1. His eyes lit up, and he said with delight, today I am the nemesis of these pests. Obediently hand over your experience points. Night of training passed, and the cave was clean with no bugs left. Even the innocent cricket nimbly dodged his attacks. Lu Xun gritted his teeth in frustration. It was just a small cricket. He lunged forward, his gaze losing its humanity, and shouted, why are you so fast? Lu Xun crashed into an invisible barrier, the impact hurting his head as if it would cave in. He asked in shock, what is going on? Clearly nothing. Lu Xun reached out to probe and test it. Seeing nothing, oh look, Looking at the barrier in front of him, he wondered, what is this, a shield or something? Lu Sun stood at the cave entrance peeking around, making the cricket think he was possessed. Seeing the prey before him, he executed a move, saying, "How dare you turn back, then what?" He forcefully launched an attack through the barrier, determined not to spare the cricket. Unexpectedly, the barrier reflected the attack, startling Lu Sun. Oh dear. The attack brushed past his face, nearly forcing him to get plastic surgery. The system displayed a notice, Life Fuse Formation Array versus Lu Sun. Seeing this, Lu Sun was dumbfounded, frozen for 5 seconds. He yelled in anger, "Is this a scam? I'm really imprisoned now." Outside, a subordinate reported in a low voice, "Sir, everything has been arranged as instructed." The effeminate young master asked leisurely, "Is the entrance to the formation array set up?" The senior brother disciple replied, "Everything is complete, unless the junior disciple can break through the initial realm." Hearing this, the master rested assured and sipped his tea, saying, "Good. Looks are useless. Obediently stay imprisoned." At this moment, Lu Sun lay sprawled on the bed, his body thin and frail, his voice trembling. "I can't take it anymore. I give up." He brushed aside the plan and said, "Forget it. Let me check the forum." Lu Sun spotted a quest. "Ah, what is this?" He clicked on it, and the system displayed Phase 2 reputation points. He needed 5,000, and he already had 4,763. The reward was 50,000 experience points plus 1 attribute point. Lu Sun's eyes bulged. 50,000 points. Am I about to complete it? He jumped up in confusion. When did I accept this? I don't remember. Could Phase 2 have activated automatically? Lu Sun smiled smugly. It seems heaven does not seal off the path for those with hope. The next morning, Lin Chan gently traversed the forest, holding a box of pastries. He thought worriedly, "Master has been training since early morning, so diligent I must also work hard." Hearing the commotion, Lu Sun opened his eyes and asked, "Are you here so early?" From a distance, Lin Chan obediently bowed in greeting. She laid out the pastries and took out chopsticks for her master. Lu Sun interrupted, "Isn't this too early? Cooking porridge takes time." Lin Chan smiled and replied, In her heart, she thought for master, even earlier would be fine. Lu Sun said happily, "Then let's have breakfast together." Hearing this, Lin Chan happily responded. The master and disciple sat side by side on the stone steps, silently enjoying the meal, with Lin Chan having much on her mind. After eating, she softly looked at Lu Sun, her heart in turmoil. Master said he didn't like eating alone, so she prepared 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Yet back then, he lived alone in this cave. She hesitantly touched Lu Sun's hand, making him turn his attention to her. Though shy, Lin Chan still wrote on his hand, asking, "Master, are you lonely here alone?" Lu Sun looked at her with fondness and said gently, "Foolish disciple, Master is in seclusion waiting to break through a realm. This is not loneliness, but growth." Upon hearing his comforting words, Lin Chan seemed dissatisfied. She continued writing on his palm. Lu Sun wondered inwardly, what does she want to write now? Lin Chan, harboring worry, asked, "Then Master, can you quickly break through the realm?" She expressed frankly, "Little Chan will miss Master." Lu Sun felt immensely happy and grateful. He smiled. Turning to the young girl, he rubbed her head to soothe her, saying, "Master feels the same." Dawn broke. The sunlight shone brilliantly. After finishing the meal, the master and disciple bid farewell, and Lin Chan left so he could focus on training. Lu Sun immediately returned to cultivation. He closed his eyes, thoughts lingering. Little Chan has gone back. I must also work hard. 50 experience points are still experience points. After completing 1 grand cycle, Lu Sun's body could not withstand it. He coughed blood and his complexion turned pale. He gained 50 points but was completely exhausted. He coughed continuously and complained resentfully. "It feels like being slashed with a knife and only getting compensated 5 cents. Clutching the magic tool tightly, Lu Sun trembled in doubt. This method is becoming more and more of a loss. Painful, few points, slow effect. At that moment, the face and enigmatic smile of the effeminate young master appeared in his memory. Lu Sun broke into a cold sweat looking at the magic tool, suspecting if he had been set up. No longer overthinking, he summoned his sword to review what he had learned. At that moment, the system notified, skills, stamina, accumulated sword force, draw sword, sure kill, win sword. Receiving the notification, Lu Sun's eyes widened. He discovered, wait, stamina is spiritual power. Recalling the effeminate young master's words, if you practice this technique, your spiritual energy will be greater. He felt like he had found a way out. The experience point consumption is 5 times greater, so that means. Lu Sun's expression brightened considerably. He looked at the sword in his hand with hope. My spiritual energy is 5 times that of an ordinary person, so this sword will also accumulate 5 times as much. Lu Sun pondered over the concrete plan, imagining the scene after reaching a certain realm, when spiritual energy would flow out like a small stream before cultivating the nameless technique. After cultivating the nameless technique, the spiritual energy would flow out as powerfully as a large water column. He was complacent, thinking that from now on, whatever he fired out would be 5 times stronger, truly showing signs of being infected. Having understood his hang-up and found the solution, Lu Sun pleasantly gripped his sword tightly. Indeed, this is the technique most suited to me. remembering his first meeting with Master Mister, that unfathomable deep person. The fan clearly noted. He silently felt grateful. Could he have already calculated this for me? From the very beginning, that person had taught according to my level. Clenching his fist, filled with determination, Lu Sun said, I understand now. Before I break through, I will not go outside. Not long after he began cultivating, a voice called from outside the cave, little junior brother, third senior brother has arrived. Laifu carried all sorts of cooking ingredients, vegetables, pots and pans piled high as a mountain, shouting noisily at the door. Seeing this, Lu Sun was startled, bewildered as to why there were so many cooking items. After Laifu laid out the items and wiped his sweat, he smiled and said, today, we train in cooking, no cultivation. Lu Sun was dejected, thinking his plan had been exposed. Last night all the items were related to cooking. Being a junior, cooking can also be learned. Lu Sun put on an apron, resolute, fine, I'll do it well anyway. Who knows, maybe Master will like it and give me 2 more technique scrolls. Thinking of the benefits, he couldn't hide his smile. The two set up the tools. Laifu rolled up his sleeves, excitedly saying, today we'll make stir-fried pork with potatoes, not inferior to a chef. Lu Sun outwardly admired, saying this was a basic dish. Surely third senior brother had mastered it. Inwardly, he was smug. I'm a professional. Making this dish doesn't need all this fuss. Laifu pointed at himself confidently. Little junior brother underestimates me. Every dish is an important creation. Third senior brother really does make a mountain out of a molehill. Lu Sun broke out in a cold sweat, asking back in doubt, a creation? Laifu confidently mixed a pile of strange ingredients into the wok. Looking mysterious, ordinary stir-fried pork with potatoes, just add herbs, ketchup, celery, fish mint, plenty of vinegar, and some fish blood. It will be a miraculous secret recipe, stir-fried pork with potatoes. A bizarre dish appeared, but the chef didn't realize it. Laifu proudly boasted, this is my creation. Looking at the dish, Lu Sun's face turned pale. He said sarcastically, a creation? This is clearly poison. Scooping a large bowl, Laifu eagerly said, little junior brother, quickly cook your dish. I'll take this dish up the mountain for everyone to taste. As Laifu left, Lu Sun knelt down in the sun, tears streaming down, praying for the original owner's blessing. Behind the mountain, the sturdy thatched cottage sheltered Manhwa and Master Mister from the rain and sun. The sky was clear, perhaps thanks to bamboo forest. In the room, Laifu set out 3 dishes, the most prominent being the plateful of purple stir-fried pork with potatoes. Manhwa and Master Mister sat cross-legged. Laifu introduced the 2 ordinary plates as little junior brother's work. He emphasized the middle plate was his heartfelt creation. Upon hearing this, the other 2 got goosebumps, their expressions hard to describe. Manhwa broke out in a cold sweat, silently thinking how smart second senior sister was for not coming. Master Mist's face turned ashen, so it turned out his disciple had been prepared when eating with his master. Waiting for what felt like an eternity with no one eating, Laifu grew anxious, looking at the 2 with a threatening gaze. Why aren't you picking up your chopsticks? Both were startled. With higher cultivation, Master Mister took a deep breath to calm down, while Manhwa showed obvious disgust. The 2 held their chopsticks trembling as if about to topple mountains and drain seas. The young master had even sealed his 5 senses. The moment they both savored the essence dish of Laifu. Laifu took out a notebook and pen, diligently recording their expressions. At the same time, Manhwa collapsed to the floor. The young master closed his eyes, his spiritual perception taut. Manhwa seemed to have ascended. Laifu remained cheerful, confidently marking 50%, the creative dish half a success. He cheerfully closed the notebook, asking if the diners had any comments. For a long time the young master did not answer. Sitting still like a statue, Laifu approached and waved a hand. Forced to commit the offensive, lightly touching the young master, he called softly, sir. It turned out that sitting still meant his soul had already left his body. A commendable effort from this gentleman. After that touch he immediately collapsed, sprawling on the ground. Seeing this painful result, Laifu had to cross out the 50, tears streaming, muttering that the creativity was a psychological success, but needed more effort. Returning to Lu Sun's cave with dusk approaching, Juji Laifu called out, little junior brother, it is time for array cultivation. He explained the eldest senior brother and second senior sister practice the sword. Little Nanbei practices the blade. I practice talismans, so my specialty is talisman arrays. Lu Sun asked in confusion, aren't talisman arrays about learning sword arrays? Laifu pulled 3 blazing talismans, smiling. Talisman arrays have many types. These are fire element talismans, and you mainly cultivate sword energy, similar to sword energy talismans. Recalling, Lu Sun proudly answered, understood. Without delay, Laifu said, the explanation is done. Now use your strongest sword energy to attack me. Lu Sun was horrified. Use my strongest sword energy to attack senior brother? He let the 3 talismans dissipate, answering correctly, use your strongest sword energy with the intent to kill me. Having confirmed, Lu Sun drew his sword and answered resolutely, fine. As he launched the strike, he told himself, third senior brother said this must have a reason, so just follow along. Lai Fu calmly received the strike, blocking all 3 moves in a row. The talisman array easily dissolved and halted every attack. Holding the sword energy in his hand, Lai Fu commented, the sword energy has no attribute, but it seems to have spirit. Lu Sun was amazed, my sword energy was blocked. This is the first time someone has done it. Crushing the sword energy barehanded, Lai Fu said, a pity it has no attribute attached. Seeing this, Lu Sun panicked, directly crushed it. Lai Fu rubbed his chin, pondering, little junior brother is currently cultivating the 5 elements art. Upon breaking through the first level, you can change the sword energy's attribute. So which sword array should you cultivate? Lu Sun was determined, freely changing the sword energy's attribute. Thinking about mastering 5 types of sword energy, Lu Sun proudly said, if that is the case, no one can control me. Lai Fu said, if it is the 5 elements sword energy, then be decisive. He eagerly began studying the 5 elements formation. Lu Sun stood still, his gaze casual yet tinged with contemplation, staring at the 5 elements formation. Beneath the starry night sky, he crouched down, drawn by a mysterious object. He whispered, I have a memory of this thing. His voice echoed from a distant past, and before him was something that made him produce a strange sound. Suddenly, Lu Sun burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the night. A cunning expression appeared on his face, his eyes bright and mischievous. It turned out the mysterious object was just a small turtle, its entire body trembling, its tiny face flushed red. He still maintained a sly demeanor. He ruthlessly pulled the sword from the turtle's shell. With a triumphant look, he yelled, activated. Immediately, a notification appeared. Congratulations on killing a small black turtle. Another notification appeared. Congratulations on obtaining the gray 5 elements formation. This made his face light up. However, the system reminded him, the gray 5 elements formation requires 5 people to activate simultaneously, raising attack power, defense, agility, movement skill, and stamina by 1 point each. At that moment, an arm reached out, emitting a rusty metallic sound, holding a lump of excrement. Lu Sun, standing nearby, darkened his face and held his breath against the alluring scent of the bizarre item. One by one, other arms reached out, each carrying a foul-smelling item. A voice rang out, eat goat dung. Lu Sun curled his lip in arrogant disdain, thinking to himself, isn't this just garbage from killing level 1 small monsters? Moreover, to activate it, 5 people must be present at the same time, which was the lowest tier. An image of 5 men appeared, each with a distinct personality, symbolizing the stats the formation promised. He continued, if the formation requires 5 people to activate together, but the effect is low, this is clearly a poison formation. Returning to the present, Lu Sun clasped his hands, his eyes sparkling with hope, and said in a hopeful tone, Senior brother, can we make a change? Lai Fu looked suspicious, reached into his coat, and took out a purple scroll, staring at Lu Sun as he asked, are you sure? He confidently replied, of course. Suddenly, the scroll lit up so brightly that Lu Sun had to shield his eyes with his hand. He was stunned to realize the color was purple. Notification appeared. Do you wish to learn the ancient 5 elements formation, purple tier? He looked at the panel and couldn't help but wonder. Strange, the names are similar but completely different. The ancient times in my memory, the materials from my past life never mentioned this. Lu Sun stood in the center of a strange yellow formation diagram, his posture arrogant, with a radiant aura around him. With a determined look, he curled his lip and muttered to himself, it seems, I have to be the pioneer once again. As the words left his mouth, a deep, majestic melody rang out. Invincibility is loneliness, how lonely, the music blending with his imposing demeanor. Saying that, he brushed the lock of hair on his forehead, his gaze arrogant as he thought, could the cultivation methods of the ancient world become the key? Back to the present, Lu Sun reached out to take the scroll, pretending to be casual as he said with a smile, I was just joking with you, senior brother. Since you gave it to me, it must be the most suitable formation. In his heart, he thought, I have this kind of matter under control. Seeing him accept it, Lai Fu was overjoyed and smiled. Not bad, indeed the little junior brother has iron roots, able to feel his senior brother's sincerity. Suddenly, Lai Fu grabbed Lu Sun's coat and then sat down heavily, urging, this cannot be delayed. Let's start with the fire formation. Lu Sun obediently sat down, thinking in his head, for now, I won't use the system. Let's listen to third senior brother's lecture to see if I can comprehend anything. After all, I am now a person of this world. As soon as they began, Lai Fu enthusiastically lectured about formations, spewing incomprehensible terms from his mouth. Lu Sun sat there with a troubled mind, his face pale as he processed the complex concepts. He screamed inwardly, no, I can't understand anything. It's like a class entirely in Arabic. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Do you want to learn the ancient 5 elements grand formation, purple tier, costing 5,000 experience points, yes or no? Without hesitation, he pressed yes, then justified to himself. There are things you can't rely on yourself for. To have the power to show off and not use it, wouldn't that be stupid? Immediately, Luke Sun felt a surge of power and blurted out, "The memories of the 5 elements formation have been poured into my brain." He sat up, squinting at the notification panel. Experience points. 738. Looking at the meager remaining amount, he consoled himself. 738 is the experience I got from killing demons in the cave. Oh well, as long as I complete the reputation points mission, everything still has hope. Sorrow welled up from deep within, his heart aching. He sat hugging his chest and silently cried, then turned to ask the system how much more was needed. The system quickly displayed, reputation points for Phase 2 mission. Need to reach 5,000 points. Currently at 4927. Lu Sun's face instantly brightened, the pain vanished, his eyes sparkling with delight, and he thought, so after all this time, it's finally enough. At this time, at Lashian sect, everyone gathered to listen to Ji Li's story, all thanks to the spreading words of Ji Li and Rong Yan. This time, I and the little master uncle went down the mountain to travel, and he ranked second in clearing the ground trial pillar. The pink-haired girl excitedly shouted, "Wow, really?" Under the admiring gazes, Rong Yan smiled. "I heard the ground trial pillar of King Ling City is very difficult. The person ranked first seems to be the second master uncle who has never shown himself." An admiring voice rang out. "I heard at the ground trial pillar, the little master uncle consecutively broke through 2 barriers. Truly a talented youth," they happily exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with admiration, everyone's cheeks turning red. A girl couldn't help but scream, "Wow, no wonder he is the little master uncle." Seeing the girls so infatuated, Ji Li couldn't help but shout, "He already has someone." Ignoring her anger, the girls still showed their admiration, speaking in unison. "I wonder if the little master uncle would mind adding one more person." That's right. 3 days later, Lai Fu still had a smile on his face, pointing at a plant sprouting from the ground as he explained, "The Earth formation does not choose a location. Once arranged, all Earth elemental forces here will." Suddenly, Luke Sun let out a laugh, startling Lai Fu, who was in the middle of his eloquent speech, into looking over with surprise. Seeing him laughing until his body shook, Lai Fu asked in confusion, "What's wrong, little junior brother?" Luke Sun stopped laughing, his face still radiant, and tried to be serious as he replied, "Nothing. It's just that third senior brother's lecture is too good. Every time I hear about an additional formation, I can deduce things, which deepens my understanding." Hearing this, Lai Fu felt embarrassed and praised, "Little junior brother, your comprehension is very good. The 5 elements have mutual generation and overcoming, knowing how to complement each other. This point is very good." His eyes turned sharp as he stared at him. "In fact, I didn't listen at all. The reason I laughed is because the system notified me that the Phase 2 reputation points mission has reached 5,000 points. It is currently 5,001, mission complete. Do you want to claim the reward?" Deep in his heart, he laughed triumphantly. "My time for a turnaround has come." Third senior brother Life, who set down the basket of food, making a clattering sound. "All done, all right?" Senior brother picked up the basket and waved goodbye. "Little junior brother, rest assured and study the formation. I'm going to deliver work to Tiansheng and the others. See you tomorrow, little junior brother." Lu Sun held the spoon high in his hand, satisfied. Finally, he's gone. I can claim the reputation mission. The panel appeared. "You have completed the Phase 2 reputation points mission. Do you wish to claim the reward? Content 50,000 experience points. 1 random attribute point. Yes or no?" Lu Sun's eyes sparkled brightly like a child's. "A random attribute point, a reward more precious than 50,000 experience points. As long as it's not trade talent or work talent, I'll accept it." He immediately struck a cool pose to press claim reward. The system awarded Luke Sun a golden object. "Congratulations, you have received 50,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have won 1 spiritual power." He looked at the gift. Spiritual power, huh? He held it up to the sky to look at it. A rare special attribute that can increase spiritual sense and perception, reducing the chance of being brainwashed by multi-level marketing organizations. Luke Sun eagerly tried it out. "Let's see how spiritual power helps my spiritual sense level up." Afterwards, Luke Sun's spiritual sense was immediately deployed. He tried casting his gaze far into the distance and saw 2 demon sect disciples secretly dating, laughing and playing in the woods. A little spiritual power could already extend so far. He tried to stretch it a bit further to see where the limit was, but then his head started hurting. The alien seductress looked around the forest furtively, seeming very urgent. Probably no one else was here. She glanced around and thought to herself, it was convenient to relieve herself here. There was probably no one around. Just then, Luke Sun's spiritual sense inadvertently swept over her again. He rolled his eyes, blood dripping from his nose. Damn it, why was she here and what was she doing? The system immediately alerted, a 404 FBI warning. The page you visited does not exist. Luke Sun slammed the wall heavily, panting. He had finally reached the limit his spiritual sense could extend. He rubbed his head, it hurt as if struck by a staff. The system stat block showed willpower 10 capped, luck 1. 1. Cannot be increased. Comprehension 1. Sword Dao Aptitude. Spirit Power 1. Luke Sun wondered about the presence of the alien seductress near the demon sect. Why would this dual-natured dark-skinned woman be at the foot of the mountain? Could it be to hunt him down? After all, there was a bitter grievance between him and her over-torn clothes. Luke Sun waved his hand, dismissing the thought. Forget it, he would not think about her. What will come will come. He still had 50,000 experience points. That was the highlight of today. He sat down, pressed the game panel, chose level up, break through the barrier. His Lu Sun was about to break through to the first realm. The scene shifted to the back mountain. Third senior brother Lai Fu and little Shu Zhai master were sitting and enjoying tea. Third senior brother reported as instructed. The little junior brother was cultivating formations, but his progress was very slow. Senior brother was worried about Lu Sun. At this rate, the little junior brother would have to stay in the mountain cave for several more years. Did they really have to treat him this way? It was a fantasy for him to break through to the first realm on his own and cultivate special techniques. Little Shuzhai master thought otherwise. He lightly blew on his teacup. Is that so? Lai Fu was dejected. Little junior brother senior brother has tried his best. Just rest assured and stay in the mountain cave for a few years. Just then, a beam of light shone straight down on Lu Sun's location, catching third senior brother's attention. Huh, what is that? Third senior brother's eyes went wide like boiled eggs. Am I seeing things? That is the little junior brother's spot. That light is from a breakthrough. Has he already broken through the first realm? The master, as if having foreseen it, calmly said, indeed. Breaking through is not difficult for him, but the real test begins now. Lai Fu wondered, the test starts now? What test? Over here, Luke Sun slowly opened his eyes after breaking through to the first realm. He was now at a new level. Luke Sun level 11, unnamed technique level 1, spirit energy cultivation level 10 max. So this was the feeling of the first realm? He stretched out his hand and made a few motions. The body enhancement of the first realm was completely different from the previous beginning realm, aside from releasing sword energy. He felt he could now kill 10 of his pre-transmigration self with a single palm strike. Lu Sun looked around, starting to feel mischievous. But there was nothing here to train on. Might as well use that thing to train, see if his current strength could break third senior brother's barrier. Lu Sun pointed his sword energy, directly shouted, "Go." The white screen in front of the cave instantly shattered, sunlight streaming in. Lu Sun was stunned. Is this broken? Was he free? Third senior brother Lai Fu stood up in panic. Not good, the little junior brother has broken the formation. He's about to come out. Disciple must go stop him. I didn't expect him to have comprehended sword intent. Little Shuzhai master immediately stopped him. Do not go. Third senior brother had to sit back down. What was the master thinking after all? Over here, Luke Sun sat for half an hour peering in and out of the entrance, not sure if he should walk out. He was still wondering, did he really break it? Was third senior brother's formation only that much? Luke Sun suddenly realized, I see, third senior brother's formation was specially set for beginning realm peak. He thought it would take me a few years to break through, so this formation was for me to solve upon breaking through. Lu Sun was delighted, so that meant he could return to little Shuzhai? He was about to step outside, but as he took half a step forward, the game panel warned, Seclusion Quest. Require character level to reach level 2. Upgrade sword formation to level 1. Reward 10,000 experience points. Reminder, leaving the mountain cave counts as quest failure. Luke Sun rubbed his chin and thought, that was right, he came here to go into seclusion. If his formation didn't improve, it would be a waste of effort, and this quest experience was not given for free. He waved his hand, so be it then. He yawned lazily. He would just stay here then. There was nothing bad about staying here compared to going outside. The master with his refined fan was waiting. If the master thought his mindset was bad, then he was completely done for. Lu Sun sat down, took off his outer robe. According to the novels from his previous life, the higher one's cultivation, the clearer they could see one's character. He could not fall into that trap. Having thought that, Lu Sun immediately lay back down, comfortably closed his eyes. Good night. Over here, third senior brother was still worried about Lu Sun. Master, are you really not going to check? If the little junior brother, the master knew perfectly well that Luke Sun would not leave that place a single step, so he told third senior brother not to worry. He had his own calculations in his heart. Tomorrow he would still go move the formation barrier as usual until he succeeded in his research. Third senior brother, hearing this, respectfully bowed his head. Little Shuzhai master looked at the freshly poured tea. That annoying brat was indeed different from others. The next morning, as soon as Luke Sun opened his eyes, a quest hit him in the face. Another quest? Fame Quest Phase 3, require gaining 10,000 points. Currently have 5,232 points. Reward 150,000 experience points and 1 random attribute point. Luke Sun rubbed his eyes. 10,000 fame points, 150,000 experience points and 1 special attribute point. It didn't look bad. He sprang up and stretched, but this fame point, when it reached a certain value, would become very hard to increase. However, this could not trouble him, and besides, his current goal was no longer to complete this quest. Lin Chan, the main character of this world, the disciple he had just taken in, yet there was not a single system quest related to her. If this got out, who would believe it? At this moment, third senior brother Lai Fu led Lin Chan to greet Lu Sun. Little junior brother, good morning. Lu Sun was surprised. Why was third senior brother here with little Chan today? Third senior brother said happily, the new year was approaching. The master ordered me to take little Chan to the hidden mountain. Going to the hidden mountain now? Wasn't little Chan's realm still very low? Third senior brother said excitedly. Based on her current cultivation speed, she was already a genius among geniuses. Lu Sun opened the system to check. Lin Chan level 4, spirit energy cultivation level 4. He pretended to be cold and indifferent. Very good. Already level 4. Only cultivating for a few days. If those poor players who hadn't broken through level 2 by the end of the content saw this, they would probably vomit blood and die. He looked at his dream team. Lin Yi might be the main character, but she was no less capable than others. Currently, Xiaoran had probably already reached level 20. This proves that my little Tian has truly amazing comprehension. Cultivating quickly, right? Lu Sun happily rubbed Lin Yi's head to encourage her. Go to Hidden Mountain with your third senior uncle. Remember to choose a weapon that suits you. Follow the choice in your heart. Lin Yi felt immensely warm. She replied seriously. The system immediately activated a main quest for Lu Sun, which was a guidance quest for Lin Yi. The quest content was to guide Lin Yi's cultivation, granting her benefits and advice to level up quickly. The rewards were divided into 4 tiers, C, B, A, and S. Lu Sun was particularly delighted. Great, indeed worthy of being the world's protagonist. He waved at the two of them. Don't worry, Hidden Mountain is a good place. Don't be afraid. Lu Sun sat at the table, giggling to himself. This was the first time a main quest had appeared. Although the rewards were vague, this was clearly a plan to train the main character, and I am the one executing it. Lu Sun had to put on his sunglasses to look cooler first. This also means I, Lu Sun, am like the most important benefactor in Lin Yi's life. The image of Lu Sun that appeared was always him being the main character in the lives of his disciples, of Yen Li, of Rong Yen. Lu Sun suddenly cursed. Damn it, is this a ghost haunting? Can I at least have the image of a wealthy backer? I can't become my disciple's wife. Hidden Mountain was a beautiful place, with birds flying under the azure sky and layers upon layers of mountains. Lin Yi looked at the landscape before her. This was the hidden mountain her master had spoken of, the place with the sword her master wanted her to retrieve. The two of them landed on the ground. An old man slowly walked out and bowed to the third senior brother and Lin Yi. The third senior brother introduced her. Uncle Gui, she is the new disciple of the youngest junior brother, named Lin Yi. Uncle Gui took his staff and slowly extended it in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi was nervous. Is this senior going to hit me on the head? The speed was too slow. Lin Yi timidly reached her hand toward the staff. Do you want me to touch it? She gently touched the staff in Uncle Guy's hand. The moment Lin Yi touched it, he immediately unleashed a sword strike. The sword aura surged so fast she felt dazzled. Lin Yi's hair flew wildly. She was immensely impressed. The sword technique was so fast she couldn't see it clearly. The third senior brother instructed. Little Lin Yi, remember what you just saw. It will be helpful later. Uncle Guy is the first senior brother single sword teacher. He taught this drawing technique. You will understand later. Lin Yi replied to the third senior brother, silently admiring him in her heart. The movement was slow, but the swordsmanship was fast. Everyone in the demon sect was formidable. Uncle Guy touched her shoulder and pointed in one direction. Lin Yi, like Lu Sun, was granted 1 point of luck. Uncle Guy's meaning was that she could start climbing the mountain now. On this side, the group within the sect was sitting, watching Lin Yi through a small screen. Yu Hishan stroked his beard. Junior sister Lin Yi is about to go to Hidden Mountain. How about we make a bet? Yu Hishan and Ma Chuan produced 2 patches of silver. The little junior uncle and his disciple have given us many surprises. This time I bet she will draw the master's close-range sword aura. Yu Ban and Luo Wanshu also brought silver to join. We bet Lin Yi will definitely draw the close-range sword aura. After all, she is a born sword embryo. Wanshu agreed. Moreover, she has 9 ripples. Other than her, there hasn't been a better choice for a century. Only Sectmaster Shen Yan also put in money, but he thought differently. I think Lin Yi will definitely not get the close-range sword aura this time. I bet she won't get it. Yu Hishan laughed heartily. Then it seems we are going to win this time. Sectmaster Shen Yan explained. The close-range sword aura has been with the master for so many years that it has already developed a sword spirit. It absolutely will not choose a female disciple as its master. It has its own pride. At this moment, the elder was sitting, sipping tea and watching Lin Yi through a small TV. This little disciple grandson, someone else's sword has already been prepared for you in Hidden Mountain. The elder looked at Lin Yi, his heart deeply moved. The more I look at this disciple grandson, the more she suits my liking. She is 100 times better than her master. The jealousy of men is truly frightening. At this moment, Lin Yi's master was lying in the cave, hugging his round belly. I ate too much porridge today. Everyone has a small TV to watch, but this transmigrator can't see anything. Lu Sun looked out into the outside world. Little Lin Yi, even though your master can't see anything, My spirit is always with you. You must obtain a weapon that aligns with your heart. On this side, Lin Yi was once again determined to obtain a sword to give to Lu Sun. I will definitely get the sword my master has never obtained. Even though master never said anything, he always carried that scabbard with him. So where is the sword for that scabbard? It must be in this hidden mountain. If master sees the sword I give him, he will surely be overjoyed. As Lin Yi climbed higher up the steps, she encountered more swords. From here on, there were already many swords. Suddenly, several dozen swords there shook violently, terrifying Lin Yi immensely. Oh, why are they shaking? Could it be a ghost haunting? Run quickly. Lin Yi sprinted upward, unaware that ordinary swordsmanship could sense her innate sword embryo. But without a sword spirit, they couldn't convey their thoughts. Their shaking was actually meant to attract Lin Yi, but it backfired. Lin Yi was oblivious. Everywhere she ran, the swords shook. What the hell is going on? Why are these swords still shaking? Could it be that Hidden Mountain doesn't welcome me? Unable to communicate, Lin Yi's thoughts went further and further astray. On this side, Lu Sun was utterly bored. No good. I just want to know which step little Lin Yi has reached now. Is there any way? Suddenly, Nan Bei popped her head out from somewhere. Little junior brother, are we doing it today? No, wait. Your senior sister hasn't seen you for a long time, so I came to visit. Lu Sun felt like he had struck gold. Isn't there a way now? A moment later, Nan Bei became Lu Sun's commentator. Right now, Lin Yi has run to the 399th step. The 2 portions of food you promised me, don't go back on your word. Don't worry, I will definitely make 2 portions for you. Has she already reached step 399? Then that means she is in the low-grade blue equipment area, which is also the territory of spiritual artifacts. The spirits here can already convey thoughts to people. Little Lin Yi, absolutely don't let these things affect you. Continue forward. There are still the purple and orange grade close-range sword aura equipment. Lu Sun asked Nan Bei, what's with this low-grade spirit artifact? I just want to know if it will affect my disciple. Nan Bei narrated. All the spirit swords are trembling toward Lin Yi. 3 spirits have already chosen her. A jade pendant, a body branch, and a piece of armor. Lu Sun urgently asked, then she hasn't chosen a sword yet? At this moment, Nan Bei had snapped out of it and whined. Without dessert, I have no motivation anymore. Meow, so hungry. So, Lu Sun had to get up and go to the kitchen to get food for Nan Bei the cat. Lucky he prepared the rock sugar pear for Xiao Tian last night, or he wouldn't be able to command this cat today. Nan Bei looked at the bowl of amber rock sugar pear, her eyes sparkling. Too much, little junior brother is so good. I like it a lot. Lu Sun suddenly remembered Lin Chan had not eaten yet, so he scooped some back from Nan Bei's bowl into the pot. It was not much to begin with, so he should still leave some for his disciple. Nan Bei saw it right away. She was unhappy, wailing like a mad cat, you bastard. I saw you scoop it out of my bowl. No way, you have to scoop it back for me. Lu Sun, pretend to be attentive. I am doing this so you can save some room. I will make pudding for you tonight. Nan Bei calmed down upon hearing this, cheerfully accepting the bowl. Thank you, little junior brother. Lu Sun had not yet recovered from her fury. Just now her expression was murderous. Truly one must not mess with a woman's food. Lu Sun took the chance to inquire, senior sister, continue, did her disciple pick any sword? Nan Bei answered while eating, did not pick, she is about to reach the 499th step. Lu Sun sighed in relief. Good thing she was not fooled by those flashy equipment. Xiao Tian must not be cheated out of her savings. Lu Sun asked Nan Bei, senior sister, did you see if Xiao Tian could obtain the closed sword energy? Nan Bei answered bluntly, cannot, her mind happy over the delicious rock sugar pear bowl. This rock sugar pear is so good. Lu Sun was puzzled why Lin Chan is a natural-born swordwoman with 9 ripples. Nan Bei was dazed. Is it not the same even if she is old? Lu Sun broke into a sweat. But I am fake. Nan Bei said, even though you and I entered the sect late and never met the grand senior brother, over the years we have understood some of his seclusion matters, and the closed sword energy is one of the reasons. Lu Sun was interested. Oh, just one question and I get to hear such a big story. The grand senior brother and the close sword energy are secrets few know, making him want to ask more. Nan Bei narrated, little junior brother is like the grand senior brother, both cultivate the sword nurturing art, but I think it is best not to cultivate it to great perfection. Lu Sun asked why. The sword nurturing art nurtures your sword. The stronger the sword, the stronger the bond within, the greater the power unleashed. But in the end, the sword is like your clone. Its personality is the same as the sword spirit. Lu Sun pondered, if Mr. cultivated the sword, would the sword not be as flashy as him? My sword energy constantly changes towards being longer and thicker. Could my inner self be so indulgent and unrestrained? The word unrestrained pierced Lu Sun's heart. How could it be? I absolutely do not admit it. Nan Bei continued, the grand senior brother cultivated the sword nurturing art to an unbelievable strength, even as strong as himself, coupled with both their arrogant personalities. Unless one has equal strength, the closed sword energy would not choose. Lu Sun nodded. So that is how it is. If so, it indeed would not choose Xiao Chan but what does this have to do with the grand senior brother's deviation and death seclusion? Mr. once said the art is infinite but matter is finite. The sword nurturing art can be continued, but the close sword energy has reached its limit, cannot be stronger. The grand senior brother did not care back then, leading to false cultivation. The close sword energy also had problems. Mr. did not say the rest, but I guess they are related to his death seclusion. Luke's son wondered, why did Mr. not remind the grand senior brother earlier? Nanbei looked at the bowl and said, when you reach a certain realm, all paths are your life. At that time Mr. only observes, does not guide. Moreover, if the grand senior brother breaks seclusion, it will be a great opportunity. Luke's son understood, oh so that is how it is, but strange, does the close sword energy willingly stay in Hidden Mountain? Is it not as strong as the grand senior brother? Nanbei finished the food in her bowl. Of course not. It was Mr. who told it to obediently stay on the peak. If it dared to go down the mountain, it would be broken. Ah, I am dead. Luke's son imagined Mr.'s expression at that time, truly gloomy. This world truly has mutual restraint. Ah, speaking of which, my scabbard and the close sword energy are kept separate. The scabbard keeps flattering it, but it does not care at all. Could the scabbard be unworthy of the close sword energy? Even the first wife cannot satisfy it. This close sword energy is not good. Luke's son blurted out another question. Right, why did Mr. bring the close sword energy up the mountain? Nanbei tapped the clean bowl. It is empty. I do not know Mr.'s intention either, but a sword as strong as the close sword energy being left down the mountain, what consequences would it cause? With a personality that would show off its talent at the slightest mismatch, it might even earn the title of Demon Sword. Nanbei said, tight, why did Xiao Chan'er stop at step 599? There is only top-grade spiritual energy here. Luke's son was worried. What is wrong? Top-grade spiritual energy is blue. If she went up one more step, she would enter the purple tier Earth realm. Has Xiao Chan'er already been drawn to something? At this moment, Lin Chan was walking on the 599th step of Hidden Mountain. She discovered something. What is that? Amidst the swirling close sword energy calling for her to choose, there was an old sword lying still without any reaction. Lin Chan intended to step over it, but thought again all the swords were crying out, only it was silent. Was it about to die? This reminded Lin Chan of her grandfather. It was exactly like him lying on his deathbed. So Lin Chan decided to walk towards that pitiful sword. I want to choose it, come with me. Lin Chan reached out and grabbed it. A flash of blue light shot up from Hidden Mountain into the sky, the sound of the sword ringing endlessly. Lin Chan dodged to the side. The sword sound was too loud. Outside, all the swords worn by the demon sect disciples also trembled. My sword is trembling. Strange, this is the sword sound from the ancestral founder's sword energy type. The close sword energy has never before cried out to anyone in Hidden Mountain. Luo Wanshu happily covered her mouth and laughed. Never expected the master's close sword energy to actively cry out to choose Lin Chan as a junior sister. The voice beside her waited. So then, one dying sword and one full of momentum. Which one will you choose? Xiao Chan error. Nanbei paced back and forth in annoyance. What broken sword? How come I have never seen any broken sword in Hidden Mountain? The close sword energy is beckoning her. Why is Xiao Chan error not going up? I am so anxious. Lu Sun also concentrated. I have been to Hidden Mountain. How have I never seen any broken sword? Based on my transmigration experience, this might be Xiao Chan er's own opportunity. Seeing Nanbei angry, he stepped forward to rub this hot-tempered cat's head. Do not be impatient. Wait a moment. Perhaps Xiao Chan er sees something we do not. Nanbei was still annoyed, but that is the close sword energy, the strongest sword of the demon sect, and that broken sword looks like it could snap at any moment. Lu Sun did not care much. He just smiled. I know, but I respect any choice Xiao Chan er makes. It is fine as long as she likes it. Lin Chan stood before the old sword. She reached her hand towards it. The feeling was exactly the same as when she reached her hand towards her grandfather. He lay on the ground, groaning in pain, not daring to die, afraid of what would become of his granddaughter if he died. Lin Chan firmly gripped the sword hilt. I cannot save grandfather, but I can help this sword. She used all her strength to pull the sword out, ignoring the clang the blade. I still choose it. When the sword left the ground, Lin Chan was brought back to the foot of the mountain. Third senior brother was already waiting. Lin Chan gently bowed her head in greeting. The old gentleman in the study was at ease. It had been a long time since they last met. Lin Chan was delighted. She must go and thank the old gentleman immediately. The old gentleman slowly walked out from the study. In his hand he held a string of red beads. Waiting for me? For me? Seeing him hand her a string of 3 red jade beads, Lin Chan thought that cannot refuse a gift from an elder. Unexpectedly, the old gentleman quickly tied the bead string to the hilt of her sword. Lai Fu came to pick her up, waving his hand in a hurry. Let us go, the master is waiting. The young girl hurriedly bowed deeply to thank the old gentleman, third senior uncle, and she rode the crane back. The old gentleman silently watched their figures gradually fade away. On the way back, Lin Chan worried that the master would scold her for choosing the broken sword. Soon as they arrived at the cave dwelling, Mo Nanbei ran out excitedly, demanding to see little Chan er's sword. She handed him the broken sword, and Mo Nanbei looked at it for a long time, but found nothing special. Its spiritual energy was even weak. Lin Chan felt wronged, seeing fourth senior uncle's attitude. She thought that indeed she had chosen a weak sword. Warm hand gently rubbed her head. The master smiled at her. Surely it was no matter. Lu Sun smiled brightly, praising her for doing very well. Lin Chan, with tears in her eyes, called out to the master, moved. Lu Sun thought that he was not comforting her. She truly had done very well. The system reported an orange grade mission evaluation, and he was overjoyed. He looked at the green sword in Mo Nan Bei's hand, wondering what its origin was. Perhaps it was a great fortuitous opportunity for his disciple. Lu Sun, putting on a profound air, instructed that this sword was more special than she thought, and to treasure it. She respectfully acknowledged, while Mo Nan Bei's face was full of doubt. She asked directly, "Master is comforting me, right? There will come a time when I will cry." Lu Sun tried to act mysterious, replying that he had a feeling this sword was extraordinary. In reality, he was relying on the system. In Mo Nan Bei's mind, a lump of dung appeared, his face full of contempt. "Why are both of you praising it? I see it as nothing but a clod of mud." Lu Sun quickly explained that perhaps it was because they were both born as sword embryos. Mo Nan Bei let out a scornful grunt. The gentleman in the study spat out all his tea upon hearing that reason. The gentleman mocked, "Sword embryo my ass, your whole family are sword embryos." Mo Nan Bei and Lai Fu took their leave, saying that the master and disciple seemed to have things to discuss, so they would take their leave first. Mo Nan Bai told little Lin Chan to remember to come back early. After they left, Lu Sun turned back into the cave, telling Lin Chan that her sword was very weak, and the master would pass on a spell to help it. She joyfully agreed, marveling at how formidable the master was. The two sat facing each other. Lu Sun thought to himself that he seemed to know this cultivation method as well. The system appeared, impart the sword nurturing art. He chose yes without hesitation. Reading the instructions, it only required a touch of the finger. Lu Sun was satisfied, exclaiming how convenient. Lu Sun's finger lightly touched Lin Chan's forehead, glowing faintly. He instructed her to use her heart to feel it, because she did not have a system like him. A golden halo slowly spread out. Before long, the area around Lin Chan was enveloped by glowing circular ring. Lu Sun was satisfied seeing the notification of successful instruction, an orange grade evaluation. The new rewards could be claimed, and he silently praised his disciple's good aptitude, making him happy as a master. He stood up and told Lin Chan to try circulating the spell on her own. She immediately replied yes. The system sent two notifications. The mission to hide the mountain and retrieve the sword, and the instruction of the cultivation method had both achieved orange grade. Rewards were claimable. Lu Sun was thrilled, receiving two generous rewards without lifting a finger. He chose to claim the reward for the instruction mission first. The system displayed the orange grade reward. He immediately clicked to claim. A notification appeared. Received 30,000 experience points, 1 purple grade basic skill upgrade card, and 3 blue grade intermediate upgrade cards. Lu Sun screamed internally. The points were not much, but these upgrade cards were very useful. He could use them on the 5 elements formation immediately. Checking the skill, the level the Lur Ancient 5 elements grand formation required 10,000 points to level up. The level 1 Eagle Claw skill required 500 points. He was slightly disappointed. Using a purple card would be a waste, and the blue cards were even more useless. Lu Sun decided not to use them for now, waiting until the grand formation reached level 2. Before using them to upgrade to level 3, he smugly praised himself for being too smart and handsome. He checked the reward for the mission to hide the mountain and retrieve the sword, excitedly wondering what was special about the broken sword. The system displayed an orange grade evaluation, affecting the rewards. Lu Sun's eyes bulged and his mouth hung open. The system reported receiving 50,000 experience points. He was stunned. That was 20,000 more than the reward for the sword nurturing art. This broken sword was problematic. The system continued to report receiving 3 blue-grade equipment repair talismans, then 5 more. Lu Sun could not believe his eyes, muttering holy shit. He felt as if he had been blessed by the god of luck. He was truly floating on air. Lu Sun, cosplaying as Conan, analyzed that the repair talismans could fix equipment below blue grade. He had no equipment and was short on resources, so repair talismans were too exaggerated. Looking at his disciple who was meditating and cultivating, a faint green halo surrounding her, Lu Sun knew the broken sword was a blue-grade superior item. The system displayed the sword's name as 3 question marks. Its rank was blue-grade superior. He speculated that after repair, it might break through to the next tier. At this moment, Lin Chan also finished her cultivation, slowly opening her eyes. Lu Sun continued his analysis. Equipment below blue grade could be repaired much faster. Seeing that the disciple had finished training, he wondered and asked why he did not continue cultivating. Lin Chan hid the broken sword behind her, approaching her master. The male lead understood and said, "So that is it, you go back first." But he felt strange about her shyness. She slowly untied the string that her father had tied to the sword hilt for her earlier. While Lu Sun was scheming to increase the game's difficulty, she slowly wrote on his hand. He sensed the words, "This is what the old man from the mountain gave me." He seriously sensed it. It was what Third Martial Uncle said. It could block 3 full-force attacks from cultivators below the 6th realm. He continued writing, "Disciple wants to give it to master." The two sat facing each other in the cave. The cold atmosphere suddenly became warm. Lu Sun's face clearly showed joy. As for Lin Chan, she also felt some anticipation. He leaned down and patted her head, accepted the bead string and said, "Alright, I will accept it." Lin Chan hummed softly, joy clearly showing on her face. She thought her master's realm was not high. These 3 beads would probably protect him in a crisis. Master's life is more important than mine. Suddenly he said, "Little Channer, open your hand," which confused her. Then he placed the 3 ox beads he had taken off into her hand. Lin Chan let out a cry, showing surprise. Lu Sun smiled and explained. The first time receiving a gift from a disciple, he was very happy. He accepted the string, and he gifted these beads back to her. He continued, "Go back quickly. Do not worry about me. Master is much stronger than you imagine, and has a golden finger in the game world." He watched the embarrassed female disciple run away, happily thinking he had gained a good apprentice. His bond with this world was growing deeper. He thought, "I once raised a younger sister, so I have some skills in dealing with young girls. Some are single due to strength, some due to skill." Suddenly felt a longing for her. He recalled the nights in the modern world. If the time matched, he would be enjoying an ordinary dinner with his sister right now. At that time, his sister would pick up food for him. Then she would smile as she watched him eat like he was starving. He sighed. That meal was truly delicious. Looking at the current cave, he sighed, "But now I have to move on to a new life." The male lead clenched his fist, thinking enthusiastically, "First upgrade the ancient 5 elements grand formation. I currently have over 80,000 experience points." The panel showed the ancient 5 elements grand formation at level 0, so Lu Sun pressed upgrade. A brilliant pillar of light shot straight into the sky from the cave, very dazzling in the night. Lin Chan saw this and thought in surprise, "That is Master's place." Inside the cave, fire blazed fiercely around where Lu Sun was cultivating. He opened his eyes, deciding to try out the fire element sword formation. He raised his hand to channel power into the formation, knowing that even just the fire element sword formation of the 5 elements grand formation could do this. If fully developed, it could summon the heavenly fire cauldron. Sure enough, a majestic fire phoenix appeared before his eyes. "Oh my god, I did it." Lu Sun proudly looked at the fire phoenix, thinking that protagonists in novels all have to make a commotion. He smirked slyly. "I, Lu Sun, am no exception. Living in this world, one must know how to show off." He shouted, "Go," and the fire phoenix crowed into the sky, then flew up. Besides being beautiful, the bird also had a noisy beak, crowing loudly wherever it went. At the little lady's pavilion, the young lady also saw the golden pillar of light emitted by Lu Sun. Life was pouring tea and asked in surprise how the little junior brother cultivated so fast. Meanwhile, the master was still lying idly, as if he had predicted it. He calmly drank his tea, while Lai Fu speculated whether besides swordsmanship, the disciple had high talent in formations. The master calmly stated, "From a certain perspective, your little junior brother could be a genius." Then he added, "But from another perspective, he is a waste." The abrupt shift confused Lai Fu. Wondered, "Is there such a thing? Master, can you explain in detail?" He waved his hand and replied, "How can I tell you this?" causing him to freeze. As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Bei excitedly kicked the door and ran out, shouting while running, "Little junior brother has broken through his seclusion. I am going to welcome him." She ran so fast that the other two could not react in time. Dandy Tian Sheng, seeing his hair messed up by the wind, irritably fixed it, wondering why 4th and 5th were so close. Inside the cave, Lu Sun stood before a white line. It was a claw mark that everyone knew. Took a deep breath and confidently walked out, thumping his chest and saying, "Now the entire demon sect knows I have broken through seclusion. Everyone, I, Lu Sun, am back." Suddenly a loud voice rang out, "Little junior brother, I have come to take you back to cook." He almost tripped, angrily cursing, "Why ruin the scenery?" Nan Bei sat on Lu Sun's shoulder, lamenting that ever since he went into seclusion, they were almost poisoned to death by 3rd senior brother. He asked in surprise, "Poisoned?" The two walked on a quiet path, fireflies twinkling. Nan Bei said ever since he went into seclusion, the food was halved while the people increased by 2, not enough. She remembered those devilish creative dishes, which became a painful memory. She wailed, hungry enough to eat them, but now it was almost New Year. Is that reasonable? Lu Sun laughed heartily, understanding everything in his heart. He wondered, so everyone has been waiting for me, the cook, to return. Remembering something, he asked Nan Bei what the master thought of him leaving seclusion. She recalled the master holding a teacup, smiling mysteriously as if giving thanks. At the door, he was both enjoying the wind and drinking hot tea. Very strange. Lu Sun silently thought, could he have calculated the day I would leave seclusion? The little lady's pavilion, the master was lying on a chair and saw them return, so he asked, out of seclusion. He said, "Come down and have a cup of hot tea." Lu Sun politely bowed. Nan Bei jumped down and yelled, "I want a drink too. I want a drink too." Just as she took a sip, she spat it out. "Hey, it is too bitter." Lu Sun still smiled gracefully, praising the tea as good. Nan Bei's mouth fell open, feeling her life was upside down. "Are you okay? Are you alright?" The master saw that smile and turned his head, changing the subject by saying the weather was so nice today. He felt uncomfortable. I do not want to look at that handsome face." Nan Bei glanced with half an eye, knowing he hated handsome people. Lu Sun did not know tea, so he changed the subject. He smiled and asked, "The broken sword little Chan got from the mountain vault. How come I have never seen it before?" The gentleman kept his face tilted upward, answering curtly that he had placed it. Nan Bei and Lu Sun wondered if talking in that posture made his neck sore. He asked further, was there anything special about that sword? In his heart, he assessed that this posture was somewhat strange. The gentleman appeared pensive, replying that there was nothing special, it was merely a relic of an enemy. He had left it on the mountain so that later, innate sword wombs like her would have more options. Lu Sun, hearing this, immediately imagined the scene of a hazy expert behind a broken sword. He thought there were two layers of meaning here. What level was the gentleman's enemy, and was the path of the innate sword womb better than close-range sword energy? The gentleman slowly poured tea into a cup, adding that not taking close-range sword energy was a good thing. The world already had one Yen Li. He took a sip of tea and concluded that a second person was not needed. Lu Sun seemed to have realized something, asking with excitement if he meant that the broken sword's path would go further than close-range sword energy. Stormy waves and lightning churned in the protagonist's heart. He sighed that if this were true, it would be a massive opportunity for little Tian'er. Watching the gentleman leisurely drink tea, Lu Sun had to suppress the urge to rush over and interrogate him. He thought, "I am dying of impatience, just answer quickly." Like teacher, like student, the gentleman replied elegantly that was correct. Close-range sword energy had reached its limit, but the innate sword womb should not be confined here. Do you understand? The protagonist smiled confidently and replied that he understood, thinking to himself that the gentleman's meaning was crystal clear. Little Tian'er would choose that broken sword. The image of Lin Chan raising the broken sword high appeared, seizing the treasure that shone brilliantly. This luck was far too potent. Lu Sun believed that it was an existence stronger than superior purple grade, completely different from orange grade equipment. His eyes gleamed, and he leaned in closer to the gentleman, asking in doubt, did the gentleman know the name of that sword? The protagonist exaggeratedly acted adorable, flowers flying everywhere like a maiden. He thought to himself that the system could not recognize it, so he could not tell little Tian'er the sword's name. He would not let her be confused by not knowing her own sword's name. The gentleman maintained his neck-straining posture, using his hand to brush back his hair as he replied. It was called Zhagu Tian, a name he had helped choose. Lu Sun hastily flattered him. Oh, Zhagu Tian, Jinki Jin, Ding Feng Ba. All good swords were brand names. In his belly, he rejoiced, thinking it was settled. Zhagutan was definitely orange-grade equipment. The gentleman spread his fan, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he said it was nothing. Those names were all copied from him by others. The protagonist screamed in his heart. Where did that fan come from? The gentleman proudly imagined the scene of himself raising a hand like a thumbs up with the broken sword, saying its name was Zhagutian. Senior brother Yenli hugged his sword with a super cool demeanor, uttering a deep, manly whisper that its name was Jianqi Jin. The group of junior and senior brothers of the young lady enthusiastically chanted that its name was Ding Feng Ma. The gentleman seriously said he liked naming swords, and head senior brother and the others had all copied him. He tossed his head, his nose pointing to the sky as he declared he was their idol. Seeing this, Lu Sun was left speechless. His face fell as he thought, so all the big shots of the demon sect were mere followers. His nameless swordsmanship absolutely would not follow them. A second later, he respectfully poured tea for his master, flattering him. So that's how it is. Indeed, the gentleman was a formidable figure revered by everyone in the demon sect. The gentleman still used that disdainful posture, replying that he need not show such solicitude. What else do you want? The air was thick with cold mockery. Lu Sun then changed the subject, directing his attention to a few senior brothers. He said that over the past few days, he had seen third senior brother leading, little Channer riding a celestial crane back and forth. He smiled with narrowed eyes and asked if that thing was a treasure. In his belly, he calculated. Now he was someone with a name in the demon sect, having entered the initial realm. Could he go without a mount? The protagonist knew that based on the game format of Tian Chen, a character could obtain a mount right after breaking through to the initial realm. Many players in his past life rode pigs, wooden horses, parrots, werewolves, and so on. Recalling it, a summary could only be 4 words. He covered his face with his hand, looking displeased, extremely ugly. He did not understand the game developer's aesthetic. The protagonist's eyes gleamed as he looked at third senior brother like a cat eyeing fat. He calculated, now that he was a person of status, the paper crane of the demon sect's young master was the best mount for him. He had to get it today, and also get one for his disciple. Third senior brother, upon hearing this, brought out a paper crane model emitting a purple light, and honestly asked little junior brother if he was referring to this object. This object was a treasure he had refined, requiring coordination with the object's spirit incantation. If junior brother wanted it, he would refine one from tomorrow, and also gift him the incantation. Lu Sun immediately put on a super cute acting role with sparkling eyes and replied, "That is too kind, thank you third senior brother." But in his heart, he felt no awkwardness at all. The sly protagonist thought, "Ridiculous, do you think that this lord would stop there? Sorry third senior brother, I do not just want one paper crane, I want a bunch." He then approached Lai Fu and asked curiously if the paper crane was hard to refine. Lai Fu honestly replied it was not hard, nor did it take much time. In his heart, he marveled at how good-natured little junior brother was, even worrying about him. Luan smiled very sincerely and said if this paper crane was not hard to refine, why not take the opportunity to teach him the refining method as well? This was a clear case of giving an inch and taking a mile. Bei had already returned to his original form of an orange cat, lazily sitting on Lu Sun's head while licking his paw and jeering, "Learning artifact forging takes a lot of time, just letting third senior brother forge a few for you is enough." The protagonist's internal rage had already cursed Bei's entire family line 749 times, frantically screaming who said it was for him to use. He wanted to use it to get rich off those inferior players. "With my cultivation speed of 50 experience points per week, I can't keep up at all. If I take out this cool flying treasure, those guys would ascend directly, right?" Just then, Lai Fu happily patted him on the shoulder, encouraging little junior brother's enthusiasm for learning, saying the senior brother was very pleased. Tomorrow, he would go collect materials for him, and then teach him the forging method so he could try making one. Lu Sun was surprised, thinking to himself. He agreed so happily again. Such an easy gain? He hurriedly replied to Lai Fu it was great. Inside, third senior brother was moved to tears of joy. Finally, someone recognized his research. Little junior brother not only liked the food he cooked but also the flying treasures he forged. Having a kindred spirit like this in life left no regrets. He quickly turned his back to Lu Sun, covering his mouth with his hand and trying to hide tears of joy. In his heart, he was determined to repay this kindred spirit, and tomorrow he had to invent more new dishes for him to enjoy. The villain rarely had moments of leisure, and Lu Sun did not know the future terror awaiting him. Immediately, a terrifying idea flashed in Lai Fu's mind. It was decided he would use banana peanuts and fish oil to create a new dish. Meanwhile, the poor protagonist watched his senior brother walk away, beaming with joy. He thought cunningly that he would soon be flying, easily obtaining a flying tool. He felt very satisfied, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Immediately after, a shocking scream of pain rang out, scaring even the birds passing by into a panic. Coming out of the toilet, Lu Sun stumbled with weak hands and feet. He said weakly that the production method and materials did not come for nothing. After eating a few things invented by third senior brother, he seriously doubted that if it were not for his cultivation physique, he would have already. He thought of his Ghanaian brother's viral TikTok coffin dance. As the protagonist closing his eyes saying amen to receive a lunchbox, he wondered if he was already in a coffin. While he trembled, barely able to stand, Lin Chan came carrying breakfast and called out softly to him, "Master." The protagonist clenched his fists, his body drenched in cold sweat. He silently cursed that, with a stomachache like this, he did not want to eat at all. But if he did not eat, little Tiana would be sad, and the image of a perfect master would crumble. What should he do? He looked at the earnest plea clearly written in his disciple's eyes, his inner self waging a fierce battle. What to do? What to do? What to do? When trouble arises, wit appears. A sudden idea struck Lu Sun's mind. He silently cheered, "Got it." Lu Sun adjusted his profound demeanor, raised his hand to cover his mouth, coughed lightly, and said to her, "Little Tianer, your master inquired with the gentleman yesterday. That sword of yours is called Chagutian, meaning the sky of the babbler." Lin Chan let out a sound of joy. She thought, Jagushan, are those the words? What a pleasant name. He continued, "You do not know how to write those characters, right? Come on, I'll write them for you." In his heart, Lu Sun was greedily inhaling oxygen, letting out a soft sigh of relief. Unworthy of himself, even his excuses were flawlessly stitched together. Lin Chan carried the bowl of kanji, trotting behind her master into the room. He used ink to write on a piece of paper, explaining that this was the protagonist read aloud Zhagutian. The three characters Zhagutian were written beautifully on the paper, and Lin Chan let out an excited sound of joy. Just at that moment, Lai Fu entered through the door carrying a large bundle, saying, "Junior brother, I have brought the materials you need." Lu Sun quickly stepped forward to catch it and replied, "Thank you, third senior brother." This young man's heart had long been boiling. What gratitude, all of this was traded with his life. Third senior brother tossed the bundle of items aside and excitedly told him to come quickly. He would teach him the art of object manipulation and forging. He raised his hand to Lu Sun's forehead, a ring of light slowly spreading out. Lai Fu smiled and said not to be polite. The male lead happily opened his eyes. The system notified him he had learned how to make paper cranes, with a success rate of 90% and proficiency level 1. He felt secretly satisfied, enduring stomach pain all night was not in vain. Lai Fu raised his thumb, pointed at the large bundle of items on the ground, and earnestly instructed his junior brother that inside were all crafting materials and paper. He had prepared a lot for him to use freely. Lu Sun's face turned pale as he held back his complaints, bending down to pick up the bundle. Suddenly, his stomach let out a gurgling sound. He cried out loudly, "Ah, thank you, third senior brother," then hugged the bundle and ran straight out the door, leaving Lai Fu and Lin Chan stunned. Third senior brother looked completely innocent, wondering if his junior brother had eaten something bad. Lu Sun's shout echoed all around. Inside the toilet, the male lead held the bundle tightly, trembling from pain and anger, thinking it would be a disservice to himself if he didn't squeeze third senior brother dry. His stomach gurgled again. 3 days later, Lu Sun sat crafting paper cranes, golden light radiating through the space. Before him appeared the shadow of a complete green paper crane. The completed paper crane turned gold, and the system notified him of a successful crafting, granting him 1,000 experience points. He stood up, looking at the finished products within the golden formation, thinking that in 3 days he had used materials for over 40 cranes and crafted 35. With a 90% success rate failing so much, his luck was truly bad. His face turned sly. Lu Sun stored the finished products and took out a broken crane. He planned to scam others for his own gain. He poked his head into Lai Fu's room and said dejectedly, "Third senior brother, I failed again. My startup is a failure." Lu Sun squeezed out a few tears, fell down weakly, deliberately holding up the broken crane for Lai Fu to see, asking in a frail voice if he was just no good. Lai Fu, naive upon seeing this, began to doubt himself. Was the paper crane he invented really that hard to craft? He patted his junior brother's shoulder, comforting him not to rush, not to lose hope in himself, just practice more and it would work out. He would help him prepare more materials. Lai Fu suddenly felt moved, thinking his junior brother never gave up despite failure, was patient and persistent, and became more certain this was his kindred spirit. He passionately instructed his weak junior brother sitting on the floor, telling him to wait right there. He would go to the demon sex vault to get some materials for him. Weak little junior brother instantly stood up in the blink of an eye, waving his hand pretending to urge third senior brother to leave soon and return soon. Lu Sun showed his true face, grinning slyly as he thought, anyone who knows how to forge weapons is rich. Third senior brother was a fat sheep. It would be a disservice not to pluck his wool. As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach let out another long gurgle. The male protagonist clutched his stomach, his face contorted in pain and covered in sweat, thinking bitterly that it was all his due reward. The method of forging weapons, like it or not, was traded with his life. In the desolate mountain forest at the entrance of a cave, a dazzling light burst forth with immense power. Lu Sun excitedly channeled his inner energy to craft paper cranes. He reconsidered, though he had only been lucky with a few, and the failure rate was high. Grinned sinisterly, but thought it was nothing compared to third senior brother's grand undertaking. He then thought of that man's expression when he heard him say thank you. In just an instant, many paper cranes appeared before Lu Sun. He smiled smugly. It was enough to give to the players when he returned. Moreover, successfully crafting one would reward him with forging experience. The system now displayed his current experience points as 75,900. While he was lost in thought, a voice came from outside. "Little junior brother, I and little Chan have come to deliver your meal." Lu Sun was startled. It was third senior brother's voice. He panicked with anxiety. He couldn't let third senior brother see this. Thinking so, Lu quickly raised his hand to collect the cranes. Seeing the two figures approaching, Lu Sun broke out in a cold sweat from fear, screaming in his heart, "Damn it, hurry up, they're almost here." Just as he had one crane left on the ground, Lai Fu entered carrying a basket, calling out, "Little junior brother." He smiled and asked about the crafting progress. Lu Sun swiftly hid the last crane behind his back, trembling and stammering that it still wasn't going well. He showed a worried look, thinking he couldn't store it anymore. If he used spiritual energy to take this one, third senior brother would notice. Lu Sun devised a plan, bringing the last crane out in front of Lai Fu, putting on an honest face and saying he had successfully crafted one. Lai Fu was overjoyed, praising his little junior brother endlessly. He said that consuming material for 50 cranes had finally paid off. Lin Chan standing by was also delighted. The two looked at the crane with adoring eyes. Lu Sun was speechless, thinking from little Chan's perspective, failing 50 or 60 times and succeeding once was still worthy of admiration. Was this a way to encourage him? Lai Fu happily said that now little junior brother had his own mount. He promised to prepare more materials to help him solidify his technique. Lu Sun replied cheerfully, "Brother, you are too understanding." He rested his chin on his hand, thinking he had no intention of keeping this one for himself, which made Lai Fu raise a questioning eyebrow. Lu Sun patted Lin Chan on the head and said affectionately, "Little Chan, Master gives his first successfully crafted crane to you. Strive hard in your cultivation. When you reach the initial realm, you can use it to fly." Hearing this, her face turned red. Lin Chan reached out her hand to receive the crane from her master. She was absolutely delighted. Yes, master. She silently vowed in her heart to cultivate diligently. The deep bond between master and disciple moved Lai Fu. He muttered with tears in his eyes, then decided to bring more materials to his little junior brother tonight. He took out the food from the basket and invited the two to eat. Lai Fu said he had made 2 creative dishes today and wanted to hear their opinions. Hearing this, Lu Sun and Lin Chan's faces turned pale, and they broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Sun trembled in fear, thinking if it weren't for this poison testing segment, third senior brother would be the best tool person. Lin Chan beside him swallowed hard, looking at the 2 luxury dishes emitting a strange smell on the table, and Lai Fu's enthusiasm. Lu Sun sighed wearily. All of it was traded with his life. Lai Fu excitedly urged the 2 to try his new creations and see how they were. Both fell into silence, their trembling hands slowly moving forward. Lu Sun and Lin Chan reluctantly put some into their mouths. Lai Fu stood beside them excitedly, his eyes sparkling as he asked, "How is it?" Lin Chan fainted on the spot without a word, leaving him extremely startled. Unlike her scattered soul, Lu Sun appeared excited, constantly praising the food as delicious, making Lai Fu think it was true. He struggled to lift the entire pot of food and eat it all. Lai Fu danced and sang joyfully, believing he had found a rare kindred spirit in life. Lu Sun ate while crying inside, consoling himself. It's all for the materials, it's all for the materials. After a while, he finished the terrible pile of food. Lai Fu patted him on the back, gave his instructions, and then left, promising to bring new materials. Lu Sun's body trembled, his face green, as he struggled to stay calm and replied, "All right, thank you for your hard work, third senior brother." He waved enthusiastically, while Lai Fu was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. Lin Chan weakly stood up after her poisoning, looking at him with admiration. She wrote word by word on his hand, "Master, you are truly amazing." That thing was sour and bitter, with a strange smell. Lu Sun's face was also about to turn green as he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly stopped her. "Ah, don't write anymore. If you keep writing, I'll throw up." He quickly regained his composure and changed the subject. "Right, did you bring the fraud Gutian? Take it out for your master to see." He thought to himself, finally having some alone time with little Chan. "I can try to see if that blue equipment restoration charm works." Lin Chan took out the fraud Gutian, her eyes questioning. And why did master suddenly ask about it? Lu Sun picked up the fraud Gutian and asked the system to inspect it. The system reported, "Fraud Gutian high grade, blue level, noted as damaged." He frowned and rubbed his chin in thought. Indeed, the system now distinguished on its own. Could a high-grade blue item be repaired with a charm? He cheerfully took out 2 charms, a blue equipment protection charm and a blue equipment restoration charm. "Before repairing, let's try restoring it first. I have 3 blue restoration charms. If it succeeds..." Lu Sun smugly imagined the scene of his disciple wielding the fraud Gutian with prestige. He calculated inwardly, restore first, then repair. Little Chan holding this sword, just thinking about it was exciting. But reality slapped him in the face. The system notified, "Fail, cannot be restored." Indeed, this damned system wouldn't let him gain an advantage easily. With a sullen face, he proceeded with another plan. Next, see if the repair charm can be used. Lu Sun quickly used the blue equipment repair charm. A stream of white light appeared, enveloping him and the fraud Gutian sword. Lin Chan stood beside him, eyes shining with admiration. So amazing, but reality was cruel again. The system displayed a failure notification. Fail cannot be restored. Lu Sun stared fixedly at the sword. The repair charm was slowly fading. He frowned and sighed. Such a hassle. The quality of fraud Gutian is indeed not just blue equipment. He returned the sword to Lin Chan, his voice comforting. "Just now master tried to repair the sword, but it seems not easy." She looked at him blankly. Lin Chan, upon hearing this, tried to write something on his hand. Each word she wrote comforted Lu Sun. "It's fine, disciple will slowly nurture it." "Master, don't worry, thank you for your concern." Lu Sun looked at the pitiful girl who harbored no resentment. He thought to himself, when childhood is too hard, one matures early. But is maturing early truly good? The more he thought, the more he remembered his sister in the real world. She was very understanding, never making him worry. To help the family, his sister always secretly collected bottles to earn money, even enduring teasing from friends. Thinking of that made his heart ache. The clothes she wore were very cheap, but she never asked for new ones, even when they were faded or patched many times. She never demanded anything, always smiled at him and believed that he was trying hard to support her. But she didn't know that the reason he persevered was because she was his sister. Seeing him lost in thought, Lin Chan looked at him in panic. Master." Lu Sun collected himself and instructed her. "Master is fine. Go cultivate. The new year is in a few days. clasped his hands behind his back, his expression thoughtful. This was the first time celebrating the new year at the demon sect. By now it was late at night. Everyone was continuously decorating red lanterns all over the demon sect. The voice of Shujai Jiansheng urged, "The calendar is off, straighten it a bit more, Lu Sun, hurry up and then go cook." He struggled little by little, his face tired and stiff. Meanwhile Nanbei below was cheering joyfully. "Snow, snow!" Shujai Jiansheng stood to the side, pretending to be refined, reciting poems ethereally. The lone lamp on the river night shines on the flying rigging. Outside the hut drifting snow fills the mat. The cold white snow flutters like a shattered heart. The warmth of the world intoxicates people like drunkards. He read to himself with self-satisfaction. Nanbei frowned in disgust. "I don't understand it, but I don't like that kind of poem. I'm far from heartbroken." Lu Sun at this moment leaped down gracefully from above, reciting the next line. "The white grass is broken by the rolling wind. In the 8th month of the hue sky, snow flies." Shujai Jiansheng felt a bit jealous upon hearing this, afraid the male lead would steal his spotlight. He curled his lips and thought secretly, "Damn it, these words are truly wondrous. I want to see how many verses you can recite." Lu Sun poured his soul into the next lines, his voice resonant. "Suddenly like a night of spring wind comes, thousands of trees and tens of thousands of pear blossoms bloom." Soon as he finished, Nanbei clapped in full praise. That made Shujai Jiansheng even more jealous. He frowned and asked Lu Sun, "Any more?" Lu Sun replied modestly, "That's all, my talent is limited. I only managed to recite 2 lines. He thought to himself that if he continued he would expose himself. Lai Fu reminded him from the side, "Little junior brother, it's time to cook the New Year's Eve dinner." Lu Sun cheerfully agreed. Shujai Jiansheng maintained his refined demeanor, reciting the poem. "Suddenly like a night of spring wind returns, thousands of trees and tens of thousands of pear blossoms bloom." But in his heart, he cursed, "Wonderful, you little bastard, so you know how to write poetry." Jiansheng glanced at Lu Sun happily joining everyone else. He curled his lip, good-looking and knows poetry. Suddenly I hate him even more. The main hall was bustling now, everyone exchanging New Year wishes. Happy New Year, Sect Master." Bang Yuban spoke heroically. "I hope in the new year the demon sect recruits more talented disciples." Yu Hishan rubbed his nose and followed up, "I hope in the new year I win every bet I make." As soon as he finished, seeing everyone looking at him strangely, he chuckled and corrected himself. "Hey, just a simple wish." He asked Shen Yan, "On the occasion of the new year, I heard the sect master bought new clothes for the whole sect." Shen Yan replied contentedly, "A small matter." Everyone cheered excitedly. "That's a big deal then." Everyone was chatting. "Indeed rare." That miser actually opened his purse. Shen Yan was so embarrassed he started sweating on his forehead. The other disciples happily defended him. "Don't say that. Although the sect master is stingy, he doesn't hold back when he acts. This robe is really warm." Someone even praised, "Cultivators don't feel cold. Mainly it's about looking cool." One disciple had flushed cheeks and drooled from the mouth. "That's right, as a woman it also shows off the figure." Hearing this, someone turned back in confusion. "How can a robe show off the figure?" Beautiful Ji Li was once again in the sights of several male disciples. A man teased her with junior sister Ji Li's figure. Little Marshall uncle must be infatuated. He pulled her as he spoke, making her scream, "Ah, stop it." Ji Li's face was bright red, her chest heaving under the robe. She suddenly thought of what he said. Would it really make him infatuated? But, he's so far away, how could he see me? That pervert's eyes were still fixed on her chest with satisfaction. Ji Li thought sadly, "I wonder if he'll come visit me on New Year's Eve today." At this moment, outside the door of Jusheng's room, Nanbei, Lin Chan, and Lai Fu stood motionless outside, looking inside. Lu Sun woke up, yawned, and walked past. The group of people standing there remained completely still. Seeing this, he spoke up to ask, "What are you all doing? It's New Year's Eve today. Don't you need to prepare for the new year?" Everyone put their fingers to their lips, signaling him to be quiet. Lu Sun quietly asked Nanbei, "What's going on? Could it be that Jiansheng has ridden a crane to the west?" Nanbei crossed her arms and explained, "Today Jiansheng wants to prepare New Year gifts for us. Early this morning he called Uncle Guy over there. Don't disturb Jiansheng. If I don't get a gift, I'll make you cook me 100 fish." Lu Sun repeated in a low voice, "Called Uncle Gui over there to prepare for the new year? Could it be that cold-hearted Xiansheng also knows how to shed tears?" Suddenly, Lai Fu took out a brand new round robe and held it in front of Lu Sun. "Right, little junior brother, this is the gift that Sect Master Shen Yen prepared for the whole sect. This is your share." Lu Sun took it but sneered inwardly. "A gift for me? That miser actually willing to distribute welfare. Truly hard to believe." Nanbei looked up at the sky and sneered. "Damn it, that keyboard warrior didn't even dare to distribute new clothes. Yet he handed out robes. There was no way he was going to wear them." But when Lu Sun draped the robe over himself, it emitted a faint glow, making him look exceptional. exceptionally handsome and dazzling, his charm irresistible to anyone who saw him. The other three stared at him without blinking. Indeed, beautiful clothes depended on the wearer. Under their admiring gazes, Lu Sun said respectfully, "Junior disciple, I am going out with senior sister and senior brother for a bit. I will come back later to cook the New Year's Eve dinner for everyone." Everyone agreed happily. Lin, unable to speak, just mumbled. Manbai blushed and replied, "Then come back early." Lai Fu was even more casual. "Go ahead. If you are late I can cook too." Suddenly they remembered something. Their faces darkened as if something terrible was about to happen. Everyone called out after him, "No, Lu Sun must come back." He was startled. Lu Sun smiled happily. So the master was really hiding in the room preparing New Year gifts for them. He walked quickly. "Little Guy, grind faster. My brush is all dry." Lu Sun remembered Uncle Guy was called Little Guy. In the kitchen, Ji Li looked worriedly at the pile of ugly pastries, not knowing if Lu Sun would like this New Year gift. Thinking that, she used her small hands to knead the dough. A disciple walked in and said, "Truly a young lady, you should not knead the dough too hard." Ji Li replied, "Kneading dough is really difficult. Mother is truly amazing." She looked at the pastries speechlessly, intending to learn from her mother to make her own favorite dish. Who knew it would turn out like this? A knock on the door startled her. "Is Ji Li there?" She recognized Lu Sun's voice. He had actually come. Ji Li frantically cleared the things on the table. "Cannot let him see. What if he laughs at me?" Lu Sun knocked on the door for a long time without getting an answer. He wondered, "Is Ji Li here?" She hurriedly replied, "I am here. Wait a moment." Her face was bright red, remembering what that man once said. Junior sister Ji Li, beautiful as she is, will surely charm the little junior grandmaster uncle. Lu Sun waited impatiently, thinking to himself at this hour, that hardworking girl, is she still not awake? Ji Li, wearing the robe, gently opened the door and said, "Sorry to have kept you waiting, Lu Sun." The robe clearly showed her extremely generous bust. Ji Li was embarrassed, her face bright red. "Ah, you have come." Lu Sun on the outside remained calm. Inwardly he was having a nosebleed. Damn it, who could stand this? He smiled, his inner self boiling and telling himself, "No, calm down, you know her nature, she covets your body. Do not fall for the trap." Seeing him stand still, Ji Li asked shyly, "Why are you not saying anything? Is it not pretty?" Suddenly Lu Sun could not control himself, had a nosebleed. Breaking his composure on the spot, he gave a thumbs up and praised, "Very pretty." Ji Li smiled brightly like a flower, stepped forward, "Thank you." Close distance made Lu Sun's face even redder. He silently marveled, suddenly feeling she was quite good. Ji Li remembered the pastries. She hesitated. Today is New Year's Eve. She stopped mid-sentence, worried that gift might upset him. But Lu Sun happily took out a red envelope and handed it to her. "Oh right, New Year gift. Almost forgot. This is a gift from my hometown, called Lakeside." Ji Li received it, her face beaming with a radiant smile as she replied, "The packaging is so pretty. I really like it." Lu Sun infatuatedly looked at the girl before him, thinking that inside the envelope was a ring of the word object and 3,000 spirit stones. She consumed a lot of resources. She very much needed spirit stones. Done with the matter, Lu Sun quickly turned his back to leave, also saying, "If there is nothing else I will go back first. Today I still have to cook the New Year's Eve dinner for the whole village." Ji Li was startled. Lu Sun was worried that if Lai Fu cooked the meal it would be unimaginable. Thinking about the night third senior brother invented that strange dish, his face darkened even more. Ji Li stood there flustered, struggling internally. Is it really okay? She clenched her hands, determined fiercely, even if ridiculed, she must let him know her feelings. Ji Li called out loudly, "Wait." Lu Sun turned around and asked curiously, "What is it?" She mustered the courage to hand him a gift carefully wrapped in red paper. "A New Year gift for you," murmuring in her heart, "Laugh if you want." She lowered her head, tremblingly waiting for his reaction. "Huh? Why no laughter?" Contrary to her thoughts, Lu Sun said warmly, "Thank you, Ji Li." He casually opened it and took a bite, eating while telling an old story. "The first time I met you, you also shared half a pastry with me, very meaningful." Then he praised, The taste is not bad." Lu Sun ate the pastry with gusto. Ji Li doubtfully asked herself, "Is it really not bad?" Lu Sun finished the remaining pastry, smiled and said, "I will go then. Happy New Year," leaving Ji Li stunned and shy. She smiled brightly like a flower and replied, Happy New Year," surging with fierce determination in her heart. "Lu Sun, I have decided, I must have your body." By now the sky was pitch dark, smoke billowed in waves inside the demon sect's kitchen. Lu Sun was cooking. He had braised white trotters with soybeans until tender, the aroma stimulating the appetite, the large pot bubbling vigorously. Nanbei stood nearby drooling. "So fragrant, little junior brother, what are you stewing? Let me have a taste." Lu Sun cooked while pushing her head away. "Do not rush, it is not stewed to its best yet." He loudly stopped her. "It is not tasty to eat now, be patient." Nan read helplessly. "Fine then, I will reluctantly endure a bit longer." She excitedly raised one finger. "Once it is done stewing, I will bring a bowl to second senior sister." In the quiet bamboo forest, Xiao Man sat alone on a rock diligently cultivating. She slowly opened her eyes, silently sighing that it was almost New Year again. Suddenly a voice came from afar, the tone urgent. "Second senior sister, I brought you braised trotter with soybeans." She startled and turned around, confused. Nanbei balanced a large bowl of food on her head, carefully stepping forward, flustered. She said, "Quickly take it, I am almost out of time." Xiao Man did not understand what was happening, hurriedly stood up and asked, "What is almost out of time?" After handing over the bowl of soup, Nanbei ran off at lightning speed. "Time to escape, or I will miss the New Year's Eve dinner. The trotters in the pot will be all eaten," leaving Xiao Man standing there awkwardly. The aroma from the bowl of soup wafted up. Xiao Man took a few sniffs. So fragrant. It was the little junior brothers cooking, wondering what they would do on New Year's Eve. So curious. Thinking that, she snuck a peek. "I do not like noise. Just gonna take a look. Mainly I do not want to eat what Lai Fu cooked." Inside was lively. Everyone was fighting over food. The study master had also joined in. "This piece is mine. You have eaten a lot already. This is mine." On one side it was gentle. Lu Sun together with Uncle Gui and the various Lai Fu calmly raised their cups. "Happy New Year, Happy New Year." Xiao Man smiled happily, thinking how wonderful it was. She turned away, secretly glad that the young lady had a junior brother who made her happier. The world should belong to the young. Suddenly a head popped out and asked at just the right moment, startling her into embarrassment. Nanbei was still shouting. Second senior sister had arrived. Lu Sun kindly invited her. "Second senior sister, would you like to eat with us?" That young girl waved her hand in direct refusal. "No need, I still have to cultivate." After speaking, she slipped away quickly because she was not used to crowds, humbly claiming she preferred solitude. The new year needed liveliness, but she did not fit in. The study room master unexpectedly tossed a gift toward her. He said arrogantly, "If not, then forget it. This is your New Year gift, take it." A young girl looked up and received it, thanking the master. Everyone gathered around in lively bustle after so long. Nan Bai spoke New Year greetings. Lin Chan could not speak but excitedly echoed. Lu Sun also congratulated second senior sister. Zhu Jiafu sang loudly for the New Year. Uncle Kui, drunk with a flushed face, muttered Happy New Year. That young girl's face stiffened, not knowing how to react, only stammering a reply of thanks. Lu Sun looked at everyone one by one. He smiled with understanding. There are all kinds of people in the world. One must respect harmless habits. Everyone looked up at the cool study room master on the roof with longing eyes. "That is unfair. Second senior sister got a gift. Why do we not have one?" The study room master understood. He coolly tossed fruits down. "You all want fruits. Today everyone gets one." Everyone excitedly received the fruits. Nanbei anxiously asked what to write on them, wanting to tear them open and see right away. The study room master quickly pressed her head down. He laughed and stopped her. "You must only open it when back in the room." Nanbei, annoyed, brushed the master's hand away, huffed once. "Fine, back to the room it is." Zhu Jiafu, face beaming, urged everyone to continue eating and drinking. "Do not waste the food. The junior little brother worked hard for half the day." Fireworks in the sky burst into full colors. Everyone startled turned around and exclaimed, "Look, fireworks." The study room master said gently, "This is a demon sect tradition, because he really likes beautiful things." Luke Sun, upon hearing this, smiled happily. The human warmth of the demon sect was growing stronger. It was truly good that the cultivation world was not full of scheming and slaughter. It was already late at night. The atmosphere became quiet. Luke Sun returned to his room, anxiously opening the master's gift. He was extremely expectant. What was the master's New Year gift? Glowing characters appeared. A single ugly character stunned Lu Sun. He widened his eyes in shock. Then he threw it far away. What the hell was that? What does it mean? But a purple character panel radiating mysterious power appeared from the system. Lu Sun's eyes brightened as he crawled over to look again, exclaiming in astonishment. What kind of mysterious power is this? Indeed, the master's gift was not simple. The system displayed a countdown notification for unlocking in 2 hours and 56 minutes. Lu Sun cursed in annoyance. A countdown again, speculating that the ugly character hinted at dirty history. The timing matched.